which makes me wonder how I would react if I ever saw an alien in real life. I'd like to think that I'd be all calm, cool, and collective.
This is a pretty cool cave. I could probably make a home for myself here.
Oh my god, what the f*** is that? I don't know about you guys, but when I first saw the Nuka World trailer, I was really excited about the Wild West theme park that I saw in the trailers. In fact, I was so excited I couldn't sleep. I was up all night doing totally normal things. However, when I finally got there, I didn't quite get my fix in terms of the Wild West theme. This mod sorts all that and it turns the Sunshine Tidings settlement into that Wild West fantasy that I was truly hoping for in Nuka World. This mod reminds me of a simpler time when people laid down roots because they were afraid to travel, because they were still worried that if you sailed out too far you could fall right off the edge of the planet. When people didn't argue about who uses which bathroom, because taking a shit was a life-threatening event that everybody did outside. And if you weren't careful, a snake could bite you right on the dick and give you tuberculosis. Not like nowadays. Nowadays, everything's got rules and regulations and shit. I just don't get it. I don't get how you can sell your sperm and make a profit, but people get all judgy when you try to sell a whole kid. Which is just like a really old sperm with a name and tiny clothing. Now before this mod, Sunshine Tidings is one of those settlements that no matter what you did to it, there was no way not to make it look like a steaming pile of shit. So this mod really kills two birds with one hammer. It gives people who are really into westerns a place to go where they can get their Wild West on, and it also adds an awesome settlement to the game that replaces Sunshine Tidings. This mod is remarkably well done, and it has all the fixtures you'd hope to find when you entered an old western style town. From the two-story building design to a guy who'd been recently hanged to death for using too many big words. Honestly, when you walk into this settlement, it can almost feel like a different game altogether. The atmosphere is right out of an old movie, especially at night when the fog rolls in and makes this settlement truly something to gawk at. Note that the workshop is hovering over the river when you first download this mod, so it is a good idea to use a mod to be able to put it in a more realistic position. The one that we used was the workshop moving mod. Now, even though the buildings are already designed, a lot of them are still empty, giving you the ability to decorate the town any way you like, really making it your own. Now, this is an excellent mod that adds a settlement like no other I've ever seen in Fallout before, and really makes you think you're walking into a different part of the world altogether. I would recommend this mod to anyone who wants an awesome settlement, but really doesn't want to build it themselves. I rate this mod 1 monkey who's got really weird nipples. I just can't look away. Now, Eleonora is known for making some quality as player home mods with details that would make any immersion freak just all over themselves. She is at it again with yet another great little addition to Fallout 4. This player home is like any homeless person's dream house. It's a huge step up from a cardboard box, and it shows, with all the space any redneck family of 8 could vouch for. It's got all the accommodations that really make trailer trash turn and take notice. Holy shit, this thing's got a working bathroom in here? You see that, Cletus? Now you won't have to shit in the woods anymore, son. Now you'll be able to drop a deuce without fear that a bear's gonna drag you off into the woods like you did your 2 brothers. This is fancy as hell. I'm gonna call my mother and tell her about this. Hey, Mom! Now this trailer does look great though. It gives you the impression that it's lived in and it has everything that the Wanderer would need in the post-apocalypse. All the details that went into this player home really bring it to life. This trailer might be small, but it does contain everything that you might need. And if it's not located inside the trailer due to spacing constraints, then it would be located just outside the trailer, like the barbecue or the power armor station. This is a great player home for anyone who likes everything in a small area, so you don't have to travel through 18 rooms anymore to find out where you left your favorite weapon. It also has cloud storage between workstations, so if you store something in one spot, you'll be able to take it out from another. Ooh, isn't that convenient? What I really enjoy about this player home is that even though there is a load screen, it still feels connected to the Commonwealth with the day-night cycle. The lighting as it goes through its day-night cycle literally makes me want to finger myself in the butt crack until I start crying, because it's just so nice. It's a great addition to the game that really feels like home. I rate this mod 1 fish that pretends to be fun, but then tries to touch your penis.
Hey there, sport. You want to come in my super safe cave and wrestle?
Yeah, I can't imagine why that wouldn't be weird. Now, some of you may know NVIDIA as they are one of the companies responsible for making graphics cards for PC gaming. Actually, I'm a little bit biased because I've never owned anything but NVIDIA cards, and I think they're pretty great. Now, this mod leads you through a foggy, murky marsh to the ruins of an old church. Bright shafts of light guide you through the shadows of Vault 1080, which contains 3 large levels of buried secrets and hidden horrors. As you travel through this dubious environment, you'll start to uncover the story of a misguided congregation that embraced the darkness and sickness in order to survive. Now, exploring this old vault is a truly unique experience that makes my balls tingle out of fear. This mod is definitely spooky enough to make it to the top of this week's list. I rate this mod 1 baby. I the shit out of a plant for no reason at all. Now, this mod adds a new house location in Concord, which is just twisted as f***. This is the type of house that if you saw it in real life, you'd be like, nope, I'm out of here, f*** that. But whenever you see it in movies, there's always that one person who's like, hey, you know what we haven't done today? Get murdered. We should go in and just see what happens. It looks like something out of the movie The Hills Have Eyes. It's just got bodies and dead parts all over the f***ing place. Now, this house mod is very unique as it adds a mini quest to unlock clues and access separate parts of the house as you learn more of the chilling secrets that the house holds inside. The mod is based off of a real cannibal by the name of Albert Fish. Now, some of the short stories that can be found throughout the house are made up, but others are actual quotes from this sick f*** himself. This mod isn't only scary as shit, but it's actually very thought out as well. This is one of the only mods on this week's list that actually f*** you up mentally as well as visually, so that's a nice addition, right? Now, traveling in the halls of this house may be gross and unsettling, but it is really interesting to find clues and stories as you unlock the mysteries of the previous occupants' sick appetite for flesh. Now, this isn't like other house mods, nor is it like other quest mods. This doesn't have you murdering enemies every 2 seconds. Rather, it tries to fully entangle you in the story and history of the house itself, making you really question the level of depravity a person would need to occupy such a residence. I rate this mod 3 ducks that don't know how to swim. Hey, you gotta be on top of the water, you stupid ducks! Are you tired of Sanctuary looking like a crack addict's amusement park? Come on, kids, let's go do some lines off of Sean's crib. Let's face it, Sanctuary is one rusty nail away from making dusty f***ing shithole a fatal disease. Before this mod, this is the type of place where you'd go to get raped. Wow, Baters, pump the brakes on the rape joke, man. Really? I find that offensive. My best friend's a rapist. So if you're the type of person that doesn't want to spend hours working on Sanctuary building it up so it doesn't look like a trash factory every time you start a new game, then you're going to want this mod. This mod adds a lore-friendly makeover to Sanctuary in the sense that it replaces all the buildings, the roads, and pretty much the whole structure of the town, but leaves the missions intact. It is also fully nav mesh so your settlers won't just run around bumping into walls like a bunch of dumb shits. This new town contains a bank, gun shop, church, cemetery, schoolhouse, jail, new homes, and much, much more. It appears like it fits into the world of Fallout and doesn't break from immersion. This town looks like it's been rebuilt and sticks with vanilla assets that can be found throughout the world, which makes it all the more believable. Now, this mod isn't perfect, and there are still some bugs to work out, like for instance this wacky fan right here that's held up by magic, which may confuse the locals, but other than a few minor items like this town is sexy as balls. This mod does require Far Harbor to work properly, but it really does make Sanctuary a place to go where you feel segregated from the harsh environment of the Commonwealth, making the name Sanctuary more indicative of what it represents, becoming the very definition of an autonym. I rate this mod 1 guy who I'm underqualified to give tips to at the gym, but I do anyways. Knees in, Charles! Knees in! You want to be a winner, don't ya? Now, when it comes to settlement mods, this is one mod that gets overlooked a lot more than it should. This mod adds new automated doors, including a door closer, door sensor, a keypad panel, an emergency lockdown mechanism, and a proximity sensor. Each has a unique effect in the game, and will take effect once placed in close proximity to a door. The door closing mechanism does exactly what you'd think, and closes that door after a brief time of being opened. Now every door will be shut, like that mystery room at the military base that says do not enter. Hey, I wonder what's in here. You're free, E.T., run! Yeah! So now it will look like your settlers actually care about their houses and shit, because the doors will be shut, rather than being left wide open for any mole rat to just strut in and f*** your wife while she's sleeping. God damn it, not again! Now, the door sensor is pretty sweet. It's basically like one of those automated doors at the grocery store that opens when you get close enough to them, and then when you walk far enough away, they close behind you. The keycard panels are also really cool because you can lock areas of your settlements that are only accessible in theory to people with those keycards. So you've got yellow for those caution zones, red for those restricted zones, and then blue for blue zones, I guess. The emergency lockdown mechanism is a big metal device that's supposed to be used on gates that require power, and will close and lock when the power is off and open when it's on. The proximity sensor works like an automatic switch. It turns on when hostile or all NPCs are in range, and turns off when they are not. So it's really good at keeping out unsavory characters. I rate this mod 1 kid with a really big bike helmet.
Safety first, guys!
Have you ever just wanted to abduct somebody in real life? I know I have. I can't even imagine the mischief I'd get into if I owned my own flying saucer, but sadly I don't. Well, in real life, when you want to actually abduct somebody, there's a lot of red tape you have to deal with, like learning how to persuade someone into your creepy van, or avoiding snoopy neighbors like that one kid with the giant binoculars. Yeah, I see you looking at me there, Billy. Alright? You pervert? Well, this mod, unlike real life, gives you all the fun parts of abducting someone without all the hassle. What more can you ask for? This mod allows you to subdue, abduct, and control encountered NPCs. The NPCs that are supported are gunners, raiders, settlers, mutants, dogs, and some assaultrons. Once you abduct them, you can either put them to work in your settlement, or you can have them follow you around like a bodyguard. Now, in order for this mod to work properly, you're first going to have to craft the abduction holotape at the chemistry station. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. You're thinking, oh no, more instructions. I just want to abduct people already. But instructions are important, people, okay? The last thing you want is to be rubbing chloroform on someone's face, only to remember that you left your ski mask at home. Those are amateur moves that'll get you pinched by the popo. Next thing you want to do is you want to use that holotape and click the start system. Then, once it resets, you'll have to go back in and click to add a perk. Once the perk is added, you'll be able to start abducting people. Yay. Just approach an NPC and aim at him or her, and you'll be able to abduct them. Just like this.
No, don't shoot. I'll do anything.
Anything you say, huh? Well, I want you to suck on my wiener.
Wait, what?
It even puts a collar on their neck, which you can trigger in your Pit-Boy to blow their head off. So running's not really in the cards, you feel me? After you kill someone, you can resurrect them and bring them back to life. Be careful though, because sometimes all the king's horses and all the king's men can't put Mercy Lung's head back together again. And instead of mercy, you'll get this. This is another hidden gem on the Nexus that seems to be overlooked. This is a great mod that adds to the game's dynamic and gives your character immersive tools to use during your playthrough. I'd highly recommend checking this mod out, as it's a lot of fun to use. I rate this mod 1 guy who thinks he's an ostrich.
I feel safe in here. I feel like my head is protected, and so my entire body's protected.
Now, we've all been there, you know, bouncing around the Commonwealth, blasting Mirelurk babies right in their undeveloped faces, while the queen is off in a dusty shack somewhere, gobbling on some freak's knob with her gooey face. And oftentimes, when you're in that moment of bliss, just obliterating slug baby after slug baby after slug baby, it may just occur to you that even though you're spending ludicrous amounts of ammunition on these defenseless freaks, there isn't any smoke coming out of the barrel of your gun, even though there would have been a carbon buildup in the barrel, which is likely to occur after shooting so many rounds. Now, that little bit of smoke wisping out of the end of the barrel can be the difference between realism and unrealism when it comes to killing massive amounts of Mirelurk babies. Like, unhealthy amounts. You know? Now, this mod sorts that and adds smoke to the end of ballistic weapons after they've been fired. Smoke is just one of those additional touches that really contributes to the sense of realism in the game. Every type of weapon has its own type of smoke emitted, and only ballistic weapons emit smoke. This additional smoke makes for some really interesting images and gives you the impression that you're in a living, breathing world. Now, once the smoke comes out of the barrel, it's carried off by the wind to dissipate into nothingness. Some weapons will emit more smoke than others, and at certain times of day, you'll be able to see the smoke better than at other times. Now, this is a great little mod that adds a beautiful new element to all the ballistic weapons and makes them feel that much more realistic in the game. I rate this mod that moment you realize that life is full of surprises. Oh, hey, look at that. Looks like a harmless, bright yellow...
Holy f***, it's Cityland! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
Have you ever woke up screaming covered in piss and shame thinking, boy, I wish there was an easy mod configuration screen to adjust my mods in Fallout 4. Well, tuck your balls into your butt cheeks because now there is. Don't actually tuck your balls into your butt cheeks though. I don't know why I said that. Honestly, that doesn't sound fun at all. That sounds painful and unpleasant. I just wanted you guys to be as excited as me, and I think I took it too far with the ball tucking. Now, the mod configuration menu is a settings page for mods, for easy, convenient mod manipulation and accessibility. It provides a central location for mod configuration, which is accessible via the pause menu. Now you'll be able to configure more aspects of your favorite mods than you ever could before. The MCM provides a range of controls such as checkboxes, steppers, drop-down sliders, buttons, text, and keybinds. Oh my! It's basically a Word document's wet dream. Oh yeah, look at that f***ing MCM. That was me pretending to be a Word document looking at the MCM. This mod does require Fallout 4 script extender to work properly. However, it's one of those fixes that just makes modding the game a whole lot more fun and engaging. Now, if you plan on modding Fallout 4 on the PC, then this is definitely a must-have mod. I rate this mod one mistake that was played off like it was done on purpose. Oh, this isn't the deep part of the ocean, in case anyone was curious. Now, there's one thing that separates service dogs from normal nobody dogs, and that's a snazzy vest. Vests say, hey, I'm qualified to do extra shit, like police work and move safety cones around and stuff. Not just any dog can get a vest either. You need special training. So if you get your seeing eye dog at an ordinary pet store, then chances are you're gonna get hit by a fucking bus, okay? That dog doesn't know shit. This mod adds a sweet safety vest to the game, aka a harness for dog meat in Fallout 4. This vest is more than just a vest though. It's modular body armor with brand new meshes and textures, designed after modern day military and police canine unit harnesses, featuring craftable side pouches, backpack, ballistic weave, faction patches, and various colors and patterns. Yeah, it's amazing. Now you can customize it, give it different colors and factions. You don't really dip your toes in those aesthetics. Now, all those sexy cosmetics are a real treat, but they also double down on the immersion in the game as well. As before this mod, you could store a bunch of items on dog meat, but he doesn't have any pockets or whatnot, right? Which led me to believe you were shoving those items up a doggy's asshole, which wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be, okay? Also wouldn't be immersive considering the amount of things that I stored up there. I mean, that asshole can only contain so much, alright? You can't pull a bazooka out of a doggy ass, can you? No, you can't. It's rhetorical. But not anymore. No. Now dog meat is equipped to store items, as he'll have a sweet doggy harness with little doggy pockets. It's fucking amazing. And it also makes him more qualified. Look at that vest, alright? He's way more qualified now. I rate this mod that feeling you get when you try to stand up and walk after your legs fall asleep sitting on the toilet. I had a dream it would end like this. Now, this outfit reminds me of a really sweet spacesuit. It's got protection all over it just in case an asteroid comes flying at you from Neptune's orbit and tries to body you like it did the dinosaurs. Let's face facts here, though, okay? If an asteroid has got you in its sights, then you better kiss your muffins bye-bye, because those fuckers don't play for second place. Did you ever see any space movie ever? Even like a little rock can seriously fuck up your whole situation, let alone a fat, instinction-sized bully rock. Now, the only way you're getting out of that situation is with Bruce Willis and a group of overly brave deep-sea drillers. Now, despite looking like something built to withstand the extreme conditions of outer space, this armor is actually made for on-planet travel and combat. The reason it's so extreme is because the Brotherhood of Steel doesn't know the meaning of light armor. They stack up like they're about to try on the Infinity Gauntlet, and it shows. This armor mod has all the bells and whistles you need to get the most out of surviving in a post-apocalyptic nightmare. It's got armor to protect you from the environment, it's got its very own oxygen setup so you won't have to breathe in those irradiated cooties, and it comes in race car red, so you'll look stylish compared to all the other cheese that occupies the Commonwealth. Now, this mod brings the B-35 armor built by the Brotherhood of Steel for heavy firefights and dangerous terrain to the Commonwealth. Now, you can buy your very own armor in Procter Tegan's shop on the Pridwin. However, it will still also be at the same location at a Vault 111 if you choose to fight the Brotherhood of Steel. And it's been added to some level lists as the Brotherhood of Steel soldiers will start wearing it as well. I rate this mod that face you make when you're trying to convince an officer you've only had one drink. I have no idea what you're talking about, Officer Constable. I quit drinking 8 years ago. Have you guys ever wanted a tactical suit so tight it looks like it's been painted on? I know a couple perverts in my share circle that'd really get wet panties for something like that. Those creepy psychos. But we're not supposed to judge others when they're being honest during share time. Or so I'm told. Now, Newermind is at it again with yet another armor mod that's both insanely cool and questionably revealing. Would this armor mod squish my ball bag? Yes, it most definitely would. But would I allow them to be smushed so that I could sport this oh-so-scrumptious attire? That, too, is a yes from me. This nanosuit comes both in male and female variants. Now, the male variant is stylish and sexy, and I've decided not to show the female variant because it's borderline pornographic. And last time I seen it, I had to call a doctor because my boner wouldn't go away. This suit also has multiple color options, so you can accessorize and glitter up its titties all perky-like, just the way you like it. This armor is immersive, sexy, and practical in the Fallout universe, making it an excellent addition to anyone's playthrough of the game. Now, if you want to just be covered all over with this armored mod, then you can craft it at the chemistry station. Once crafted, you'll be able to gallivant around the Commonwealth, getting gawked at for public indecency. It's truly spectacular. I rate this mod 2 birds that just came to a sinister agreement. So we'll kill him in his sleep, and this will be our nest now?
Sounds perfect.
Almost every situation is improved by the addition of bioluminescent light. Nobody wants to be bumping around in the dark, fingering foreign objects. One thing you know, you'll be hand-patting your way to a possible exit, and then you'll touch something wet and squishy. Next thing you know, you'll be pregnant with a squid baby named Gundocious. It's a tale as old as time. Now with this mod installed, you'll never have an excuse to not have a proper flashlight in those precariously dark situations. This mod puts tactical lights on all sorts of shit. Each super immersive, realistic, and tactical in design, making it that much more difficult for a jelly monster to pop up out of nowhere and precariously pull your butt cheeks apart. Tactical Flashlights adds wearable flashlight equipment to the Wasteland. Each piece occupies different armor slots, has different stats and bonuses, and even allows mods to be applied. Each light has been added to the armor vendors, or you can craft them at the chemistry station under utility. Furthermore, different bulbs and armor mods can be crafted at any armor workbench, which is enough to make anyone lather up their body in the shower during a confusing sexual episode. Now, each item has been distributed to various factions across the Wasteland. There are 8 unique models, 10 distance settings, craftable bulbs, dynamic shadows, volumetric light, and automatic level-less integration. Boom, got it. This is a great mod that makes sneaking around in dark crevices a little less creepy and difficult, and is an excellent addition to anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod that face you make when you're watching a scary movie and you want to look away, but you just can't. No, Skank! Don't go in the basement! Why is she going in the basement? He's definitely in the fucking basement! This mod adds a full set of power armor heavily inspired by BioShock's Rosie Big Daddy, and it looks absolutely amazing in the game. Now, the torso and helmet are one piece, but they offer increased protection to account for this, and the ability to add both body and helmet modifications. There are also 3 different variants to choose from: the classic Rosie look, the elite Rosie look with optional head ornamentation, and the Deco look inspired by how the Little Sisters perceive the world. This mod also includes 3 new settlement objects and a brand spanking new loading screen. So now, you can wait for your game to load with an erection. Yeah. And if that wasn't enough for you to fondle your fun bags, well then hold on to your butt cheeks, because the psychotic Little Sisters are also added as a female armor attire that looks evil as shit. All these new armors can be acquired by going on a little quest to the Rapture at the top of the map. I must say the mod author did an incredible job making you feel like you were back in BioShock, even if it's only for a brief moment. Well, down in the Rapture, you'll have to fight some big daddies and a little sister just to come back alive. The setting is all too familiar and succeeds in giving off a mysterious yet terrifying location. The quests, armor, and power armor are all top tier, and make this mod an excellent addition to anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod the face you make when your fortune cookie says, "Don't eat the cookie." Sometimes, some things don't especially cry out or express their evil inner nastiness, as it's all covered up with Care Bear themed stickers and hugs for no reason. However, you take one look at any one of the masks included in this mod, and you're sure to have yourself a fear-induced fart attack, okay? Because these things are pure evil. I mean, look at them! All these masks and headgear added by this mod look super ominous and malevolent. I mean, they look like something you might choose to wear as you're trying to break into Ethan Hawke's house during the Purge. Yeah. Put it this way, if you got invited to a get-together with a bunch of strangers and the leader of those weirdos came out wearing one of these masks and you, for whatever reason, were still a virgin, you should get the fuck out of there, man! Run! This mod adds 24 new Raider tribal-themed helmets and headwear, 3 sets of angel wings, and 1 body accessory of Fallout 4. All of the items are craftable at the ARMORSMITH workbench under Raider, but will require Armor and Keywords community resources to work properly. Despite the fact that each and every one of these masks gives me nightmares, they all look absolutely amazing in the game. They are all completely original with their very own custom design, meshes, and textures. These masks are an awesome addition to the game and sure to make your character really stand out in a crowd. I would highly recommend these masks to anyone's playthrough of the game, especially if you want to evil up your game a bit. I rate this mod that summer job you're pretty sure is the reason you're still a virgin.
Hey, you girls want to hang out and peel my banana?
Have you ever wanted to just live on a boat? You know, just explore the world through the eyes of a drunken sailor who gave up on land-based dwellings back when his alcoholism was still in check? Well, boys and girls, do we have a treat for you then? This mod is actually a great alternative to most other player homes in the game. This mod gives you a mobile home that you can move around the map to different locations. This boat mod has the rustic style of a modern-day shanty home, but in boat form. Realistically, this is the type of place you'd find an incestuous serial killer his half-sister in just before Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey shot him in the goddamn face. You know, the type of place that gives you an incurable disease just looking at it. All jokes aside, this mod is a great addition to the game that adds on to a previous mod and really makes it better and more appealing, physically speaking. This may be a boat home, but it's the type of boat home that would make your second cousin Eddie go, wow, that's a really nice boat home. I mean, not nice enough to get in a magazine about the nicest boats in the world, but nice enough to have that magazine on the boat for reading material in the shitter. This mod requires Far Harbor DLC to work properly. Furthermore, this is a complete rebuild of the original Red Wave by Tanner Pearson, aka Thor's Hand 11. Now, if you are using the original, be sure to uninstall that one and make a clean save before installing this one, as they are not compatible with one another. Now, this boat has 24 fast travel locations. It also has fuel requirements for those immersion sticklers out there. The map markers move with the boat, so you'll always know where this baby is, even if you leave to go exploring. Also, there are 33 storage containers, 5 linked workbenches, and a first mate that you can hit if you get lost at sea. Worst case scenario, you can eat them if you run out of food. Now, the fuel in the supply tank will be burned during each trip. One trip requires 6 flamer fuel, 2 oil, 1 cooking oil, 1 gas canister, 1 lantern, 1 Mr. Handy fuel, 1 used oil can, and 1 semen. Now that last part was a joke, I just really wanted to say semen. I rate this mod that moment you realize your earmuffs might not be as cool as you thought they were. This mod adds a classy as player home for people who want an 18th century style pad that really impresses the ladies and makes their panties hit the floor, baby. It really is elegant as with more than 25 rooms, which include a workbench chambers, a kitchen, a chemistry lab, and an armory. It also has dialogued servant NPCs with basic collect quests and gifts. So not only does it look and function great, it's also the perfect place to bring back one of those classy girls that you met while using Tinder.
Well, I've got a knapsack full of jets, so that's a swipe right.
It comes with 4 unique outfits that are pretty peachy and pretentious as There's also an assortment of classical music with over 25 minutes of tracks, so you'll even sound sophisticated when you're dry humping the drapes for no reason at all.
Oh yeah, take it, Drapes. Oh yes, take it, Drapes. Yes. Oh yeah.
It does require the Far Harbor DLC to work properly, but you can get there through the Commonwealth by finding a ship near the castle called the Helena and entering the door at the back of the ship. Once you arrive at the Moon Palace, you're going to get a teleport dialogue from the maid in the main part of the palace, so you can teleport back at your leisure. This is a great addition to Fallout 4, and it adds a little bit of class to the skanky post-apocalypse.
I rate this mod 3 friends with 1 girl who doesn't know she's about to be out of the group.
Now, anyone who's ever said bigger isn't better has never played rock, paper, howitzer before, because I can assure you, the howitzer always wins. Paper doesn't even stand a chance, and Rock just sits there crying in the corner, shitting all over himself at the very thought of this weapon. Honestly, if you pointed this girthy monstrosity of a weapon at any logical man, then their penis would go from an outie to an innie in a fucking hurry, if you know what I mean, okay? Outie, innie, right there. This mod changes the artillery used by the Minutemen in Fallout 4 to the more modern, real-world 155 howitzer, which definitely looks and feels more realistic and intimidating. However, this might not be the most immersive weapon, as the tech wouldn't have actually existed during Fallout's alternate timeline of history. However, the 155 howitzer is gigantic and accurate up to a 5-mile radius. That's right. This thing could be sitting in your backyard and blow the man bun off the guy loitering at your local coffee shop, sucking up the free Wi-Fi 6 blocks away. Yeah, might not be the hero we wanted, but f*** it. It's the hero we needed. The animations for this gigantic gun is just the icing on my imagination cake. When this thing fires off a shell, I feel like everything in the Commonwealth shits a little, because it's terrifying. The sounds, the visuals, everything just computes to raw, unadulterated power, and that kind of image gives it a purple unicorn sticker in my book, okay? Now, this bad boy also comes with its own custom ammunition, which is also gigantic and more than enough to scare the tits off anything you shoot it towards. I mean, they are just humongous fucking shells. These are the type of shells you use on something you want to kill even after it's dead. Like if something came back to life and started gasping for air, you would fire one of these things at its fucking brain and it would be dead for good, okay? Now how can you argue with that kind of efficiency? You can't, which is why this is an awesome mod. I rate this mod that moment when you've had 3 hits of LSD and you see that your friend's head has just turned into a lollipop. No! Trying to convince someone that Diamond City is a great place to live is like trying to convince a stranger to look at your new machete when you're covered in blood. Hey there, buddy. You want to see my new machete? It's so sharp I'll bet it could cut your head clean off. Hey, buddy, where you going? Come on back now. Hey! Before this mod, Diamond City being a poopy place to live was one problem that couldn't be solved even with Kendall Jenner and a Pepsi. And we all know how effective carbonated acid and s***less models are at solving society's problems. They're pretty good at it. This mod completely overhauls Diamond City from interiors to exteriors and attempts to make it look more presentable and inhabitable. For a place that is commonly referred to as the Jewel of the Commonwealth, it can be a bit lackluster when you get there, and Ebola is sitting in the drinking water waiting to f*** you. This mod changes that and alters almost everything in Diamond City to the point where you can't even recognize it anymore. I mean, there still is a glimpse of the city it was, but it has been rebuilt and filled with all the amenities a great city would have. It even has its own basketball court so you can play basketball in a place that was originally designed to play baseball in. How cool is that? Everything that has been added to Diamond City is very immersive and fits in really well to the game as a whole. This mod really does change this city in a way that makes it a more accurate representation of the name Jewel of the Commonwealth. This makes it look more like a metropolis and less like a place that you would get tuberculosis. I rate this mod one adult who enjoys childish games.
I'm so wet! Now, making friends in the Commonwealth can be tough, especially when you're always showing people Snapchats of you doing a helicopter motion with your penis. So it can be lonely when you set up a settlement beacon and expect people to show up to your birthday party, but no one shows up because they're afraid you're going to rub your penis on them like you did last year. So the question becomes, how do you get people to come to your settlement when they're afraid of being abused by your wiener? Now, the answer has been gifted to us by this mod author. Now you'll be able to just add settlers to your settlement via the workshop menu. No longer will you have to build rapport and pretend to be something you're not. With just the click of a button, you'll be able to become the coolest person in the Commonwealth. Oh yeah. Now this mod gives you the ability to add friendly and non-friendly versions of mostly all NPCs. So if you want to have a tea party with a bunch of Deathclaws, you can. Or if you want to have a bunch of super mutants watch you while you undress, well, you can do that also. Now they may not enjoy it, but they don't really have a choice anymore now, do they? Now this mod is great for anyone who doesn't want to wait to build up their settlements one settler at a time, or wants to add some more variety to the type of settlers that occupy their settlements. This mod has it all and gives you the freedom to really go crazy in terms of settlement population. I rate this mod the face I make at nightclubs when I'm trying to convince women to give me oral sex. Oh? No, maybe later? Okay. Nightstalker is a great name for a nocturnal, man-hungry, mutant hound dog. However, it's a terrible name for an Uber driver. Hi, my name is Nightstalker, and I'll be your driver this evening, and you'll be my obsession for the next several months. So buckle up. This mod adds a new species of enemy to the Commonwealth called a Night Striker, which is based loosely off of the Night Stalkers from Fallout New Vegas. These are not the type of animals you can domesticate and take home as a pet for the kiddies.
mainly because they'll bite your face. Now they seem very aggressive, and if I had to guess, I'd bet they fart on crowded elevators and blame old people. Those twisted evil fucks. Now the Nightstriker is known for striking its prey primarily at night, which makes it far more dangerous than the day huggers. Now these vicious beasts are to be avoided at all costs, and whatever you do, don't look them in the eyes. They view that as a direct threat, and they will power hump your face to assert their dominance. And you don't want that, okay? I can assure you. That's how my cousin Joey went blind. Now, all of the Nightstrikers deal and are immune to poison damage, just like their Mojave ancestors. These creatures come in 5 different variants, each with their own unique textures and abilities. There are also 5 new loot items that are unique to the Nightstrikers. And if all that didn't get you all hot and sweaty, then know that there's even some lore that can be found on these canine freaks in an unmarked location on the map, which basically maps out their entire origin story. This is a really cool mod that is sure to evil up anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod that new haircut you're kinda on the fence about.
What do you think? Does it look okay?
I think there's a little boy inside of all of us when we think about superpowers in video games. Hypothetically speaking, that is. I don't think there's actually like a little boy going around butt-fucking everyone thinking about superpowers. That would be insane. And also super wrong on so many levels. But it would lead to a lot of questions. Simply put, superpowers are awesome. And before this mod, they were basically non-existent in Fallout 4. However, with this mod installed, it will almost certainly change the way you play the game, creating entirely new builds, playthroughs, and playstyles. Now you and your enemies can have superpowers. This mod adds 104 categories of superpowers with varied effects under each power with new scripts, effects, and meshes. It includes powers like teleportation, flight, actual time travel, and so much more. Now, in order to gain these powers, you must defeat enemies. Certain enemies have more of a chance of giving you special powers, like for instance highly irradiated enemies like the Children of Atom. Either way, you're gonna have to bounce around the world space to collect all these new, cool superpowers. Now, the only downside to having these sweet superpowers is now people are gonna want to treat you differently because you're a superhero and all. You know, pointing at you in public, taking photos of you for no reason, stalking you in the men's bathroom while you're taking a shit. You know, usual celebrity stuff. I always think that maybe if I had superpowers in real life, that maybe bus drivers would let me ride the bus without the exact change every time. You know, have you guys ever tried to ride the bus and you didn't have exact change, so the bus driver wouldn't let you on? Yeah, it happened to me yesterday. So me and my pet bear had to walk to the corner store. It was really inconvenient. Anyways, I rate this mod one lady getting sprinklered right in the butthole. Is there anything more evil than a cloud filled to the tits with nuclear radiation? I mean, that cloud can kill an entire populace with its precarious precipitation. Well, this mod makes the weather in Fallout look and feel more dangerous in the game, adding all new weather systems as well as modifying other ones to make them more extreme. Weather has a strange effect on people, and it's the one thing that we feel comfortable talking about with complete strangers. Now, extreme changes in weather are a huge cause for concern. Just look at global warming and how it upsets people's whole situation. Is it hot? Is it cold? Who the fuck knows? So we can only assume that if one of these weather systems actually come to fruition, then Bill Nye's gonna shit a chicken, okay? Because these weathers make global warming look like a bitch. Now, this mod adds 8 completely new weather systems in the game. There's the Firestorm, which really gives her nuts in the storm department. Bit of an overachiever, if you ask me. There is Nuclear Winter, which is chillier than your typical Boston winter. There's the Mindstorm, and despite what you might believe, it's not a bad acid trip, it's actually happening. There's the Ion Storm, which storms down ions like it's nobody's business. There's the Time Rift, which rifts time, obviously. There's the alternate snowstorm, which is just great for getting people excited during the holidays. And there's the heat wave, which will give you and everyone else in the Commonwealth a sweaty bum crack. There's just so many beautiful new weathers to choose from. So many. This mod is a great addition to the game and one that completely changes the way you see Fallout 4. I rate this mod the moment you realize that somebody's eaten all of your strawberry ice cream. That's crazy! Someone ate all of it? Wonder who it was. This mod adds the ability to let your frustration out in the game without hitting Marcy Long, which is also an effective way of getting your frustration out in the game. I should know, I've done it. Now with this mod installed, when you don't have a weapon equipped and you toss a grenade, you will flip people off instead of throwing a grenade. This may seem like it doesn't have a ton of practical uses, but it really does. For example, you don't like that mailbox? Boom! Now it knows. Trash can Carla skanking up the joint? Got a prescription for that too. Boom! Take 2 a day and get a full night's rest. You want to make super mutants your bitch? One for you, and especially one for you. Or maybe you want to give Preston Garvey a reason to cry himself to sleep every night.
Hey, Preston! Yeah, the Minutemen are a bunch of bitches! Take a look at this! Yeah!
Why? Why? He's right. They f***ing are a bunch of
And if all that stuff doesn't float your water wings, then when you're bored, you can stick that lonely finger up your bum for some after bedtime fun. Oh yeah, I've done it. Really, the uses are endless with this mod. This mod is one that most people aren't aware even exists, which is truly a shame, because you really haven't lived until you've given someone the finger in Fallout 4. I rate this mod one guy who doesn't quite understand how a chair works. Wow, this thing's really neat and comfy. Now, is there anything more terrifying than a Deathclaw? The answer is yes. Yes, there is. It's a mutated dolphin wearing an officer's hat holding a laser rifle. Mutated animals are definitely creepy, to say the least. And Fallout 4 has its fair share of creepy creatures to keep you on your toes as you progress through the game. However, M has managed to add new, even more terrifying mutations to the Commonwealth to really spice things up on the battlefield. Honestly, you've never really enjoyed Fallout 4 until you fight a giant robot donut that's trying to kill you because you're on a sugar-free diet. Now, although not all of these creatures are terrifying, they are all unique additions to the world, and some of them definitely fit the characteristics of what you might see in a horror movie. Take, for instance, this Bloodworm Fly. Now imagine you were brushing your teeth and you saw this thing coming at you in your peripheral vision. I think it's safe to say you'd your pajamas. Yeah. This mod adds over 30 new creatures to the Commonwealth. All of these creatures have their own unique look and function in the game, all of which appear to be mutations of mutations. So they're ugly as f***. Except for this little guy, he's cute enough to hug. Wow, he's great, isn't he? But the rest of them have had a few too many trips on the Frightfully Ugly Express. It's hard to imagine a creature that would actually look better if you hit them in the face with a shovel. Now, with this mod installed, you'll be able to see upwards of 30 of them, all revolting in their own right. I rate this mod one rich lady who realized that people are way more comfortable than cushions. And also one other person who realized they shouldn't trust rich people who offer them candy. I need to stop accepting candy from strangers. Now this mod adds the Ruger Mkv Pistol to the world of Fallout. This weapon is extremely customizable with new and improved semi-properly ordered crafting bench menus. It has 2 receivers, 8 barrels, 4 grips, 3 iron sights, 10 magazines, 5 muzzle options, 4 rail options, 5 underbarrel attachments, 5 sight attachments, 3 infusers, multiple skins, and even more if you download the skin pack from Gumroad. This gun has so many attachments that if attachments were children, it would have its own television show called Too Many to Name. It would just be this super confused parent interrogating toddlers like they have late-stage dementia. Now, if you want to find this weapon, it can be found throughout the world as well as on dead enemies, as it has been added to the respective level list via a script. If that's too hard for you, you can also craft the Ruger at the chem lab if you got the right supplies. Now, if I had a choice, this weapon would be my spirit animal, okay? That or a puffer fish, because let's face it, puffer fish look like they put out on the first date, don't they? Yeah, fucking sexy. Come on, look at him. Look at that slutty little fish. Look at those lips. I mean, you don't get lips like those. Wait until you're married, do ya? No. You want to explore it all, feel it all, touch it all, suck it all, don't ya? Naughty little water breather. Look at that slutty little kiss you right on the lips right now, you naughty little fish. There is also a special USMC version of the gun with a unique integrated suppressor barrel that can be found in the admin office of Fort Strong right next to the Covert Operations Manual. The USMC version can be fully customized like any other MKV, but the integrated suppressor barrel is exclusive only to that version. I rate this mod one reptile who's super drunk.
A little help, please.
This mod adds a prototype heavy machine gun from before the war. Now this weapon looks like one girthy fucker. It's definitely got the muscle to take out anything you aim it at, that's for sure. I only wish I had one of these weapons in real life so I wouldn't be so frightened of sleeping with the lights out. It's not so much the darkness that frightens me as it is the rapist hiding in my closet. Every time the lights go out, he squirms out of there and then just starts sucking on my elbows. Have you ever had a weirdo suck on your elbows in the darkness? It's not fun. It's scary and upsetting. This weapon is both unique and beautiful. In terms of aesthetics alone, it's one of the nicest mods I've ever seen, with custom meshes, textures, and animations that bring it to life and make it look so real in the world space. The design itself gives off this old worldy vibe and reminds me of something you might see in the BioShock franchise. Now, it even has its own custom ammunition that has its own unique appearance. And this ammunition will actually do more damage the further away an enemy is. Now, this weapon has a plethora of customization options as well, with multiple magazines, scopes, barrels, and muzzle types to choose from. Now, there are multiple fire mode options that you can toggle between, and there's also several different types of cryogen ammunition to choose from, as well as a ton of different sticker options to really make this weapon pop out in the game. Now, if you want to get your mittens on this big boy weapon, then you can find one in Fort Strong in a new sub-basement that's been added by this mod. In there, you can also find some ammunition, but if you run out, you can always craft more of the ammunition at the chem bench under utility. This mod is incredibly fun to use in the game and offers an incredibly unique weapon to Fallout 4. Now, everything about this mod makes it a masterpiece and an excellent addition to anyone's game. I rate this mod 1 bird who thought this nest was abandoned.
This is awkward.
I remember the first time I shot a gun like this in real life. I mean, it would have been a lot more fun if the teller at the bank didn't keep screaming, I got kids, please don't, I got kids, blah, 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 f***ing blah. Talk about a buzzkill, man. Totally wrong mood for me. This mod adds a brand new MP412 revolver to the Commonwealth. This revolver comes with its own custom high-quality textures and animations. The animations are very unique for a revolver and make me want to squeeze my penis. I love revolvers in Fallout 4, and one thing that really brings a revolver to life in the game is its animation, which this gun has in spades. Now, thanks to this mod, the only revolver animation missing from the game is a single-loaded revolver. This gun is just as unique as a drunk guy who tries to ride a bear.
Hi, host Silver away. You sure are a f***ing ugly horse, aren't you? Get up, horsey, get up!
This gun has been added to the level list through scripts, meaning you can find this heavy, gang-friendly revolver throughout the Commonwealth on things that you kill, and also on vendors who are dead or alive, your choice really. Now, this weapon isn't very common, so you'll have to do a lot of killing to get your mittens on this precious piece of hardware. This gun is a very unique addition to the game and feels realistic right down to its very core. However, there are some customization options to tickle your creative armpit if you're feeling up to it, including 4 receivers, 2 barrels, 3 sights, and 3 ammo types.
Now remember, when you're using this gun, to wear a condom. I don't think it does anything, but it's better to be safe than sorry, right?
I rate this mod 1 guy who's trying way too hard to fit in.
You're so funny, Gary. Where do you come up with such solid comedy like the ear flip? Man, original, man. We should hang out sometime, you and me, maybe, and touch our penises together. What do you think of that?
This mod adds a Desert Eagle to Fallout 4. This oversized handgun uses .44 ammo by default, but does have conversion options to both .38 and 50 caliber rounds. That's right, I said it. This baby takes 50 caliber rounds. So if you had a problem with anyone in the Commonwealth, consider it sorted.
Because one pull of the trigger on this Goliath will send that cleaning lady flying clean across the room. And have little Billy over there in his panties while he cries over his Legos.
This handgun looks and sounds amazing in Fallout 4. The meshes and textures really bring it to life in the world with an immersive design that seems like it was part of the game to begin with. The custom sounds remind you of the sheer power of this handgun, with an explosive gunshot so loud that every time you pull the trigger, a legendary Deathclaw farts right in their hand. I'm not sure what that means, but it sure does sound loud.
This handgun is so powerful that if someone ever pointed a gun like that at me and told me to do something crazy, I would contort my body in such a way that I would be able to smell my own asshole. And I would proceed to snort my asshole like it was the last line of coke at Lindsay Lohan's birthday party until that sociopath pointed that beast of a weapon away from me. Now that's power, folks, and also a pretty good way to kill a Saturday.
Now this weapon comes with a few different customization options so you can really change up the look and function in the game. There are even some custom finishes so you can really make this bad boy look nice and extra fuckable in the game. Now if you want to get your hands on this big floppy penis of a handgun, then you can craft it at the chemistry station. I would highly recommend this handgun to anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4 as it's an excellent and super powerful addition to Fallout 4. I rate this mod one photo of Kermit the Frog getting a phone call from Liam Neeson.
I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
I think you have the wrong number.
This mod adds a new energy weapon to the game with a revolver aesthetic.
The textures and meshes are so nice, they make really nice things look like the less nice, you know? You know what I'm saying?
It has unique animations and sounds that really separate this weapon from other energy weapons in the game. I'm normally not a fan of energy weapons, but this gun makes me want to start an internet blog called I Like Energy Weapons. This gun is more interesting than a person who abducts aliens.
What do we have here? Looks like somebody's lost.
Phone home.
Yeah, about that. I'm gonna stick so many things inside of your bumhole. You're gonna wish you never even heard of Earth, buddy.
Now, if you want to place this weapon firmly inside a pocket of your newly ironed and pressed skinny jeans, then you can find it throughout the world as it's been integrated into the game through the leveled list. It starts to spawn on vendors and enemies at level 3 or higher, so you'll be able to get this gun even if your character has the intelligence of a newborn baby. There is also a unique variant of this pistol called Loki, with its own unique effects, that can be bought from Cleo in Good Neighbor. This gun does have some customization options, so you perverts out there can get your rocks off changing up the looks. There are 3 muzzles, 2 grips, 4 receivers, and 2 sights. Not enough to change the gun completely, but enough to make you feel like you have a say in how it looks. This weapon really is amazing. Now, I don't have children, but if I did, I'm sure I would love this gun more than I would love them. I rate this mod one crazy cat that literally thinks it's a couch.
I am a sofa. Relax on me.
Now, Eleonora is at it again with yet another great player home mod. Her player home mods are always so well done with a level of detail that actually makes angels cry. For those of you who didn't know, whenever stuff gets really detailed, angels have a good cry. They get their cry on, you know what I'm saying?
It's so beautiful, look how detailed it is. Oh my god, it's so detailed, I just pooed a little.
This player home is 2 stories, and it's pretty much an open concept with all the ingredients to make it a one-stop shop. This house mod has all the essentials someone would need to survive for weeks during the post-apocalypse. It also has enough caffeine to kill a large baby or a really small adult. There is so much caffeine in this player home, it is unlikely that any sleeping takes place here like ever. I don't know about you guys, but I actually like to snort my caffeine because every drug looks cooler when you take it up the nose. Except suppositories. They actually smell like and hurt my brain. Now, once again, the lighting in this house mod is something to be in awe of. The day and night cycles always make you feel connected to the world outside, even though there is a load screen that separates the two. The lighting is so well done, it brings the environment to life in a way no other house mod has. This is truly one of those house mods that once you go inside, you just want to stay there because it makes everywhere else in the Commonwealth look like shit. I rate this mod 4 orangutans who just discovered the internet.
What the have we been doing with our lives, fellas? This is extraordinary.
This mod adds a very classy looking player home to the game. I mean, the hot springs kind of remind me of the grotto from the Playboy Mansion. Not quite as elegant as the one at the mansion though. Not that I've ever been to the Playboy Mansion, unless of course you count getting escorted off the property for sniffing the bushes. Then I've been a guest there frequently. This player home has homemade sexual harassment just written all over it. So buckle up, ladies, cause things are about to get weird. This player home is located just outside of Sanctuary and looks fantastic. Along with its outside decor, it also has a little home inside a cave which is really well done. This home is one of a kind with the lighting and decorations that keep up the cave-like continuity. Each room is well done with lots of detail that almost tell a story. It would be the story of a sad loner who lives inside a cave, but a story nonetheless. What I really like about this player home that differs from other player homes is the fact that you can customize it with your own accessories. It allows you to scrap certain areas or portions in the settlement, and you can use the workshop menu to add your own take, which is great. Although it can be nice to have a player home already laid out for you, which takes away a lot of the tedious legwork of settlement building,
It can also be nice to add a little part of yourself here and there, or remove something that just rubs you the wrong way. This is a wonderful addition to the game that is both immersive and fun to around with. I rate this mod 2 trees getting their on.
Oh yeah, baby.
Do you ever feel like your settlement is just scuzzy as Like no matter what you do, it feels like some skanky dirty just came and took a massive clutter-sized dump on your settlement? Well, you can sleep easy knowing that this mod solves all your problems. This cleans up your settlement like Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman. So now you'll be able to convince people that your settlement doesn't give HJs for a living anymore. Now, spring cleaning removes all the trash and clutter objects originally unable to be scrapped within the settlements. It gets rid of all that loose shit around your settlements that before you just had to try to ignore. Kinda like that one guy at your gym who screams after every set. We get it, you're on steroids, you don't need to yell it at us, okay? This mod is essential to settlement building. Honestly, not having this mod is a lot like being a wrestler in the 1990s who has no clue how to trash talk.
How do you feel about this weekend's matchup between you and The Undertaker?
I'll tell you how I feel there, little shrimp man. I feel that this Sunday, I'm gonna cut my opponent's face off. I'm gonna wear his face down to Blockbuster Videos, and I'm gonna rent a movie under his account. And I am never gonna return that movie. Do you have any idea the late fees that he'll have? Oh, they're gonna be humongous.
I'm not sure that's allowed. Now, having a clean settlement is very important, especially when you're trying to rebuild a broken world and bring back a little bit of humanity to the Commonwealth. I mean, who wants to sleep next to a pile of rocks? That's just f***ing savage. We're not cavemen, for f***ing sake. I rate this mod one guy dominating the shit out of the bunny hill.
I'm a winner!
This mod is a simple fix that has a huge impact on settlement building. Before this mod, if you wanted to stack foundations, you would have to use a number of different techniques, most notably ones involving stairs. However, with this mod installed, you'll be able to stack foundations until your nipples swell up with joy. Now, with this mod installed, the foundations are snappable on top of one another, allowing you to build upwards as well as outwards with ease and delight. This mod increases the efficiency of workshop building, as a lot of settlement builders like to build their settlements more than one story high. That way, when you throw one of your defiant settlers over the edge, it really sets an example for the rest of them. No, 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 no! This mod feels like it's something that just should have been in the game to begin with. Thankfully, the modding community came to the rescue yet again with this great addition to the game. I rate this mod the exact look I give people when they ask me if I ate their lettuce.
Lettuce? What lettuce?
Now, this might be one of the most important settlement mods there is. This mod adds an assortment of different assets to the workshop menu, literally adding hundreds, if not thousands, of new items to build with. Now, there are several new build sets, including urban brick building, coastal pier shacks, institute housing, greenhouses, bunkers, diners, and warehouses. Now, everything is fully nav mesh, meaning your settlers don't just look at the built items dumbfounded out of their minds. They actually walk, sit, move around, and interact with all of the new assets, making them fully immersive in the game. Now, this mod also adds large prefab buildings, including covenant houses, radio towers, and lighthouses, giving players the ability to really be creative in their builds. Now, there are literally hundreds of new decorative items as well as functional assets that have been added to the game, ranging from cars to trees to coffee machines to actual furniture and much, much, much more. This mod makes so much sense. It's a go-to mod the same way that dogs and cats are go-to pets. They just make sense. On a side note, I'm pretty sure that my cat wants to kill me. I know everybody says that about their cats, but I wake up every morning and I find a note under my pillow that just says, "Soon." There are literally too many things in this mod to list. This is one of those mods that once you install it, you can't picture making a settlement without it. The mod authors did an excellent job on this mod, as it is an essential addition to the settlement workshop and an excellent addition to Fallout 4 as a whole. I rate this mod one squirrel who I'm pretty sure wants my nuts.
These are my nuts! I grew them fair and square!
Now, the atmosphere in Fallout 4 is desolate, gunky, and lacking any real vibrant colors. Needless to say, the Commonwealth wouldn't be a prized destination on The Price is Right. Now, you might not be able to make Fallout 4 look like a fairy tale wonderland, but you can powder its titties a little with this mod installed. This mod will change the water in Fallout 4 from a slimy green to crystal clear or tropical blue. Now there are actually 4 variants to choose from. There is clean, clear, crystal, and my favorite, tropical, which in my opinion will really liven things up. A mod like this is sure to almost completely change the atmosphere in the game. Now, instead of feeling alone and desperate for some radiation-free food, this place will feel happier and make you want to bust out a Mai Tai by the pool. Maybe even invite over some local scuzz for a game of cribbage. Needless to say, this mod will give your game some much-needed style in terms of the water in the game. This mod is like boob implants for your Fallout game. Yeah, she might not need those double D balloon titties, but boy are they neat. Just like this mod. This water is now boob neat, okay? And here's a fun fact. Makeovers aren't always a good thing. For instance, there seems to be a stigma around men getting makeovers or plastic surgery. But yet when ladies do it, it's no big deal. Like for instance, when a lady at my work got her lips done, everyone was like complimenting her and saying, oh my god, they look amazing. Yet I get my nipples attached to my face and everyone freaks out like I'm some sort of psycho. But what do they know, man? I'm just trying to express myself. Anyways. I rate this mod 1 dog that just got hit by a golf ball.
Ah! What the f***?
Start Me Up is a mod that provides an alternate start, quick start, or normal start options for your character depending on what kind of mood you're in at the time. When you use one of the alternate start paths, there are over 800 dialogue edits with voice and lip sync, so your character is no longer the mother or father of Sean, or even a vault dweller for that matter. Now you won't have to run around smelling like 200-year-old freezer burn, and people will finally respect you in the Commonwealth. This is definitely a must-have mod for role-playing individuals. This mod provides a menu at the beginning of the game after the bathroom scene with 3 distinct options. Alternate start is an option where you will wake up from this dream as a different person, not the parent of Sean. However, you can still be a pre-war vault dweller starting in Vault 111, but it will follow the alternate plotline where you are released from the vault by mistake. And at the terminal, you'll be able to select your own special stats and up to 20 traits, which in case you were wondering, is 1 more than 19. Yes, I did that math in my face. you peasants, you can't do math like me! Now you can also start as a Wastelander outside of the vault and select your own special stats, up to 20 traits, 1 of 38 different occupations including factions which will affect your starting gear, 1 of 38 different locations, how much or how little starting gear you have, your starting level, and you'll also have the option to just randomize any or all of the above if you just want to roll the dice and see what happens. Wouldn't recommend that though. That's how you end up in a career you might regret. Like the war boy who has to soap up Immortal Joe's nipples before they put on his plastic shoulder pads. You don't forget that kind of shit. Trust me, okay? Wink wink, nudge nudge. Now Quick Start just allows you to wake up from your memory in your pod in Vault 111. This follows the normal plotline, but you will skip all the pre-war stuff and get to playing right away. At the terminal, you'll be able to select your own special stats and again up to 20 traits, which, in case you were wondering, is 1 less than 21. I know some of you guys were like, I don't know, but it is. Okay, trust me on this. Trust me on this. Also, there is a normal start, which is basically just what you think it is. This allows you to keep the mod installed, but start the game the way you normally would without the mod installed. It's basically like a no thanks, not right now button, which is nice. Now, this mod is absolutely essential for anyone who likes to roleplay in Fallout 4. I rate this mod 1 baby, making out with its own reflection. Let's face it, bouncing around the post-apocalypse isn't the wet dream weekend the Fallout series would have you believe it is. The vanilla game just has you sauntering about in a skin-tight vault suit, just grabbing on your dick and balls every time you change directions. Now let's face it, the real-world post-apocalypse wouldn't be so accommodating to skinny jeans and a metrosexual haircut. In a real apocalypse, you would be carrying pretty much everything you own on your person at any given time. Also, you would likely want to have an assortment of equipment on your person for any number of precarious situations you might encounter in this incredibly dangerous environment. And that vault suit just doesn't have an adequate amount of storage space, or pockets for that matter. Well, this mod author did an incredible job creating an armor mod that encompasses these essentials and really gives a realistic depiction of a sole survivor in the Fallout world. This outfit has a giant backpack, with all the necessities one might need to set up camp and store supplies as they wander this toxic wasteland. It also comes with a survivalist gas mask, which really sells the whole holy f***, the world's gone tits up vibe, Fallout's going for, which is great. This is by far one of the best, most immersive and realistic armor mods ever made for Fallout 4. Now, if you want to acquire this mod, then you can just craft it at the chemistry station under El Cazador. This entire armor mod has been made from scratch with all its own custom meshes and textures based on the concept art by James Flaxman. It has a ton of separate parts, so you can really mix and match until you find something that really giggles your giblets. From armor to backpacks, hoodies, a wicked coat, and other accessories to choose from, this armor mod has just got it all. This is an absolutely incredible addition to the game, and one that's sure to improve anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one photo of when things just aren't going your way. Fucking hate Mondays. This mod adds a highly customizable suit of ODST armor from the Halo series to Fallout 4, featuring a wide array of cosmetic and gameplay changing modifications to suit anyone's needs. Unless of course you got some real sicko needs, okay? This is just an armor mod. You can't like butter your butt cheeks or jerk off a giraffe or anything weird like that, okay? You know, like normal Fallout 4 needs. Now, the ODST Battle Dress uniform is the signature piece of equipment used by the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers. Now, this armor provides numerous advantages in the field, including ballistic protection, temperature control, as well as thermal insulation against extreme temperatures experienced during atmospheric re-entry or entry, and thermal protection from energy weapons. Yeah, so it's just got all the bells and whistles. Along with an extensive list of customization options from skins to powerful attachments to protect yourself or tear apart your enemy's bum cracks. This mod has got it all. It has 3 suits of armor, 4 helmets, HUD overlays, vision colors, skins, attachments, night vision, and so much more. Now, if you want to acquire this armor, it can be crafted at the ODST Hollow Bench, which is a new type of workbench that will be in your workshop menu once this mod has been installed. There is also a variant of these armors that can be found in the world space under the castle if you want to go poking around. Now, whether you're a Halo fan or not, there is definitely a lot to love about this armor mod. This mod adds multiple variants of the Halo armor with tons of options and customizations to choose from. You can really create something unique with this armor mod. Now, I really love the addition of the robotic arm. I find it really brings this armor together and gives it a life all its own, completely unique from anything else I've seen on the Nexus. There's just something about a robotic arm protruding from a spacesuit that just gets the ladies all damp in their dunkaroos. I rate this mod that moment when your drunk friend tries to tell you a secret.
Cool secret, guy. I think I'm pregnant.
This mod adds over 20 quests, 125 NPCs, and 3 quest and location-aware companions with over 1,000 lines of dialogue each in the game. In total, there's over 8,600 lines of dialogue, which sounds like a lot of dialogue. So from now on, when I end a sentence, I'm going to say how many lines of dialogue went into it to add value to the sentence itself. That sentence there contained 1 line of dialogue. Now, to start this quest mod, you'll just have to listen to a radio signal of an emergency distress call. After checking out the distress call, you'll pretty much be thrown in the fray from that point on. They basically just take the idea of training wheels and throw them right out the f***ing window. I know what some of you are thinking, but what if I can't ride a bike with that few wheels? And don't worry, I felt the same way, which is why I covered myself completely in bubble wrap, which actually didn't help at all. Now, this quest mod has you joining up with a raider gang, helping them with their misdeeds throughout the Commonwealth. What is really great about this mod is that it came out way before Nuka World, meaning there's a chance Bethesda is getting their ideas from modders like Chris Takanashi, which definitely speaks wonders about this mod. Now, all the voice acting is really well done, and the Wanderer is voiced as well, which is a great added addition. So all of the interactions feel and look seamless as if they were just part of the game already. Now, I played this quest mod for hours on end and never experienced any bugs or glitches. So I can conclude that this mod is very well done and functions like any other quest in the vanilla version of Fallout. All the missions in this quest mod are thought out very well, making every mission a captivating new adventure. Some of the adventures include fixed bot fighting, shakedowns, and dungeon fights, just to name a few, without giving away too many spoilers. The missions give you a task to complete, but oftentimes give you the freedom to complete them in a number of different ways depending on your playstyle. This quest mod is a ton of fun that keeps things interesting the whole way through, and never really feels repetitive at all. On a side note, I think I would be a pretty good follower or a companion in a quest mod. Like, if I had the technical know-how to even make a simple companion mod, I'd be in the
game. Here's how it'd go down, okay? You would meet me by just traveling through the woods, and there I'd be in the dark somewhere just sniffing a shoe under a bridge. And you'd be like, hey, who are you? And I'd be like, I'm Baters. And you'd be like, what the f is Baters? And then I'd whip my dick out and show it to you. And you'd be like, okay, let's be friends forever. And we would go and we would be friends and we would frolic through the woods together holding dicks. And then I'd push you down and run away all playful. Ah, see you later. Good luck with that Deathclaw. Anyways, it's a dream of mine because in that dream, I have friends. All in all, this quest mod is insanely well done and a must-have addition to Fallout 4. It's quest mods like this one that add an immortal longevity to Fallout 4 in the sense that they keep refreshing the story in a very convincing way. The ability to add new content that could pass as additional DLC makes games like Fallout last forever. I rate this mod that moment you realize your friend might be in love with your right eyeball.
Is it okay if I lick it?
Now, when people think evil in Fallout, one group always tiptoes to the front of their cerebellum, and that group is the Enclave. Let's face it, these guys are punching old lady evil, you know? They're rich elitists with advanced technology and an animosity for anything different. Now, I'd say that trying to murder anything with a heartbeat that doesn't fit a cookie-cutter definition of perfect or normal takes the cake on the malevolent bake-off. Yeah, I mean, the Enclave are so evil, I bet they get Christmas cards every year from fucking Leatherface and shit. But if you can ignore their overwhelming moral flaws, then they're actually really snazzy dressers. From their clothing to their armor, all of it, really high-tech and really cool looking. Now this mod adds a new suit of Enclave armor to the game in the classic Fallout 3 style. It has two parts, the body and the helmet, both of which will make you feel special when you put them on. However, this armor is not power armor, it's just heavy armor, which makes it even more awesome. Now, if you want to bump uglies with this armor mod, then you'll have to travel to the Sanctuary basement. In there, you'll be able to find your very own unisex Enclave armor mod. That's right, it's available for both boys and girls, or any other pronoun that makes you feel comfortable. Now, this mod author did an excellent job recreating a full suit of Enclave armor for Fallout 4. It has all its own custom meshes and textures. It's immersive, and it fits in perfectly to Fallout 4's overall aesthetic. It's also got a fan in the back, and if I had to guess, that thing's designed to push farts out of the suit so you don't suffocate after a taco night. It's absolutely genius. There is also a Tesla version with a bunch of blue light bulbs protruding from the armor, which is more than a little awesome. I feel like almost anything can be improved by a bunch of electrically unstable light bulbs, and in this case, I would be 100% correct, as this thing's amazing. This is an excellent addition to Fallout 4, and sure to improve anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod 1 dog, asserting his alpha male status on this soy boy beta cock.
Mush, bitch! Mush!
Batman always looks so serious, doesn't he? I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about the guy, I'm just saying he might not be the best guy to take to a Kevin Hart concert is all. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of pent-up aggression behind those eyes. Let me guess, little Billy Bedlam invited everyone to the YMCA for his 6th grade birthday party except you, Bruce, and Alfred had to spray you with the garden hose while you flopped around in a kiddie pool so you didn't feel left out? Yeah, I've been there. Now this mod adds a giant bat merged with a man that's part man but mostly bat, like Jeff Goldblum in The Fly but with a bat instead of a fly. Wow, that sounds incredibly disgusting and also very disturbing. Oh, sorry, wait, my mistake. This adds multiple outfits that just make you look like Ben Affleck's Batman in Fallout. I'm not sure how I mixed the two of those up, to be honest. But I think we can all admit being a disgusting man-bat beast would be a nightmare Batman, right? Now these outfits all look great, and they're sure to help you forget about the Justice League movie, if only for a moment. There's a ton of different outfits and types of masks to choose from, so you can change up your bat look and style, and if you're lucky, you may even find one that would make Christian Bale yell at you until you cry uncontrollably backstage. It may also make Christopher Nolan want to pull his butt cheeks apart for unrelated reasons. There's also his undercover getup, where he wears a coat over his bat outfit, which doesn't seem very deceptive. Honestly, if I saw a guy wearing a Batman mask, that would just about give away the whole outfit for me. It's kind of like if you tried to rob a bank with a pair of earmuffs to conceal your identity. It's unlikely anyone would have trouble identifying you in a lineup. That's all I'm saying. But then again, maybe it wasn't meant as a disguise. Maybe he was just cold in the desert and he didn't want to wear a Christmas sweater because it would make him look less cool. Admittedly, the duster is very cool. I'm just not sure I understand it. Now, all of these delightfully practical outfits are craftable at the chem station under Bat Tech. I rate this mod 1 photo of what happens when arts and crafts goes horribly, horribly, horribly wrong. Now, I used to wear a helmet for years, then I realized maybe that was the reason people were laughing at me on the bus. See, wearing a helmet is all about circumstance. You wear a helmet on a motorcycle and people think you're a cool person. You wear a helmet at a grocery store, though, and everyone thinks you're brain damaged. See, helmets are super important in dangerous circumstances because they protect your squishy brain and face bits. So you can imagine, this mod is super important because this mod adds a new helmet to the game with 11 swappable parts and 139 skin options. It also includes a patch with 57 skins, night vision thermal, audio headset, counterweight, Hellstar light with 10 colors and 3 modes, flashlight that works, helmet covers with 20 skins, hairliner, goggles with 7 lenses, buff with 22 skins, and balaclavas with 20 skins. This helmet has just got it all, including the necessary protection you're gonna need. So if you want to start protecting that cranium of yours, then do it with this delicious addition to the game, which can be crafted at the chemistry station under OctiFast Helmet. This is just the helmet you need to give you that added protection in the Commonwealth. And I enjoy protection. I mean, the last thing you want is to be balls deep in a sexy orangutan and realize you forgot to wear a condom. Am I right, guys, or am I right? Relax, guys. I'm kidding. I never wear a condom when I sexy orangutans. The fast helmet looks incredible in Fallout 4. And let's face it, looks are important. The fast helmet is better than other helmets because they look cool at parties. You know why nobody wants to wear a bicycle helmet? It's not because people enjoy skull fractures. No. It's because they look like bicycle helmets, all ridiculous looking and shit. I mean, it's hard to have a serious conversation with a guy wearing a bicycle helmet. That's all I'm saying. So why not bounce around the Commonwealth and have that added protection, but do it in style with a fast helmet? I rate this mod 1 photo of Gerard Butler, scared shitless.
This is Spy!
This mod adds a redux of the Galactac armor with new models and new textures, based more on current real-world military kits rather than the Fallout lore. This mod includes gloves, backpacks, military vests, uniforms, patches, helmets, and much more. Honestly, there's just so much here, it's hard to list everything. So I guess the only way to see everything is to get out there and catch them all, like they're a bunch of Pokemons. Except, way less depraved than actually collecting Pokemons. I mean, Pokemon seems cruel, doesn't it? They just go around kidnapping wild animals and then force them to fight each other? What if they did that with homeless people? You think kids would still watch that cartoon?
Cardboard Houseosaurus, I choose you. Smells like piss a little. I choose you.
Then they just beat the out of each other over a bowl of soup. That would be messed up. It's sad if it's human, but it's okay if it's a magical, mythological creature. I don't get it. Tactical military equipment is super important. It protects you when you can't protect yourself. And for someone like me, who's taken a few self-defense seminars, that's really important. See, self-defense training is great and all, but when you're being attacked in real life, it's hard to remember everything when you're crying uncontrollably. All the equipment that's added with this mod looks absolutely fantastic in Fallout 4 and makes an excellent addition to the game. I rate this mod 1 guy who's really into bananas. Hey, buddy, you mind? You're really freaking out my kids. This mod adds a new outfit with custom camouflages and gloves to Fallout 4. The outfit can be crafted at the chemistry station under PMC. It includes a fast helmet, PMC outfit, PMC gloves, and a PMC standalone vest, all of which can be customized. Clothing is important. Not only is it pragmatic in certain circumstances, it can also set the vibe. So much so that people will actually get upset if you wear the wrong outfit in certain circumstances. Like when I wear a thong to work. Apparently, that's inappropriate when you teach kindergarten. Who'da thunk it? Apparently the lawyers. Live and learn, that's all I'm saying. But these military duds look absolutely amazing in Fallout 4. I mean, let's just face it, private things are always better than public things. The word private almost always means better. Think about it. Private beaches, private planes, private bathrooms, all better than their public counterpart. Nobody ever comes out of a public bathroom saying, that was the best shit I ever had. No. They come out traumatized saying stuff like, I think I might have AIDS! Point is, private military company adds some wicked duds to the game that are bound to make you look and feel more prepared in the post-apocalypse. They just make an excellent addition to anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one dog that got a new hairdo, but's pretty sure everyone hates it. Be honest. What do you think? You hate it, don't you? Yeah, you hate it, I know. Yeah, I can see it in your eyes. Now, SWAT's an elite group. They're the guys and girls that get called in when shit gets too intense for constable parking tickets over there. They're the people we rely on to sort out those super dangerous situations when Chuck Norris isn't answering his phone. A SWAT team is a group of highly trained police officers who deal with very dangerous criminals. These situations include robbery, assault, and sometimes the odd gamer who gets a little too rambunctious when they win on Call of Duty. The last one isn't supposed to happen, but some people are psychos. SWAT is an acronym that means Special Weapons and Tactics, or Super Wicked Anal Ticklers. I can't be positive which is which. All I know is that they've touched me in ways that'll show up in my diary several times over the next few years. SWAT officers carry weapons of higher caliber than most police officers do, such as machine guns, shotguns, and sniper rifles. However, I'm pretty sure SWAT officers do not carry bazookas. Not really an important detail, I just thought I'd point it out. Now, every kid dreams at one point or another of being a SWAT person. Most kids don't even really know what that is. They just see the balaclavas and knee pads and think, yep, slice me off a piece of that occupation. Turns out I also like knee pads, because this armor mod gets me all rambunctious. Like the time I forgot to take my meds again. You know, yelling at strangers, pressing my ass cheeks against the neighbor's window. Garden variety ways of expressing my excitement. The irony is, I got so excited about this police outfit in Fallout that I got arrested in real life. How was I supposed to know that guy had a heart condition? Yeah, maybe popping out of his closet and yelling, "Guess what?" wasn't the best idea. Looking back, I also regret wearing that hockey mask. But that's exactly why you shouldn't leave your second-story window open at night. I think we all learned something here, didn't we? Now, this is a really awesome armor mod with a tactical and realistic design. It doesn't have any customization options, but who cares when you got a radio on your back so big it can communicate with Jupiter? Just look at that girthy beast. My god. I rate this mod one dog that's just way too sexual about everything.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, yeah, that's it. That's it, Sprinkler. Gas me with your moisture.
Have any of you guys ever been gassed? Well, I have, and guess what? It's not fun. Okay? Your eyes tear up, your nose burns, my butthole even got a little puckered, which apparently doesn't happen to everyone. Worst of all your hostages get away, and you don't get your f***ing helicopter, okay? So it sucks. And if you don't want to experience that, then fret not, because now you'll never have to worry about being gassed again with this mod installed. This mod actually adds new gas masks with all new models and 2K textures to Fallout 4, all of which are heavily inspired by the Metro series. And boy oh boy, do they look scrumptious. All three of these masks look super realistic and have also been integrated into Gas Masks of the Commonwealth mod, so if you have that mod installed, know that these masks are fully functional and will keep you from suffocating. These masks add to the world space, giving your character an even more post-apocalyptic aesthetic look. All of the meshes and textures have been made from scratch, and they just look incredible. The three masks that have been added are the PPM-88, which is a mask used by industries and firefighters who require a panoramic view. The PMK-1, which was mass-produced in the 1980s and mostly used by Soviets. And lastly, the M17, which is the standard issue gas mask for the US military. Now, the gas mask filter on the PPM and the PMK can also be customized using 4 different paint schemes. So if you don't like the color scheme, you can change it. And if you don't like all 4 of the colors, well then tough titties, because that's all you get. Now, if you want to acquire these gas masks, then they can all be crafted at the chemistry station under their very own category. And that category is, yup, you guessed it, gas masks. Yes. What else would it be called? Honestly. With these gas masks installed, a Deathclaw could fart right in your f***ing face, and you wouldn't even know it happened. I mean, other than the fact that somehow you had your face between a Deathclaw's butt cheeks. That might lead you to believe that Deathclaw may fart in your face, but you still wouldn't know when, okay? Because you wouldn't be able to smell it because of the filters, alright? They're so good. They're filtering things. They're filtering air and shit. It's amazing. It's f***ing fabulous. I rate this mod the face you make when you realize the person you're talking to is a fucking idiot. Now, this mod adds a 7-part pirate outfit to the Commonwealth that is compatible for both male and female characters. The outfit looks incredible and unlike anything I've ever seen in Fallout 4 before. The outfit has all its own completely unique meshes and textures that really make it stand out in the world space. Now, the male version and the female version are also very different. The male version looks like something a pirate might have worn at some point, whereas the female version looks like a wet dream come to life, which is perfect for any player who likes their character to have gigantic beach ball-sized boobies. Good God, those things are out of f***ing control.
Don't look directly at them, kids. You will go blind.
Now, the armor consists of a shirt, leg wear, boots, cuffs, a hat, female cuffs, and female boots. So if you want to start pillaging and plundering all over the Commonwealth, then don't fret, because you'll be able to craft this amazing outfit at the chemistry station under its own category. You'll also be able to upgrade this armor at the armor workbench with some practical upgrades that will make this armor stronger in combat. However, you won't be able to change the color of the armor or really customize it cosmetically in the game. However, the armor already looks great in the game, really giving your character a pirate look and feel. Unless you're playing as a female character, in which case it will give your character a borderline pornographic look and feel, which could also be good, I guess. That's what you're into. I rate this mod one guy who forgot how to run properly.
Hey guys, am I doing it right this time?
Oh, you're serious? You're actually an Ant-Man. I think it's safe to say the writers were plumb out of ideas when they came up with you, huh? What's your superpower? Ruining a family picnic in the park? What's it like knowing your whole world can be thrown into disarray with a cube of sugar and a magnifying glass? Okay. Seriously though, if you walk into a spiderweb in the dark, do you get extra scared? Okay. But seriously, during the Avengers movie, did Peter Parker ever glance over at you and start licking his lips? Because I'd be concerned. Alright. Everybody calm down. This mod does actually add some new ant armor, ant heavy armor, an ant helmet, and even an ant gun to the game. Just in case dressing up like a giant ant isn't enough to strike terror into the hearts of your enemies. Now, this armor can be crafted at the chem station if you're plumb out of other superhero outfits to wear, that is. The outfit does actually look really good in the game, and the meshes and textures, they fit really well. The only issue is now you're a man who's dressed up like a giant ant. If you're the type of person that really likes insects or Paul Rudd's acting, then this outfit will make your heart explode from sheer excitement. I know mine did. Honestly, I really wonder how well this guy could do in a fight. Oh my god, I can't watch. Second thought, yes I can. Okay, you didn't die. I'm officially impressed. I thought for a second there, me and my little buddy here, we were gonna have to jump in the pool and save you, like you were an ambitious toddler with deflating water wings. But you did good. You did good, kid. I rate this mod one dog wearing sunglasses. Because why not? Now, the samurai were all known Japanese master-class warriors who dedicated their entire lives to warfare for thousands of years. In fact, there used to be thousands of them all trained with the sole purpose to protect the Emperor of Japan, even if it meant their own lives. However, history was hard on the samurai. New technology came to pass in Japan, making them obsolete and basically wiping them out. In fact, there is only one samurai left. The very last samurai, Tom Cruise. And I'm not sure that he's even Japanese, so what the fuck? But now, for the first time ever in Fallout 4, you'll be able to prance around like an ancient Japanese super soldier with your very own Ronin duds. This is an awesome mod that makes the Soul Survivor look and feel like a whole new class of warrior in the game. The mod author did an incredible job on the meshes and textures. As well, this armor has been changed just enough from its original design to make it feel immersive in the post-apocalypse, with its very own integrated gas mask variant. Oh, and fun fact, there's also a chance that the ghouls in the game will be sporting some samurai gear. This mod actually replaces some of the outfits of ghoul reavers and charred ghouls, as well as putrid glowing ones. So it's like you're fighting ancient samurai that came back to life in a way. And that's the tits, if you ask me. This armor mod has its fair share of customization options as well, from different colors, armor types, and so much more. So you can really mold this armor to your particular playstyle, which is nice. I absolutely love this armor mod and think it's an awesome addition to anyone's game. I rate this mod the face you make when she pops a finger in your fun button. Oh, this is new. You remember when you were children and your parents said don't play with rockets? But you were all like, F that and you ended up sending your pet turtle into the stratosphere? Poor Wiggles, he will be missed. God rest his adventurous soul. This mod is just like that, except now, you're the turtle. Let's face it, jetpacks, they're one of the funnest things there is about Fallout. The ability to jump really high or fly over entire areas of the map really make this game different from the Fallouts before it. It's just one of those features that adds so much in terms of freedom and entertainment that it's only when you try to play Fallout 4 without jetpacks that you realize the impact they have on your playthrough. Now, jetpacks are really exciting. They're a lot like that feeling you get when you finally build up the courage to ask the girl of your dreams to marry you. And she just looks you deep in your eyeballs and she says,
Hey, could you put your away when you're talking to me?
Now, Nero has built some boner-invoking mods for Fallout 4. Every time this mod author makes a new mod, something amazing is added to the game, and this mod is no different. Before this mod, if you wanted your character to use a jetpack, then you would have to get in some power armor and level up to the appropriate level to add a jetpack in the upgrade menu. Well, not anymore, folks. Now you can strap a rocket to the back of your character without a helmet or nothing, which will make all the ladies want to rub your nipples. Because if there's one thing women love, it's bad boys who strap rockets to their backs all willy-nilly. Now, even though there are other mod authors who have created non-power armor jetpacks, what makes Nero's version so special is that this mod doesn't just add a jetpack to the game, it actually makes the personal jetpack functional and visually appealing. So when you use it, you can see like blue and red flames with sparks and rather than just those vanilla ones, those plain old vanilla ones. Also, you can adjust the parameters on the jetpack so it operates in different ways. It can give you a boost when you run, which makes you fast as f***, or it can make you jump higher with a flight assisted boost like the normal jetpack. Or you can get the best of both worlds when this baby is fully upgraded. Now, if you want to acquire this jetpack, you can craft it at the chemistry station under utility. This jetpack is also fully customizable with tons of aesthetic features as well. There are 32 different color combinations to choose from and 3 different upgrades to cycle through, including the assisted sprinter, assisted jumper, and the jetpack that gives you both the jumper and the sprinter all in one. This is an excellent mod that is so much fun to use that I rarely have a character in any of my playthroughs that doesn't have this jetpack on their body at all times. I rate this mod 1 fish who's on death row.
I was framed.
This mod is a female-style power armor mod, which is really unique. Mostly because there really isn't another power armor that is geared just towards female characters. Now, you don't actually have to play as a female character to use this mod, though. So you can put those hair extensions and that ruby red lipstick back in your dresser. This design might be targeted toward female characters, but there's nothing stopping a male character from cross-dressing in this bulky armor mod. This mod doesn't look natural. In fact, it looks downright unnatural. Just like this guy's crazy legs. They don't even make sense. Look at him go! Look at him go! Now apparently this armor is loosely based around a pussycat, which is why the mod author named it Navi. This is apparent in a few of the style options for the armor, which look very cat-like in their structure. Now this armor can be found in a metal box at the Vault 111 exit, so you'll be able to access it no matter how far you are in your playthrough of the game. Now there are also a few different customization options for this armor, including but not limited to multiple colors, 3 helmet styles, 3 decorations, and clothing style accessories. All of these additions look really interesting and help make this armor an incredible addition to the game. This may not be the most immersive armor mod on the Nexus, but it is really cool and definitely one of a kind. I rate this mod 1 cyclist who's savage as f***, so he's gonna try to ride his bike in the middle of the ocean. Now this mod adds a power armor with 2 customizable bolt guns from the Warhammer 40,000 universe. For those of you who are as oblivious as I was about what Warhammer 40k is, it is a tabletop miniature war game produced by Games Workshop. This game is set in a dystopian science fantasy universe. Players assemble and paint individual miniature figures that represent futuristic soldiers, monsters, and armored fighting vehicles. In short, it's a turn-based role-playing game. Well now, you can just go ahead and pump those brakes, because you don't need to bust out that paint and microscope anymore to build your own figurines to roleplay in the future. You can just download this mod and it's win-win. I mean, it might not be 40,000 years in the future, but that just means your technology is badass as and way ahead of its time, right? Am I right? Now this power armor does look really cool though. It turns the power armor into like an interstellar spaceman guy. I mean, it does have a few different customization options as well. So if you don't like the colors, you can just change them up. I really like this Templar looking black and white motherfucker because he looks the coolest to me. Really made me feel like my nipples were 2 feet long and I was the leader of a new species of badass. Oh yeah, baby. In order to find this awesome armor, you'll have to venture down to the bottom of the world map, just east of Skylane's Flight 1665, in an unmarked location in an unmarked bunker. On the very bottom floor, you'll find the armor and a few variations of the custom weapons that have been added as well. I rate this mod 1 photo of what happens when you try to mix business with pleasure.
Let's be together forever, man.
Now this mod adds the T49 power armor to Fallout 4 as a standalone. There are a few different variations to this armor which offer specific perks depending on the style selected. For instance, the Desert Recon style not only grants the pilot superior recon sensors, but in sunlight switches from fusion cores to solar power, which is pretty f***ing cool. And also very green of the mod author to put that in. It's little environmentally friendly additions like that, it would have Elon Musk just beating on his ferociously. Like it's going out of fashion, like his owed him money, and he wouldn't pay up. Now there's also the Winter Death version that has specialized motors in the arms, stabilizing your aim, allowing you to become a far deadlier sniper. This type also allows you to see your enemies through walls, which can be very helpful, I would imagine.
And when you wear this armor, you won't be nervous anymore when you come across that insane guy that lives in a bathtub.
Oh, hey there, buddy. I wasn't expecting company. I guess I'll just have to show you around. Come on in. Come on in. Yeah. So, this is the living room here. Yeah, pretty spacious, I know. Yeah. You want to touch it? Do you? Do you want to touch it? Feel around? No? Okay. On to the next place. Here we got the master bedroom, and let me tell you, a lot of freaky shit happens in here, I'll tell you what. You know what I'm saying? I know what you're thinking. How do I not own a dog with all this f***ing room to run around? Because I ate him! That's why! Now the Winter Death also has clothing on the armor, which I think looks really cool, and I would actually like to see more mod authors add clothing options to their power armor in the future. I find that clothing options really make the power armor stand out, so if you had 2 types of the same armor, they could look entirely different just by adding some additional cloth. I mean, it might seem like a small accessory, but it can have a huge impact on the look of the armor itself. I would really like it if they came out with a power armor with like a super tight yellow banana hammock around it, so that everyone in the Commonwealth would know what kind of a kinky freak I am, even when I'm all armored up. Now, if you want to acquire this armor, you'll have to find it in a few different places around the Commonwealth. Some parts are located northwest of Vault 111, 2 other pieces are in the Red Rocket gas station next to Sanctuary, and the final piece of the helmet is located in Sean's room in your old pre-war home in Sanctuary. Now, this armor looks and functions great and is truly a unique addition to the game. I rate this mod 1 Muppet who had trouble adapting after leaving Sesame Street.
Mimo? What the f*** is a Mimo?
There are times when I'm in a firefight in Fallout 4 and I breach an enemy stronghold and I feel naked. I feel naked because I'm not geared up to be breaching baddies. That, and I usually have my d*** out when I open doors. Don't ask. Now this mod gives you the equipment to be as prepared as special forces all over the world when you breach on bitches, in that it adds special forces outfits from all over the world to the game. These outfits are all from Rainbow Six Siege, each one a badass operator whose sole focus is to slay campers. Now these are just the outfits you need to feel prepared for anything when you jump through a window or drop through a skylight. Now this mod doesn't include every operator from Rainbow Six Siege, but it does include some fan favorites like Mute, Thatcher, Sledge, IQ, and much more. All tacticaled out up to their tits, feeling locked, cocked, and ready to wrestle. Now, the great thing about a lot of these outfits is that they fit the look and feel of Fallout 4 pretty good. Especially characters like Mute and Thatcher that got gas masks on, they really fit into that post-apocalyptic vibe. Now, this is a really cool mod that will definitely make you feel overdressed at a public swimming pool, but will make you feel fully prepared at a drug den filled with psychos. Now, these armors can all be found in a crate in Fallon's basement in Diamond City. I rate this mod 1 deer when hunting season doesn't start for another couple of months. Hey mister, you wanna know a secret? I f***ed your wife. This is yet another excellent mod by DD Productions that adds wooden ramps and rails to the workshop menu. These ramps and rails are unique because they are angled rather than being completely horizontal or completely vertical. This gives you the ability to add some more unique structures to your settlements. Now again, this just seems like something that was completely overlooked by Bethesda, but luckily enough, this mod author made it happen. Now all the textures for the wooden ramps and rails look great, and they're very immersive. Now if you're using the vanilla assets, then these objects will fit in perfect. Now it is possible to angle objects using place everywhere or console commands, however that can be incredibly time consuming, especially when they don't snap together. Now this mod allows you to use a few different angled assets in your settlements that snap together, and are very easy and efficient to use. Now I was unable to find the original file on the Nexus for ramps and rails, but it is still available in DD Productions' all-in-one standalone mod, which includes a lot of really excellent mods by DD Productions, that I just simply don't have enough time to go over extensively in this video. So I do recommend downloading it and checking it out. Also, if you're on PC and you want to use snackable foundations as well, just know it's included in DD Productions all-in-one standalone, so you only need to download the one file. And the link, as always, will be in the description. I rate this mod one kid about to get kicked right in the f***ing face. Making that face ain't gonna protect shit. Now any girl that tells you longer isn't necessarily better hasn't held a Powerline-sized penis in her hands. And if she has, she would know, because let me tell you, longer is better when it comes to power lines, and likely when it comes to power line-sized penises, I would imagine. That's right, this mod allows your power lines to stretch out further and still attach to conduits to electrify your settlements. I don't know about you guys, but one of the most time-consuming things for me when I'm trying to build something in Fallout is setting up the power. And I get so frustrated when I have to set up a conduit like every 2 feet just to power a small area. Even though this is a simple mod, it solves a big issue and makes building in your settlements more of a breeze and a lot less time consuming. The best part about this mod is no one is going to come by and make fun of the size of your tiny wires ever again. Now they're gonna be big and long and right in their faces saying, "Hey, look at me, I'm a big thick wire full of cum, baby!" I rate this mod one insect who really regrets taking a shortcut.
Help me! Please help me!
Now this mod gives the player an easy way to fill up those empty bookshelves and make a settlement just look a little bit more lived in. There are quite a few different shelves to choose from, as well as an assortment of different objects and items to fill up those shelves with. Now before this mod, if you wanted to add items to your shelves, you would have to place them down one at a time, which is not only time consuming, but it can also be annoying. Especially if after you're done putting all these items down, one of your settlers comes out of nowhere and knocks that shit all over the place. Now with this mod installed, it is very easy to place objects inside of shelves as they snap in place. There are half shelf and full shelf variants to choose from, giving the player different combinations to make every shelf look unique. That way, not every shelf looks like a cardboard cutout of the previous one. Also giving the player the necessary selection of shelves to go with different settlement settings. This mod makes the bar so realistic that you'll actually have drunk settlers that try to convince you that they're not actually drunk at all.
You don't know me. You don't know me, and you don't know my kids. You don't know anything about me. Ah! That's the sound a pterodactyl makes. I'll be on my way, thank you very much. I'm just a little dizzy. I just need to catch my balance, and then I'm gonna be on my way. I'm just about got it.
Now this is an absolute must-have mod if you want to add realism to your settlements. Oftentimes it's the little details that really bring a settlement to life, and this mod definitely brings your settlement to life in a very efficient way. So you can decorate your settlements without it having to take an entire month to do so. I rate this mod that one expression that just says, "Trying's for losers. Look at me. I never try and I'm sexy as shit." Now, OC Decorator is one of the best mods out there for players who really enjoy settlement building in Fallout 4. It really adds a new element of realism to the game. Now, this mod adds decorative items to the workshop menu that before this mod wouldn't have been static and would have flopped all over the place, making decorating settlements a real pain in the bum cheek. Now, this mod makes it so decorative items that are located in the OC Decorator menu, once they're placed down, cannot be knocked over. However, they can be moved around and scrapped in the crafting menu. Also, even items that are not located in the decoration workshop menu that's provided by this mod can be put in the OC dispenser, which is a craftable workbench that allows you to apply the OC decorator object characteristics to any lootable objects in the game, most notably guns, knives, and other loose shit. That means you can decorate your settlement with any lootable objects in the game, and they will stay in the place you put them. I would highly recommend this mod to anyone who plays Fallout 4, but especially those who want to add realism to their settlements. I rate this mod 1 horse with serious brain damage.
You, sir, have been charged with the most heinous of crimes. Apparently, you've been sneaking into people's rooms late at night and pressing your penis against their face until they wake. How do you plead?
Yeah, I did it. And I'd fucking do it again, see? Yeah, I'd do it again. I'm not afraid of you or your fucking buddies over there. Yeah, I'd do it again because it felt nice. Yeah, I'm looking at you there, Booger Lips. I'm coming to your place tonight when this whole fucking thing blows over.
You are hereby found guilty and sentenced to trial by combat. May God have mercy on your soul.
Oh, is that the best you got? A little fucking whippy deathclaw? Oh, no.
I got 4 questions for you, and they're pretty important. Do you like spooky?
Yes.
Do you like skeletons wearing clothing?
Yes, I do.
Do you like hamburgers that try to kill you?
Oh, yes.
Do you like having all those things in a quest mod?
Oh my god, yes.
Then you're gonna love this next quest mod. This mod has all that stuff and so much more. Now this quest is a horror quest mod that finds a sole survivor trapped in a twisted amusement park known as Maxwell's World. In order to free yourself from this ominous purgatory, you'll have to team up with a group of survivors to uncover the secrets of the park in order to escape, which can be tough when you've got this eyeless f***er watching your every move. Now this mod is very well done with tons of new stuff and a very convincing story with some great voice acting to boot. This mod adds a 7-part quest with more than 4 different endings that react and change based on your choices during the main quest. And trust me, there are a lot of choices to make when you're not sure whether something is still living or actually dead.
Holy hell, that thing moved.
No, it's definitely dead now. Holy it's still moving. Now there is an entirely new world space to explore, 3 new companions, and mini quests to keep you entertained for hours. Now there are also new enemies to fight, including deranged animatronics, living rides, the dead guests, and ghouls that look like Carrot Top. Now there are also new weapons, including the firework cannon, the ray gun, the mallet, and the heavy incinerator from Fallout 3. All of the weapons can be purchased for free from the animatronic vendors who are located at pretty much every entrance of the park. The weapons all look great and they really fit in well to the theme of Maxwell's World. Overall, this is a very fun mod that has you exploring an extraordinary world like nothing else you've ever seen in Fallout before. Its eerie nature coupled with its great storytelling makes this mod a must-have experience in Fallout 4. I rate this mod that 1 lifeguard who you're not actually sure is really a lifeguard.
Do you guys need me to rescue you?
Dude, we're in our f***ing car. Back off, will ya? Alright, go away.
One of the hallmarks of any horror film, besides jump scares, is excessive violence. This is one characteristic that horror films share with the Fallout franchise. However, before this mod, the energy weapons felt a little lackluster in terms of violence and gore during combat and wouldn't really leave a lasting impression in your mind. This mod ameliorates that and makes the energy, fire, and plasma weapons really feel terrifying in Fallout 4. This mod is especially terrifying to NPCs who enjoy having skin. This mod adds several new special effects by default and even gives you the freedom to adjust the frequency of the critical special effects with the use of a holotape placed in your inventory right away. This mod overrides the default fire, laser, alien laser, and plasma critical effects. Now, whenever humans, ghouls, super mutants, feral dogs, or deathclaws die to critical hits from one of those elements, they will be reduced in an epic and gory fashion to just skeletal remains, rather than just leaving a pile of goo or ash behind. Now these weapons really feel dangerous, and it makes them a lot more fun to use in Fallout 4. Now Fallout will feel more violent and disturbing right down to its very core, making it look and feel even more like a horror movie. I think it's safe to say when you shoot someone with an energy weapon with this mod installed, there's a good chance they're not going to be okay.
Ah! You got me! I'm melting!
I'm melting!
I didn't die! I'm just really, really badly melted. You don't have a band-aid, do you? Be honest with me here, man. How long do you think I am? Ballpark it. You don't happen to know any doctors, do you?
I rate this mod one polar bear who's terrible at winter.
I do not want to alarm anyone, but there appears to be a precariously low amount of friction over there. I am slipping and sliding everywhere, and I do not understand it.
When Fallout 4 first came out, I designed a mod called Significant Object Remover, which basically took all the important shit right out of the game. Diamond City, where'd that f***ing go? Who knows? Needless to say, it still hasn't gained any traction, and I've yet to get one f***ing endorsement. Now, this mod author is clearly wicked smart and decided to remove only the objects from the game that would be considered insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Now, this mod is equivalent to removing all the excessive porn off your computer that's just weighing down the performance. Maybe even get rid of that porn virus that makes your mouse cursor look like a big fat dildo. But that I may actually miss. This mod essentially removes all the insignificant objects that cause frame rate drops in the game, but are otherwise not very noticeable at all. These are items like excessive grass, rocks, and bushes. Basically, things that are nice to have in the game aesthetically speaking, but if it causes performance issues, then f*** them. Who needs them, right? This mod is excellent for anyone who wants to get more performance out of their Fallout game, which in all honesty is anyone who plays Fallout regardless of your hardware. Now for console players and PC players alike, this is just an excellent addition to the game that really makes the game run a lot smoother without really any noticeable change to the environment. So it's like win-win. I rate this mod one alpaca that gets 0 swipes right on Tinder.
Is it my hair? Is that what it is?
There is nothing more immersion breaking than bad acting. Now when you first start up Fallout, it can kind of feel like you're in one of those bad action kung fu movies when you punch someone and they go flying right across the room. Or you shoot someone and they go flying into outer f***ing space. Well, this mod author attempts to rectify that issue and make Fallout 4 more believable in terms of the physics. This mod makes it so when you shoot someone with a bullet, it knocks them back in a realistic fashion, rather than physically lifting them off the ground. Also, dead bodies floating gently to the ground after being shot several times is no longer a thing. No longer a thing. Now when you get into a firefight in Fallout, it actually feels like a shooter in the sense that bodies fall to the ground in a realistic way. This is one of those mods that you think you're just fine without until you actually install it. You play with it for a little bit and then you try to play without it. This is an excellent addition to the game for anyone who wants to add more realism to the physics of it all. I rate this mod 2 dogs hanging out with one really crazy dog.
Hey guys, I know we just met and all, but I just wanted to know if I could live in your f***ing basement.
We don't have a basement.
You do now! I dug it myself. Took me 7 minutes.
Now how many of you have tried to build a house without a foundation? Now I have, and let me tell you, your neighbors will never really get over how f***ed up and saggy looking your house is. Now your kids, they'll get made fun of at school. They'll call them weird names like house and face. And your wife, yeah, she'll leave you for another man with a fully erect house.
Baby, I swear, this never happens. Just give me 6 to 8 months and I'll get it fully upright, I promise.
Now this mod adds the foundation for all other armor and weapon mods, making their transition far smoother to the Fallout world. This mod creates a standardized framework for armor and cosmetic keywords for mod authors to prevent conflicts. It also standardizes armor and cosmetic slot usage to prevent other conflicts. Now workbenches are also added to utilize for crafting items that have been added by mods. Furthermore, it adds sorting keywords for weapon calibers to make it easier for weapon modders to set up their gun mods for dynamic sorting. This mod also adds sorting keywords for melee weapon types as well as the framework for color and decal swapping attachments. Note that on PlayStation 4, the armor and weaponsmith benches must use vanilla meshes because mod authors cannot package files with PlayStation 4 mods. Basically speaking, this mod provides the framework or foundation that other weapon and armor mods are built off of. This is just one of those mods that if you plan on using modded weapons or armors, you'll definitely need this in your load order. And although PlayStation 4 users may not have a lot in terms of custom meshes or textures, it is still possible to add modded weapons and armors to the game using vanilla assets. So this is still a must-have mod even for PlayStation 4 users.
I rate this mod one overly excited tomato. Holy shit, did bacon and lettuce just walk in the f***ing room?
Now what's truly unbelievable about this mod is that people have asked about it on like every Fallout video we've done so far that features raiders, and we've never f***ing reviewed it. It's like that actor that you see in supporting roles in all sorts of movies, but you can never remember their f***ing name. Now the raiders in the game can feel very ordinary. Oftentimes they can feel like clones of one another in the sense that they all look the f***ing same. With their bland outfits and their shitty fighting techniques, the raiders in the vanilla game really aren't that interesting. This mod fixes that and makes the raiders a lot more interesting and exciting to engage with. Now this mod aims to add more style and diversity to the raiders of the Commonwealth. It adds various headwear and armor in the game that appear wilder and more savage. This mod also adds consumables to the game that also reflect the savagery and carelessness of the raider faction. This mod does require armor and keywords community resource to work properly. However, it is compatible with all CBBE body types, so for those of you who enjoy your raiders with big old titties, this mod will fit in nicely. Also, all the items that have been added are standalone and do not replace the vanilla textures. However, these new armor pieces have been incorporated on the raiders themselves, so they will randomly spawn with their new gear in the game when you come across a group of raiders. Now, if you want any of this new gear, it can all be crafted at the ARMORSMITH workbench, or you can pull that off the cold dead corpse of some raider scum. Now, these armors and clothing accessories look fantastic and fit the lore of Fallout very well, adding a ton of variety to the groups of raiders that you'll encounter, really making the game more immersive in the sense that every battle now looks different and feels unique. Also, this mod makes the raiders a little tougher, so they'll put up a better fight. The armors, as well as the new accessories, all have a Mad Maxy sort of vibe, which is great, because that movie makes my wee-wee happy. I rate this mod one lady getting married to her dog. Still not sure if that dog knows how crazy his wife is. Fighting the same enemies all the time can get a little boring, but imagine getting into a fight with a bunch of super mutants and then out of nowhere a chimpanzee dressed like a ninja jumps out of the bushes and kicks you right in the butt crack. That would be exciting and scary. Now every time you got in a fight, you would a little thinking, there's a crack-kicking chimp hiding in the bushes somewhere. This mod does basically that minus the chimp that knows ninjutsu, although that would be a truly amazing mod. With this mod installed, pretty much anywhere you go in the game, there's a chance you'll be attacked by these new random enemies, which is more terrifying than that one time I was on a plane and the pilot came on the overhead speaker with an urgent announcement.
Attention all passengers, this is your captain speaking. We have handed out knives to all the stewardesses, and they will be going around now stabbing randomly selected third-class passengers. Thank you for flying United Airlines.
This mod adds a bunch of new enemies to the game to really spice things up on the battlefield. There are new tech raiders, federals, long oarsmen, renegades, metalmen, scrappers, pirates, and reavers. They are all very immersive and fit into the game really well. They add a new dynamic to the Commonwealth which really keeps things interesting in regards to the encounters that you will face in your travels of the world space. This mod uses unique level lists that will spawn these new enemies in places that would otherwise not be populated, which makes this mod even better. Also, all these new NPCs are hostile, so don't try to talk things out, because they will actually hit you right in the mouth. I rate this mod one seal who's really bad at telling secrets.
I jerked off in the storage closet! Don't tell anyone, okay?
Now I know what some of you may be thinking. Wait just one hairy coconut baiters. Terminators aren't really all that scary or spooky. To that I say this. If your name was Sarah Connor in the early 1980s, then you were likely pretty frightened. Just imagine a juiced up Arnold busting through your door with a f***ing magnum trying to blow your face off. That's a pretty horrific scene. Did you ever notice that people always run away from villains in these horror movies? Now, I might not be a marine dermatologist, but if a lunatic was chasing me with murder in their eyes, I'd just stand perfectly still. You know, treat them like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park. Try to get in their blind spot and shit. Yeah, there's a 98% chance I get stabbed repeatedly, but if it worked, I'd be a genius! See, people always sprint away from these guys. So maybe, just maybe, murderers wouldn't be expecting the whole stand still thing. So if you just meander off slowly, they wouldn't know what to think. Will he stabbing all the other panicking people? You can just slip out of there, like you showed up to the wrong party. Oops! This mod retextures all the synths in the game to make them look more like Terminators rather than synths. They have metallic frames and even optional red eyes like Arnold himself in the 1980s. Now there are 8 variants to choose from while you're installing this mod, including burned, Chrome, Shiny Chrome, Dark Clean, Dark Dirty, which sounds kinda sexy, Steel Clean, Steel Dirty, and Steel Dirty with skin pieces. Sounds kinda messy. Rather than take away from immersion, I feel that this mod just makes the world more immersive and terrifying, making you believe that synths are really a force to be avoided on a regular basis. This is an excellent mod that makes fighting synths a more terrifying dynamic in Fallout 4. I rate this mod one weird golf instructor who makes everything progressively more awkward.
Oh, what do you got there? Quite a little tricky putt, eh? Now why don't you go ahead and put your balls in that hole over there, yeah? God, you smell nice.
Dude, what the f***? Boundaries, bro! Boundaries! Good God. Pilgrim is a horror overhaul for Fallout 4 created from the ground up by Looping and Trey M, the creators of other popular EMBs called Photorealistic Commonwealth and Cinematic Film Looks. This mod takes much of its inspiration from the atmosphere and weather seen in the American horror film The Witch. This mod will make Fallout 4 a truly horrific looking experience. I can honestly say I haven't been this frightened since little Billy got out of his cage and ran off to the authorities. I honestly didn't think a 3-year-old could chew through a 4-inch thick metal chain. Boy, that kid was determined. This mod doesn't just add a new terrifying look, no. It adds new weather sounds and environment lighting that have been completely designed from scratch to bring realism to a dreadful atmosphere. A new camera emulation system has been designed as well, using a new tone mapping method that emulates the way digital cinema cameras capture footage on a film set. A new weather plugin has been created with this new tone mapping method as well, and is tightly integrated with this ENB. So I highly recommend you install that as well. The ENB features lens emulation, film grain, adjustable letterboxing, optional sharpening, and lift shadows function that can be disabled for deeper shadows. Now if you're like me and you have no clue what any of that means, just know that it means the world space will be more realistic and scary. All the features are optional, so you can switch them on or off depending on your preference. Furthermore, the performance is quite good, dropping only 5 to 6 frames per second on average and only 10 to 12 frames per second in cities on a single GTX 970 at 1080p. 2 extra presets of the ENB with lower quality settings have been created as well for weaker systems. This is an absolutely excellent addition to Fallout 4, one that will truly change the way you look at and play through the world of Fallout. I rate this mod one guy who sniffed one too many magic markers.
Guys, come on, be honest. Do you like my hat?
This mod adds Tony's super original friend War Machine to the world space. This isn't just an outfit. No. This actually looks and feels like a real suit of armor because it's a power armor in the game. So that means you can get in and out of it the cool superhero way. This armor has a lot of customization options as well, so you can change up the look and feel. You can choose between 4 different paint jobs, which look fantastic, and make me wish I was a super smart billionaire so I'd be able to upgrade from that red leather into something a little more metal. Now if you don't like the War Machine look, then you can always go with the Iron Man look instead. Albeit this suit is a little beefier than Tony's original design, and it definitely looks a lot stronger too. But I'll be the judge of that. Yeah, it looks strong, but can it take a flying spin kick from a trained special ops expert? Get ready, big boy, because a storm's about to come for you. Yeah, it's solid. I'm sold. You can also upgrade the booties so they have little jetpacks on them, so you can fly around. This will allow you to drop in on your enemies from anywhere and have a wicked superhero landing. I mean, the superhero landing alone is worth the upgrade. He also has a machine gun mounted on his shoulder, which looks cool but does nothing. It's like the Peter Jason Quill of machine guns. Now, if you want to acquire this armor, then just head over to the Adamatoy's factory. It will be in a cage on the roof. Why lock up a suit of armor with nobody in it? Who knows? But I do know this, it's not going anywhere, so head on over and grab it. I rate this mod one baby who's terrible at pretending to be a teddy bear. I mean, come on, the face is all wrong. It's not even close. Now this mod gives my boy Valentine a much needed makeover in the game. Before this mod, Valentine really didn't have much going for him in the looks department. His clothing was lacking any discernible detail, and it looked all fuzzy and out of focus all the time, which confused me because I was like, how is this fucking guy out of focus? He's standing right in front of me. His skin also looked really weird, like an old wrinkly ball sack, but not like the ball sack of a normal old person, like the old wrinkly ball sack of a 10,000-year-old wizard or something, you know? His metal skeleton also lacked any real details and instead looked flimsy, like it was made out of plastic. He honestly looked like an old toy robot that was made out of recycled crayons. It was despicable. However, this mod takes all that and totally reworks it. It makes Valentine look so much better. He's now got high detailed textures and meshes all over his titanium nipples. His clothing now looks real and has detail right down to the stitching. The buttons actually look like buttons now rather than circular blobs on his coat. His tie now looks like a tie rather than some scuzzy Play-Doh tied in a knot around his neck. His steel frame also looks so much better. It really gives you the impression he could take a couple arrows to the knee and still be an adventurer, if you know what I mean. As well, his eyes also got a makeover. Now they're a bluish white and way more detailed, rather than that urine yellow from before and all out of focus. He just looks so much better, you know? He really does. We really fluffed up his speed dating grade, that's for sure. There's no question. He's definitely going to wield the dames now. To me, this is just a must-have mod to anyone who wants to interact with Valentine in Fallout 4. I highly recommend it. I rate this mod 1 photo of when she asked how long it is.
It's this long! Right here. There it is. That long.
Now, is there anything worse than stupidity? I mean, really. It's just such a bummer. It's a lot like when you try to adopt a kid, but you write your adoption application out of letters cut out of an assortment of different magazines. The letter just reads, bring one of the kids to the quarter of Fifth and Grand. No police! Or when you're trying to hit on somebody, but everything you say comes out really self-sabotage sounding. Hey, I noticed that you like wearing a lot of black there. Yeah, you must like dark things, huh? Yeah, ever walk down any dark alleys? I only ask because I'm a chloroform enthusiast. Now, having companions that don't know how to act can really have a negative effect on your playthrough, and can make having a companion feel more like a burden than an asset. This mod attempts to sort that flaw with some better AI in regards to the companions. Now, all of the companions have their AI tweaked, so they'll retarget nearby threats. This means they will no longer get mauled like a toddler covered in honey, trash-talking a group of grizzly bears. Most will also pull out a melee weapon if engaged in close-range combat, and have a decent weapon on hand. Also now, perception will affect their cone of fire if they're not moving or crouched. They will also now do critical hits on enemies, and this feature will be based off their luck stat. They will also indicate that they are under chem or alcohol effects, which is great because now you won't have to wait for them to hit mommy during Sunday brunch to know if you've got an addict for a companion. Furthermore, they adjust how they act in combat. For instance, non-stealthy characters are now less stealthy, and more stealthy characters are more stealthy. Cool, right? Each and every character is affected differently, based on their character type. This is an extremely extensive mod that basically fully overhauls the companions in the game, making them act in very immersive ways. This is one of those mods that once you install it, you'll never want to wander alone ever again. They'll be there when you eat, when you sleep, they'll even hold the camera when you're hate Marcy Long. Check out the mod authors page to see how each companion is affected specifically with this mod installed. This mod is unbelievably good, and I would recommend it to anyone who likes a little company when they're exploring the Commonwealth. I rate this mod 1 lonely penguin.
Hey, has anybody seen my friends? Could have sworn that I had some.
A revolver is like your penis. If you put too many hands on it at one time, it can feel overwhelming and confusing all at once. So that means if you want to be a good gunfighter, you're gonna have to treat your gunfighting like you are masturbating. You'll have to hold the revolver with a firm but gentle grip, with only one hand on the unit and the other hand between your butt cheeks, finger, and your asshole. This technique gives you full dexterity and mobility in regards to aiming, as well as relaxes you in those high-tension situations. This mod is really designed for people who want a more cowboy-like feel when it comes to the revolvers in the game. This mod changes the first-person animations on the revolver to go from John Wick's to Clint Eastwood. The revolver animations go very well with button-lowered weapons and toggled revolver fanning, which are two other gun animations. What I really like about button-lowered weapons with this mod installed is that when you lower your weapon, your character will hold the gun like he's about to get in a duel, which looks super cool and makes me feel like Doc Holliday. Also, when you holster the weapon, your character does like a spinny thingy with the gun, which may not be like super practical, but I bet panties have a really hard time staying dry after seeing that fancy shit. Either way, this mod is very well done and completely changes your perspective of your own character when you use Revolver in first person. Downloading this mod is definitely a good idea, especially if you enjoy westerns, gunfights, revolvers, and big titties. I rate this mod 1 cow who had way too much cocaine. Fun night, huh? Now, although the vanilla lockpicking minigame is good, it can still feel pretty breaking at times, especially when you're holding a missile launcher or a fucking fat man. It's like, hey, I got this gun that can obliterate anything I pointed at, this door's made of wood, and there's a bunch of super mutants behind me about to go fucking rape sandwich on my ass! But I'm just gonna kneel down here and I'm gonna use this bobby pin and take up some precious time. This mod actually sorts all that out. It adds a few very lore-friendly ways of opening doors without having to use the lockpicking minigame. So that means that your deadbeat f***ing settlers won't be able to hog that staff bathroom anymore.
Yeah, there's somebody in here ***ing. Yeah. Go away. Hey, what's that ticking sound? What's going on?
Now, if you have 11 points of strength, you can actually bash open any door you want. Which makes sense because you're strong as f***. I mean, if you have 11 points of strength, you definitely lift, bruh. Now, if you don't have 11 points of strength, don't fret, because you can still blow those sons of bitches open with some f***ing explosives. All you need is the perk Demolition Expert at rank 1 or higher, and you'll be able to use grenades, mines, and other explosive devices to open doors. You can even use a Fat Man or missile launcher, but I mean, that could be considered overkill. Now, if you do have a frag grenade or a mine in your inventory, you can actually craft a little C4 on the door that will explode after a few seconds. If you don't have either of those things, you can also open doors by shooting them with powerful guns or hitting them with powerful melee weapons. Shotguns open novice and advanced locks, the sledgehammer opens up advanced locks, and the super sledge can open up those pesky master locks. I rate this mod 1 dog that gives absolutely 0 fucks. This is a small mod that has a huge impact in the game. I don't think there's anything more breaking than shooting your gun at something like f***ing 20 feet in front of you, just to see your bullets didn't have any f***ing impact on the surface whatsoever. What the fuck? Well, don't fret, because this mod can sort you out. It allows those bullet impact effects to show up even at long ranges. Now I won't have to come up with some elaborate story to tell my friends when they come over to watch me play Fallout as to why the bullets don't show up at long distances. Yeah, I know they're not there, Billy. My character's just really nearsighted and he hasn't had time to visit the optometrist, being as how the f***ing world exploded and all. I'm just kidding, I don't have any friends. This mod allows the bullet effects to be visible up to 500 meters away, and that doesn't include if you stand super far back from your monitor. There is also now a 2,000 decal limit overall. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the decal limit was before this mod, but I can only assume it was shit. Just shit. And I mean, I bet this mod just takes a steamy f***ing dump all over the vanilla game's chest in terms of decal limits. All kidding aside, this really is one of those must-have mods. I mean, once you've installed this into your game, you really can't picture Fallout 4 without it. I rate this mod 2 guys pressing their foreheads together in what can only be described as a completely normal social situation. Let's face it, finding a legendary weapon or armor piece in Fallout is always a real treat. However, there are some disadvantages to legendaries in Fallout 4. Like, for instance, let's say you find a weapon with a wicked legendary, but it's on a poopy weapon or armor. It's like getting clothing for Christmas. You get all excited because it's in a big box, only to find out it's a sweater. Like, what the f***, Grandma? This mod changes that, though, and lets you put legendary effects on your favorite weapons or armors in the game. Now, there is an immersive version where you still have to find the legendary weapons or armor with the desired effect, and then you can actually switch them to other weapons and armor. And there's also a game-breaking variation of this mod where you can just legendary up any weapon or armor with any effects all willy-nilly, which is kind of cool. Now, this is definitely the type of mod that's sure to change the way you play Fallout 4, making your favorite weapons that much more formidable in the game. You're never, ever gonna waste a legendary effect ever again. I rate this mod that moment when you're doing something super private and someone opens the door and surprises you. Ah! What is it? This mod adds the AUG-A1 assault rifle to Fallout 4. This weapon has custom everything. It has custom animations that just look incredible and give this weapon a real feeling of weight in the game. Now the custom animations add to this rifle's realistic design and make it a version of this rifle that isn't only completely unique, but hard to compete with in terms of presentation in the game. In fact, this weapon is so magnificent looking, it should be at a museum on display in real life. However, if it was on display, that would just be one more museum that has a restraining order against me. Because I would definitely press my against the glass display window during business hours. Maybe even my balls too. Not sure yet. Not sure yet what I'd do there. Now this slutty little number also has custom sounds and a variable modification system. These modifications include multiple receivers, 6 magazines, 7 sights, a suppressor, and 5 materials to choose from. This weapon has also been added to the level list and it will spawn on gunners, traders, and merchants throughout the world. Also, if you're lucky, it can be found in random containers throughout the game world. Now, it will only start spawning once your character reaches level 25 or higher, so you're gonna need to have the training wheels off before you start blowing nuts off with this rifle. Now, the meshes and textures make this weapon look extremely realistic. This, in combination with its custom animations and sounds, make this a must-have weapon mod in Fallout 4. I rate this mod that new flavor of Gatorade that's so refreshing, it makes you feel like you died of hypothermia. Yeah, it's that refreshing. This mod adds a pump-action hunting shotgun to the game, which is inspired by a famous gun found in Fallout New Vegas. Except this baby has new models, textures, modifications, and animations. Now the animations look f***ing superb, and make me want to free my nipples like a libertarian feminist. Put it this way, if these animations were escorts, they'd be the really classy type that costs a lot and lets you do butt stuff. This gun uses vanilla shotgun shells and will show in the game once your character reaches level 8. It fits into the game really well with its realistic design, its spot-on animations, and its lore-friendly stats that make it an immersive addition to Fallout 4. This gun is so practical, it stops an awkward conversation before it even starts.
You told me you'd call me, but you never did.
Oh yeah, about that.
Now there are 2 unique versions of the shotgun as well, the Dinner Bell and the Manhunter, which coincidentally is what I named each one of my testicles. Both of these variants can be found throughout the world for those people who like to go search and find things. Now the mod author gives hints, but doesn't spell it out for you. Now his hint for the Dinner Bell is to check out Lynn Woods and find some eggs. And his hint for the Manhunter is to search in the sewers and be a brave detective. And based on those incredibly vague hints, I think it's safe to say no one will ever find these weapons. Unless, of course, you use console commands, which is what I did, and boy, did it feel good. Oh my god, it felt so good. This weapon also comes with multiple modifications, so you can really have fun changing up the look and feel. It has a lot of receivers, so many I can't even count. 3 stocks, 3 muzzle attachments, 2 barrels, 2 pumps, 3 sights, and 5 material options, including unique ones. This is one of the best shotguns I have ever used in Fallout 4. From the design to the sounds, this weapon really has it all. I would highly recommend this mod to anyone who likes a gun that they have to pump before they shoot someone. I rate this mod 1 photo of the youngest homeless person I've ever seen. Here's $1 and a bottle of whiskey. Hang in there, little buddy. This mod adds the Watts 3000 laser rifle with an all-new lore-friendly design, featuring custom animations, models, and textures that really make this weapon look realistic as tits. This weapon was based off of the famous Watts 2000 from Fallout and Fallout 2. And it's the perfect weapon for catching that evil fairy that comes at night and farts in your pillowcase. Ha! I finally got you, you little bastard!
No, you got the wrong guy. That's just a coincidence.
This rifle has a higher damage than the AER-9 laser rifle, but has a slower fire rate, and can be transformed to an automatic or semi-automatic weapon on any workbench with a change to the barrel or receiver. This option can actually make this weapon the strongest energy weapon in the game. Now, if you want to get your mittens on this gun, it will start to appear in the game after you reach level 15 or higher at vendors and on high-tech factions like the Institute, Brotherhood of Steel, and even on some gunners. There's also a few unique variants placed throughout the world, including one that can be found at the Watts Electronics Store itself.
It's so immersive.
This gnarly-looking dirty nipple here has its fair share of customization options that really change up not only its look, but its function in the game. You can change the look of this gun to range from pistol right up to sniper rifle. There are even customization options that make it look like a ballistic assault rifle, which I thought was a really cool touch. Never thought that I would look at a laser rifle that could also be a ballistic assault rifle, but here it is.
Bam, there it is, right in your nips.
With the addition of multiple paint jobs, no two versions of this weapon will ever look the same. This is an excellent mod that I would recommend to anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one guy who takes Nerf guns a little too serious.
Whoa, easy does it there, boss. Your safety's not on. No, it's cool. Just be more cautious next time. That's how we lost our lieutenant.
This mod adds a fully functional and customizable RPG to the world of Fallout. For those of you who don't know what RPG stands for, it means rocket-propelled grenade. Simply put, you point and shoot, and whatever's on the other end of this thing dies. RPGs aren't the most accurate type of explosive launcher though, as there's no guidance system generally, and they can veer off course. So just keep that in mind as you might be trying to kill an evil super mutant, and you accidentally shoot a Brahmin right in the titties. Now, the mod author did do an excellent job bringing this weapon to life in Fallout 4, with very realistic meshes and textures. The RPG was invented before the First World War, so for you history buffs out there, this weapon could be considered immersive. However, the RPG-7, which this weapon is based off of, wasn't designed until 1958, so it's a close call. Either way, I think this weapon suits the world perfectly, and is amazing to look at and use in Fallout 4. And boy, oh boy, is this weapon powerful. You remember that old adage, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink? Well, this weapon can force that horse to do whatever the you want it to. You tell that horse to rub a turkey's ball sack, and guess what? That horse rubbed that turkey's ball sack until they're smooth as eggs. Now, this weapon does come with a few different customization options as well, so you can change up its functionality and appearance in the game. It comes with 5 sights, 4 paint finishes, and 5 grenade types, including cluster grenades, high explosive grenades, standard grenades, proximity, and even nuclear grenades. There's even a rocket switch consumable that is added to your inventory that you can use on the fly to switch between the different grenade types as you go, which is very convenient, I think.
For me, an explosive enthusiast.
Now, if you want to get your hands on this little Grim Reaper of Death, then you can find it on Dead Raiders, Gunners, and even Super Mutants, as it has been added to the respective level lists. There is also a legendary version in the Great Pyramid of the Glowing Sea that you can go get if you are feeling up to it. As well, just so you know, the ammunition can be crafted at the chemistry station, so if you run out of explosives, you can just make more. Remember though, before you use this powerful weapon, that you're wearing the proper safety equipment.
Fresh pair of tidy whities. Check. Safety goggles you found on the dead guy. Check. Nipples hard with anticipation. Check. One unsuspected guinea pig.
Please, man, don't do this, man. Just put the rocket down, man. We can talk about this.
Check, and check.
I rate this mod one photo of the world's biggest lobster.
I am a lobster.
This mod adds the Jericho 941 to the Commonwealth, which is a very unique looking pistol. The Jericho looks great in the game with excellent meshes and textures that make it blend in very well to the Fallout 4 environment. This weapon feels very natural in the world of Fallout with an immersive but completely unique design. This weapon feels like it suits the world, but at the same time adds something completely original to it. Now this weapon is known for its astonishing ability to just win an argument. Someone will just start spouting off at the mouth, saying something crazy like, "Hey, you're not supposed to be back here!" And then this gun will just rebut with,
Don't do it! Don't do it, man! No!
and that there is the end of that argument. Now, the Jericho has been added to certain level lists, so you can find it on gunner bosses or other faction bosses, or you can buy it off Clio. It will start to spawn in the world once your character reaches level 10 or higher. The design for this weapon is what really makes it stand out to me when you use it. Although it can look very plain Jane, it can also be customized to look like a katana had sex with a handgun, and that handgun had a baby and named it Jericho. Now, there are a ton of customization options for this pistol, including 9 receivers, 3 barrels, 6 magazines, 2 sights, 9 grips, 4 colors, 3 muzzle attachments, and 2 mounts, including a katana bayonet. Now, if you're the type of person that is shanking people with a knife glued to the end of a handgun, then it's clear that therapy really isn't working for you, you know? You need to try other avenues. You're sick, twisted. I rate this mod that moment you realize someone else is biting on your favorite stick. Excuse me, do you mind? I'm chewing here. Now this mod adds a new sci-fi rifle to the Commonwealth. It has all its own meshes and high-resolution textures, and oh boy, those textures look so good, don't they? Those textures just look like they'd go great with a big bucket of fried chicken and a half-eaten bag of potato chips, don't they? Oh yeah. This laser rifle also has a unique design that will give you the impression of a futuristic laser rifle. This gun was either designed in the future, or it was designed by extraterrestrials with giant heads and tiny bodies. This is likely the type of gun E.T. would have used to blast Elliot's f***ing face off if he turned out to be an asshole at the end of that movie. Boy, that would have been a twist, eh? Shit, no one would have saw that coming. I mean, I can see it already. Elliot would just be sitting there waving to him after he and the alien had just finished touching tips, and E.T. would disappear into the foggy spaceship. And just as Elliot and his friends turn around and are about to leave, you just hear a little alien voice say,
"Surprise, motherfuckers!"
And then E.T. comes back out of the mist with this laser rifle, guns blazing, and kills everybody. Boy, that would have been a weird alternative ending, wouldn't it? But I kind of wish it was a thing. Now this beauty also has a few different customization options to choose from as well, including 3 models of sights with zoom settings, 9 reticles for each of the sights, and 9 materials for the basic model and sights. It also has some really cool looking skins to choose from. These are definitely the most unique looking skins I've ever seen on a modded weapon in Fallout 4. They just look stupendous, don't they? Now if E.T. wanted to get his long penis-shaped fingers on this weapon mod, then he would have to find it in the world space just like you. This mod can actually be found east of the Boston Mayoral Shelter. Now this is an incredible weapon mod, and I think it's awesome that someone added a sniper-style futuristic rifle to the game, as that's the type of weapon we don't see a lot of in Fallout 4, especially in terms of mods. So this is a must-have addition to anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one of the deadliest spiders on planet Earth. He's not like other spiders. He doesn't use venom to kill his victims. No. This spider strangles his victims to death. That's what I call one sick, twisted f***ing spider. For those of you who don't know what Elysium is, it's actually a movie starring my boy Matt Damon in a dystopian future where the rich live on a really cool space station just outside of planet Earth. Matt Damon, that little scoundrel, uses a customized AK-47 to blow the tits off of a robot who thought he was tough shit. That is the weapon that this mod is based off of. This mod adds the Elysium AK from the movie to Fallout 4. It features all its own custom meshes, textures, sounds, and animations. A weapon like this gets me so worked up I almost need to fart to calm down. But I don't, because I like to live dangerously. Now, if you want to get your hands on this puppy, then there's a small quest you can do to acquire it. and after the quest is complete, you'll be able to craft this AK at the chemistry station. This weapon mod has a few customization options as well to give it a little variety in the game. It's got 5 receivers, 2 magazines, 2 laser settings, 6 damage modifiers, and 4 ammunition types to choose from. Now when you pump up the damage modifiers and throw on some explosive ammunition, just touching that trigger will make anyone within earshot get an immediate puckered butthole. This mod fits in really well to Fallout 4. Honestly, it looks just like a normal AK that was modified slightly to give it a more futuristic style and function. The AK fits with the lore of Fallout, and this type of AK is a very immersive addition, as a lot of the weapons in Fallout have been modified or changed to a degree throughout time. This AK gives you the impression it was modified and not made. I rate this mod one lady who's never seen fire.
Hey there, buddy. What do you got there?
This mod adds a completely unique concept weapon to Fallout 4 called the Cryolance. The Cryolance takes the cool parts of both the Cryolator and a railgun. This weapon uses advanced refrigeration to condense large icicles from moisture in the air, and then uses magnetic induction to fire them at incredible speeds towards anything unfortunate enough to be on the business end of this bad boy. And if you don't know what all that fancy words means, it just means that it makes shit really f***ing cold. Now the Cryolance is mostly a ballistic weapon, however there is a cryo damage component that bypasses virtually any defenses. It's even better than the crane kick from the Karate Kid. Needless to say, Johnny's pride wouldn't have been the only thing hurt if he took a full dose of Cryolance to the cranium, because he'd be f***ing dead, and LaRusso would have been on the hook for murder 1, which he probably would have served some hard time. Because let's face it, it'd be really hard to convince a judge you accidentally smuggled a Cryolance into a karate tournament and then accidentally shot your opponent in the face during a karate match, and then accidentally teabagged his frozen lifeless body in front of 200 confused spectators. But I digress. This weapon can be tuned at a weapons workbench to improve its cryo damage even further. Unique to most science-based weapons, the Cryolance can even be suppressed with a special add-on, so you can ice blast someone right in the penis without alerting the neighbors. Now because of its unique and complex nature, the Cryolance is a rare find within the wastes. However, it can occasionally be found on specialty weapon vendors at or above level 25. It can also be found as a legendary weapon above level 30. And if your intelligence is high enough, then you can actually craft this bad boy at the chemistry station. It has a fair amount of customization options as well, including 3 barrels, 2 foregrips, 2 grips, 4 add-ons, 4 sights, and 13 skins to choose from. However, in order to acquire all these beautiful skins, you'll have to download the additional skin pack from gumroad.com/Nero. I rate this mod one guy who immediately regretted getting involved in sports.
Go ahead, play soccer, they said. It's not a violent sport, they said.
Bullshit! This mod brings the iconic weapon of the Star Wars franchise to the Commonwealth. That's right, if you're a Star Wars fan, this mod will tickle your because now you'll be able to use a lightsaber in the Fallout universe, which in some ways kind of feels like it fits into the world. All I'm saying is you can slice up a raider like a samurai with this melee weapon and not feel like it's ruining your immersion. The mod author did an excellent job bringing this new type of melee weapon to life in Fallout 4. The custom meshes and textures suit the world perfectly, and the sounds and animations would make any hardcore Star Wars fan go from 6 to midnight. This weapon has a ton of customization options and plenty of different hilts to choose from. D. Magnus recreated all the hilts you might recognize, and so many more. He even included some of his own original concepts, which all look really cool. So really now you'll be able to roleplay as a Jedi or Sith if you really want to in Fallout 4. Honestly, I feel like if I were a Jedi, I would be the one Jedi that gets the defaulty lightsaber that couldn't cut through shit, and I'd have to do my own sound effects just to fit in.
Vadoom! Fadoom!
Crackling noise.
Vadoom!
I also think I would make a terrible Jedi because I would constantly use my force powers just to pants people in public.
Hey Yoda! Remove my pants, you did! Pissed I am!
All of the hilts can be customized, and they're all available in one-handed and two-handed variants, so you can choose how many fingers you want on the hilt at any given time. Are you a 10 or a 5-fingered kind of person? That's totally up to you. Now, if you want to acquire this delicious dandelion of a mod, then you can craft it at the chemistry station if you got the right supplies. I rate this mod 1 kitten who's being robbed at finger point.
I'll give you whatever you want, just don't poke me, okay?
This mod adds the MTS 255 revolver shotgun to the Commonwealth. Favored by the gunners, this Russian-made hunting shotgun features several variants to adapt to your preferred playstyle. It has its own custom meshes and textures, as well as its very own custom firing sounds for each ammo type. There are multiple modifications for this weapon to really make it look and feel any way you like. There are 4 receivers, 6 grips, 12 barrels, 12 sights, 4 ammo conversions, and 8 damage modifiers. It has so many different customizations you can mix and match until your eyeballs turn all crusty and red, and you still wouldn't have seen all the different combinations. You can make everything from a handgun all the way to a sniper rifle. It's just got all the goodies you need. You can even give it a long, girthy barrel and a tiny handle, so everyone in the Commonwealth will assume you have a big floppy penis. Now, if you want to find this weapon, it can be found throughout the Commonwealth and can be obtained from certain vendors. It can be acquired primarily from members of the Gunners faction, but also has a chance of appearing on the Brotherhood Soldiers, Legendary Raiders, and Diamond City Guards. There are also 4 exclusive legendary variants to be found on unique boss enemies throughout the world, some of which have rare uncraftable modifications. The names of the 4 unique variants are Flint's Fury, Sarge Jr., Layla, and the Reaper. This is an excellent mod that should be a must-have addition to anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod that moment you realize you may have parked your car on an airport runway. Yeah, I get that, officer, but there weren't any signs saying I couldn't park there, alright? This mod adds the Archimedes 2 multi-purpose weapon to the game. Now, Archimedes translates almost directly to Master Plan from its Greek origin, which pretty much says it all, doesn't it? This thing's a game changer. I mean, it's a real one-size-fits-all weapon, if you know what I mean. This gun is so impressive, I wouldn't be surprised if it showed up in Infinity War's Endgame and just bodied Thanos. Kids would be crying and in the theater. Daddy, what happened to the purple alien's head? The Archimedes happened, son. That's what just happened. This weapon mod has all its own custom meshes, textures, and animations that make it look incredible in the game. Above and beyond that, it has 3 distinct firing types. The flare charge, which is like a charged blast, the dissipator beam, which leaves a trail of fire on the targeted area, and the big chubby penis itself, the orbital designation, which brings down a fucking super strong laser beam from space that poops on everything. This weapon has a fair amount of customization options to really change up its look, style, and function in the game, including 3 firing modes, 3 grips, 3 barrels, target time, cooldown time, 3 sights, and 14 skins to choose from. Now, if you want to rain down murderous hellfire just for shits and gigs, then you can find one of these weapons at the Institute in the Advanced Systems Lab on a desk. Or if you don't want to do that, you can also craft it at the chemistry station, along with its 3 unique ammunitions. This is an awesome mod that adds an unbelievably cool weapon to the game. I rate this mod 1 dog who thinks he's a hero. I got him pinned! Make a run for the door, man! Get out of here! Save yourself! Now this mod adds a modular rifle to Fallout 4. Now this weapon definitely has murder in its eyes. It's futuristic, but it's also really aggressive looking. Now there's a social debate going on right now that guns don't kill people, people kill people. Some people think guns are to blame, others think people are to blame. However, I think we can all agree that this gun kills people. Okay, it doesn't even shoot them. It holds a pillow over their face while they sleep, the sick f***. Now this rifle looks amazing in the game with all its own custom meshes and textures, which makes it stand out in the world, but it also looks like something you might find in Fallout 4. Possibly something the Institute was cooking up. So that gives it a little added sprinkle of immersive possibility, which is nice. Now this weapon has a bumload of customization options, including 4 receivers, 16 barrels, 5 stocks, 6 sights, 11 reticles, 28 skins, 6 attachments, and a partridge in a pear tree. I added the last thing for comedic effect. There is no partridge, or a tree to speak of. Now there are more than 215 modifications for this weapon, which last time I checked is a lot of fucking modifications. Now, if you want to acquire this weapon, it can be crafted at the chemistry station in the factor section, which is really convenient for people who know how to read. Unfortunately for me, I just have to hit buttons sporadically until something good happens. Now, this is an excellent mod that adds a great new weapon to the world space with some unbelievable characteristics and functionality. I rate this mod 1 cow that just got caught masturbating.
What? What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? And next time, knock first.
Now, if I were to pull you aside and ask you what Fallout 4 was missing, you would likely look me right in the forehead and say,
How the f*** did you get in my room?
Then once you calm down and the chloroform weared off, we'd both just have a good cry. And you'd probably come to the conclusion that it's the laser RCW that was missing. But not anymore, no, because this mod adds the unique laser SMG from Fallout New Vegas into the Commonwealth. Yes, this weapon does have some customization options as well to change up its style and function in the game. It's got 3 muzzles, 3 receivers, 2 grips, and 3 sights to choose from. This laser submachine gun looks incredible in the game, and it's sure to make any Fallout New Vegas fan foam at the penis. Yes. So if you want to wield your very own laser RCW, it can be found on any enemy that normally spawns with the vanilla submachine gun, as it has been added to the respective level lists. Now this gun is a lot of fun to use in the game, and it's a pretty fashionable killing utensil, if I do say so myself. I rate this mod 1 monkey trying to troubleshoot his broken phone.
Hello? Hello? Why is my phone not working? I can hardly think with all this wetness around me.
Now this mod adds the .45 pistol from Fallout New Vegas to the Commonwealth. I remember when I first saw this weapon mod. It was a Tuesday, and I remember I was so impressed I gallivanted into my bathroom, threw on the shower, set the shower head to laser beam, and just cried uncontrollably while high-pressure water hit my naked ass crack like a powerful sprinkler of emotions. Is that the weirdest thing that I've ever done after seeing a cool mod? Sadly, it is not. It's not even the weirdest thing I've done this week. Now you might be thinking, does this weapon mod have any customization options? The answer is, oh boy does it. It's got 10 receivers, 3 grips, 3 muzzle attachments, 4 magazines, and 2 sights to choose from. This pistol looks and functions really great in the game with all new custom meshes and textures that are sure to gently blow on your ball hair. Now, if you want to rock your very own .45 pistol, then you're in luck, because this gun will show up in your game once your character reaches level 5 or better, as it has been added to the respective level lists. Also, there is a unique variant of this weapon that can be found throughout the world space. Now, the hint that the mod author gives is find the lantern. Whatever the f*** that means, good luck and happy hunting! Now this is yet another great mod that is sure to give Fallout 4 a much more Fallout New Vegas-y vibe. I rate this mod 1 horse that loves wearing blue jeans. Are you one of those sick, twisted psycho f***s who likes to chase down your victims with the haunting sound of a buzzing chainsaw in the background like the elevator music in hell? Because this is perfect for you. Now you can cut someone's face off and wear it. It's so precise you can pass as anyone. I'm Mama Murphy. No, you're not. No, you are not. Oh, yeah? Take a look at this. Oh, yeah? What's that? Oh, my f***ing sweet This chainsaw was made possible by using the Buzzsaw's unique melee animation from the Automatron DLC. So you're gonna need that Automatron DLC for this son of a bitch to work properly. It is roughly based on the concepts for the Auto Axe in Fallout 3 and the chainsaw in Fallout New Vegas. It is extremely lore-friendly and something that could definitely be found in the Commonwealth. It's a very unique addition to the game, and it looks and functions great.
Truth, bro. Truth, man. Fake, man. Truth. Oh, God, why is this happening?
It has multiple styles of teeth, multiple color customization options, and some pretty cool additional attachments, including a skull on the blade, for all those savage as people who roam the Commonwealth. It can also be added to the leveled list, so you can find it on Fallen Foes. I rate this mod 1 doll I'm pretty sure wants to kill me. If that thing was in my house, I'd move. This mod adds an entirely new race and quest line to Fallout 4. You can choose between two separate factions. You can either become a vampire or become a vampire hunter. Each faction has their own castle where you'll have to go in order to start the quest line for that particular faction. Note that the vampires in this mod are not your typical Twilight vampires. No, these vampires are evil as shit, and they will bite you right on your if you're not one of them. Note that if you are not a vampire, then randomly vampires will appear during your travels and try to kill you. And if you are a vampire, then random vampire hunters will appear and try to kill you. Although being a vampire hunter is pretty cool, the coolest part of this mod would be becoming an actual vampire, as you will acquire new skills and abilities as you become a stronger vampire. If you are a vampire and you don't feed, you will also be affected negatively as you move through the stages of thirst, from stage 1 all the way to stage 4. At first, you will just take minor sun damage in the daylight, but the higher your stage, the higher the damage. At stage 4, however, you will be decomposing, so you will constantly take damage until you feed again. As a vampire, you can acquire increased speed, flying, invisibility, teleportation, and more. There are also 9 new weapons, new consumables, outfits, random encounters, followers, and much more. Being a vampire has many perks. It's like my Uncle Jeb always used to say, when life gives you lemons, just whip out your and jerk off all over those lemons. Needless to say, he was misunderstood and frequently kicked out of the produce section of most grocery stores. But I think what Jeb was trying to say here is you need to become a vampire in Fallout 4. Note that you will need the Far Harbor DLC for this mod to work properly, as the Vampire Castle is located in Far Harbor, and the Vampire Hunter's Castle is located in the Commonwealth. This is an excellent addition to the game that adds a whole new game style to the world of Fallout 4. I rate this mod that moment you realize you need to start waiting at a different bus stop in the future.
Excuse me there, sir. I was wondering if you'd care to rub our belly buttons together? Mine is soft and yellow, if that factors into your decision at all. Does it?
Take the bus, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Now I'm likely gonna get murdered by a giant yellow Teletubby. Now before this mod, the meatbags in the super mutant camps were completely unrealistic. They would just sit there all stationary and static as shit, like they had no physical weight or relationship to gravity or the wind. They were like the 15th wonder of the world in that they had the density of a dying star and were so heavy that even a Category 5 hurricane couldn't budge their bulge. You know what I mean? Well, not anymore. Now with this mod installed, the meatbags will actually sway back and forth as if they actually exist in the physical world. This mod makes them a lot more believable in the game, and it also makes super mutant camps feel a lot more ominous overall. This is a little fix that has a huge impact on the evil realism and immersion in Fallout 4. This mod adds a new swinging animation to all the hanging meatbags in the game, with swinging sounds, dripping blood, and swarming flies. You see, the flies are actually what really sold me on this thing, okay? You know it's real when the flies show up. I mean, they're all about gross shit, you know? This mod also fixes all the meatbags so that their loot will respawn. The swarming flies are also added to falling meatbags, including craftable ones, so you'll be deep in fucking flies. And that right there is a win for the home team. Now this mod might seem like a simple fix, but it's one of those mods that once you know it exists, you almost can't play Fallout 4 without it. Yes, it adds to the overall evil realism of the game, but it's almost a must-have mod in terms of immersion in Fallout 4. I rate this mod that moment you realize you're a really bad driver. Whoa, hold on. Did that dog just put its seatbelt on? Have you ever noticed that your settlers are a lazy bunch of freeloading turds that just wander around with no foreseeable objective? No? Just me then, huh? Well, don't worry, because this mod will have your settlers at least attempt to look busy, like a timid, physically abused worker person who doesn't like to get yelled at. This will make your settlement seem more alive by adding workshop items that your settlers can interact with. But that's not all, folks. No. Not only can your settlers interact with these objects, but you can also. So if you've ever wanted to take a shit in front of all your settlers and show them all how you never wipe your ass, well, you can do that with this mod installed. What are you looking at, lady? Nothing to see here. Over 50 new interactive objects have been added to the miscellaneous furniture section of the workshop menu that both you and your settlers can interact with. These are not items that you have to tell your NPCs to use either. No. They will use these items on their own as if they actually have double-digit IQs. Pretty realistic, isn't it? There's even a workout mat where you can go do push-ups and impress your female settlers.
99, 1000, 1001. I don't know if you just heard me over there or not, but I did like over 1,000 push-ups. So you want to come back to my place and maybe spank me on my ass?
Now your settlers will be able to interact with everything, including cars, motorcycles, trucks, fridges, and let's face it, who doesn't enjoy some good fridge action?
I know I do!
There's also Nuka-Cola machines, floors, walls, balconies, toilets, and much, much more. This is a great mod that adds a whole new element to your settlements and really brings them to life in the game. This is yet another hidden gem that I would highly recommend to anyone's playthrough of the game, especially if you like building your own settlements in Fallout 4. I rate this mod one monkey who found out Planet of the Apes isn't real.
What do you mean it isn't real? We're stuck here? Is that what you're telling me?
Compact Crafting is an excellent mod that adds small workbenches to Fallout 4. Now the vanilla workbenches can feel kinda big and some people just can't handle all that girth. Especially if they have itty bitty little settlements. Those vanilla workbenches can definitely clutter up a small settlement, making it feel closed in and making it hard to move around. And let's face it, not having enough room in your settlements is almost as annoying as trying to have an important conversation with a simple-minded boob.
A group of raiders ransacked my settlement last night. They ate all my food, they kidnapped my wife, they spanked my bare ass right in front of my kids, neither of which can look me in the eyes anymore. They picked up my eldest son right by the nipples. So I figured I'd come to Sanctuary and try to get some of your guys' help. So what do you say? Do you think you can help me take on those raiders?
Dude, I don't even work here.
This mod sorts all that with compact workbenches that look awesome and function great. The benches that are added with this mod are the Tiny Armor Workbench, the Itty Bitty Chem Station, the Pee Wee Power Armor Station, and the Teeny Weeny Weapon Workbench. Now all those names were made up by us, but we thought they were suiting considering these things are so f***ing small. But the mod does actually add all those workbenches. The benches themselves fit the lore of the game and have an attractive design. All of the benches are standalone variants of the vanilla workbenches, and they can be crafted in the crafting section of the workshop menu. These are great for anyone who wants a crafting station in their settlements, but don't want to take up a lot of room.
I rate this mod 2 creepy old guys wearing straw hats.
Now, if you've ever been to the combat zone in the vanilla version of Fallout, you'll know just how disappointing it can be. Now, when I first saw it, I remember thinking to myself, great, a place I can go where I can get paid to whoop ass. Which is perfect, because I recently got my PhD in ass smacking. Let's just say I got a hefty student loan to pay back, so line those butt cheeks up in alphabetical order. And then come to find out, you can't actually fight in the ring. It was like waking up Christmas morning to find Santa Claus jerking off on your presents. Pretty big f***ing letdown. It really was. Well, now the combat zone will be able to live up to its full potential, as this mod author was able to add cut content from the game that makes this place not only functional, but fun as f***. And when you first enter the combat zone, you'll still see Kate kicking the ever-loving f*** out of that first fighter, but after that, you'll be able to take her on 1v1. After you fight Kate, you'll be able to continue to fight in the ring to earn caps and level up as a combat contestant. And the more you fight, the harder your opponents will get. You can also spectate other fights and bet on those fights, which is an excellent feature. But it is bittersweet for me because I'm actually not very good at gambling. Put it this way, if I had a cap for every time I put all my piggy bank money on the wrong horse, then I'd have enough money to pay off the bookie and he wouldn't have to break my running legs. Now with this mod installed, it doesn't matter if your character is big, small, fat, or skinny. You'll be able to beat 10 shades of out of so-called opponents like this armorless ass clown here. Now this mod is a ton of fun. A couple notes though about getting it to work. If you're having any trouble, you can always try sitting and waiting for a little bit, as that does seem to help. Also, if the first fight with Kate won't start, there is an optional script that can be downloaded as a workaround. Now the mod author has stated that this mod works best with a new character playthrough. However, it was working just fine for me on my old saved character. So just a heads up on that one. I rate this mod the type of crazy that shows up 6 months into a new relationship.
I'm not a jealous woman, but if you ever look at another girl, I'll kill everything you ever loved.
This mod adds 3 new weapons to Fallout 4. It adds the MP40, the MP40 Tactical, and the MP40 Experimental to the game. These weapons all look unique, but the experimental version looks especially unique, with 2 barrels each shooting bullets at the same time. It's basically like having 2 dicks if your dick shot 10mm rounds. Now, I can still remember the first time that I saw this mod. It was a Tuesday, and I had just finished punching a pelican right in the beak for making fun of my golf swing. And I remember thinking to myself, am I on drugs right now? Or is that Melty Penguin over there holding up a picture of a beautiful weapon mod? Turns out, your weapon mod was real! Trophy Hunter is a mod author that is known for quality and attention to detail, and these weapons are no exception, as each one looks incredible in Fallout 4. Each one of these weapons has its own unique style, feel, and customization options in the game. The MP40 has 4 receivers, 4 barrels, 4 magazines, 2 muzzle attachments, 3 stocks, 2 magwells, 3 skins, and 5 sight zooms. The MP40 Tactical has 4 receivers, 2 types of rail systems, 5 sights, 2 stocks, 2 magwells, 2 grips, 4 types of magazines, 2 barrels, a laser sight, a bayonet, a flashlight, a suppressor, 2 skins, and 5 sight zooms. And the MP40 Experimental has 2 barrels, 4 receivers, 1 mag, 1 bayonet, 1 foregrip, and 1 grip. These weapons consist of 60 materials, 181 textures, 50 meshes, and 235 custom animations, which basically translates to, I just came all over my keyboard. Now these weapons will invoke an erection when you see them, they'll make your toes curl when you shoot them, and they'll make you blow your load when you reload them. Now, if you want to acquire any one of these weapons, you can craft them at the Weaponsmith workbench, or there's possibly one that can be found in Diamond City. Now, just based on looks alone, without incorporating all the other awesomeness, this is still a must-have mod in anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod 1 kid who's terrible at keeping a secret.
Chocolate bar? What chocolate bar? I've never seen I don't even know what a chocolate bar is. I've never seen a chocolate bar in my life. I would never eat a chocolate bar. I don't know what that is.
This mod adds the Tamakuzi 9 to the world of Fallout. This gun is a mix of a Thompson, an Uzi, and a Tech 9. It's literally what scholars might call the perfect child. I don't know about you guys, but I would gladly adopt a child if it looked exactly like this gun. Is that a weird prerequisite for caring for a lost child? Yes. Yes, it most definitely is. But Tamakuzi-shaped children just hold a special place in my left kidney. That's the kidney that I use for caring for Tamakuzi-shaped children. So now you all know. This weapon looks incredible in the game and truly fits the world perfectly, with custom meshes and textures that make it look very realistic, and a style that seems like it was designed in a post-apocalypse with the spare parts from other weapons. This weapon honestly looks homemade, which makes this weapon look and feel incredibly immersive in Fallout 4. However, whoever it was who made this weapon is pretty awesome at making homemade weapons. Honestly, if I had to make my own weapon in the post-apocalypse, the best thing I could come up with would be a bag filled with angry jellyfish. Oh, you want to steal my shit, do ya? Huh? Well, you just wait 1 second here while I grab my bag. You like that, bitch? You like that? You like that, bitch? Can you taste that? That's the jellyfish of justice. It's palpable, isn't it? There are also 3 custom variants of this mod that can be found throughout the world space. How do you acquire this weapon and its sexy legendary variants, you're probably thinking in your brain muscles right at this moment? Well, this weapon mod actually comes with its own mini quest that starts as soon as your character reaches level 10 or higher, which is a fun and immersive way to acquire this beautiful submachine gun. This weapon also has a ton of attachments, so you can really change it up if you want to tickle your creative ballsack. There are 5 receivers, 5 rail sights, 3 normal sights, a flashlight, 3 stock options, and 2 muzzles, including a silencer that's made out of a pop bottle. Now that's some real MacGyver shit right there. You can polish off a 2-liter, then just take that shit to your gun, like a very environmentally friendly hitman. I rate this mod 1 kid hate f***ing a watermelon with his mouth. I will eat you, and you will die, watermelon. This mod adds a Lien field to the Commonwealth along with a small quest. The quest will start once your character reaches level 15 or higher. It has all its own custom animations, meshes, and textures, and just looks incredible in the game. Some of the ammunition required for its more unique variants can be crafted at the chemistry station, like the battery ammo and the .303 rounds. It also has a ton of customization options, which really give each variant a whole new look and feel in the game. There are 5 receivers, 6 barrels, 2 stocks, 3 sights, 2 loads, and 2 cheek pads to choose from. It also has multiple skins to choose from as well. It even has a Canadian flag skin, which really makes sense because if my Call of Duty experience has taught me anything, It's that the standard issue rifle for Canadians in World War II was the Lee Enfield. And to think, my history teacher thought I was a fucking idiot. Yeah, she used to tell me every day just before a class, she would whisper, "You're a fucking idiot, and your parents never loved you." I guess it wouldn't have hurt as much if it wasn't for the fact that I was homeschooled. Boy, oh boy, those were the days. This rifle is a truly amazing addition to Fallout 4. It feels and looks immersive, and its abundance of customization options and different animations make different combinations feel like entirely different weapons. This is definitely a must-have weapon mod in anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one baseball player who thinks baseballs are gross.
Ew, gross. Oh my god, it's touching me. Oh, it's touching me. Get it off, get it off, get it off.
Now this mod adds an electro-laser-based weapon to the Commonwealth. It gains bonus damage against robots and power armor users, as well as the ability to shut down or paralyze enemies with critical attacks. This mod kind of reminds me of a cheetah trained since birth to cripple and attack robots and power armor users. Now aside from hitting people with a long stick with a vicious robot-hating cheetah duct taped to the end of it, this weapon mod is the bumblebee's knees at beating and crippling robots. Also, it has its own custom meshes and textures and just looks amazing in the game. This mod also comes with tons of customization options, so you can change up the look and style to suit your character. There are 10 receivers, 10 barrels, 4 stocks, 8 sights, 3 bodies, a bayonet, and 8 skins to choose from. The layer is a relatively rare weapon, however if you want one to call your own, it has a chance to appear in the hands of railroad agents, synths, and vendors that sell Institute lasers, as it has been added to the respective leveled lists. However, acquiring it that way will only get you the factory skin version of the weapon. Now the factory skin is good and all, but if you really want to impress the old ladies in your water polo class, then you're gonna want something a little more fucking special. Well then this is your lucky day, because there's also a Gauss weapon skin and a well-worn skin that can be found on legendary enemies. Still not shitting happy little turtles? Well don't fret, because you can also unlock various other amazing skins for this weapon by finding magazines that have been hidden throughout the world space. I rate this mod 2 ladies who just found out how much money they could save on their car insurance by switching to Geico. This mod adds a remake of the classic over-under shotgun known as the Caravan shotgun from Fallout New Vegas to the world of Fallout 4. It has all its own custom meshes and textures that make it look so good. So very, very good. Oh yes, oh you naughty bitch. Ah, who's got a sexy wooden handle? You got a sexy wooden handle, don't you? Yeah, you fucking do. Oh, yeah. Too far? My bad. It's just whenever I see craftsmanship like this, I get all hot and bothered. This mod also has its own custom animations to really make you feel like it walked out of New Vegas and just jumped right into Fallout 4. Its stats are almost the same as the double barrel shotgun, but the damage is 30% higher. And if you can't do the math on that, don't worry, you're not alone. I also shit my panties a little when numbers pretend to be words. The Spark Note version is the Caravan shotgun is beefy like a beef stew. It's so strong, in fact, it would blow the nipples off of an angry person who had big floppy nipples. But it's also balanced, so it doesn't feel overpowered. Now you will be able to find this weapon anywhere you can find the double barrel shotgun, as it has been added to the same leveled list. Now if you're the type of person who doesn't know where to find a double barrel shotgun because looking and walking is the kind of multitasking that gets you belly deep in a sewer drain somewhere, then don't worry, because 2 of these bad boys can be found in Bunker Hill. This shotgun does have its fair share of customization options as well, including 6 barrels, 3 stocks, 2 muzzles, 2 sights, and 3 simple paint jobs. Now this is a standalone weapon mod, so it should be compatible with most anything since it uses a script to add it to the leveled list. Now if you're the type of person that really liked Fallout New Vegas, then this is definitely a must-have mod in your playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one person who likes to push on people's noses. Look, I'm squishing your nose.
Hey, stop that.
This mod adds a new scrumdiddlyumptious HUD and interface to the game. Now the HUD, or heads-up display as the kids are calling it nowadays, refers to the main game interface while adventuring. The HUD elements include the health bar, the action point, the criticals, the experience bar, and enemy health meters, compass, dialogue, and messages. Now Now this mod allows customization of all those elements. All elements can be moved, rotated, and resized. Now all this customization is sure to make anyone want to whistle Dixie, or dick a whistle, or whistle a dick. I don't know. I just don't know anymore. I don't know. I don't know what that phrase is or means, so I'm going to use it however I want. Now some of the elements also have some customization options, like you can actually hide parts of the element. Like for instance, is that health bar cramping your style? Then you can just go ahead and lock it in the basement, like you did your adopted son Derek in his weird rock collection. There is also optional features to show scrap components beneath items when looting. This feature requires either the included scrap tag files or a similar file from your sorting mod. Now the def inventory modifies the interface for containers, barter, and Pip-Boy inventory screens with numerous improvements. Container and barter screens have been increased in size to fill the screen for ease of use. Now before this mod, the inventory was a fucking disaster. But after this mod, it was so nice I just wanted to put on my Big Bird outfit and pull my ass cheeks apart. Sorry, that was completely unrelated. That's embarrassing. I don't own a Big Bird costume, by the way. That's weird that I would mention that. I don't do those things. I don't dress up like Big Bird and pull my butt cheeks apart. That metaphorical. I use it as an example. However, in order to really get full use out of this mod, you're also going to need to install a sorting mod, like for instance the previous mod on this list, as all of the remaining features require a sorting mod. Now with the use of a sorting mod, sorting tags can be replaced with icons in all three screens. New tabs are available in container and barter screens to limit what is displayed by category based on tags. Additional tabs have also been added to the Pip-Boy to move notes and holotapes to their own tabs based on tags. And Pip-Boy items can be rolled up in a single entry based on tags. Now Def UI overhauls the menu tab and makes it a lot more organized and easy on the eyes. It basically takes that ugly duckling and it hits it right in the face with a shovel and replaces that super dead ugly duck with a much more alive, attractive duck. Look at that. Isn't that great? Look at it. Super, super alive. Now when you're going through your inventory, you can find, sell, trade, or drop items with ease in comparison to the vanilla game. Def UI is for winners, and you definitely want to be a winner, don't you? So go on, join the party, get in, the water's fine. It's nice and warm, it's pee warm. I rate this mod that moment you realize why your plane ticket was so cheap.
Alright everybody, here we go, hold on!
Hey, here's something I've never noticed when I was throwing shit in the real world. A giant green arc that conveniently lets me know where my projectile's gonna land. Do you know why I haven't noticed such a thing? Well, it's simple really. It's because that doesn't exist! Well, in Fallout 4, if you level up your character enough and upgrade your projectiles, then you'll get yourself a green throwing arc that will show up when you throw a projectile to let you know exactly where that dusty dick tickler is gonna land. Now, the worst part about this throwing arc is that once you've enabled it, there's no going back. You're not able to abort this giant immersion-breaking baby, and no amounts of controlled flushing or wide toilet seats will ever get rid of it either. It's with you forever. There's just no going back. At least not without a little help from the modding community, that is. Think of the modding community as an abandoned park where you can just leave unwanted throwing arc babies to be adopted by wolves or eaten by other abandoned cannibalistic toddlers. You know, that's what happens at parks, right? This mod does exactly that and removes that unrealistic eyesore from your screen even when you leveled up your character to that point. Now, I know there's probably a few of you out there that think, hey wait, the throwing arc could be immersive though, Baters, because of the Pip-Boy, right? Well, to that, I say, fuck you! I will fucking kill you! How dare you question me during a mod review! Remember back when I said I was gonna kill you? I might have overreacted. I'm willing to take a couple steps back here and fully examine myself. No, but seriously though, the Pip-Boy is a cop-out, and the throwing arc is bullshit that just continues to remind the player that you're actually in a video game rather than immersing you in the environment. This mod might be a small fix, but it's essential if you want to get a realistic playthrough of the game. I rate this mod 1 bear that just cares.
Safety first, guys! Or Smokey the Bear will fucking find you!
The AI in Fallout 4 definitely leaves something to be desired in the fact that they're the world's most oblivious lookouts. There are times when you'll be sneaking like right in front of them and they'll just look out into the distance and be like, is somebody there? Hello? Somebody there? Hello? I feel like it's a game of hide and seek with like a 4-year-old where you're pretending you don't see their feet behind the couch when in retrospect they fucking suck at hiding. You know, just giggling and shit when you get close. It's embarrassing. Well, imagine just for a second that you couldn't find that giggling toddler. Then you would know, just for a moment, what it's like to be one of the vanilla NPCs in Fallout 4. This mod overhauls the AI, the stealth, the fall damage, the damage in general, the compass, Molotovs, and grenade throwing delays in the game. Now, there are a variety of gameplay tweaks that this mod makes available to choose from, so you can play the way you want to play the game. This mod will give you better AI combat so that the enemies will now think and act more like real-world enemies would. It reduces grenade spam, so enemies just won't chuck shit at you every 2 seconds with their infinite supply of throwables. It increases grenade detection distance and survival difficulty damage. There is now better and more realistic fall damage, as well as increased stealth detect distance, meaning enemies will now be able to detect you much more realistically in the game. For instance, if you walk in front of them crouched, they'll fucking see you, instead of missing you like they don't have any goddamn eyeballs. There is also now a longer stealth search time, so enemies will look for you longer, which makes a lot of sense. If you think about it, if someone was keeping a lookout and they heard a noise, then they probably wouldn't just shuffle around for 30 seconds and then say, "Oh, I guess it was nothing. I better just go back to standing here with my vital organs fully exposed and my back to danger." There are also some other gameplay tweaks like increased walk speed, decreased reload speed, reduced compass radar detection, no automatic condition regeneration, Molotov cocktails burn people to death instead of exploding people to death, and so much more. This completely changes the way you approach enemies in Fallout 4, and makes interactions with enemies much more believable and immersive. This is definitely an important mod for anyone who wants to get the most out of combat and NPC interactions in Fallout 4. I rate this mod one cat that's positive that these balloons are gonna blow its fucking head off. Now, do you like mindless, seemingly endless ambiguity and vagueness where you never know where or what your character stands for and every action is a roll of hypothetical dice? Well, I don't, and so that's why this mod is an excellent addition to the game. Normally, more words is a real deal breaker for me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm like anyone else. I love to curl up late at night with a great book and just color until my fingers hurt. More often than not, I just feel like words, they take away from my favorite Disney characters. But not this time, no siree. This is one of those rare circumstances where more words is a good thing. Sometimes when you don't have enough words, it can be really confusing. It can be really upsetting, okay? For instance, just think about an online dating profile pic that just says, "I like kids" in all capital letters. That's not enough words. It's not enough information. You need more words. You need more information, okay? Maybe that person really likes kids in an innocuous way, or maybe that person is a kidnapper, okay? Who knows? All I know is that person really likes kids. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I like to know what my character is going to say before he or she says it. Fallout 4's dialogue interface was so simplistic, you didn't really know what to think. Literally, you had no idea what your character was gonna say until he or she said it. And there's nothing worse than miscommunication. Now, full dialogue interface aims to fix that issue by giving the full line of dialogue in the interface for you to read prior to telling Preston Garvey you want him to tell you about every settlement in danger, regardless of what's going on in your world at the time. Now, this is a simple fix, but it makes a huge difference in the game, letting you interact with the AI more precisely and more reflective of your perspective at the time. This is definitely an essential mod for Fallout 4. I rate this mod one guy pretending to be a doctor. Alright, get over here. Let me take a quick look at your brain. Yeah, it's just what I thought. You were insane in the brain. I can see it here. All you need to do to fix this is take 2 scoops of ice cream and tape your ass cheeks together and you'll be good as new. Wow, this game has 0 problems, said no Fallout 4 player ever. Bethesda games are riddled with glitches and errors and all sorts of other shenanigans that makes my brain hurt. Now, some are minor issues that will just take you out of your immersive playthrough, like an NPC floating around like Peter Pan on Molly, just blast it off with happy horny thoughts. Other problems are bigger though, and cause even the vanilla game to be unplayable in certain ways with game crashes and endgame errors. And although Bethesda does try to ameliorate these issues, it seems like every time they fix one, a new one pops up and punches me right in the penis. So mod authors took it on themselves to fix, modify, and tweak the game to create a much smoother and less buggy experience. Less clipping, less glitches, and less crashes. The unofficial Fallout 4 patch isn't just an important mod, it's a must-have in that it fixes issues that were never addressed by Bethesda. If you want the most out of Fallout 4, and even if you're not into modding, this is still one mod that you're gonna want in your game. The unofficial patch does so much it's impossible to list all in one mod review, but all the changes from the minor to the major are all done to make Fallout 4 more enjoyable, more efficient, and even a more believable experience overall. I rate this mod that moment when you regret getting the cheap seats on a plane. Please kill me. Now, the children of Adam are a reminder that even if something is dangerous enough to kill you, there will always be a small group of idiots crazy enough to worship it. Now, it's recommended that you stay as far away from radiation as humanly possible. So, what do the children of Adam do? They touch it, pat it, and rub it with their genitals. You know, typical weirdo cult stuff. Now, generally, the children of Adam look like a group of people lacking the double-digit IQ necessary to stay away from glowing objects. They're all dilapidated and scuzzy looking, missing hair, teeth, and sometimes the odd eyeball. You know, what you'd expect from someone who dry humps uranium. Well, this mod author thought the children of Adam needed a makeover, so they actually look like a faction you might want to affiliate with in Fallout 4. This mod is a great new take on the children of Adam, making them look much more formidable in the Commonwealth. This armor mod looks practical, like something someone would use to survive in an irradiated wasteland. But it also looks tactical in that the wearer might be a force to be avoided. There are also multiple colors to choose from with this mod, so if you like this armor but you still don't like the children of Adam, well, you can still sport these sexy duds. Now, if you want to get your very own Child of Adam supersuit, then you can craft it at the chemistry station. This suit is definitely a step up from the typical diapers and rags the children of Adam are normally wearing, and it's an excellent addition to anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod that one guy that just can't keep his shit together.
Oh, f*** me! This stick is slippery!
Now, this mod adds a cool black sort of police-inspired mod to the game. Now, cops are supposed to be the good guys, right? But this armor mod definitely looks evil as tits. I mean, there's a good chance you'd find this thing in the Upside Down. It'd probably be the villain in the 9th season of Stranger Things. You know, when they're grasping at straws trying to stay on the air? Why is this armor evil? I'm not totally sure. But if I had to put my finger on it, I'd say Satan rubbed his balls on it. Yeah, that'd make just about anything evil, wouldn't it? Certainly would. There's just something about this mod that screams, grab your kids and run for the car! You know, those red eyes are just piercing. They're like a red flag, you know? Something tells me those aren't contact lenses. That's what happens when you sell your soul. Right there. Those dark, ominous, deep soul-cutting red eyes. Now, this mod adds the Panzer Police armor to Fallout 4, inspired by Jinron the Wolf, Red Spectacles, and Stray Dogs. Now, if you want to prance around in this fancy doodad, then you can craft it at the chemistry station. Now, this mod touches me in ways that I've only really ever told my diary about. Dear diary, it happened again. This armor does look amazing in the game, though, especially with its ominous design. The mod author did a great job creating something new for the Fallout universe, while at the same time keeping with a pretty immersive overall aesthetic. This armor mod doesn't look like anything we've seen in Fallout before, but it still fits in the game really well, and it won't break or even fracture that immersive playthrough. This is definitely an evil-looking armor mod that looks like something you might see in Castle Wolfenstein, rather than in a police station. Either way, it's an excellent addition to the game, and one that's sure to improve anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod the face that everyone makes when they come for the very first time.
Wow! This feels new!
An outfit like this is just incredibly sexy on a guy, a girl, a camel. It doesn't f***ing matter who's wearing it. It'll milk your jelly beans, if you know what I mean. However, you should be careful if you ever wear an outfit like this, as it's almost too sexy. And outfits that are too sexy can get you into a lot of trouble. 1 second you're deep-throating a popsicle on a hot day, then before you know it, you owe $100,000 to a guy named Popcorn, who says he's gonna beat you unconscious with a giant bag of gummy bears, unless you pay him back in baseball cards. Needless to say, things can definitely escalate if your level of sexy gets past a certain point. So don't say I didn't warn ya. This mod adds the Railroad's handmaiden outfit based on the kite's own character, Cecil Rose de Ségur, or whatever, it's French, I probably didn't pronounce that right. It has both a female and male version of all its parts. Each part of the outfit, the fedora, the cigarette, the gloves, the Under Armour, and the overcoat, all have their own customization options, so you can really change up the look and feel to fit your particular playstyle. You want to look like a 50s gangster? Bam! You got it! How about a sexy librarian? Yup, that's an option now. Or maybe you want to dress up like a toothless goat with a bad haircut. Well, that's definitely not an option with this mod, and honestly, that sounds weird as shit. What's wrong with you? Huh? What's the matter with you? It's got me a little concerned that you would want to dress up like that. Now, there's a whole lore-based backstory to go with this mod as well to fully immerse it into the world. If you want to learn more about the lore, then be sure to check out the mod author's page on the Nexus. This outfit gives that old noir style we've come to associate with the Fallout universe. However, this outfit steps it up in terms of aesthetics and function by a lot. This outfit just looks so good it gives me a lady boner just thinking about it. It's not just your typical suit, no. It's everything you could want in a pre-war suit, with some really great customization features. You can put suspenders on or take them off. You can button or unbutton your coat. It's great. You can even add a lamplight to your coat to illuminate your journey. Ah, yes! Now, this suit makes you feel like it came right out of the time era of Fallout, but does it in a way that gives you something unique, fun, and just incredible to look at. This is definitely a must-have armor mod for anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod the last photo ever taken of this bird alive.
I forgot how to fly!
Now, this mod adds the Mojave Manhunter outfit to Fallout 4. Now, this armor just looks fan-tastic, okay? Put it this way, if this armor mod was a grapefruit, then there would be a dick-sized hole in that grapefruit. Am I right, fellas? Am I right? Yeah, okay. Now, the outfit is split up into 6 separate parts. The under armor, gloves, vest, duster, hat, and the mask. Now, each one of the parts can be modified just like any of the vanilla armors can, with ballistic weave and so forth, but there are also multiple skin options to choose from as well. You can go from black to brown to white to green, pretty much all the colors of the f***ing rainbow. As well, there are some unique style variants, if just changing colors doesn't quite powder your nipples. Now, there are 15 total skins to choose from. Now, if you want to acquire this outfit, it can be crafted at the chemistry station. As well, there is one that can be found in the world space west in the glowing sea. If you got the nuts and berries big enough to go looking for it, that is. I mean, this mask has a special vision module that allows you to see living enemies through most walls and obstructions. The heartbeat sensor mod, when equipped, enables a context menu that allows you to customize when the sensor turns on. To open the context menu, just equip the mask through your inventory. There are 5 modes to choose from. There's the disabled mode, which, wouldn't you know it, disables the heartbeat sensor. Okay, turns it off. Okay, it's off now. There's the aim mode, which enables the heartbeat sensor whenever you aim your gun. There's the combat mode, which enables the heartbeat sensor whenever combat starts. There's the combat aim mode, which enables the heartbeat sensor during combat or when aiming down your sights. And there's the weapon drawn mode, which enables the heartbeat sensor when you pull out your penis in public and just start waving it around. Woo! Yeah, look at this! Woo-hoo! Yeah! Oh, yeah! Look at that! Oh, yes! Oh, look at that! I'm just kidding. Weapon drawn mode enables the heartbeat sensor when your weapon is drawn. Pretty simple, right? I rate this mod 1 seal that just got punched in the asshole.
Oh, dear God. Why would you do that?
Now, this mod adds a brand new standalone power armor to the Commonwealth that is very unique, not only in function but in design. This power armor is very heavy but well protected. The player's head is actually enclosed in the chest of the armor, which supposedly offers extra protection. Now, I guess I can see the logic in that because it's perhaps less likely that you get decapitated if your head was in your chest rather than on top of your body, right? So, kind of makes sense. Now, this armor comes with a special helmet that can be worn inside the armor and kind of acts like a PA helmet, which is kind of a cool feature that adds to the realism of the suit itself. Now, if you want this armor, you can craft it at the Advanced Engineering Workbench that can be crafted in the crafting section of the workshop menu, once this mod has been installed. Now, this armor doesn't look like any other power armor I've ever seen in Fallout 4, which definitely makes it stand out. Now, this armor has Sirius written all over it, which is the exact opposite of dancing Mirelurks.
So you think you can dance? But can you do this? Exactly. That's what I thought.
But it's not just the unique design that plays a big role in getting it included on this week's list. The armor itself is very well crafted with excellent meshes and textures that really make it fit into the world of Fallout. This may not be something that was designed specifically by Bethesda, but it sure does look like something that could be found in the Commonwealth. And when you're in this armor, you're just gonna feel strong as f***. Like if you were to have an arm wrestling match against a toddler. You'd smash down that little baby arm like it was nothing. Boom! And the Commonwealth just won't stand a chance against this headless armored tank. I rate this mod 1 kid who has no idea how to get out of a car.
Let's face it, seeing in the dark is actually really hard to do. I should know that's when I get some of my best stalking done, because I can't see it very good. Yeah. Now, not being able to see things is a serious disadvantage, which is why whenever I see a blind person walking down the street all willy-nilly, I always throw a basketball really hard at their face. Heads up, buddy! Just to make sure they're not faking it, because that would be awful and unacceptable social behavior. The normal night vision in the vanilla game is definitely lacking in terms of realism and aesthetic appeal. This mod doesn't only add a great new immersive way to use night vision in the game, it also adds a new style to it as well. When you turn on the goggles, the screen will go blank at first, and it will make the most immersive night vision sound my delicate ears have ever heard. Then once in night vision mode, the world will look like a green-hued orgasm come to life, giving you the visibility you need to be practical, but does it in such a way that the game still looks amazing. This mod adds new tactical goggles and eyepieces featuring new meshes and textures which are fully modular, craftable, and upgradable at the armor workbench, with 3 primary vision effects, 2 secondary enhancements, and 8 color variations. The base goggles give +1 to perception and a combination of modifications that can be added to customize them to your particular playstyle or appearance. Now these goggles operate like real night vision, temporarily blinding you when you shut them off, and if you find yourself in front of a bright light with these babies on, it's unlikely you'll be able to see anything at all. These tactical goggles are so well done that they've actually helped me get over my fear of the dark. Now I know what a lot of you are thinking, aren't you a bit old to be afraid of the dark? Well, put it this way, I'll stop being afraid of the dark when my cat stops leaving me death threats in the steam on my bathroom mirror after I have a shower. Yeah. I woke up the other day, and he was standing over me, holding a pillow. He acted all cool and but we both know what he was thinking. Now, there are 2 other visual variations of these goggles other than the night vision that work great and really give these goggles a lot in terms of variety. These tactical eyepieces look incredible and are extremely well done in every aspect. It's not only way more interesting to play during nighttime in the game now, it's actually a lot more fun. Now, in order to craft this tactical eyewear, you'll first need to acquire the blueprints for them. Now, these blueprints are located at the MedTech Research Building in the main lobby under a desk. Once you have acquired the blueprints, you'll be able to craft these goggles at the chem station under Utility. I rate this mod 1 job interview that isn't going very well. Is it the tie, or is it because I farted when we first met?
When you think of quest mods, you think, hey, the longer the better, right? But what if they're really long, but also really thin and have a weird shaped tip? Then they're just creepy looking like E.T.'s fingers. Now, sometimes bigger isn't always better. Like, for instance, big titties are nice, but if you're running away from a guy wielding a chainsaw, then those babies would just be flapping in the wind, causing all sorts of drag. And that lunatic's gonna cut you up. But if that lady was flat-chested like a piece of plywood, then she'd be aerodynamic as and be able to escape. Now that no-titty loser might not get invited to prom, but at least she's alive. Well, this mod is a lot like that in a lot of ways, in that it is a smaller quest mod, but gives you the pragmatic release every good wanderer is searching for, which is killing the largest thing you set eyes on. This mod is great for people who want a quest mod, but they don't want to spend 20 to 30 hours getting to the punchline. This is a nice little quickie quest to get your rocks off and then jet. Now this mod adds a very straightforward quest where you have to locate the GORE and kill that gigantic bastard before he wreaks havoc on more innocent people. Now, just so everyone is aware, a GORE is a gigantic deathclaw. He's humongous and he gives out crazy damage. But the one thing this mod author didn't count on was that I would have Lucille in the backpack. And everyone knows a good blow to the fucking kneecaps leaves any deathclaw completely defenseless.
Not so tough now, are ya? Look at that big old hit to the foot. Yeah, take that hit to the foot, bitch.
Now, although this story is pretty short, it is a lot of fun to locate a giant deathclaw and just go diplomatic on his ass. Send that motherfucker packing, if you know what I mean. Now, the NPCs you come across as you venture to find the GORE are all fully voice acted, which really helps solidify the lore of this gigantic Godzilla-style deathclaw. Now, all in all, this quest mod takes about 20 minutes, but when you're done, your hard-on will last at least another 20 minutes. So in total, it's about 40 minutes worth of excitement that you're gonna get out of this quest mod. I rate this mod 1 gorilla who sees a toddler fall into his cage at the zoo.
Oh, this isn't gonna end well for me.
This mod adds an amazing armor to the game that is both masterfully crafted and functionally delightful. This mod also adds a Black Widow Pip-Boy to the game and an optional retexture file for the Widow Shotgun, which goes great with this armor. Now, the Widow Shotgun and this armor are not made by the same person, but boy, do they look good together. There is also a great backstory on this armor as well, about a lady who lost her husband and then went bat crazy and started killing people. Now, if you're looking to acquire this armor, you can find it at the Wildwood Cemetery by one of the gravestones. You'll see a skeleton lady just chilling with a crate filled with goodies. The textures and meshes for this armor look incredible, combining a long Grim Reaper style coat, a faceless mask, and a steel armor underneath, to give your character that look of someone who brings death everywhere they go. Now, this armor does work with both body types, but does look like it was designed specifically for female characters. And although this suit was designed for women, it's just so nice that I'd have no problem tucking my dick and balls between my ass cheeks just to make it fit. Speaking of the Grim Reaper, this suit looks so badass, I feel like the Black Widow would be the person they send to actually kill the Grim Reaper. Time's up, Mr. Reaper. You better get your shit together.
No, don't do this. I'm too young and beautiful. I know. Take Doreen. She smells like stale Doritos and she's got two lazy eyes.
Now, this armor isn't just for show. No. It has functional properties as well, including the ability to change between worlds. You can go from the normal world to the underworld in this armor, which gives you the ability to detect the souls of your enemies. All you have to do is visit an ordinary armor workbench to enable this feature. Now, there is different first and third person views of the world, so when you're in first person, you can go into the underworld view, and when you're in third person, you can back out into the normal world. Now, the transition happens with a transitional sound. This armor is also fully customizable at the workbench, so you can upgrade it so hard, it will make your fingers sticky. The code itself has functional physics in the game. Now, they may not be perfect, but I think the mod author did an excellent job making them work in the game. This mod really is one of a kind and a truly excellent addition to Fallout 4. I would recommend this mod to anyone's playthrough of the game, especially if you enjoy looking like a f***ing badass. I rate this mod the one expression everyone makes when someone is about to steal their machine at the gym.
No! I've got one set left.
This mod adds a pretty sick looking power armor to the game. This armor almost looks organic, especially in its facial features, as if it could come to life in some way. There are also several different variations to this armor that change the color, so you can really mold it to your particular playstyle. If you're the type of player that likes to blend into the shadows, then there's a black or tactical version just for that.
And if you're the type of psycho who likes to dress up like a giant cotton candy and run around the Commonwealth like a murdering concoction of sugar and pink food color paste, well, there's even a version for that. It's a pink one. Because to me, that one looks the most like a giant cotton candy. And I want to lick it and eat it and cover my tongue with it.
Now, the armor itself is very well done with a unique design and some excellent craftsmanship. I really like the asymmetry in the shoulder armor and the chain at the bottom of the left shoulder. It just looks downright deadly. The eyes also light up when you use the headlamp on the power armor, which looks cool as f***. Now, each lights up a different color depending on the color of the armor itself, which is a nice little added benefit. It's really all about the little things, isn't it?
Now I can say with confidence that this armor is definitely more dangerous than a rusty old fence. Yeah, I just got, stuck in the fence. I was trying to sneak up on you, and ran right into it. Probably could have avoided it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I scraped my knee, too. Hurts pretty bad. It's like one of them deep cuts, you know?
Now, if you want this armor, it is located at the Boston airport, so all you have to do is travel over there and commandeer it. And commandeering things is a lot of fun. I like to commandeer things in real life. Like the other day, I commandeered the sandbox at the playground, and all the kids were really pissed.
They couldn't do anything, because I'm huge compared to them. Eventually, the police showed up, and they commandeered it back like a bunch of party poopers. Long story short, I'm not allowed anywhere near the playground anymore.
I rate this mod one haircut that makes all the other barnyard animals jealous.
Look at that fly as looking bird over there. We'll never look like that. Jesus, what's that, a $800 haircut?
Now, when I saw this mod author was behind this mod, I just about came all over myself, as this mod author is known for making some extraordinary armor mods, such as the B90, the Scavenger NCR armor, and the Rebel outfit.
all of these outfits would have easily made anyone's top 10 armor mod lists, including our own. However, the mod author had pulled them down off the Nexus due to what I could only assume was them being ported without permission, which made a lot of people sad. However, the mod author has included all 3 of the previous armor mods in this mod for everyone to enjoy again. Now, this mod not only adds the old armor mods, but also adds some new ones as well, that may very well be the best looking armor mods I've ever seen in Fallout, like ever. Now, the 2 new armors that are added are the Mercenary and Wastelander, which both have multiple variants, including multiple accessories, styles, multiple colors, and quite possibly the coolest mask ever invented. All 3 of the old armors can be crafted either at the Armorsmith workbench or the chem station, depending on the armor. The new armors have been added to the gunner's level list as well as the vendor level list, so you can find them throughout the Commonwealth in very immersive ways. Also, all the armor pieces can be upgraded through the armor workbench. The new armors as well as the old armors all look incredible and have amazing textures and meshes that make them very realistic looking in the game. Now, this is by far the most psychotic mod on this week's list because you'd have to be a complete psycho to know this mod exists and not download it to have it in your Fallout game. This is just an absolute must-have addition by Lord of War. I rate this mod one guy who took his mullet way too far and made a skullet, which is homely in the front and scuzzy as in the back.
The Famished is a brand new creature in Fallout 4. It's got a similar body type to that of a Deathclaw, except it's like way shorter. It's possible it's not even tall enough to ride the fun roller coaster at the county fair. It's also uglier than a bruised penis taped to a glass window. It's got the face only a mother could love if that mother only loved things that look like they were birthed from a butthole. This thing's got some real unique characteristics, that's for sure. It's got pointy teeth that are way too far apart. I mean, 4 out of 5 dentists say this thing is ugly as fuck. It's got tiny little perverted eyes that just penetrate down to your undies on every glance. It's also got its tongue hanging out of its mouth like it's about to slurp up a spilt juice pack. I also can't be positive, but I'm pretty sure this thing farts when it's nervous. Let's just say I asked it some really sketchy questions and it kept covering up its butt cheeks, but I can't confirm that one. It could just be a coincidence. That and the constant smell of ass in the air could also just be a coincidence. Now, the models and textures for this creature just look amazing in the game and really bring this new creature to life. Now, the Famished are known for hate f***ing Radstag, so if you see those things around, then don't be surprised if one of these things pops out of the bushes and just donkey punches those radiated cattle right in front of you. Oh my. This is a really awesome mod that adds something completely new to Fallout 4, but in a way that's convincing on every level. This creature definitely looks like something you would have found in Fallout's world and could easily fit into the lore. I definitely recommend this mod if you want to spice up your game and add some more variety to the creatures you see while bobbing around the Commonwealth. I rate this mod the day that someone whips out a sketch pad at the zoo. Draw me like one of your French apes. Now, Dogmeat is one of the most lovable companions in Fallout 4. I mean, I like him so much, I put him between 2 giant hot dog buns and squirt mustard on his belly. There's just no ands, ifs, or buts about it. However, he has a weakness. That weakness is his soft, non-bulletproof body. It just baffles my butt cheeks when he gets into physical altercations with armed enemies and somehow comes out unscathed. Because we all know from science that bullets body soft tissue. So in order for Dogmeat to be truly immersive, he needs to lose that soft tissue and trade it in for something a little less fragile. Well, this mod author did just that, and replaced Dogmeat with Dog Metal, which is like a cyborg version of Dogmeat with metal limbs and a steel outer shell, aka he has a metal dog body, making Dogmeat now look and feel as bulletproof as he clearly is in the game. Now, the mod author did an incredible job on this mod, as Dog Metal looks very immersive and realistic in the world space. This mod simply replaces Dogmeat by a Dogbot. The Dogbot does more damage, it has more HP, it has heavy armor variants, it's immune to radiation, it's immune to poison, it takes no fall damage. It's basically better than Dogmeat in every way you could possibly imagine. It even smells better. There are also multiple variants to choose from to keep this fresh and fun in the game. Now, there are 4 different variants of a Dog Metal that range from a robot-looking race dog to a metal husky, a beefy power armor-looking dog, and whatever the fuck this thing is. Looks like a goddamn dragon. I'm not sure what to make of that. Anyways, this is an absolutely wonderful mod that I'd highly recommend to anyone to play through the game. I rate this mod 1 gorilla pondering about people taking pictures at the zoo.
Wonder if they know I'm naked. fucking perverts.
I feel like every kid wants to be an astronaut when they're little, except for maybe that one kid who says he wants to be Santa Claus on career day, unironically. Whatever happened to that kid, you might be wondering? Well, I'll tell you. It turns out he never did become Santa. Nope. Instead, he found gainful employment giving out HJs in the Walmart parking lot. Point is, most people want to travel to space. Well, good news. Now you'll be able to explore the lunar surface in Fallout 4 with this mod installed. All you'll have to do is head south of Concord. There you'll see a thingamabob and a spacesuit. Put on the spacesuit, then interact with the thingamajig, and before you know it, you'll be in outer space. This mod actually allows you to travel to the moon, and there's a little bit of a backstory there as well. Apparently, after a long time of working with the Institute, a scientist abandoned her bosses, with determination to uncover what the abandoned Project Lunar was. With all the evidence she could gather, she uncovers that the Institute were planning to take over the world by teaching koala bears Taekwondo. Just kidding, this mod only states that they were trying to travel to the moon. However, she devises a way to tune a teleporter to one of the old transmitters on the moon. However, before she can get there, she was killed! Oh no! So as luck would have it, you can find that transmitter and then off to the moon you go. Remember to bring a sandwich. Now on the lunar surface, you can do a small quest that'll have you exploring the lunar surface and fighting off synths. Try to keep your spacesuit on at all times though, because if you don't, you'll suffocate and die immediately because space doesn't have oxygen. All in all, this is a really cool mod that lets you explore farther than ever thought possible in a Fallout game, and creates a cool little story to keep the vacuum of space a little less empty. I rate this mod that moment you realize your dog can't go anywhere without a car seat.
Honey, the dog got sucked into the seat again.
Let's face it, German Shepherd, despite their cool physique, their brilliant minds, and their uncanny loyalty, are just really super subpar when it comes to Fallout 4 followers. What this game really needed when you were wandering the Commonwealth is a dog with a big and a tiny body. I mean, come on, just look at this big floppy penis. Now, I'm no doctor, but that thing frightens me. That thing doesn't look proportional at all. Literally, it's like half the size of its body. Also, you'd want a dog that has an adorable face and is very good at playing dead. The type of canine companion that at the first sign of danger will sit there and lick its balls. So you're probably asking yourself right now, what type of dog could possibly do all those things and then some? Well, a pug, obviously, that's what the mod's about. What Fallout 4 really needed was a pug rather than a German Shepherd. Or maybe even both at the same time. Boom! Blew your f***ing mind, didn't I? Now, with this mod installed, you'll be able to have your very own pug companion. Pugs are really great dogs, not so much known for their protective skills or their survivalist skills, but boy are they cute as f***. And they're a great conversation starter, especially if they can do something miraculous like speak English. Girls go crazy for dogs that can speak just like human beings. I know what a lot of you guys are thinking. Pugs, they're not really the best guard dogs. And I get that. That makes sense. They're not the best guard dogs on the planet, sure. But if you teach them how to shoot a gun, they can be the deadliest. Remember that. Now, pug meat can do basically anything that dog meat can do, except for look like a German Shepherd. That's one trick he can't master no matter how many treats you throw right at his face. This mod adds either a standalone or replacer version of Pugmeat. The standalone Pugmeat essentially follows around Dogmeat like he's his only friend. The replacer version does exactly what you think it would, and it makes Pugmeat follow you around like any other follower would, replacing Dogmeat as a follower. You can also give Pugmeat dog-related gear, and he will be able to equip them similar to how Dogmeat does. And he can also carry shit well, just like any other follower. Go figure. Now, this dog mod does come in multiple sizes. There is a larger version, which is a bit bigger than Dogmeat, and there is also a mini version, which I think is a more accurate representation of pugs in terms of physical size. I used the mini version in my playthrough for two reasons. Firstly, I thought it was more immersive because pugs tend to be smaller dogs in real life, and secondly, because it's cute as fuck. Now, he may be little, but he does have a huge penis, which he uses to display dominance over other animals.
Who's your daddy, Dogmeat? Who's your daddy, Dogmeat? Who is it? Who's your daddy?
I think it's safe to say this mod is amazing. I rate this mod one photo of Dr. Seuss's new book, How Nicole Kidman Stole Christmas. Now, in order to be a good psychopath, you'll have to have a convincing environment to be a psycho in. This mod helps in that department by making the gore in the game a little more convincing or believable, making dead extremities look a little more realistic. The vanilla gore in the game is pretty good, but there are times when it just doesn't cut it. Especially if you get up close, you can notice that the textures are kind of blurry and out of focus. And the only thing worse than bad textures is owing money to a Deathclaw.
Yeah, I don't mean to pry, but, you guys are about 3 months behind on your rent.
Excuse me, are you implying that we're a bunch of losers?
No, I just figured, you might want to pay me because, like, I need that money for food.
Yeah, like I told you before. You'll have it soon.
That's what you said. Okay, I'll just come back tomorrow.
So this mod really sorts that issue and makes the gory parts a lot more crisp and three-dimensional looking. Now when I compared the two textures side by side, I really noticed that the new textures looked sort of wet, like they were covered in fresh blood, while the vanilla textures kind of looked dry, like they had been sitting around for a while and got all crusty and old. Being as how when something violent happens, the blood would cause everything to be sort of wet looking, that whole dry look just wouldn't appeal to an immersive, conscious psychopath. Now this mod is a great addition to the game for anyone who wants a little more realism when it comes to the more violent content in the game. I rate this mod the one guy who takes swimming at the local pool way too seriously. You call that a doggy paddle? You don't even look like a dog when you do it. Do you even swim, bruh? Listen, if you're not gonna take the pool life seriously, get the f*** out of here. And take your f***ing kid and his water wings with you. Fallout is a great game that lets you roleplay as pretty much anyone you want to be in a world space that reacts to your choices. Time also moves forward as you play through the game. Play it long enough and the months and years will actually change. However, the seasons won't change at all, which can really kill immersion. Yes, nukes went off and bodied 90% of humanity, but Boston's still gonna get a few inches of snow in them chilly months. However, with this mod installed, you won't have to sacrifice immersion during the different seasons of the year. You'll be able to switch between all 4 seasons as you play through the game. Each season having its own distinct design and feel in the game. Summer will give you a sweaty bum crack. Fall is colorful, but will be sure to wake up your nips. Winter is colder than Elsa's tears, and spring is blooming and bursting with new plant life. It's like a regular orgy of emotions no matter what the season. I love it. Changing the environment can have a huge effect on your playthrough of the game. As we all know, aesthetic changes can be a big deal. For instance, I naturally have pretty curly hair, so sometimes I like to use a flat iron and straighten it, which I think makes it look really nice. But all my girlfriend can say is stop straightening your pubes with my stuff. Boundaries or whatever. Needless to say, straightening my pubes is a game changer, just like this mod. So don't let yourself be trapped in one boring, unimmersive season ever again. Let your game grow and evolve with you as you play through the game. Now the only bummer is that the seasons don't change on their own. You're gonna have to do this manually. But it's still a huge step in the right direction for you immersive buffs out there. Oh yeah. I rate this mod one designated driver who might not be totally qualified.
Okay, Sparkles. Get us home, safe and sound.
Now, it's no question that the Minutemen in Fallout 4 needed a makeover, okay? You know, the vanilla Minutemen look like a group of homeless mall cops or something. Their uniforms don't match, they look unorganized, and if I had to guess, I bet more than a few of them are bedwetters. It's more common than you think. This mod changes all that and completely overhauls the Minutemen in Fallout 4, making them an actual force to be reckoned with. This mod will give them a military aesthetic and design. Now they'll look formidable and organized. They will now look and feel like a real faction in the Commonwealth. This mod adds over 15 modular military-themed items for the Minutemen, overhauling the faction with different classes and combat styles. Now you can choose to add just the cosmetics only, or you can install the leveled list version, which overhauls the faction completely. The items are distributed to different classes that are unlocked by leveling up from the very beginning to level 60. Some of these units being infantry, rangers, recon, cavalry, field medics, veterans, and so much more. This mod is sure to completely change the game in the sense that now you might actually respect the Minutemen during your playthrough of the game. I rate this mod the face you make when you're pretty sure you've seen a ghost. Well, I'm never sleeping again.
As I'm sure you're all aware, darkness is the scariest thing ever invented. It's right ahead of prepubescent Asian girl ghosts and homeless people who get too close to you on the subway and start coughing in your f***ing face.
This mod attempts to ameliorate that fear by adding a high-powered combat-style flashlight thingy to Fallout 4. So you can actually stop crying and shit yourself in the dark like a little bitch and get out there and get things done when the sun goes down. Now this light is inspired by the shoulder light seen in the Alien movies, which makes me wonder how I would react if I ever saw an alien in real life. I'd like to think that I'd be all calm, cool, and collective.
This is a pretty cool cave. I could probably make a home for myself here. Oh my god, what the is that?
This baby has been added to the Armored Vendor leveled list, so you can purchase it off vendors, or if you don't want to buy it, you can craft it at the chem station under utility. It requires 3 copper, 4 glass, 4 adhesive, 5 steel, and 5 screws to craft this little bitch. There are also 6 craftable color lenses that can change up the style. It is compatible with NPCs, so you can put it on them, get them to model it for you. It also has dynamic shadows and volumetric light. It looks pretty cool, and it adds a new way to light your path when traveling the Commonwealth at night.
I rate this mod what looks to be one bird trying to eat its own ass. But I can't tell for sure.
Lighting is important. It can be the difference between a well-lit basement where kids go to play with dolls and the basement in Silence of the Lambs where Buffalo Bill turned people into dolls.
Would you f*** me? I'd f*** me. I'd f*** me hard. I'd f*** me so hard.
Lighting can do a lot in a video game. It can make real-world items seem realistic, or it can even take you on a journey of your imagination, making something completely fictitious seem lifelike by design. To put it simply, lighting can be one of the most important aspects of any video game's environment in regards to setting the environment itself and entangling the immersive world in our playthroughs of the game. Bethesda did a very good job setting the foundation for the lighting in the game, but when it comes to lighting, there is always room for improvement. This mod author was able to take that platform a step further and really make the interiors of the world of Fallout stand out in a way that almost completely changes the dynamic of the world. Lots of times when we look at lighting mods, it just feels like the mod author made the world darker, and that's supposed to be more realistic. Now, I understand that a world without lit buildings, streetlights, or cities would be dark as f***, but to me, that doesn't massage my boner. And not being able to see shit in a video game is not at the top of my to-do list. This mod makes the lighting more realistic, but doesn't just make it darker. It places the light in more realistic ways, still giving a decent amount of illumination to the point where it doesn't break immersion, but also places the light in such a way that further entangles you into the interior environments as you explore them. This mod is an enhancement to the interior vanilla lighting system, bringing you an enormous increase in shadow cast lights. Overall ambience have also been improved with the adjustments of many ambient, non-shadow cast lights. All interior cells have been worked on across the Commonwealth and in Far Harbor, as well as in Nuka World. Much effort has gone into keeping the performance reasonable and includes many levels with triggered lights to keep the performance running smoothly. Non-DLC versions and separate automatron plugins are available as well. I rate this mod one basketball technique that is underutilized. Oh, nowhere to go. Better do a spin and figure his butthole. Oh, damn. That is effective. Hockey masks are designed for 2 things: stopping hockey pucks and scaring the bejesus out of camp counselors. Needless to say, the hockey mask in this mod hasn't even smelt a hockey rink. This mod adds the iconic hockey mask, machete, and outfit sported by the sociopath in the Friday the 13th movies. Jason Voorhees is basically Sloth from the Goonies, but with like no chill. He's also probably the worst goalie ever. He just leaves the net wide open while he's out gallivanting around perving on sexy co-eds, who he later kills with his psycho strength. Maybe he's angry because he forgot to put on his goalie pads. I don't know about you guys, but have you ever been hit in the shin with a hockey puck? It hurts, okay? Could be the catalyst that sent him on a murder-hungry rampage. Maybe. Probably not, though. This mod author did a great job adding Jason's outfit to the game in a very immersive way. Now you can roleplay as a serial murdering psycho freak without sacrificing immersion. This mod adds a high-quality hockey mask and machete to the game with a little mini-quest to acquire them. The mask, the outfit, the machete all look great in the game and definitely give you that Friday the 13th feel. In terms of customization options, there isn't a lot, but that's okay, because Jason was kind of a one-trick pony in terms of his wardrobe. I mean, he basically wore the same shit in every movie, it just got more tethered and disgusting. Honestly, he would just basically put on anything that would fit over his giant man nips, and didn't interfere with his stabbing motions, you know? This mod is also about practicality. giving you what you need to get your Jason on without cluttering up your Pip-Boy with 1,000 different options. This is a great mod that's sure to make you feel evil as shit in the game. I rate this mod one face that screams, I'm guilty.
So, here's the thing. We no longer have a cat. She probably left.
This mod adds the Swedish Automat Carbon 5 Caesar, aka the AK-5C, to the Commonwealth. This weapon mod isn't your ordinary weapon mod, no. It actually comes with its own quests to unlock different attachments and skins. Also, just to unlock the weapon itself, you'll have to finish the quest Reminiscence of a Land Far Away, in which you'll have to travel to the third rail and find a note with a unique knife called Mora's Knife, which can later be used as a bayonet on this weapon mod. In total, there are about 120 different customization options and attachments for this weapon, one of which is a fucking pencil bayonet. Now, you don't tie a pencil to your gun to stab people with a pencil, no. You tie a pencil to your gun to make a statement. You know, create some talking points amongst your enemies, pose some really confusing questions. Nobody looks at a person with a pencil as a bayonet and thinks to themselves, that's a well-adjusted individual right there. No. They see that pencil and they think troubling thoughts. The attachments include 8 receivers, 7 magazines, 3 barrels, 3 bayonets, 2 stocks, 5 muzzle attachments, 7 sights, 9 sight customizations, 6 zooms, 6 tapes, 6 tape colors, 5 tape materials, 5 side rail attachments, 8 laser colors, 3 bottom rail attachments, 13 weapon skins, and 13 sticker options to choose from. I think it's safe to say this is the most customizable weapon in Fallout 4, in both the vanilla game and in terms of mods added. Some of these customizations are immersive, while others are, well, just look at this magazine. I mean, I'm no expert, but this magazine doesn't really make sense biologically, okay? Put it this way. If I shaved off all the hair on my testicles, drew faces on them, and constantly referred to them as the twins, it still wouldn't be as unusual as this magazine. Now, there are 2 special versions of this weapon that can be found throughout the world as well, the Bluebird and the Special Snowflake. These weapons have their own unique looks and their very own unique animations. Now, there are also multiple weapon skins available as well that can be unlocked by finding AIKE weapon fashion magazines around the Commonwealth, and you can choose to have map markers provided or just find them naturally as you play through the game. Now, some of the weapon attachments themselves are unlocked by finding secret documents that are also spread throughout the game world and can also be added to your map via map markers, or you can just choose to find them naturally after you install this mod. This is by far one of the most immersive and strange weapon mods I've ever seen for Fallout 4. Now, if you want to acquire this amazing weapon mod, then it will spawn on gunners or at vendors after completing the first quest, which is available to your character after reaching level 15 or higher. I rate this mod that face you make when the donkey you were trash talking on your internet blog tracks you down in person and threatens to eat your face. This weapon mod was ported from Skyrim by Invalid Fate. This mod includes 1 katana, 1 tanto, and for those of you who are unaware what a tanto is, it's like a really small katana used mostly for suicide. It's not the little dog that Dorothy abandons in The Wizard of Oz. Common misconception, but just not the case. This mod also includes 4 left-handed scabbard armors with and without the katana and tanto inside. This mod definitely makes you feel like a samurai or a ninja when you use it. Now, speaking of ninjas, there was a time in my life when I wanted nothing more than to be a ninja. I used to sneak up on people when they least expected it and tried to stick my dick right in their ear. At first, I was terrible and couldn't even get within 100 meters before some lady started screaming, "That guy ear's got a stick out!" But now I'm just so sneaky that even someone wearing headphones isn't safe for my penis. Little off topic there, my bad. Now, where were we? Oh yes, this mod looks and feels realistic in the game. It doesn't have a lot in terms of customization, but what it lacks for in variety, it makes up for in quality. The meshes and textures make this katana jump through the screen in a way that I could only describe as terrifying. Now, if you want to acquire this weapon, you're gonna have to use the console commands, as Invalid Fate didn't add a more lore-friendly way of acquiring this weapon just yet. I rate this mod 1 picture of my ex-girlfriend. She was a real bitch. She just broke up with me randomly on this super windy day. She just flew off, never to be seen again. Now, this mod adds the PTRS-41, the Type 76 Chinese anti-power armor rifle, the QBU 7620 Black Shark, and the old school can opener to the Commonwealth. Now these weapons are just so big and powerful that just pointing one at your enemy will cause them emotional damage that even years of therapy won't be able to fix. It's a good thing these rifles look good too, because their size take up a lot of the screen in first person. But that's okay. It really is okay, because it just looks so good, I could lick it, and I have. I've been places and done things I'm not 100% proud of. Now the sheer size of these weapons really make you feel like you're handling a big boy gun. Even the bullets on this gun look fucking humongous. I mean, look at those. Wow, Jesus. The size and power is great, because before this mod, there really wasn't a sniper rifle in Fallout 4 that looked and felt overly powerful in the game. With this weapon installed, you'll feel like you have a rifle powerful enough to kill a small planet. Yes, it does feel that powerful. Now, all the weapons added have custom meshes and textures, which makes them pop out on your screen and say, "Hey, what's up? I'm a super sexy rifle. Would you like to hold me? Huh?" To which you would reply with, "Most definitely I would. Come here, you." "Oh, yes. Oh, it feels so nice on my hands and arms." Now, these rifles all have an incredible amount of customization options as well, so you can really turn any of these rifles into just about anything you want in the game. Now, there are 12 receivers, 16 barrels, 5 magazines, 8 stocks, 7 muzzles, 11 accessories, 12 scopes, and 22 different ammo types, which, in case you are wondering, is a lot of fucking ammo types. If you want to acquire any one of these weapons, all of them, as well as the ammo, have been integrated into the level list and will spawn on gunners and raider bosses, and also at weapon vendors. Now, on the off chance you don't want to fight tough bosses with big boy guns, then you can also craft all of these weapons at the chemistry station under their own unique tab. I rate this mod one super rare photo of a giant walking banana. I know, I couldn't believe it either. I thought they were all extinct. Now this mod adds a powerful single-shot makeshift anti-material rifle to the Wasteland, with various crafting options to choose from. Now don't let its appearance fool you. It may look like it's about to fall to pieces, but I can assure you it's not. Fact is, it really packs a punch. Now if you shoot a Smurf right in the face with this rifle, that Smurf will be dead as f***. Yep. So you know it's top tier. Now the anti-material rifle was designed by gunners due to the demand of a high caliber rifle to combat the higher Brotherhood of Steel presence in the Commonwealth. It has all new custom meshes, textures, and sounds that really bring this weapon to life in the game. And boy oh boy, does this gun sound powerful. I mean, every single time I pull the trigger, I feel like I just made an elderly lady cry for no reason, because it's just that loud and aggressive. So it might only be one shot, but that one shot is sure to scare the bananas off of anything nearby. This anti-material rifle has a bunch of customization options as well, so you can really mold it to your particular playstyle. It has 8 receivers, 4 barrels, 6 sights, 4 stocks, 4 muzzles, and 4 wrap colors. It also has 4 legendary variants called Blue, Big Pipe, Morning Breath, and Bread and Butter. Now if you want to acquire this beauty, you can find it on high-level gunners once you reach level 15 or higher, as it has been added to the respective level lists. And if you can't be bothered fighting peeps, then you can also buy this weapon from Cleo and Goodneighbor. Now all of the legendary variants have been hidden throughout the world space, so you can leave it a mystery and actually try to find them yourself organically as you play through the game, or you can check the mod author's page on the Nexus to find out their locations on the map. I rate this mod one magic trick that went horribly, horribly wrong. I'm just kidding, it's not real fire. Shit! It really is real fire! It's burnt! This mod adds the classic plasma gun from Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 into Fallout 4. Now you guys smell that? It might be nostalgia, no wait. Nope, false alarm. It's just my keyboard, which oddly smells like crackers and jizz. Which begs the question, who the fuck's been in here eating crackers? Anyways, this weapon looks incredible, with custom meshes and textures that make this gun really stand out in the game. The mod author did an unbelievable job bringing this gun back from the early Fallout games. Now, it still embodies the design showcased in the earlier games, but at the same time fits the lore and aesthetic of Fallout 4 perfectly. with the upgraded meshes and textures that just look wonderful in the game. Now this weapon has a fair amount of customizations, including 2 stocks, 3 receiver upgrades, 4 lower attachments, 3 sights, and 3 muzzles to choose from. Now if you want to acquire this plasma shooter, then you can find it on dead enemies and living vendors, as it has been added to the respective level list. There is also a unique golden version of this weapon that can be found in a safe in the ticker tape lounge next door to the Mass Bay Medical Center. Now this is an incredible mod that brings a classic weapon back to life in Fallout in a very original way. I rate this mod 1 photo of when your crazy uncle wants to prove a point, so you just let him. Okay, Gary, I get it! Your axe is really sharp. One of the things that's different about Fallout 4 from the previous Fallout games is the addition of voice actors for both the male and female protagonists in the game. Now this is a really cool feature, but depending on your character build, it can actually take away from your immersion in the game. Well, this mod ameliorates that and creates a silent protagonist yet again in the game. This way you'll be able to roleplay until your panties burst. And boy, do I love to roleplay until my panties burst. This mod is sure to change your game almost completely and prompt you to talk to a video game again for hours at a time. And when your mom busts in to ask who you're talking to, you can freak out and scream, "Nobody, Mom! F***! Get out of my room!" I rate this mod the face you make when you watch the 8th season of Game of Thrones.
Are you tired of wanting to play an immersive playthrough of Fallout 4, only to have to drag all that useless shit back and forth between settlements whenever you find something you'd like to loot? Or maybe you're exploring and you hit your carrying capacity and you'd rather not have to walk your slow ass all the way back to the nearest fucking settlement just to keep all that barely useful paraphernalia. Now before this mod you had 2 options, and they were both immersion breaking as fuck. You could use console commands to increase your carrying capacity to something ridiculous, making you the strongest fucking person on the planet. Or you could use a zero weight mod for your items, which would make all of your items completely weightless. And as we all know, items that weigh nothing are super realistic. And for all you people that don't know what sarcasm is, that was a joke. They're not realistic at all. This is the solution every immersion hoarder has been waiting for. This mod allows you to set up salvage beacons that will have your settlers come and salvage items for you. All you have to do is set up a communication station in one of your settlements and assign a settler to that station. Then you craft a salvage beacon in the chemistry station under utility. Once you have a bunch of junk you want your settlers to come pick up, you just put all that crap inside a container with one of the salvage beacons. The settlers from your nearest settlement with a communication station in it will come and collect the items, which will then be transported to a vanilla settlement of your choice. It's actually really cool to see how functional and immersive this mod is. The settlers actually come out to the container and the salvage beacon genuinely sits on top of that container until the items have been delivered. This is a great mod that functions perfectly and keeps things immersive as fuck. I rate this mod the dozens of things that had to go perfectly right to make this mustache a reality. This mod adds more vivid textures to a lot of the roads and bridges in Fallout 4. Many city grounds and walls are edited as well. The textures look marvelous and really bring the world to life. Just look at how sexy everything gets when you use this puppy. Just makes me want to press my penis right up against my computer screen, just so I can feel the textures on the tip. Improved textures in a more visually appealing Fallout is already pretty f***ing mind-blowing. But wait! Hold on to your hats, boys and girls, because that's not all this mod does. It actually improves the performance of the game as well. Just like when I shave my balls, it doesn't just make them look sleek as f***, it also makes me more aerodynamic, because the last thing you want is unwanted drag caused by a loose ball hair. So having this mod installed actually makes your game look better, and it increases your frames per second, giving you an even smoother playthrough. I know what you're thinking. How the f*** is that even possible, Baters? That doesn't make any sense. The answer is it clearly isn't. This mod author must be some sort of magical fairy goblin, likely banned from an imaginary kingdom for making the place too f***ing immersive. There is no way to understand the magic behind this mod, so don't even try. Just know that it functions great and it makes your game look realistic as shit. I rate this mod 1 giant bike helmet and 1 tiny motorcycle. This mod adds a new version of the Pip-Boy light to the game. Now this mod combined with any other mod that makes exteriors or interiors darker would create a very unique and terrifying atmosphere for the player. This light includes dynamic shadows, volumetric light, and a unique light spill. This will definitely help prevent you from running into a spider web in the dark, which is terrifying as fuck.
It's in my hair! It's in my hair!
Now, simply put, this makes the Pip-Boy look a lot more like a flashlight when it's turned on, having a more focused point of illumination and keeping everything outside of that lit point dark as f***. This is a lot different than the vanilla light that tends to light up everything in every direction a certain distance away from the player. Now, this mod has a ton of customization options, including but not limited to 120 different light textures for both the Pip-Boy and Power Armor, 10 different distance settings, 2 emitter positions, 2 sets of sound effects, alternative third-person animations, offset first-person light meshes, and more. This is a wonderful mod that really makes nighttime absolutely terrifying. It adds to the overall atmosphere, and it makes every time you go around a corner a truly nerve-wracking experience. I would highly recommend this mod to anyone who wants a more intense atmosphere when the sun goes down. I rate this mod 4 guys who like blowing on unnecessarily large instruments. It needs to be 20 feet long. Any shorter just wouldn't work.
Now, if you're like me, you've taken a ride in a vertibird once or twice and thought to yourself, wow, this is really high up. I wonder what it'd be like to hurl my lifeless body over the wing of this contraption. Now, before this mod, that really wasn't an option. I know, boo-hoo. You had to get to wherever you were going and get off this aeronautically challenged chubby f***ing aircraft. Like a f***ing loser. Now you can say f*** that and jump into the wind like a really f***ing twisted extreme sports junkie. Wow, this is gnarly, bro. F***ing gnarly. Is there any way that you could fly this son of a over an active volcano? Because that would really braid my ball hair, bro. This mod gives you the ability, nay the privilege, to throw your tight little butt cheeks out of a moving vertibird. And I don't know about you guys, but that type of shit gets me so excited I just want to share the experience with somebody close. Hey Hancock, did you hear? We can jump out of planes now. It feels a lot like this. See, you're flying. You're flying. You're like a majestic 6-foot falcon. Or like a very deformed looking bald eagle. Embrace it. When you hit the ground, tuck and roll. Now, one of the most annoying things there is when you are flying in a vertibird and you see something that really catches your eye, and you just want to jump down and get close to it, maybe even touch it with your hands. Before this mod, you'd have to watch that special thing just pass you by, but now you can jump out and get your touch and grab on. Recommend wearing power armor though when you jump out of this vertibird, unless of course you like being dead after you hit the ground. Vertibirds tend to fly like up in the air, some might even say a precariously high distance from the ground. This mod is a great fix that adds a lot to the functionality of vertibirds and actually makes them a lot more fun to utilize in the game. I rate this mod Kermit the Frog riding a donkey. This mod adds a massive shotgun to the world of Fallout, and when I say massive, I mean it's big. The punt gun was often handmade, and it was used through the 19th and early 20th centuries for mass hunting water flow, because I guess they hated f***ing water flow, and gets its name due to the fact that these beasts were typically mounted on top of a boat called a punt. A single shot from a punt gun could wipe out 50 or more water flow, and on occasion, fleets of up to 10 punts toting these massive shotguns were deployed for maximum hunting efficiency. You know? The f*** did these water flow do to these people? Due to how rapidly these things depleted stock of wild water flow, which again is it's a small bird, the use of punt guns was eventually outlawed in most states by the 1980s. Of course, this being the Commonwealth wasteland, old bands don't matter anymore, do they? And punt guns have begun to make a little bit of a comeback. I know what you guys are thinking. Those water flow acted a bit more like human beings. Would they have killed so many of them? And I think they would have killed more. Think about it this way. If animals acted like people, it'd be really upsetting. Don't believe me? Just imagine looking out your window and seeing a raccoon twerking its butt cheeks together to a Taylor Swift song. I don't know about you guys, but I'd probably move after that, you know? The punt gun, owing to its ludicrous size, is heavy, a bit slow to reload, and kicks like a retarded donkey on steroids. But there's no better way to clear out a room of ghouls or prompt a bunch of raiders to shit in their power armor than to bust out one of these bad boys. The mod comes with custom meshes, textures, sounds, muzzle flashes, and even a reload animation. Put it this way, if a detective found this gun in your house, you'd be going to jail for crimes you haven't even committed yet. Especially if that detective was a water flow. You'd have a lot of explaining to do then, for sure. There are a few customization options for this weapon, including 9 receivers, 4 barrels, 3 muzzles attachments, 13 scopes, 2 stocks, 4 choke options, and 11 ammo types to choose from. The punt gun also does a base damage of 160 and is classed as a big gun. No shit. Meaning its stats will change depending on ranks in big gun related perks. Its base weight clocks in at 35 pounds, and will of course raise or lower depending on the mods attached. Though it will still remain in the double digits. These things were meant to be mounted on boats after all. Yeah. Now, as many of you may have noticed, this gun comes with more than a few ammo types. Apart from the standard buckshot, there are also birdshot, which increases the projectile count, and so makes the punt gun vomit lead, though it slightly reduces the damage. On top of this, there are slugs, which, as you'd expect, are quite sizable. Quite sizable indeed, compared to your usual shotgun slug. This gun also does a bit more bash damage than your usual gun, due in part to it being so hefty. Power armor is almost a must for this beast, but nothing's really stopping you from carting this sucker around without it. Of note, the explosive buckshot and explosive birdshot ammo mods require Idiot Savant 1 and 2 respectively. For some reason, it just doesn't show at the workbench. Now, if you want to acquire this beast of a weapon, it has been added to the level list using scripts, and is on the rarer side of things. However, it can be found on gunners and raiders that use Fat Man, as well as a Fat Man toting raiders in power armor, but will also turn up on vendors and other legendary enemies. Also, one can be found in the world space at Dark Hollow Point if you just want to go over there and get your fingertips on this big old bitch. I rate this mod one duck that has managed to make all the other ducks at the park his bitch.
Why'd you stop moving, bitch? Keep swimming or I'll smack you again.
This mod adds the Super Sledge from Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas to the Commonwealth in Fallout 4. This mod includes 6 attachments and the return of Oh Baby from Fallout New Vegas. Now, the attachments include the Tenderizer, which adds 2 heavy-duty spiked plates, which are pretty nasty and will definitely soften up your enemies. The Stop Sign, which adds a stolen stop sign to the hammer, which serves as an ironically painful message to anyone you choose to use it on. The Buzzsaw, which adds a monstrosity that converts the Super Sledge from a hammer into a man-portable buzzsaw capable of slicing through anyone's face. The Brand, which adds a red-hot US Army star to the weapon that can be used to burn people. Discard, which is an experimental attachment that will shock your enemies to death. Bottle Caps, which adds 2 oversized novelty Nuka-Cola bottle caps to the hammer, which if used successfully to kill your enemies, will shower them with counterfeit and worthless bottle caps. The M-Joliner, which enables you to imbue the weapon with the power of Odin himself. Successful critical hits will actually add a throwing hammer to your inventory that you can use to stun and damage enemies. Now, any one of these variants would easily protect you against a Velociraptor in Jurassic World. Speaking of Jurassic World, I don't really understand Jurassic World. I get Jurassic Park, you find yourself an old as mosquito and some crusty honey, you build yourself a dinosaur park. What doesn't make sense, right? People come, they gawk at the dangerous creatures, Newman f***s everyone over for some whipped cream, and a guy gets eaten while taking a shit. But what I don't get is Jurassic World. That's where you lose me. Why are people still attending this amusement park? If Mickey Mouse went nuts one day and started eating people, I think it's safe to say people would stop going to Disney World.
Oh, I got you, little bitch. Oh,
it's getting me land. Save the kids! Get to the car! There is also a legendary Oh Baby from Fallout New Vegas, which is making its return now thanks to this mod. It's a little rusty, but still packs a mean hammer to the face, which is so mean that you might find yourself launching your enemies far, far away. It can be found inside the Forgotten Church outside of the Glowing Sea. The base version of this weapon has been injected into Fallout 4's level list with the use of a script, and it will begin spawning on certain enemies and vendors once the player reaches level 10 or higher. I rate this mod that moment you realize you're too drunk to remember how to open a door.
A little help, please.
This mod adds the Propulso 5000 by Psytech Systems to the world of Fallout 4. This is a non-lethal, somewhat humane way to keep pipe gun-wielding enemies, adoring fans, and stalkers at bay by pushing them into a nearby wall or border, or even off a cliff. And now, you'll be able to blow everyone in the Commonwealth. Mercy Long giving you shit. Bye-bye, Mercy. Trash Can Carla just bothering you for no reason. Say you bitch. Preston Garvey's wiener not sucking itself. I mean, oh shit. It's weapons like these that actually make me start to think about things in a different light. You know, even get a little bit political. If weapons like these were real, then I might even start to agree with Trump about weapons in schools, but not guns! No, that's too much. However, if they did have this weapon in schools to deal with bullies, that would be great. Imagine air blasting Donnie off the jungle gym because he was slapping the foreign kids again. Will Donnie ever recover? Who knows? But I think it's a small price to pay for justice. Now that kid that eats his boogers will have a safe space to go to do gross shit all day, and there will be no one around to kick him in the nutsack until he shits his pants. That's a win-win, I think. That is a win-win. Now, if you do want to acquire this weapon and you are at or above level 15 when you install this mod, then a postman's gonna come looking for you. And once you kill this chubby mail delivery man, you'll be able to take the propulso right off his dead body. If you are less than level 15 when you install this mod, then you're gonna have to wait until you reach level 15, you fucking greedy bastard. Then you can go to the root cellar in Sanctuary or the one at the Groski cabin, and it should trigger the postman quest. If that doesn't work, then just open the postman safe in the cabin cellar. The key is actually pretty easy to find. I rate this mod one guy who's addicted to the sweet, sweet smell of public subway poles. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff right there. Oh yeah. Now the great thing about using a little shovel as a weapon is you can bring it everywhere you go. And people don't know that you're carrying 12 pounds of lethal force in your teddy bear backpack. I do it all the time. I remember the last time someone cut in front of me at the line at the movies, I was all like, "Excuse me, buddy, I was standing there." Don't ever butt in front of me again. Oh my god, I think that guy's dead. Now the entrenching tool, or the E-tool for short, is a perfect melee multi-purpose weapon. It is a collapsible spade used by military forces for a variety of military purposes, including digging holes in the ground and f***ing up line cutters. Survivalist freedivers, campers, hikers, outdoorsy groups, and even your occasional lazy gopher will find this bad boy indispensable in field use. This mod looks incredible and really gives melee fighting in Fallout a whole new dynamic. It makes you feel like you can use anything as a weapon and really helps to bring the world to life in the game. The mod author did a great job on the meshes and textures, making the E-tool look realistic and combat ready. Also, it has been implemented into the world through the level list, so once you reach level 20 or higher, you'll be able to loot this portable toilet off of dead raiders. Now the damage, design, weight, and overall presence are immersive and make this melee weapon an excellent addition to the Commonwealth. I rate this mod that one face you make when you fart on the bus and you're wondering whether or not the person next to you actually heard it. This mod adds a new Enclave plasma rifle prototype to Fallout 4. This weapon honestly looks like it came back from the future to kill John Connor. It's just got that super powerful futuristic vibe, you know? I mean, this big tit sniffer here bodies bad guys, boys, like it's a 1990s action film featuring Jean-Claude Van Damme. This juicy slut just takes the most aggressive super mutant center ice, drops the gloves, and full sends on him, eh? If you know what I'm saying there, bud. Just feed him the cuts, eh? They'll be walking home with crooked haircuts and broken dreams, boys. Because this weapon doesn't give a f***. It's a savage. Sorry, I just went all Canadian there for a second. Woo! This weapon mod just brings it out of me, you know? Now this prototype has a number of different modifications as well to change it up in the game. It has several receivers, 2 barrels, 3 stocks, 3 sights, and multiple skins to choose from. Now this weapon also has its own custom meshes, textures, and animations. This is definitely one of the most unique looking weapon mods I've ever seen in Fallout 4. Now if you want to get one of these weapons for your very own collection, then you can find one underneath an abandoned shack at the Federal Surveillance Center, K-21B. Now this is a juicy one-of-a-kind style weapon with an unbelievable design and look in the game, making it a fun and an exciting addition to Fallout 4. I rate this mod one llama that'll do just about anything for a piece of a Kit Kat bar. Come on, man, break me off a piece. Just a tiny, little, super sexy piece. Diversity is important. It's important to try new things, change things up, you know, go with the flow. Which is why I no longer use physical violence against my enemies in Fallout 4. I found a way more effective technique. What I like to do is I like to mentally abuse them for years until eventually they hurt themselves. Hey now, words hurt, baiters. Is that so? Try telling that to someone who's been hit in the face with a f***ing crowbar. I can't remember the last time I seen a detective standing over a murder scene saying, "It's just what I thought. The suspect used a bombardment of hurtful verbs until the victim eventually cried himself to death." Put out a nationwide APB on the Webster Dictionary. That son of a bitch is behind this! I knew it! This mod adds diversity to the game and makes each synth you come across look like they have their own unique identity. Before this mod, all the synths had the same looks, weapons, and design. This mod aims to give every synth a unique look by using multiple retextures for every synth armor piece, weapon, and uniform, coursers included, in the game. This mod adds new diffuse, normal, specular, glow, and cube maps in 2 and 4K variants. Whatever the f that means. It sounds pretty sophisticated, which makes it awesome. The difference between this mod and other synth retextures is that instead of only using one texture option, this mod makes use of every retexture that is made. So instead of only having one armor set, there are now 70 different armor sets in different colors with different chrome and glow effects added to the synths that you encounter. This in combination with different synths, some with skin and some without and so forth and so on, combine that with the use of light, medium, and heavy armor pieces, and it makes every synth look unique, adding an unparalleled variety to the synths in the game. This mod adds 70 different looking armor pieces, 28 different looking helmets, 24 different looking uniforms, 2 different looking synth weapons, and 1 coarser retexture. I would highly recommend this mod to anyone who wants their synths to seem more realistic and way more badass. I rate this mod the one look you make when someone catches you jerking off.
Oh damn! Play cool. Play it cool. You didn't see nothing.
Now, zombies actually scare the sweet living bejesus out of me. There's just something about a lifeless, titty-twisting cannibal that just puts me on edge. Call me crazy. Now, one of the things that is so frightening about a zombie apocalypse are the zombies themselves. There are really 2 types of zombies. There's the fastest zombies, like in 28 Days Later, or in World War Z, which are terrifying and they just feel exhausting. I feel like there's no way I'd get away. They'd grab my leg, they'd snatch me up, and they'd eat my brain. Then there are the slow zombies, like in The Walking Dead or Dawn of the Dead or movies like that, which I'd prefer because they feel like, hey, I want to eat you, but I can wait. I can wait. The ghouls in Fallout 4 are definitely not zombies. Now I know this because I have the internet. But they do share a lot of similar characteristics to that of a zombie, right? With their scuzzy hair, their funky faces, and their crappy slashed up clothing, they really look like zombies. And being as how Fallout is a post-apocalyptic setting, it really isn't that far-fetched to want to turn it into more of a zombie thriller. Now, if you have a great imagination, you can already kind of picture the ghouls as zombies, but they'd be the fast ones, and that's exhausting. So if you want them to be slow and you're gonna need this mod to overhaul the zombies to make them act more like them slow sons of bitches we all know and love. This mod reduces the running speed of the ghouls in the game, as well as eliminates their ability to sprint, dodge, or turn 180 degrees. The attack base damage, though, has been doubled, so now when they do catch you, they'll be even more of a threat. There's also a stagger effect that's been added as well, that knocks you back when the fuckers hit you. This mod also changes the durability of the ghouls, which makes them a lot tougher and harder to kill. Their spawn variety has also been affected, so you'll see more types at once when they spawn in. Now, there is also a configuration holotape that comes with this mod, so you can change it up depending on your preferences. You can set it up so it's headshot only mode, meaning that the zombies keep on coming until you shoot them right in their goddamn faces. I would highly recommend this mode as it makes the ghouls really feel like a threat as zombies rather than just slow moving ghouls. So you gotta remember, when this setting is on, body shots, they don't do shit.
Nope, didn't hurt. Didn't feel it. Did not feel that. I think a mosquito bit me right on the butt cheek. I'm sorry, I didn't feel that. Excuse me. Are you trying to hurt me right now? Are you softly slapping me in the back? Because that's what it feels like. Nope, still nothing. No, didn't feel it. No. Feeling good here. Can't hurt me. I'm pretty much invincible. Nope, didn't feel that either. Did not feel that one. Oh my god, that one really hurt. That one really stung. That one got me. I mean, I'm just with you. I didn't feel a thing.
This mod really makes the ghouls feel a lot more like zombies than ghouls in the game, which can completely change your perspective of the world, making it feel a lot more like a zombie apocalypse than a nuclear fallout. This idea can be a lot of fun, as now the ghouls play a very different role in the game and become this whole new element to avoid when exploring the Commonwealth. I rate this mod the face everyone makes when someone jams 2 fingers right up their butthole.
Wow, really wasn't expecting that second one. It's kinda nice.
Now, for those of you who don't know, sunglasses are a form of protective eyewear designed primarily to prevent bright sunlight and high-energy visible light from damaging or discomforting the eyes. They can also be used in combination with tight, loosely buttoned shirts and skinny jeans to make women want to touch your penis. The only thing cooler than these sunglasses are really sweet karate moves like these.
Watcha! Hiya! Hiya! Watcha!
Now, before this mod, there were sunglasses in Fallout 4, sure. But let's face it, they look like shit, and it's unlikely that anyone wearing them would have an easy time making friends. This mod ameliorates that and adds the type of sunglasses and eyeglasses to the game that look like most other types of sunglasses and eyeglasses. But they're 1,000 times more expensive, so they're definitely better. These glasses do look really nice, with high quality textures and meshes that make them look very realistic in this fictional environment. In fact, they look so real that it makes glasses in real life look fake, like fake glasses. Now, these are the type of glasses that you'd be happy to wear not only in Fallout 4, but also in real life. They are loosely based off of real-life brand name glasses called Ray-Bans, and they do a very good job encompassing the Ray-Ban style. I think it's safe to say that I'd wear these sunglasses in the dark and feel cool as f*** running into walls and shit. It'd be awesome. Now, if you want to acquire these glasses, which I'm sure you do, they can be found on vendors. More specifically, Fallon's Basement is one such vendor that is known for selling exotic items such as these. Furthermore, when you wear these sunglasses in first person, the sunglasses give off a lifelike screen tint for that realistic feel and sunlight protection. You just can't get any better than that. I rate this mod one bird who likes to flash all the other ducks. Look at me in all of my glory.
Put your away, buddy. You're scaring my kids.
Have you ever hit one of your settlers because they didn't look good? Do you ever smack them around because their scuzzy eyeballs make you madder than a bee's nest filled with cum? I know I have. Sometimes I don't even try to justify it. You think I like hitting you? Do you? Well, actually I do. Look, I made a list of my favorite things to do, and hitting you's number 3, right under anal sex. Coincidence? I think not. Now, if you've ever said something like that to one of your settlers before, then this mod's probably for you. Now you'll be able to stop trying to beat the ugly out of your settlers with this mod installed. This mod adds some beautiful eyeballs to the game that would make any 4 an 8 no problem. Eyeballs can say a lot about a person. For instance, a person who has no eyeballs, well, it says that that person likely can't see shit. The eyes in Fallout 4, I mean, they're okay, but the real question you have to ask yourself is, do they pop when you look at them? Because if I have to spend 18 to 2,000 hours staring at fictitious characters as I play through the story of a game that has partly taken over my life, then I want their f***ing eyes to pop right out of their goddamn skulls! Sorry, I get a little carried away when I talk about eyes. This mod does just that and adds some eyes to the game that really stand out and make you take notice. These eyes may not be the most realistic in terms of the bright colors used, but they do look awesome on your character and on the NPCs in the game. The blues look bluer, the greens look greener, and the purples look crazier than a person with purple f***ing eyes. Now, when it comes to immersion, these eyes may not be the most immersive, I'll admit that, in the sense that they exaggerate the color and brightness of your player's eyes in the game. However, they do so in such a way that looks fantastic and realistic. Put it this way, if eyes could ever be this bright and beautiful in real life, they would look just like these eyes. This mod adds 21 high-quality human eyes with improved eyelashes to the game that both have shorter and longer variants. I would highly recommend this mod to anyone who's really into eyeballs, as these balls here are pretty sweet. I rate this mod one haircut that went terribly, terribly wrong. Seriously, I said it a little off the top. Now this mod adds a costume based on the Flash series to the Fallout 4 video game. It has all the goodies you're gonna need too to play pretend. It's got the suit, mask, gloves, even a belt, all of which can be crafted at the chemistry station, which I think is super convenient. Also, you can modify all the armor to give yourself super special speed powers, so you'll be like really, really fast. Just like the Flash himself. I mean, the Flash is super fast. Put it this way, if the Flash was a car, he would be like incredibly expensive and have a ton of buttons on his steering wheel. Honestly, I don't think I'd be able to afford him even with that Hollywood money because of my current financial situation. Let's just say my credit hasn't recovered ever since I made that poor investment decision. What can I say? That man is a salesman. Also, you can cook up some special drugs that will make time move slower, which makes the speed thing extra fun. But don't do drugs, kids. Drugs are for losers. Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff there. Oh, I'll be touching myself tonight. You'll also be able to acquire special knuckles and a ring that will make your combat faster and more palpable, meaning you'll send your enemies flying as if you were actually traveling at mind-boggling speeds. There's also some cool lighting effects which really sell it for me, and you can also opt to run on water, because the Flash is so fast that gravity pays him no mind. Yeah, he might be fast, but let's see how he does under pressure. Hey Flash, So you're really fast, are ya? Why don't you try this on for size? Rock, paper, drop! Guess you weren't fast enough, were ya? Let that be a lesson to you, kids. Speed isn't everything. And gun always beats paper. I rate this mod that moment you realize that amusement park rides really aren't for you.
This is too fast. This is just way too fast.
Covadonga is at it again with yet another quality mod to add to this week's list. This mod adds a 3-in-1 weapon mod, which includes the GORE 98, the Kar 98AZ, and the Kar 98K. Now, anyone who thinks I pronounce those guns incorrectly should know I'm not German and I don't know how to read. All these rifles look old as f***, and from what I read on the internet were designed in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And as we all know, the internet never lies. There is just something about this old-fashioned design that just fits in so well with the Fallout universe. All of these weapons feel lore-friendly as f***, probably because they were all designed before the 1950s. Now, all of these weapons are single-shot rifles, so that means they're great for taking out enemies one at a time, but if you run into a group, things can get a little dicey.
There's nowhere to run, buddy. You can run, but you can't hide. Oh, what the fuck? Oh.
Oh, shitty nipples. Oh, start the car. Start the car.
There are a load of customization options for this gun, including 9 barrels, 4 sights, 3 bayonets, 3 magazines, 3 silencers, 8 stocks, and 27 receivers. It also comes in 1K, 2K, and 4K textures. All of the weapons have been added to the leveled list as well as the vendored leveled list. So you can buy them, or you can pry them out of the cold, dead hands of some unlucky f***er who used to own one. And if one of those techniques just don't tickle your fancy, it can also be found in the cellar located at the Sanctuary Settlement. I rate this mod 1 tree that had too much to drink.
I'm done drinking. I've been hungover now going on 600 years.
Are you tired of that boring alien pistol and you want just a little more extraterrestrial bang for your buck? Well, you've come to the right place, because this weapon mod, it would even have E.T. rubbing his tiny alien nipples with his weird giant fingers. Here's a fun fact, my d*** looks just like E.T.'s big finger. Is that weird?
This adds a fully moddable alien assault rifle to the game, which is based off the alien blaster in the game, and it has its own custom animations. This gun has a ton of customization options, including 5 receivers, 9 barrels, 4 stocks, 4 magazines, 15 sights, and 3 muzzles. You can also convert the gun into multiple types of weapons, including a shotgun, a sniper rifle, an assault rifle, submachine gun, or a powerful beam rifle. Now this gun's even more fun than mentally abusing Preston Garvey.
Okay, what am I doing?
I want you to touch it.
Anything else?
With your mouth.
I'm glad to have the chance to return the favor, after all the help you gave me.
It was a joke, you sicko.
This weapon can be found in the cave where the alien is located, which is the same place you find the alien blaster. It has also been added to the legendary leveled list in case you already told the government about the alien in the cave. This means that there will be a chance that the alien rifle will spawn on legendary enemies when you kill them. The tons of different customization options and the lore-friendly design make this gun an amazing addition to Fallout 4, one that just feels so natural you couldn't even be sure that it was a mod to begin with. I rate this mod the one guy who had a beard before it was cool. The only thing that scares me more than this mod is the thought of not being able to use this mod. To me, that would be a lot like a bad breakup, don't you think? I mean, I hate breakups, all the crying and begging, the desperate last attempt at affection. It's embarrassing, especially when you're asked to leave the movie premiere because apparently they don't know you. And security never understands why you're only wearing a trench coat and women's underwear, right? Then Halle Berry's all like, oh my god, how'd you get in my limo? You know, just playing it off like you're not meant to be together forever. Fucking breakups, am I right? It's just ridiculous. I love you, Halle Berry. This mod adds the GORE 43 to Fallout 4. Now it has its own custom animations, custom models, textures, and sound, all of which look absolutely incredible in the game. The weapon is also customizable with custom materials and different magazines. You can make the gun look old, you can make it look new, or you can make it look a little used. All of which are sure to pump up your street cred in the Commonwealth.
Now, if you want to obtain this weapon, you'll be able to craft it at the Chem Lab under the category Weapons G43. Or, if you're really lazy and you're playing on PC, you can just console command that shit to you right away. This is an absolutely incredible looking weapon mod that looks super realistic in the game, and one that's really, really fun to use as you're exploring Fallout 4. I rate this mod the face you make when you realize another guy's balls are on your head. This hat feels strange. This mod adds the Colt Single Action Army seen in Fallout New Vegas as the .357 revolver. Comes with leveled-list integration, a handful of mods, custom animations, and working power armor animations. Also works with bullet-counted reloads. Yeah, that's right. Now the animations just look amazing for this mod. I mean, the animations alone for this mod, they've changed my life. Like, before the animations for this mod, I was living on the streets, putting cucumbers in my mouth for $3, and sleeping in a one-bedroom cardboard apartment located next to dog shit. After this mod, though, well, I still suck for money and live on the streets, but now I got a really cool mod in Fallout 4, so things are looking up. Now, this weapon behaves much like the .357 revolver in Fallout New Vegas, and to a lesser extent, the single-action revolver from Fallout 76. Now, this gun has a number of customization options, including 3 barrels with an alternate receiver and alternate cylinders, 3 material finishes, a .38 caliber rechamber, and also a much more modern style receiver. Now, the bullet-counted reload mod isn't necessarily required, but if you don't install it, your character will always load 6 rounds no matter how many shots you fired. And we all know, that's just f***ing bonkers, isn't it? Now, if you want to acquire this weapon, then it will spawn on gun vendors and on triggermen when your character reaches level 8 or higher in the game. There's also a handful of them that have been placed throughout the world space. Oh yeah. I rate this mod one guy trying to learn sports. Am I doing it right? No, Bobby. You're way off, man. This mod adds the hunting revolver and its unique variant, the Ranger Sequoia, to Fallout 4 based off of the same weapon in Fallout New Vegas. Now, the weapon has all its own custom meshes and textures and comes with a wide range of new customization options. In terms of modifications, the hunting revolver has a receiver upgrade chain similar to the vanilla .44 revolver, along with several grips, scopes, barrels, and muzzle options. Now, the Ranger Sequoia cannot be modified, but by default does more damage than a max upgraded hunting revolver, and it reloads faster. This is a special weapon. It doesn't have a lot of bullets, meaning you'll have to make every shot count. So, if you don't know who the enemy is, then it's best to just go around and ask. Say, hey, are you the enemy? And if they say yes, shoot them! That way you don't find yourself in one of these sticky situations. Now you're gonna get it, you super mutant bitch. Oh, no. Let me start by saying I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Gonna splatter your brain!
Now, the hunting revolver will appear for legendary enemies in certain loot caches after level 20 and in specialist vendors after level 30. For example, Cleo in Good Neighbor. You can also find a hunting revolver at the top of the tower in Lynn Woods, and the Ranger Sequoia can be found in Kellogg's house behind his bed. Now, this weapon is just so nice that I'm sure there's some confused 5th grader out there somewhere that wants to be this weapon mod when they grow up. Yeah. This weapon is one of the most iconic weapons in Fallout New Vegas, and no Fallout New Vegas mod list would be complete without it. Now, this is definitely a must-have addition to your mod list if you want that authentic Fallout New Vegas feel in Fallout 4. I rate this mod one cat whose human thinks it's a monkey. Would you like a banana, Bojangles?
No! For the last time, I'm not a f***ing monkey!
Now, one of the things that drives me nutty professor about the vanilla version of Fallout 4 is the world map. It's this very simplistic version of the world space that gives as little detail as possible, making figuring out where the f*** you're going a real cause for concern in the game. There has been more than a few times where I'm just bouncing around the world space and I look at my map and I think, where in the slippery titties are the roads right now? Like, how do I get from point A to point B without falling off a fucking cliff or into a dusty crevice somewhere? Because that would be useful information right there. Yes, it would. This mod completely reworks the world map in Fallout 4 and really fluffs up its whole situation. It's like Julia Roberts now in Pretty Woman after she meets Richard Gere and gets a financial makeover. And like Julia Roberts, this map doesn't kiss on the mouth. It's just not that kind of prostitute. It'll lick your balls, but kissing is just too intimate, you know? Lick your... priceless. This world map adds all the roads, train tracks, topography, and more to the vanilla map. It also has distinct water lines, corrected placements of map markers, balanced brightness for the glowing sea, numbered grid lines, and numbered regions. It's just the bee's knees of map mods in Fallout 4, and it honestly makes me so happy I peed a little the first time I had it in my game. Yeah. This is a great mod that will improve anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one bird that I'm pretty sure wants to murder me. Hey buddy, would you want to come over and maybe see my super safe knife collection? Now Fallout 4 is a post-apocalyptic wasteland, yet you can walk around letting your hair down, free to blow in the irradiated breeze like a nuclear war didn't even happen. It never even was. It just seems strange to me that the air would be safe to ingest all up in your gullet with no safety precautions at all. If you want to walk around in nothing but ladies' underwear, like you're 12 beers deep on spring break, well then guess what? Nothing bad's gonna happen. Have at her. Well, this mod attempts to ameliorate that discrepancy in the game by making the environment unhabitually toxic. Now you'll have to wear gas masks around to protect from radiation exposure. Leaving your domicile now without the proper protective gear will get you a lethal dose of radiation to the face. The wasteland is now as serious as losing somebody's pet. I should know, just last week I lost my friend's pet when I was looking after it. So I did what anyone would do in that situation, and I went around the neighborhood posting photos of my friend's pet with a number for people to contact me. The good news is that I got a bunch of phone calls. The bad news is apparently you're not supposed to call a human baby a pet. Anyways, in order to survive in the wasteland now, you'll also have to constantly change the filters in the mask to make sure you're up to safety standards, or else you'll die really fast. Now this mod has its own custom sounds and animations that really immerse you in the world space. This mod is sure to not only change the way you play the game, but also the way you see the game. Before this mod, Fallout 4 was a pretty chill environment, with the odd deathclaw here and there to keep you on your toes. But with this mod installed, exploration becomes a task in and of itself. Even just making it to Diamond City at the first of the game can prove challenging with this mod installed. This is one of the best mods that I've seen for Fallout 4, and it's an excellent addition to anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod the face you make when the bartender doesn't think you're legal drinking age.
Hey, I have an idea. How about when they go to modify their weapons and armor, we put a vision-obscuring bright green overglow around the object in question so they have no f***ing clue what they are modifying or what the modification will look like when they add it to the weapon or armor. How did an idea like that even make it into the final game, you're probably wondering? Well, I imagine it went something like this. What are you, f***ing drunk? That's the best idea I ever heard. Next, why don't we make the player character randomly shoot laser beams from his belly button and hire a guy to go around and punch everyone playing our game right in the nuts? Who let Vikram in the idea circle again? What do you mean Todd Howard already gave it a green light? Are you f***ing with me, Mark? Is this real life right now? This mod allows you to disable that hard-coded vision-beating shader effect at various workbenches so you'll actually see what you're crafting. This might seem like a small fix, but it has a huge impact in the game, as most of us spend tons of time upgrading weapons and armor at the workbenches. I mean, there's nothing more aggravating than using materials just to see what an attachment will look like on a weapon or armor, then having to close out of one screen just to see it on the gun or armor, and then go back in to remove or change it, and then rinse and repeat this asinine process over and over and over and over again, until you have something that will make your father finally love you on the inside. Well, now with this mod installed, you won't have to worry about any of those shenanigans, as this mod will finally f***ing sort you out and make the workshop menu function more practically in the game. It will make modifying weapons and armor a breeze and save you material, time, and frustration. It's a win-win-win-win-win, and a definitely must-have mod. I rate this mod one guy who thinks he's a sandwich. Someone eat me quick before I get old and soggy.
Now, I don't know if you guys are like me or not, but when I get in a firefight in Fallout 4, I like to keep track of how many rounds I let off. Then, when all the commotion dies down and the smoke is cleared, I like to just go around counting the shell casings, just to make sure they adequately represent the number of shots that I fired. And if there's even one less shell casing than shot fired, then I start freaking out, man. I throw shit, I yell obscenities at the TV, I write a strongly worded letter to Bethesda detailing how upset I am with words and snapshots of my butthole, okay? But no, not any longer. Now, with this mod installed, the shell casings will much more adequately represent the number of shots fired, as now shell casings will not disappear after only a few seconds. Now they'll stick around much longer and really clutter up your whole situation. I mean, just look at all the shells on the ground here. Honestly, it's a fucking mess, but it's an immersive and very realistic mess. The type of mess that just gets my titties all moist and sweaty because it's just so damn realistic, you know? I could just take off all my clothes right now, right down to my skivvies, and just roll around in these shell casings. Ooh, shit! They're still hot! A couple of the warm ones just burnt my cheeks. This is a great mod that in a lot of ways is a must-have mod in anyone's playthrough of the game, especially if you want realism in Fallout 4. I rate this mod 1 photo of when something touches your foot from under the bed. Holy fuck, it's got me! It's got me! This is it! This is how I die! No, wait, false alarm. It's just a cheesy. This mod rebuilds the VIS and, when needed, precombined data. Now, VIS data does the same thing as occlusion planes and should not be needed. But if precombines and VIS data do not fix something, occlusion planes will be used in future areas. So if you're like me and have no idea what any of those f***ing words mean, then don't fret, as I didn't have the faintest idea. Not the faintest. But what I do know is that with this mod installed, the game will load better and improve the frames per second, even in the most frame-intensive places, like just outside of Diamond City, or other clusterfucks that normally shit on your frame rate. This mod will increase performance by about 10 to 20 frames better than in the vanilla game, and apparently some people even see improvements as high as 50 to 60 frames in some areas. But if your game is only getting 10 frames per second, then maybe it's time to stop playing Fallout on a goddamn Atari, because what the fuck? So basically speaking, this mod just makes it so the game files are more efficient, so the game doesn't have a fucking aneurysm when it tries to load up the game files. Apparently Bethesda just threw the files all over the place like they're used condoms at Ron Jeremy's house. I'm just kidding. We all know Ron Jeremy doesn't use condoms. This mod just cleans it all up and makes it all nice and neat, meaning the game can load faster and be more efficient. Now, this mod will only improve your game and doesn't seem to conflict with other mods, so really it's a no-brainer, and a very important addition if you want to improve performance in Fallout 4. I rate this mod that moment when you ask your friend to smile naturally, and they look like they just shit themselves.
Now, I've seen all the movies, and I'm still super confused. What is his superpower? I mean, but who really needs superpowers when you can play Cosmic Catch with Kurt Russell, right, Chris? Well, I guess he's really good at holding stones and not dying. I saw a kid look in windows the other day, picked up a stone, and didn't explode. I'm just saying, in a few years, that could be your arch nemesis right there. This mod simply adds a Star-Lord outfit and a Star-Lord helmet to the game. If you want it, all you'll have to do is mosey on over to the nearest chemistry station and make one for yourself. The outfit does look really great with meshes and textures that are immersive, but also do a good job of depicting Star-Lord in the game. The mask especially looks inviting. There's just something about a good mask that gets me all worked up. Like, what's under that mask? I bet it's got all sorts of secrets. Maybe you're cross-eyed, or maybe you have perfect pink bubble lips like Angelina Jolie. Do you kiss strange children in the park with those lips? Well, you really shouldn't, because that's weird. Actually, Shh, shut your mouth. Nobody cares. Let's just all live in the mystery, okay? Now, I wonder if that raccoon and talking tree will come save him when he's in danger. Nope, guess not. Still a cool armor mod, though. I rate this mod 1 smile I just don't trust. Mark my words, that's a future villain right there.
Now, who doesn't like evil-looking power armors, right? They're dark, they're scary, they're sure to let people know you might just pillage on their whole situation. Evil-looking armor mods set the tone when you enter a room. They say, hey, look at me. I probably shouldn't be trusted. Point is, this armor mod is sure to excite most people's inner deviant. It's ominous looking immersive, and it's got all its own custom meshes and textures that just look fantastic in the game. This mod adds the intimidating Hellfire power armor from Fallout 3's Broken Steel DLC. It's got its fair share of customization options that'll just perk up your nipples in ways that were never supposed to happen on the human body. Now, if you want to acquire this armor, you'll have to go to the Glowing Sea. There you'll find a secret hatch that's close to one of the crash sites. In there, there's a tiny little quest where you'll have to locate the power armor in this hidden bunker. Once you find it, you'll be so satisfied, you might even call your mother just to tell her about it. I know I did. This power armor looks so good, I was fixing to build up the courage to ask it to the senior prom. But it likely turned me down on the account that I wear a bicycle helmet to school when I'm not riding a bike or attending school, because I think it makes me look neat. Long story short, this power armor mod is evil epic and out of my league. This is definitely an excellent addition to anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod 1 pussycat that can read minds. Now, this mod adds one of the most post-apocalyptic outfits I've ever seen to Fallout 4. Compatible for both male and female characters, as well as it has its own custom meshes and textures that really bring it to life in the game. This armor mod is incredibly immersive and well done. I mean, the gas masks look real but unique, and it's hooked up to an air tank on the back of the armor to give the impression the suit has its own supply of oxygen. And we all know from documentaries on the Learning Channel that oxygen is a good thing. Yes, it is. Yeah, we've learned that. I mean, it's right up there with Lego pirate ships and anal sex. But be careful, because I once knew a girl that got pregnant from anal sex. The kid turned out to be a real shithead, though. Seriously, his head was made out of shit. It was weird as hell. Now, the armor itself looks custom-made, fitted from different parts in the Commonwealth, with some Raider-like artwork on the shoulder plate. Now, this armor just screams post-apocalypse, which is actually way cooler than that kid who just screams help at the bottom of that well. Okay, we get it. It's dark, you're scared. Now shut the f*** up and fill up my bucket with water already. Jesus. The armor itself is made up of 2 parts, the helmet and the armor. Now, if you want to acquire this amazing armor mod, then you'll be able to craft it at the chemistry station under utility. Oh yeah, it's that simple. It's so simple, a nutless sperm could figure it out, alright? I don't even know what that means. I'm confused by what I even write sometimes. Was I drunk when I wrote this? This is just one of those mods that fits into the world of Fallout so well, it would be an utter shame not to have it in your playthrough of the game. I rate this mod 1 photo of the sexiest monkey I've ever seen. Ah, she's a beauty, isn't she? If only that fence hole was just a little bit bigger, I would f***ing stick my dick in that hole. Now, this mod adds 10 new outfits to the game that have a prosthetic left robot leg. Eleonora is a master modder and brings her A-game every time she adds a new addition, and this mod is no different. This mod adds outfits that are not only extremely immersive to the Commonwealth, but a completely unique look at prosthetics in the post-apocalypse. Let's face it, if you were traveling the unforgiving world fighting Deathclaws and all sorts of other baddies, it's possible your character might not come back with all their fingers and toes. Deathclaws aren't really known for their name-calling tomfoolery, are they? No, they're not. They're known for their pent-up aggression and violent outbursts of terror. However, if they were known for name-calling, that would be awful as well, because let's face it, words can hurt people, okay? Sometimes people will say mean shit to me and it hurts, okay? They'll say stuff like, you're a dumbass, and your parents never loved you. To which I usually respond with, Mom, get the f*** out of my room! And that normally sorts it. Now, before this mod, we really didn't have anything in terms of prosthetics in Fallout 4. However, this mod doesn't just add prosthetics to the game, but it does so in a way that makes your character look more futuristic and almost part robot. This robo-leg looks like it could really kick some assholes. Oh yeah. Each and every one of the outfits has a fastidious amount of detail put into it to really capture the post-apocalyptic feel of Fallout. All of the clothing can be modded with lining and ballistic weave to make it a little bit beefier in combat. And if you want to acquire any one of these super immersive, awesome looking armors, then you can do so by crafting them at the chemistry station under the Robo-Leg category. Some of these armors may require the mod Armor Compendium to work properly, but it's all good because that mod also adds some great armors to the game. Now, this is one of those mods that just expands on the Fallout world and helps it feel and look more realistic. This is definitely a must-have armor mod in anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod 1 couch, trying to eat a cat.
Oh, you're delicious, kitty cat. I'm gonna suck you in and eat you.
Now this mod adds 4 professionally made masks and helmets to the Commonwealth, and boy do they look incredible in the game. The steampunk style designs fit the world space so well and completely give your character a unique look like no other. Now this is definitely the type of mod that I would show off to my roommate Gary if we were still on speaking terms. I mean, you think you know a guy, and then one day you catch him trying to signal for help with a flashlight, and you instantly regret letting him out of his f***ing cage to eat a 4-day-old toaster strudel. I mean, what an ungrateful son of a bitch. Anyways, now these masks and helmets look and feel immersive as well. So when you're traveling the Commonwealth wearing one of these bad boys, it feels as if these are something you could have actually found in the world space. All of the masks and helmets have their own custom meshes and textures, and it shows as they basically jump out of the screen because they look so realistic. Now all of these helmets do work with both genders as well, so regardless of whether your character has a front bum or a beanbag, you'll still be able to sport this awesome headgear no matter where you go in the Commonwealth. Now if you want to acquire this amazing headgear, then you'll have to travel to the Crater of Adam located in the glowing sea. There you'll find an expert lock safe, which once opened, will give you all of these delightful treats. I rate this mod 1 horse who can't mind his own f***ing business.
What you got there, buddy?
Now this mod is quite possibly the most terrifying mod ever created for Fallout 4. It adds a wooden puppet boy that follows you around and creeps you out on the regular. He has a creepy psycho voice, and honestly, if he entered the room on a tricycle, I'd literally shit all over myself.
I want to play a game. Wanderer, up until this point you've spent your life scavenging for goods throughout the Commonwealth. Now, your salvation relies on your ability to scavenge. Taped to your face is a block of C4 explosives. In front of you are multiple boxes. Inside of one box there is an envelope. Inside of that envelope is a photo. On that photo is a picture of my cock and balls. Glued to that photo is a pair of scissors that will cut your tape and free you from the explosives. Choose wisely, as my erection won't last forever.
Now if you're feeling brave as f*** and you'll want to locate the Vault Buddy, you'll have to travel to Charlestown, which is near Bunker Hill. There you'll find a scary as shit abandoned house where the Vault Buddy lives. Now, I have to tell you guys, this was probably one of the scariest experiences of my life. When that little f***er came down the stairs backwards and tried to fight me like a puppeted, possessed 8-year-old, I just about turned off my f***ing game and said, nope, not today. I have 1 pair of clean underwear left, and this little f***er's not going to take that from me. Now this companion mod is one of a kind and really stands out. The story that leads you to the Vault Buddy, as well as the scary clues you have to venture through to acquire him, all make this mod a brilliant experience. Also, the animations that go with this follower are just fantastic and super creepy. He follows you, trades, waits, and talks just like a real boy, but he's as psychotically creepy as any boy-shaped puppet could be. Now once you finish up the clues in the house, you'll be able to ask this little puppet if he wants to follow you around, which he will do in the creepiest way possible. Now when he runs to catch up, I'm pretty sure he's chasing me with those tiny wooden arms and legs. And let's just say, I don't slow down. Now, if you don't ask him to follow you, he will just wander around the Commonwealth kicking the shit out of anyone who looks at him, which is hella scary. I rate this mod the 1 look you make when nobody shows up to your birthday party.
Are you serious? I sent out like 1 billion cards!
Now certain things, they're just so satisfying in life. Like for instance, when you unbuckle your jeans after a big meal, or a cold glass of OJ on a hot summer's day. But nothing is more satisfying than sneaking up behind someone and stabbing them in the neck with a homemade shank. Now this mod doesn't actually add any new animations to the game, but makes the vanilla animations more common and accessible in certain situations. Sneaky situations. Now when your enemies don't detect you, you'll be able to perform stabbing, bashing, and neck-breaking animations. All you'll have to do is sneak up behind someone you'll want to kill, and have the weapon out you want to use for the murder. Use the normal attack key and your character should perform the kill animations. Also, there is a chance to perform these animations even when your enemies have detected you, which is awesome and a little more frequent than the vanilla animations. Now the vanilla kill animations are actually really awesome and fun to use, but at least for me, they're pretty rare to see. So this mod gives you the ability to use the animations at your leisure in a very immersive way. Also, being able to stealth kill people is just about the most psychotic thing there is, aside from writing letters to people you admire in your own blood.
Dear redheaded lady from Game of Thrones, could you please move your sofa 3 feet to the left? I'm finding it really difficult to see you through the bushes. Oh, and P.S. It's me in your bushes. I've been watching you for days. Days!
Now this mod is already a lot of fun and it's a great addition to the game, but I would love to see some custom animations in the future as this mod really does have endless potential. So it'll be really interesting to see if this mod author adds to it in the future. I rate this mod one dirty little secret. My owner thinks I'm stupid, but joke's on him, I just saved a bunch of money on my car insurance by switching to Geico. In order to be a good psychopath, it's important to hang around with other psychopaths in the Commonwealth. Really understand the craft, you know? Also, if you want to be a perfect murdering machine, it's always best when your enemies don't see it coming. This mod gives you the ability to blend in amongst the different factions in the Commonwealth, so you'll be able to stalk raiders that would make good furniture without raising too many questions. Now, all you have to do is build a disguises workbench in any one of your settlements. Then craft the disguises that you want to use. Equip the outfit first and then the headgear. Now you want to wait a few seconds for the game to register the change, then you just go out and find a settlement with that faction, and nobody from that faction will be hostile towards you. However, if you do take off the disguise, they will attack you, and if you've been seen without the disguise, then putting it back on won't stop them from wanting to kill you, as they are aware that you are not one of them. Also, as a note, wearing a disguise will not turn normally non-hostile NPCs into hostile ones. Now, in order for this mod to work properly, you're going to need the necessary skills or luck to do so. For instance, for the gunners, you're going to need a charisma of 5 or higher, and to wear the uniform and combat chest piece, or they're still going to be hostile towards you, which is a very immersive little addition. Now, each faction has their own requirements, so make sure you meet them before you walk in like you fucking own the place. Now, if you don't like the requirements, you can always turn them off using the configuration holotape. Now this mod works on Raiders, Gunners, Children of Atom, Triggermen, Brotherhood of Steel, Robots, the Institute, Bugs, and the Railroad. This is honestly a really immersive mod, and it's a lot of fun to use. I would recommend this to anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4, regardless of whether or not your character build is psychotic or not. I rate this mod one guy who's covering up his nipples because he's ashamed of how large and in charge they are. Don't be ashamed. Free those nipples. Let the world embrace them. Now this mod adds the iconic mass murderer from the Halloween movies to the Commonwealth, as well as his infamous kitchen knife that he uses to kill his victims. Now if you want to acquire this outfit, it will be located in your inventory as soon as you load a save with the mod installed. Now this outfit definitely looks a lot like Michael Myers from the Halloween movies, and this is one scary loner f***. Apparently Mike Myers is pure evil, and when he's not killing people while they're having sex, he's starring in movies like Shrek, and Shrek 2, and Shrek the Third. Or I think that's another guy. Have you ever noticed that the killers never talk in these movies? I wonder why that is.
I'm gonna stab you so fucking hard. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Stop laughing at me. You're about to get stabbed in the face. Would you stop laughing? This is serious. You stop laughing at me. I am a serious killer.
Now, Michael Myers is supposed to be the epitome of evil. He kills his entire family while he's still a child, and then 15 years later comes back to his old neighborhood just to kill more teenagers while they're trying to f*** one another. Now, these teens, just to be clear, are easy as f*** to kill. Now, Michael Myers is one of those iconic movie villains. He's one of those guys that no matter how many times you shoot, burn, or rape him, he just keeps coming back. This mod is a chilling addition to Fallout 4 that may break the immersion, but it definitely adds to the shit in my pants. I rate this mod that one expression that just says, "Hey, I didn't know you could smell my lady farts." Nothing says scary like missing all your fucking skin, right? This is a really fun mod that lets you play as a skeleton in the post-apocalypse. Look how skinny this mod makes you. I mean, it makes you unrealistically skinny. If nothing else, this is every modeling agency's wet dream. It's because of body images like this that girls everywhere have a distorted image of what it means to be beautiful. This mod allows you a few different variations if you want to dress up like a skeleton or a zombie thingy. Before you're able to craft these outfits, however, you'll need to craft the blueprints for them, which can be crafted at the chemistry station. Once the blueprints have been crafted, you'll be able to go back to any chemistry station and craft the skeleton outfits under utility. The only outfits that are available for the skeleton are the ones that are craftable at the chem station though. This means that you can't just put any old outfit on the skeleton frame. This mod is very unique, and it can be a lot of fun to run around the Commonwealth pretending to be a skeleton or a zombie. To me, this just fits into the game really well. It might not be fully immersive, but I'm sure you could come up with a reason as to why it is. I mean, there's already giant scorpions and shit. I mean, a skeleton walking around doesn't seem all that far-fetched. I rate this mod 2 penguins trying to ignore the f***ed up furball behind them. Sometimes when you're fighting either with or against Liberty Prime, you really have to step back and ask yourself, I wonder what it would be like to be inside that big old f***er there. Well, now you can have that experience, but on a much smaller scale. This mod adds Liberty Power Armor to the game, allowing you to dress up like Liberty Prime and bring justice back to the Commonwealth with your arsenal of politically righteous mini-nukes. This armor will give you the confidence to ask those hard questions, those ones you just never thought you'd ask.
Oh yeah, who's your crabby? Who's your fucking crabby, baby?
Can I get on some of that sick shit you got going on there, bud?
No, f off!
Okay, pump the brakes, I respect that.
Now, this power armor comes with its own backstory as to why it fits into the lore of Fallout, which really adds to the immersion of the armor mod itself, helping the player justify its presence in the Commonwealth. Now, the armor looks really good and it's very well crafted. The mod author was actually capable of capturing the essence of Liberty Prime while still being true to the power armor design, making this armor really feel and look like a power armor that could have been found in the Commonwealth. There were also a few different customizations for this armor as well, including some custom upgrades as well as some custom skins. So if you're not a fan of the mini Prime look, you can switch it up with some other colors which are very well done and just look fantastic. If you want to find this armor, you'll have to travel to the Sentinel site in the Glowing Sea. Once you travel into the site, you have to go to the very bottom and it's in a room filled with nukes. This mod is immersive and it's a lot of fun. I would recommend this mod to anyone who enjoys playing as the Brotherhood of Steel, or just anyone who likes to dry hump the shit out of their computer screen every time they see Liberty Prime. I rate this mod the one face that everybody makes when they have an itchy asshole. Now, for those of you who love to play as the antithesis to the Brotherhood of Steel from Fallout 3, this will definitely flick that nostalgia dick right on the tip for you. This brings the Enclave power armor back to life for people to enjoy in Fallout 4. This armor doesn't only look exactly like you would expect it to, but it is insanely well done in regards to the meshes and textures and just suits the game perfectly. The mod author did an incredible job on this power armor, really making you feel the presence of the Enclave once again in Fallout. Now, the XO2, in my opinion, might be one of the best looking power armors ever made for Fallout, because it just looks powerful, well funded, and super sexy. This armor is so intimidating it will have your enemies shitting in their panties.
Your move, compadre.
Is that really a f***ing minigun?
Yes, it is.
Oh, f*** me.
Everything about this armor says awesome, from the black metal to its Predator type design. It looks both dangerous and protective.
It's got both going on, baby. Oh yeah.
Now, there are 3 different variants of this armor that are all available through modifying it in the Power Armor workstation. The first 2 variants simply change the color of the armor, but in such a way that it appears like the armor is made from an entirely different material altogether. The 3rd variant goes the extra mile and actually turns the armor into the Tesla version from Fallout 3, which is so well done, it would make Thomas Edison go cross-eyed just looking at it.
Holy hell, how'd you do that with the lightning and the lightning bulbs? It's so blue! It's so blue!
The overall design just looks incredible and makes this armor a truly amazing addition to Fallout 4. Now, if you want to acquire this power armor, you can find it in the Glowing Sea at an unmarked Red Rocket gas station. I would definitely recommend this power armor to anyone playing Fallout 4. Not only is it immersive, but it is realistic, beautiful to look at, and quite possibly one of the best designed power armor mods ever made. I rate this mod 1 photo of what happens when you chirp a mascot who watches way too much UFC. Now, the Institute seems like a bunch of elitists that don't like the concept of actually getting their hands dirty and mixing it up with the scuzzy top dwellers. So chances are, if they're gonna visit the Commonwealth topside, then they're gonna need something that separates their perfumed cheeks from everyone and everything around them. So it only makes sense that if they do go visit the top world, then they'll have to have a spacesuit to keep all the skank cooties out of their delicate immune systems. Now, with this mod installed, citizens of the Institute will feel comfortable mingling with the mutants outside of their basement walls. I mean, they'll still have to come back and scrub their bodies down with disinfectant, maybe shower until they're all red and soggy, just scrub down until their bodies need to produce a whole new layer of skin. But all things considered, a pretty chillax visit amongst the surface freaks. Now this is a really bitchin' armor mod that has a sleek, futuristic design. It also comes in multiple colors, so you can change it up to fit your preference. And the mask is especially cool because it's got a face shield that keeps all the elitists at least 2 inches away from dirt squirrels at any given time. It's beautiful, really. Now, this suit can be crafted at the chemistry station for anyone who wants to sport one in Fallout 4. It has also been added to the leveled lists and placed throughout the world space, so you can just find it during your playthrough of the game as well. This is a great mod that just further adds to the realism and immersion of the Institute faction. It's also just a really sweet armor mod with a practical design for anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod 1 dog that I'm pretty sure just got hit with a cartoon anvil. Now, when you're out and about poking and prodding your way around the Commonwealth, it can be nice to know that your skin isn't going to melt off at a later date because you licked a dandelion. So it's important that you protect all your soft, squishy tissue from the extremes of post-apocalyptic conditions with your very own biohazard suit. This suit gives you the freedom to touch shit you're just not supposed to touch and be places that would otherwise melt your eyeballs. It looks good, feels immersive, and has practical features that pop off the screen and say, hey, look at me, I'm practical as f***. I've had nights where I would just wear this biohazard suit over my naked cheeks and think, boy, this must be what astronauts smell like. This outfit comes in multiple colors as well, so you can change it up to suit your particular playstyle. You can be an orange biohazard scientist type guy or girl, or you can be a black biohazard ninja, or you can be a camouflage biohazard soldier, because why the f*** not? The suit itself has a sweet helmet with a see-through visor that's perfect for telling people everything's gonna be okay when you know everything's not gonna be okay.
Yeah, you're gonna be okay, buddy. You're gonna make it. Yeah, your glowing skin will, it'll get better. I promise.
It's also got an air tank on the back because this onesie is airtight, and if it didn't have that air tank, you'd fucking suffocate and die. So I'm glad they added that. This is a great suit of armor and a great change of pace from the other radiation suits in Fallout 4. It's sleek, stylish, futuristic, and made of the finest rubbers. This is a great addition to anyone's playthrough of the game. Now, if you want your very own hazmat suit and helmet, then they can be crafted at the ARMORSMITH workbench under the hazmat section. I rate this mod that awkward moment when you ask a girl out for the very first time. So I was wondering, maybe you'd want to get a banana with me sometime, or maybe throw shit at each other. The Brotherhood of Steel wants to control technology and rid the world of fugly creatures. Everyone knows the best way to booty blast a boogie monster is with some stylish duds. It punches them right down deep in their inner skank and makes them cry in public places. Obviously, the best outfit to accomplish this is a thong with cucumbers taped to your nipples. But coming in a close second is this delightful assortment of wearables. It kind of reminds me of a violent coal miner, but like in a good way. This is the outfit the Brotherhood of Steel needs when they're tits deep in scuzzy freaks. It protects all your vital organs, keeps the oxygen fresh, and is safe to wear around heavy machinery. It's a win-win-win. Win. The Brotherhood Recon uniform was designed as a lightweight, all-purpose field uniform for long-range reconnaissance patrols. It's also great for role-playing as a naughty firefighter. Built from a combination of newly forged materials and old-world salvage, the Recon uniform provides units with the ability to efficiently blend in with local populations while providing ample protection against the many hazards of the waste. Originally issued only to reconnaissance units, its effectiveness quickly gained notoriety and is now issued to more stationary units. And if you play your cards just right, they'll even put one of these bad boys on a donkey and have it dance at your birthday party. Oh yeah. Now the Recon uniform comes in 6 optional parts, including helmet, gas mask, sunshades, overcoat, gloves, and Under Armour. And each part can be customized to a degree, so you can really imprint your own personal touch as you abolish some baddies. Some of the uniform parts act as over armor, meaning you can still wear normal armor like combat armor with even the overcoat. Both the Under Armour and the overcoat have ballistic weave slots, so you can wear both with weave and replace standard armor altogether. Now the Recon uniform is added to the level list for the Brotherhood NPCs in the world with a script. No vanilla records are edited in the slightest, and if that doesn't fluff up your ball bag, then know you can also craft the full uniform at the Chem Lab under its own category. I rate this mod 2 squirrels hashing out their personal issues.
My wife, will ya?
I said I was sorry!
Now this is a simple mod with a large effect in the game. This mod adds road flares that can be placed down whenever you need to add some light to a dark area. This mod adds to a spine-chilling atmosphere with its red overtone that leaves objects in the distance barely visible until they come into the light. What really adds this mod to this week's list is when you're traveling the Commonwealth at night. It can be unnerving to throw a road flare every few feet just to see what's up ahead. Then whenever something scary reveals itself from the dark, unforgiving Commonwealth, it's enough to make you poo in your adult onesie pajamas. Road flares, aside from adding to the ominous surroundings at night, also add to the game's immersion, giving the players a lore-friendly way to illuminate the Commonwealth at night without using mods to increase the light on the Pip-Boy or changing the gamma settings in their game. This mod is an entertaining addition of Fallout 4 that can really change how often you choose to travel at night. Either you enjoy it because you're brave as f***, or you avoid it like crazy and just start crying uncontrollably every time the sun goes down. I rate this mod 1 creepy tickling photograph. It's all fun and games until your weird Uncle Gary touches your penis. Now this mod adds the outfit the protagonist detective wears in the Evil Within video game to the Commonwealth. For those of you who don't know what the Evil Within is, it's actually a survival-based horror game that's too terrifying to play alone or with the lights out. Have you ever been so scared that you try to get away but you can't get anywhere because you're panicking like a f***ing madman?
Oh, God, please stop, please, oh, come on, man, oh,
Well, that's how scared you feel after you play the Evil Within, put it that way. This game centers around Sebastian as he's pulled through a distorted world full of nightmarish locations and horrid creatures. Which sounds to me an awful lot like my last serious relationship and a night out with her f***ing friends. Nightmarish locations and horrid creatures. Now, the Evil Within is the epitome of scary f***ing horror games. I mean, it's scarier than most horror movies. Not that all horror movies are scary. I mean, I didn't find The Ring all that scary because the girl would call you up and warn you before she came to kill you. See, that's a very thoughtful serial killer. Lets you get all your shit together before she comes and twists up your f***ing head. You know why these horror movies aren't that scary? It's because you always expect the killer to be there, right? The perfect serial killer is the one that gets you where you least expect it. If I were going to design a serial killer, I would make a serial killer that swims up the toilet bowl when you're having a shit, spreads your ass cheeks apart, and just punches you in the butthole until you die. He would punch your shit right back up into your asshole. That would be f***ing terrifying. I'd never shit again. That would be the end of me shitting. Now this outfit just looks incredible and it has excellent textures and meshes too. If you want to get your hands on this great outfit, you can craft it at the chemistry station under its own category. This outfit is just an awesome addition to the game and one that can be enjoyed regardless of whether you wanted to add something scary or not. To me, this mod is immersive as it just adds an epic outfit for your character to wear around the Commonwealth. I rate this mod 1 cat with a shit ton of street cred.
You need something, I'll get you. For the right price.
Now this mod adds 106 paint styles for the T45, the T51, the T60, and the XO1 power armors, as well as the jetpacks that correspond to each armor type. This mod also includes 100 decals and a complete power armor overhaul. Now this mod is a standalone and doesn't actually change the vanilla versions of the armor. Rather, it just adds more options to the armor when you're in the crafting section at the power armor station. So now you can really go ham with your creativity. With over 424 paint styles, colors, and variants to choose from, the possibilities are f***ing earth-shattering. Now the one thing that I really like about this mod is the same thing that may cause others to dislike it. Now the paints all look really clean and well done as if they were just applied to the armor, which to me makes a lot of sense and is immersive because when you paint something it can make it look as good as new, right? I mean, I really like the look of the power armor when it's all shiny and new looking. It just makes me f***ing happy. However, some people do like a worn look on their power armor or just their characters in general, as an aged look adds to the aesthetic of a post-apocalypse. And I get that, but for f***'s sake, these look so nice, you could eat off of them. Now this is an excellent mod, and I would recommend this mod to anyone who wants more customization options in regards to their power armor, or just wants to make the vanilla power armors look like they were perfectly preserved. I rate this mod that one guy who always has a great idea that makes 0 sense. Guys, stop me if I'm getting crazy here, but like, what if we made peanut butter sandwiches out of marshmallows? right? Because people love peanut butter, okay? You with me? You with me? Okay? But they also love marshmallows. So we put them together, bam! Peanut butter marshmallows.
This mod is one of those functionality mods that's just for true sickos. I mean, this gives you the ability, nay the delight, of shooting off enemies' limbs in the game, crippling them, and making them absolutely f***ing defenseless to fight back. Oh yeah. In the vanilla game, when you shoot the enemy's limbs for long enough, you can cripple them, making them kind of limp or crawl around. But with this mod installed, when you cripple their limbs, there's actually a chance you can shoot that f***er right off.
And then they got no f***ing chance. Not at all.
Fallout already has a large degree of gore and realism set into its vanilla files. This mod just goes a step further and finishes the application of that. Because sometimes, let's face it, a quick death is just too good for your enemies. You want to just wound them so they can't run away, and then you want to run up behind them and them. Question them. There are 6 different settings for this mod depending on how they are ordered in your load order, depends on which one is actually taking effect. The settings are regular, brutal, insano, mental, postal, and mind-blowing. So apparently they're all named after my ex-girlfriends. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding, I never had a girlfriend. Each setting has an increasingly higher chance of mutilating your enemy, regular being the least likely to mutilate them, and mind-blowing the most likely to mutilate them.
I rate this mod 11 guys who don't understand how gravity works. I would shit my pants that high up in the air. That's no joke.
Well, this is interesting. It appears we're able to blow your character up like he started eating strange pills at Dwayne Johnson's house. I think it's safe to say with this mod installed, your boy hits the weights at least 8 days a week. The breasts, the back, the shoulders, and most importantly, the buns have all been optimized for crime fighting efficiency. Now, if you want to be a superhero, you need tight buns. It's in the handbook. This mod aims to be the male equivalent of the CBBE mod. There's just so much going on here with this character. I mean, he looks like Arnold back in the day when he was obsessed with helicopters.
Run! Go! Get to the chopper!
Now, if you do have the body slide installed as well, then you can choose from some presets to really mold your character to that particular superhero vibe you're going for. There's a Batman preset, which is really muscular and almost has a comic book design to it. Nightwing, which is leaner, but also has that comic book waist-to-shoulder ratio. Then there's Deadpool, which is based off the video game character model, so that will likely be your best choice. And then there's also some Kurt option, but I honestly stopped reading after I got to Deadpool. The vanilla version that you see here is the preset, but if you do want to change it up, then you just have to download Body Slide and either select a preset Deadpool, or change him up however you want him to look. I mean, just look at this guy mow down lesser men with his massively masculine steroid-induced manpower. It's almost upsetting to watch, but I'm pot committed now. I just cannot look away. I rate this mod 1 photo of my favorite X-Man. It would appear we may have frightened the Hugh Jackman in his natural habitat. This mod was a long-anticipated wait for most modders out there, but sometimes you just have to crawl through a mile of shit just to hear someone fart through a walkie-talkie. That's a saying, isn't it? That's a saying, right? Yeah. This is a small mod with a huge impact, especially for players who use modded weapons in the game, specifically modded machine guns. For the longest time, we were stuck with the vanilla animation, which just did not work for a lot of these weapons, making the reload so breaking, you just wanted to punch a baby Mirelurk right in the face. With this mod installed, you can now reload all those weapons, aka those machine guns, without breaking immersion. Now, this mod is extremely well done and it fits into the game very well. However, the mod author has stated that there is a bit of a trade-off with the vanilla machine gun's reload. You know, the one that kind of looks like the old school Thompson? However, I used this weapon during this video with the mod installed and still couldn't tell the difference. Honestly, I've had this mod installed since the day it showed up on the Nexus, and I've never noticed anything breaking regarding the vanilla weapons. The animation itself is very well done and absolutely essential to anyone's playthrough if they use modded machine guns in their load order.
I rate this mod 4 gentle farts that little girl can actually taste. Maybe take the bus instead of rubbing your ass against your little girl's face for 4.5 miles. You know, just a thought. Just a thought.
This mod adds people you can pay to have sex with you in Fallout 4. This mod does require Fusion City Rising to work properly, but it's definitely worth it because of the prostitutes. Now, interacting with women of the night can be a little intimidating at first, which is why you can make small talk with them like you're not about to ask them to have sex with you for money. You can even put on a mask if you want, like I do when I go to the adult bookstore. I mean, there's just something about buying blow-up dolls in the dozens that feels a little less weird when you're wearing a mask, you know what I'm saying? With this mod installed, hookers will now be present in some of the major towns in the Commonwealth, including Good Neighbor, Diamond City, and Bunker Hill. Now, even though the mod author states there are hookers in Bunker Hill, they must have been hiding from me or something, because I searched that place with a fine-tuned penis for like 20 minutes and couldn't find shit. However, they are all over the place in Good Neighbor and Diamond City, so I ended up getting my fix. Thank God! This mod is a PG-13 version of prostitution in Fallout 4, meaning when you actually interact with a hooker and get her to give you some paid romance, it will just fade to black, and when it lights up again, all the good stuff's gonna be over. You won't even get to see the money shot. There are some sex sounds though, which is good, because without those sex sounds, they could have just been faking it. Once you hook up with a hooker, you'll get a custom perk that grants you temporary buffs, and then you'll get a quick line of randomized dialogue from the prostitute herself before she wanders back to where you found her. Looking for more Johns, I suspect. This is a great mod for lonely people who will pay to have sex in a video game. So it's basically like the perfect mod for me. I would recommend this mod to anyone who has some extra caps and is feeling a little horny. I rate this mod one time traveler who's from 2,000 years in the future.
Holy shit, you guys still got trees? That's awesome.
Every good psychopath needs an outfit to go stalking in, and this armor would definitely do the trick. But this armor is actually the least psychotic on this week's list. It's just an outstanding armor mod that takes advantage of a lot of the vanilla assets and makes something truly unique and cool looking. Now, this armor mod looks great and really gives the impression that the outfit was scavenged from a post-apocalyptic world, making this armor very immersive. The little details that went into this armor mod are what really makes it incredible, like how the boots are worn to the point where the feet are exposed, and how the leather straps on the chest hold up the shoulder armor. Up until I found this mod, I thought the only way to get sexy protection was to wear a giant condom over your entire body, which, in retrospect, just leaves you completely defenseless. Now, this mod adds a lot of new armor options to the game, including 6 new outfits and 8 clothing pieces. The clothing pieces include a hood, goggles, gloves, multiple masks, glasses, and a belt. This mod does require Armor and Keywords community resource to work properly, and all variants can be crafted at the ARMORSMITH workbench. This armor looks very immersive and lore-friendly, and it fits in perfectly to Fallout 4. This armor makes you feel like you are in the post-apocalypse, and that you are somewhat protected from the damaged environment with its assortment of salvaged assets. I rate this mod one koala bear who loves to cup a feel like a little adorable sexual predator. Now, every good psychotic villain has a unique weapon, and now you can also with your own extreme-looking, handheld ballistic revolver. Now, this weapon just demands respect and sounds devastating as f*** when you pull the trigger. This is the type of gun that, when you shoot it, pants everywhere brace themselves for impact. Now, this gun is loosely based off the gun in the Blade Runner movie. However, it really does stand out on its own with its own unique style. This weapon really expands on the movie design and separates itself by making something truly unique. This gun is incredible to look at and looks nothing like anything I've ever seen in Fallout before. The mod author did an excellent job on this mod, as the textures and meshes really bring it to life in the Commonwealth. What I really liked about this gun is that it is a unique concept that looks so realistic, it just looks like something that had to have been based off a real-world counterpart, even though it is completely fictional in its design. Now, this mod can be found on high-level gunners and high-level raiders. You can also purchase it in some shops throughout the game, as it has been added to those leveled lists as well. Now, this gun has a ton of customization options, including 4 barrels, 8 receivers, 5 muzzles, 4 grips, 10 sights that include 2 see-through combat scopes, 4 materials, and 4 ammo types. Now, players can really change up the look and function of this gun depending on their particular playstyle, not only making this gun unique in so many ways, but also an excellent addition to the game. I rate this mod one very innovative parent.
Now, who needs a seatbelt when you got scotch tape, right? You're fine back there, aren't you, little Billy?
Have you ever wanted to make your Fallout 4 females look like anime characters? Well then, this mod is sure to puff up your nipples. With this mod installed, you'll be able to change the player character or followers to the anime race, which looks super good in the game. It'll give them a cartoon type appearance with perfectly smooth, acne-free skin, a tiny, almost non-existent nose, itty-bitty dick-sucking lips, and giant bug eyes. Now, it sounds kind of freaky, but I'm gonna be honest, these anime chicks make my butt cheeks wetter than a rubber ducky in a bubble bath. By the way, my butt cheeks get sweaty when I'm horny. You know that feeling you get when you're super attracted to a woman and you look deeply into her eyes and see a glimmer of hope that maybe someday you'll be together. Then just as you're about to build up the courage to talk to her, you fall right out of the bushes. And she calls the cops. It's a total buzzkill. Well, this mod is exactly like that feeling just before you fall out of the bushes. Exciting and kind of sexy. Now, this mod will totally change the way you play the game, really bringing a whole new look and feel to Fallout 4. Now, the anime race looks awesome and weirdly enough feels believable in the game. Maybe not the most immersive mod on this list, but definitely a fun addition. I rate this mod 2 deputies who are about to get bodied by a falling ninja bear.
Now, one of the most discouraging things about settlement building in Fallout 4 is when you're in the middle of a build and you have to stop everything because you've reached your building capacity. Now, if you want to build large structures in any settlements other than Spectacle Island, then unlimited building is a must-have mod. Now, this mod increases your settlement budget of your settlements to something absolutely absurd. The number is so large that there really is no way to reach it without crashing your game. With that said, this mod could affect the performance of your game. If you're building larger than normal settlements, you could possibly expect a frame rate drop or other performance issues if you're making them too f***ing big. If you are building on PC, then it comes down to your hardware on how big you can make your settlements. Now, console players will have the same situation, however, you might be able to find out more about the capacity by checking with other console users as the hardware is consistent. Either way, save often when using this mod just in case you go over capacity and your game f***ing explodes. I'm just kidding, it won't explode, but it could crash or cause a corrupt file. Now, the settlement budget is important, but sometimes rules are just meant to be broken. And then other times rules aren't meant to be broken. I mean, handling a baby, for instance, is a touchy subject. Now, they say you should never shake a baby, and I agree with that, unless of course you're in an argument with that baby and the baby's winning. Then you shake the shit out of that baby. Now, this is an excellent mod, and honestly, I couldn't build sufficiently awesome settlements in my game without it. Just to give you an idea, the Coliseum that I built in this video, I wouldn't have been able to get halfway without some sort of settlement budget increase. I rate this mod 1 kid who just sucks at outdoorsy stuff.
Come on, Timmy, at least try to catch the ball, for f***'s sake.
This mod is absolutely essential for anyone who wants to build some badass settlements in the Commonwealth. This takes all the rules you knew to be true and blue pills the shit out of them. It lets you place objects such as walls, floors, chairs, beds, really anything craftable in any place you want, even inside of other items. I once placed a pole inside of a wall over and over and over again until the wall got pregnant. Place Everywhere requires Fallout 4 script extender to work properly, so unfortunately it's not available for Xbox players. However, there is a very similar mod called Place Anywhere by Registrator 2000 that is available for Xbox players. Now, the link to both of these mods will be in the description. Now, this mod has a ton of options that give the player an endless amount of freedom when it comes to building in their settlements. You can change the angle of the objects as well as the size by using different numbers on the number pad of your keyboard. Now, Place Anywhere has very similar options that are located in a menu that will appear when you interact with objects. There are 5 different sub-menus including position, scaling, physics, properties, and mod settings. This mod allows you to make precise movements of any object, so if that object doesn't snap in place, you can still get it in the exact spot that you want it. To me, this is an absolutely essential mod when it comes to settlements in Fallout 4, and one that has endless benefits, really allowing the player to create something truly unique in the Commonwealth. I rate this mod the 1 moment that lady realized that antagonizing a bull was a bad idea.
Oh my god, I regret this so much. I regret this immediately.
Outfits can really define you as a person. For instance, if you want to look employed, then just wear a Walmart vest around. Now people will think you have a job, even if you don't. If you want to look intelligent, then just wear a sign that says, I'm smart as f***. People usually believe signs. I know I do. And if you want to look crazy, just wear someone else's face. Guaranteed no one's gonna sit next to you on the bus if you're wearing the bus driver's face. This mod adds the ability, nay the privilege, to change your outfit on the fly quickly and efficiently. I know what you're thinking, why would I need to change my outfit quickly? Well, if you've ever been caught jerking off in a Sunday dress, then you know how important it is to change your outfit fast. This mod doesn't just make switching outfits possible, it also makes it easy. All you have to do is put the outfit on that you want to save, then use the options in your Pip-Boy to save that outfit under one of the loadouts. After the outfit is saved, you can hotkey the loadout option and switch to it, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now you'll be able to express yourself in all sorts of ways with this mod installed, letting people know how you really feel at that very moment. I feel sexy. This mod is great if you want to be sneaky. You can run around in some light stealthy gear, and if you get caught being sneaky, then you can switch on the fly to some more armored attire. You can save up to 20 different outfits, so you'll have lots of variety to choose from. This hidden gem is truly an amazing mod that should have been in the game to begin with. I love to switch up my outfit in Fallout 4, and this makes that not only an option, but even a tactic you can use in the game. This is definitely a must-have mod for anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one very untrusting face at the local water park.
Come on in, guys. The water's fine.
One of the most immersion-breaking mechanics in Fallout 4 is when your character pulls out a weapon to use in combat, seemingly out of thin air. The weapon itself just pops into existence. Now, either the sole survivor is like an amateur birthday magician, or something wonky is going on here. I don't know what this witchcraft is, but it confuses my nipples. Well, with this mod installed, you will no longer have to justify this voodoo wizardry bullshit every time you pull out a weapon in the game. This mod will allow you to link weapons with clothing assets of those weapons. So as long as you have clothing assets of the weapons you are using in the game, you'll never have to suffer the unimmersive experience of seeing a weapon just appear into existence like you're running around in a fairy wonderland. Now, this mod will keep you grounded in the very real reality of a world that went to shit without semiconductors, and also marooned big-headed aliens and carnivorous freaks who you have to avoid at all costs. You know, the kind of realism that makes perfect sense. This mod will give the impression that when your weapon is holstered, that it is located on your person, like on your back or on your hip, or even glued to your nipples, you know, like a real go-getter. This makes equipping and unequipping weapons in Fallout look and feel much more realistic and believable. This, in a lot of ways, is a must-have mod if your goal is realism in the game. I rate this mod the face of someone who just saw a kid get hit in the face with a basketball.
Oh, shit. I think he's dead.
Wooden doors that aren't breakable are so immersion breaking, it makes me want to punch someone directly in the nipples. That really hurt. Well, with this mod installed, that will no longer be an issue, and nipples everywhere will be able to sleep easy, knowing my nipple punching days are over. With this mod installed, you'll be able to blow up any vanilla wooden doors that f with you or talk shit behind your back. This is not only a lot of fun, but it's incredibly satisfying to do so, and functionally very effective. Now, the doors in your settlement will be affected as well, as there's no way to segregate them from the other doors. However, they have been given a crazy high health bar, so it would actually take a lot of firepower to huff and puff and blow those doors down. Also, NPCs won't actually attack doors that they can't get in, as this is something that was never programmed into the game to begin with, meaning that if you have locked doors in your settlement, they'll be safe from prying eyes. Furthermore, the mod author didn't change any of the load doors for obvious reasons, as this could affect the functionality of the game. Now, closed wooden doors will no longer give you a headache, and you'll be able to show all your friends how cool you are with dramatic, incredibly impractical entrances. I would recommend this mod to anyone playing the game, as it bumps up the immersion to a whole new level, and does it in a very fun way. I rate this mod one bird that is remarkably good at sucking his own penis. Would you look at that? Now, this mod adds the service rifle based on the legendary M16 platform and 6 unique weapons from Fallout New Vegas to Fallout 4. This weapon has all custom meshes and textures and just looks flawless in the game. This is by far one of the nicest weapon mods ever made for Fallout 4. The mod author did an amazing job recreating the service rifle and its unique variants for people to use in the Commonwealth, in ways that stay true to their original designs, but upgrades them visually in ways that bring tears to my nipples. Sometimes I cry for my nipples, okay? When I see a really nice weapon mod. It's not weird, trust me. My therapist wouldn't lie to me, would you? Would you, therapist? Would you? Would I strip down into my tidy whities and grope these weapon mods in socially unacceptable ways? Yes. Yes, I would. I most definitely would. And I have. This mod also has a ton of customization options to really change it up in the game, so you can give it its own unique look and feel. You can change up the upper and lower receivers to make a type of weapon that doesn't even exist. Or you can match them up to recreate 3 different types of real-world rifles in the game. There are multiple scopes, barrels, magazines, stocks, and muzzles to choose from. This weapon mod gives you all the tools you need to really make your dream rifle in the game. Now, if you want to acquire this weapon, it will start to appear in the world at level 10 or higher, at vendors, raiders, on gunners, and Nuka World raiders, as it has been added to the respective level lists. Now, there are 6 unique variants of this weapon that can be found throughout the world space. There is the Accelerator, the All-American, the Survivalist Rifle, the Patriot, the Lovemaker, and Adam's Glory. This is a must-have mod in anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4, not just for those who love Fallout New Vegas, but also those who just love quality mods. This mod is an absolute delight. I rate this mod 2 people who will likely do anything for a few more followers on Instagram.
What happened to that girl Sarah you were seeing?
Yeah, I dropped her from the stratosphere by accident. She's dead now. Now, some of you might be wondering, what's so good about a 10mm SMG? Well, firstly, it's 9mm better than a 1mm SMG. That's for goddamn certain. Need I go on? Now, if you showed up to a gunfight with a 1mm SMG, and another guy whipped out a 10mm SMG, you'd likely shit in your shorts. Because that guy's got 10 times the millimeters you got, which, if my grade 3 math serves me correctly, means you're f***ed. Obviously, this mod adds the 10mm SMG to Fallout 4, which was a very popular SMG from previous Fallout games, including, yep, you guessed it, Fallout New Vegas. Now, it has some wicked awesome customization options that are sure to rub your belly button hole. There are 12 receivers, 3 stocks, 6 magazines, 9 scopes, 3 barrel attachments, and 2 materials to choose from. Note that it does require the Nuka World DLC for the animations to work properly, but it's definitely worth it. This SMG looks good, feels authentic, and does a great job reintroducing the 10mm SMG back into the Fallout universe. Now, if you want to acquire an SMG just like this one, then you can find it on raiders, gunners, and at vendors at or above level 6, as it has been added to the respective level lists. This weapon mod is sure to be a great addition to anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod that moment the monkey gets a hold of the bicycle.
Oh god, no! What have I done? Run! Save yourself!
Now, this might very well be the best looking gun I've ever seen. Not just in Fallout, but like ever. This shotgun looks so nice, it makes me want to pat it in a rocking chair like a lifeless cat on a Sunday afternoon after an episode of Murder, She Wrote. This is the type of weapon that Smeagol would run off into the woods with, and you'd never see him again. Now, the detail that went into this shotgun is incredible. It even shows the shotgun cartridge in the gun when you look down the barrel of the weapon, which is like icing on the cake. Although you should never look directly down the barrel of a gun, or at least that's what the guy at the gun store keeps telling me, but what the f***'s that guy know, right? Am I right? This gun is a perfect solution to any altercation, even if your enemy knows martial arts.
Yeah, I'm gonna no karate. Watcha! I regret nothing. In retrospect, I definitely overplayed my cards.
Yeah, you did. Now, this mod adds a standalone, modular, sawn-off, double-barreled, adjective-rich shotgun to Fallout 4. Now, this gun has a few different customization options, including short and long stocks, 6 receiver mods, 7 ammo types, multiple zoom customization, and 2 muzzles, including a suppressor. There are also custom sounds for both the loud and silence variants of the gun. It even comes with its own backstory to solidify its immersion in the game. Now, if you want to acquire this sexy shotgun, then you'll have to search around Concord, as it can be found in a hidden cellar in that town. Or, if you don't want to look around and you're lazy as shit,
you can just use the console commands like me. I rate this mod one photo of a one-sided relationship. Shut your face, this doesn't concern you. I know what you're thinking. Could you fit this up your bum and smuggle it into a foreign country, you ask? Well, the answer is probably not, unless you got a really loose butthole, because this thing's got a ton of moving parts and it's pretty big. This adds the iconic long-range weapon of the Fallout series to the Commonwealth. That's right, this bitch is back, baby! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! This gun has custom a lot of things. It has custom animations, custom sounds, new meshes, and more. Fret not, modders, because this gun is also compatible with combat scopes and holstered weapons, so you can wear that son of a bitch on your body. There are a ton of customization options for this gun, including 9 scopes, 6 receivers, 5 barrels, 4 stocks, 4 muzzles, 6 magazines, and a few different paint schemes. This mod has been added to the vendor leveled list, so you can buy it off vendors in the game. It has also been added to the Raider and Gunners leveled list, so you can find it on those pussies after you kill them. There are also 4 legendary versions of the rifle that can be found throughout the world, which gives me the kind of boner I can't hide in the waistband of my pants. I rate this mod one sea lion with sick fucking dance moves. That sea lion is as smooth as a baby's butt crack. Here we have the HK G11K2, which if I had to guess is a briefcase that fell in toxic goo and gained superpowers. Nope, wrong again. Apparently it's a weapon from Fallout 2. Now this is an excellent mod with custom meshes and textures and animations, sprinkled with some nostalgia jelly for those hardcore Fallout fans to really lube up their Fallout experience. The weapon itself looks incredible in the game with a unique yet simplistic design that stands out but also feels extremely realistic. Now reloading this weapon and twisting that little crank makes me want to stop what I'm doing and massage my ball bag. It's just that awesome. This weapon has a decent amount of customization options to really give it your own unique spin in the game. It's got 4 receivers, 3 barrels, 3 sights, 5 rails, 9 muzzle attachments, 12 patches, 9 weapon skins, multiple zoom options, and some damage modifiers to choose from. Now if you want to acquire this weapon, you can get it by completing 2 short quests. The quests start once your character reaches level 15 or higher. Now, I don't want to spoil things for you guys, but there is a unique variant of this weapon in the game with some very unique clothing that's pretty insane to say the least. So be sure to get out there and find Ricardo's stuff once you have this mod installed. You will not regret it. This is an excellent mod that adds a Fallout classic back into the game, but in a way that makes it truly stand out on its own. I rate this mod one verbally abusive kitty cat. Okay, man. Say it, don't spray it. I'll stop biting your tail, for real this time.
Now this mod adds a whole new Courser outfit to the world of Fallout 4. I mean, this mod looks bum-tickalicious if I do say so myself. It really takes Coursers to a whole new level of badass in the game, aesthetically speaking. The Strigaday suit is made up of 4 unique parts: the suit itself, the arm guards, the visor, and the overcoat. And it looks super sturdy. I mean, if I had a suit like this in real life, I wouldn't be afraid of anything. So the next time I start antagonizing the gorillas at the zoo, I won't get caught off guard when the scary one surprisingly charges the glass. And I definitely won't shit myself in front of a group of 8-year-olds again. God, kids can be so mean, can't they? It was an accident, Billy! By default, this mod does not edit any level lists. However, it comes with a settings holotape, which can be used to run a script to inject it into the default lists of the leveled coursers. If you already have a balanced mod that affects coursers, or if you just don't want anyone else to have this sweet Strigaday suit, what the f*** are you looking at, Mama Murphy? It's mine! It's all mine! It's mine! It's mine! Not yours. Well then, you can just throw away the holotape, and the only way to acquire it will be crafting it yourself. However, once activated through the holotape menu, new spawn leveled coursers will have a 50% chance to be Strigaday coursers. Strigaday coursers have the same leveled stats as their vanilla courser counterparts, however they are more resilient due to better armor. Makes sense, right? Now if you want to acquire this armor, you can craft a suit of your very own at the chemistry station under its own category. The armor itself has a ton of customization options that really change its look and feel in the game, so you'll be able to mold it to your particular playstyle. This is an absolutely incredible mod that only serves to improve the game aesthetically by installing it, so it's definitely a must-have addition to anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one cat who didn't pay his bookie on time.
Come on, man, be cool, be cool. Let's just talk about this, okay?
This mod adds the type of mask that would make all the kids at the local orphanage down the street from me poop in their panties if I jumped out of a closet wearing one of these bad boys at 3 a.m. Hypothetically speaking, that is, because I would never do something like that.
Mr. Baters, when you jumped out of that closet, I was so scared I pooed in my little orphan jeans.
Shut up, Billy! Shut up! Now, I don't know how many of you guys and girls have played Army of Two, but really the best thing that game's got going for it are the sweet face cover and masks your co-op duo sports around when they're killing aliens or ninjas or whatever. I'm not really sure what they fight in that game. I only played the game for like 30 seconds, got one glimpse of the masks, and then came all over myself in the family room. And now my family can't look me in the eyes during dinner. Anyways, this mod adds the ballistic style mask from Army of Two to the world of Fallout. This mod really is a hidden gem as the quality and variety of these masks are super good. Like chocolate covered titties good. This mod author took a previous mod from Fallout 3 and improved it, with improved meshes and textures as well as a flipped up version so you can play peekaboo with your settlers. Peekaboo, mother... This mod works with both male and female characters, but will make your character bald when you wear it unless you download the optional extra file to keep your hair on. So if you play as a female character, be prepared to be lonely as f***. Now if you're the type of person that doesn't like any clipping, then you should opt for the bald version, as the hair and can kind of clip through the mask sometimes and sometimes the hoods. But if you're the type of person who wants to wear helmets and hoods and still have their hair while they do it, then you should opt for the additional download. Now if you want to locate these masks, you can find them in the Sanctuary root cellar in a crate. So you'll be able to access these awesome identity concealers early on and for free, which is goody goody gumdrops good. I rate this mod that face you make when you realize you have something delicious on your nose. Oh wow, a leftover breadcrumb. Delicious. Masks always make things more intimidating, don't they? Just think about it. Sharks are super scary, but imagine a shark wearing a hockey mask. I mean, you know that shark's bad news. That's not the kind of shark that just moseys around coral reefs. No, that's the type of shark that pops your inflatable flotation device, then Michael Phelps its way in your general direction, as you splash around like a lunatic, crying and shitting as you frantically try to escape. Yelling stuff like, oh my god, why is this happening? You know, that kind of stuff. Anywho, this mod adds a ballistic mask with a bunch of retextures to Fallout 4. Now, if you want one of your very own, then it can be crafted at the chem station under Heroic Pie and modified at the armor workbench. Let's face it, people, there's a lot of reasons to cover your face in the post-apocalypse. Maybe you want to conceal your identity, or maybe you just want a little added protection on some super soft face tissue. Or maybe your character's ugly, and you don't want people freaking out when you emerge from a musky doorway. Either way, masks are a good idea. And these masks look absolutely fantastic, and they make an excellent addition to anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one really confused sea creature.
Hey! Have you guys seen a big blue body of water around here? No? Okay.
Now, I once had a friend that was a ninja, and he was actually so good at being invisible that one time he snuck right up behind me and he pressed his penis right against my face. I didn't even know what happened until 3 days later. You know what's really weird? Is I don't have any friends. So whose penis touched me in the face? Now, for those of you who've never read a book on ninjutsu, you might not know the secrets to invisibility. So let me help you out. The key to being invisible is to not be seen by other people. Now, your 3 best tools for achieving this are your bushes, closets, and other places that people might not see you in. Got it? Good. This mod brings back a fan-favorite suit from Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, but does so in a very new and original way. The stealth suit in Fallout has been known for having some functionality perks associated with it, most notably the ability to be less detectable when crouched. Now, this suit does do more than just make you stealthy. It also makes you more Chinese, which is great if you ever want to visit Hong Kong and put some dumplings in your mouth. This suit has a ton of different customization options that really make it unique and fun to use in Fallout. You can even upgrade this suit to make you faster and jump higher while wearing it. Now, there are also some eyewear modifications for this mod as well. There are also some combat perks like increased stealth during crouching, a cool explosive landing, and my personal favorite, a type of electromagnetic field which seemingly teleports you through your enemies, killing them all along the way. Now these functions not only make the suit a lot more immersive in the game, but really make this suit a ton of fun to use. Now, this new version of the Chinese stealth suit has a variety of aesthetic customization options as well. Ones that change the color of the suit, while others that completely change the design, giving it a more armored or stealthy looking appearance. All of the variants look incredible and make this armor come to life in the game. Now, if you want to acquire this armor, you can find it in the Chinese submarine just off the coast. Now, for those of you who haven't located the Chinese submarine just yet, spoiler alert, it's right here. Once you go inside, go down to the second floor and you'll find this bad boy in a control room on top of a bunch of monitors. Now, the mod author has stated that this mod is currently in its alpha stage and that he will continue to work on it in the future, eventually adding a quest to it to solidify its immersion in the game. This mod is very well done and by far one of the best armor mods in the game. I rate this mod one neighbor who's always angry and maybe a little psycho. Yeah, your toddler, he stepped in my garden. If it happens again, I'm gonna UFC style fight him in the backyard. Here we have my boy Slade Wilson, which I am in no way a copy of. I mean, is there any real evidence that Marvel copied even one of DC's characters in any way, shape, or form? Okay, well that definitely looks suspicious. Are we similar? Sure. Are we identical? Maybe. But my name is Wade Wilson with a W. And his name is Slade Wilson with an SL, which is totally different, okay? This mod adds DC's original concept, Deathstroke, to the world of Fallout. In all fairness, this outfit looks incredible. I mean, the meshes and textures really sell this outfit. I mean, I'm sold. I love it. With a couple of tweaks here and there, it could really look a lot like, Actually, never mind. Deathstroke, that's a unique name. What is that, Dutch? Sounds a little bit ominous, if you ask me. Sounds like he was up late at night in the naked side of the internet and he got a little too excited and ended up stroking himself to death. I don't even know how that would be possible, but it does sound like a delightful way to punch out. But I guess in a lot of ways, my name sounds like a swimming pool filled with dead bodies, which might bring your property value down a bit, I would imagine.
Here we have the kitchen. Over here we have this luscious dining room. And outside we have a swimming pool filled with dead bodies. Now, should we go back into the kitchen and talk numbers here or what?
Okay, kids, just slowly back up and walk towards the car. Don't make eye contact with the man. Just keep moving towards the car.
Now, if you want to wear this outfit, then you can craft it at the chemistry station. The armor pieces are all customizable, so you can change up the colors. I prefer red, because I really think it shows off your butt cheeks. And if there's one thing I know, it's that women love a guy with bright red butt cheeks. Maybe that's baboons. Either way, it still looks really sexy, I think. I rate this mod that face you make when a crazy person almost touches you as you walk by them. No thanks. Now I know what you all must be thinking. What the f*** is so unbelievable about a shotgun? Well, I'm sure this mod comes as a shock to you all at first. It's a lot like stealing a cookie with someone, and when it comes to divvying up the booty, they eat that f***ing cookie right in front of you, and just give you a raisin off the floor or something. Bit of a f***ing letdown, isn't it? Yeah. But this mod is nothing like that. So let me educate you on why this mod is so unbelievable. Now, I don't know if you all have noticed, but the shotguns in the game all have a consistent theme going. Either they're all barrel-loaded, like the double-barrel shotgun, or they use a clip, like the combat shotgun. And when I think post-apocalypse, usually the first weapon that comes to mind is a pump-action shotgun. And Fallout, even with all its epic mods, has been lacking in the pump department. Well, no longer will you be pump-free before a kill with this mod installed. Now you'll go from pumping your penis to pumping your weapon in a seamless concoction of sexuality and violence. This mod adds a pump-action shotgun to the game that has animations that really bring it to life in the world of Fallout. Not only does it have sexy animations that make raiders get teary-eyed every time you expel a shell, it also has custom sounds, textures, and it only reloads the rounds that you're missing. So you can shoot a settler right in the face, pump out a shell, and then reload just the one round you used to blow Marcy Long's face clean off her f***ing body. For that immersive as feel we've all come to expect from Covadonga. This mod has some additional features as well, including 2 stocks, diverse receivers, 4 barrels, 2K textures, and 3 different pump pulls to choose from. In case the first pump just wasn't enough to make you shoot in your jeans, there's 2 more pumps to finish the job. Now, if you want to acquire this shotgun, it has been added to the level list, so you'll be able to find it on fallen enemies or purchase it from vendors. Also, there are a couple that have been hidden throughout the world, which have "Find Me" written all over them. So go on a pump quest and seek out those sexy bastards. I rate this mod one guy who thought he found a shortcut down the stairs, but all he really found was pain. This mod adds the type of rifle to the game that if you walk around with it a little too confidently, people will actually think you're a murderer and that you're hunting human beings. What I don't get about the whole murderer thing is that they never call a bear a murderer when they kill something that gets a little too close to their cave, but apparently I'm the bad guy when one mailman goes missing? Pfft, lawyers, right? Always throwing around them big buzzwords like alibi and murderer and crazy, man. Now, if it's crazy to chase an old lady down the street with a machete screaming, "I'm gonna fucking kill you!" well, then I guess I'm crazy. But how else are people gonna learn not to look directly at me? Alright, that definitely took a weird turn, didn't it? Anyways, as we all know, the snipers in the base vanilla version of Fallout 4 are lacking, to say the least. Now, this mod adds a sniper rifle to the game that just fits in so well to the world. Its modern design looks like something that could have been manufactured in the world of Fallout, but also, it's a sniper that's not too big and bulky,
Like my penis.
but it still packs enough damage to kill what you're shooting at in one hit. Which is what you want in a sniper rifle, right? You don't want to just wound them so they can run off and warn their friends and say, "Hey, that weird guy's in the bushes again, but now he's got a gun." Now, this mod adds a highly modular sniper rifle based on the XM 2010 Remington used by the US military. This weapon has loads of customization options, including 5 camos, 4 muzzles, 3 barrels, 6 sights, 6 receivers, and 1 stock. It also comes with its own custom sounds and animations that really make this weapon look and sound realistic. There is also a unique variant of this weapon hidden throughout the world called the Bad Animator. It's so immersive! Now, if you want to locate this weapon, you can find it just outside of Vault 111 on top of a metal crate, meaning you'll have access to this weapon very early on in your playthrough of the game, which is great. Now, this is an excellent mod that adds more variety to the sniping in Fallout 4. I rate this mod 1 zoo where people are the exhibit and the animals pay to see them. Look, honey, the fat one just winked at me. Let's throw dirt in his eyes.
If this gun doesn't make you come all over your keyboard, then I just don't know what would. Now, this weapon comes in multiple finishes and looks sick, but what really makes it special are its custom animations, or as I like to call them, animes. It has a custom anime for just about everything. There's a custom anime for the barrel grip versus the angled foregrip, custom run anime, melee anime, custom equip, fast equip, and reload anime, custom grenade throw and mine throw animes, and even custom firing animes. It basically says, "F*** you!" to all the vanilla animes. Now, all of these animations look amazing, and they just bring the gun to life in the game. This gun looks and feels so real that I actually thought it was in my hands when I was using it. But it turns out that was just my There are also multiple customization options for this gun, including 3 sights, 4 receivers, 2 ammo conversions, 2 magazines, 2 muzzles, and 2 grips. This gun is one of the nicest weapons I've ever seen on the Nexus. However, it's a bit of a trade-off because the animations, textures, and design all look and feel so real, but the design of the gun could be considered not so lore-friendly because it's a modern firearm. Oh no! However, once you use this gun just once, you'll be hooked. It's like injecting heroin straight into your f***ing eyeballs. Now, the Scar H can be located in the Concord Museum. You remember, it's the place at the first of the game when you meet up with Preston Garvey and friends, and you meet that f***ing slut Marcy Long for the first time? Yeah, it's right in there. I rate this mod 2 ladies who point their bums up at the sun to try to steal its energy. This mod adds a makeshift anti-material rifle to the Commonwealth, which is basically a single-shot, homemade, high-damage sniper rifle, which looks like it was scrapped out of spare parts found throughout the Commonwealth. This gun also comes with a custom firing sound, which sounds terrifying, but majestic. Now, there are also a load of different customization options for this gun, which really allows a player to mold it to their particular playstyle. There are various unique scopes, multiple muzzles, stocks, and various receivers, which don't just change the damage output of the gun, but can also change the very class of the gun itself. It's just the perfect gun for protecting yourself from those deadly predators when you're exploring the outback.
G'day, mates. Shh. You see that feisty fucker behind me there? Yeah, he's one of the most dangerous predators around. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna sneak right up behind him and stick our fingers right up his butthole. Because I've been doing a little bit of drinking, and it seems like a good idea.
This this gun has been added to the leveled list so it can be found on fallen enemies. However, there are also 2 versions of the gun that can be found throughout the world for those treasure hunting fanatics. This gun looks incredible and it comes in both 2K and 4K variants depending on how detailed you want it to look in game. It keeps with the lore of the game very well, which makes it a very immersive addition to Fallout 4. I rate this mod 1 monkey doing hard time. Now, some of the most infamous psychopaths in American history were so sick and twisted, they actually kept body parts as well as dead bodies right on their property. For instance, the killer clown John Gacy hid bodies under his floorboards for years in his crawl space. Also, Jeffrey Dahmer kept body parts in his refrigerator because that sick f*** would eat his victims. This mod is designed to add realism to a butcher shop, but it comes with some very interesting accessories, including the ability to hang dead bodies on hooks and chains. Now, this mod has psychotic lunatic written all over it. This is the type of mod that will make people think you have a malnourished frontal lobe, hanging dead bodies all over the place. Like you were born 10 months premature. You were just some crazy guy's old sperm that took on consciousness and got up and walked out of a crusty sock one day. You're that f***ing crazy. This mod includes an assortment of new assets for your settlements, including meat racks, meat sealing racks, meat hooks, meat chains, clothing line racks, hooked meats, hanging bodies, and much, much more. Now, all of these items are located in the miscellaneous sub-tab of the decorations tab of the workshop menu. All of the items are snappable, which makes putting them together very easy, and makes psychoing up your place a breeze. I would highly recommend this mod for anyone who wants to add a butcher shop or a torture chamber to their settlements. I rate this mod one of the best ways to enter a room when you want to make a good first impression.
I just thought I'd drop in and say hello.
Now, this mod is simple but complex all in the same sentence. It's simple in that it adds a very simple type of new dynamic to the game, which is campsites, but it's complex in that it adds a ton of new features, as well as gameplay mechanics that you can now do in the game. This is a lightweight camping mod that adds craftable, carryable tents, sleeping bags, dog beds, fires, lanterns, and cooking pots, each with their own dynamic sounds and interactivity. Now, this mod is basic enough that you can install it and use it within the first few minutes, easy peasy, penis squeezy. But it's also detailed enough to really make you feel much more immersed and involved with the world space. Now, all of the new items that have been added can be crafted at the ARMORSMITH workbench or the chemistry station if you don't have Armor and Keywords community resource installed. Now, all the items will be labeled as camping kit in your inventory, so they'll be easy to identify when you're all tuckered out and want to set up camp for the night. This mod is incredibly realistic in that you can now camp pretty much anywhere in the Commonwealth, which makes a lot of sense because the Fallout universe is probably lacking in the B&B department, you know? Now, the attention to detail in this mod is astounding, and in many ways blows my mind that this type of mod wasn't in the game to begin with. There are so many little details this mod is comprised of that not only make it amazing, but also would take forever to list everything in one video. Just for example, you can adjust the position of all the items in the camp. You can pack them up with ease, you can interact with them for cooking and sleeping, and the cherry on the immersion cake is that the fucking fires will even go out after a few hours in the game. There is so much to love about this mod, especially if you're into a survivalist playthrough of the game, or if you just really want to immerse yourself in realism as you play through Fallout 4. I honestly can't say enough good things about this mod, as it's just done so well, and really, it's a must-have mod for Fallout 4. I rate this mod the moment you're pretty sure your dog has a serious problem.
Did somebody see ball?
Now, I like the heads-up display as much as the next girl, but let's face it, sometimes I just want to run around HUDless with my dick just flapping in the wind. You know? Yeah. You like that? You like that, Susan? Yeah. You like it when I jog by, don't ya? What do you mean you're calling the cops? Okay. Alright. Cool. I respect that. However, without the HUD, it's easy to get lost and not know what the f*** is happening in the game. So it seems like it would be idealicious if the HUD was only around when it was needed, right? Wrong! Just kidding. That was right. I don't know why I told you it was wrong. That was excessive, and I'm sorry. I was hurt, okay? I wasn't held enough as a 34-year-old. I'm only 31, but I'm assuming in the next 3 years I'm not going to get held nearly as much as I need to be. So that's why I'm so upset. I'm sorry. I lashed out. The aim of the immersive HUD is to provide the immersive feel you get from having no heads-up display whilst keeping the usefulness of actually having a heads-up display. It takes the permanently visible HUD elements such as the compass and crosshair and hides them when they are not needed or unlikely to be used. Then once you need them, they'll just spring into action. This can be done a number of ways in game. For instance, when your health goes below a certain level, the health meter will display on the screen. Also, you can have it set up that your compass only shows on screen when you aim down the sights of your gun. So now you can focus on the beauty and splendor of the decaying world space when you're traveling the Commonwealth, without having a little meter with an indicator point ruining your immersive adventure hard-on. All of these items are customizable in the game, so you can change elements to fit your playstyle. You can get yourself a super immersive HUD that has elements that only appear when you absolutely need them, or you can have HUD elements that show up like all the time. You be the judge and adjust it to your particular playstyle. Now this is an excellent mod that can completely change the way you experience Fallout 4. This is definitely an essential mod for anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod 1 person who's terrible at parallel parking. Nailed it! Now this mod groups like items together and works best with Def UI. It also sorts the most commonly used items near the top for easy accessibility. It also modularizes the options to give you the ability to customize which items to sort. Let's face it, before this mod, the inventory screen was a cluster of confusion, especially if you had more than one item. Going through 500 keys to listen to a holotape is just unacceptable. However, with this mod installed, it will group like-minded items together, as well as label certain items to make inventory management that much easier. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I'm in my inventory, I don't want to just be bumbling around like a fucking buffoon just to find a nice balaclava for chasing joggers. No, I need to know where my face-concealing items are at all times. Now, I've been in a police lineup and it's not fun, especially when you're still covered in blood, but I digress. The different categories include aid, which sorts your chems, devices, drinks, food, liquor, addictive chems, nuka, pre-war food, raw food, and syringer ammo. Ammo, which sorts your ammo and fuel into groupings. Armor, which requires armor and keywords community resources and use dynamic naming rules, therefore will stay sorted after modifying at a crafting bench. Explosives, which sorts all the explosives in the game, such as grenades, mines, signals, into groupings. Junk, which sorts different types of junk into groupings, such as resources, scrap, and tools. Miscellaneous, which sorts things like currency, lockpicks, unique items, bottles, collectibles, crafting, holotapes, hacks, notes, passwords, bobbleheads, quest items, trash, keys, and more. And also weapons, which again requires armor and keywords community resources to work properly, but will organize weapons into specific groupings. This is definitely an essential mod for Fallout 4, and it keeps everything really organized in the game. I rate this mod 1 unlikely superhero named Wheelman. He just rolls down hills. He's got no skills. He's not the hero we needed, but he's the one we deserve. Ghouls are a big part of any playthrough of Fallout, as they are one of the most common enemies you'll come across while traversing the world space. So how they look cosmetically can really set the tone for this post-apocalyptic wasteland. I don't know about you guys, but I thought the ghouls in Fallout 4 were butt cheeks compared to the ghouls in New Vegas and Fallout 3. The previous Fallout ghouls just look like more of a threat, you know? I just feel like the ghouls in Fallout 4 look all bloated and lazy. Like, yeah, they'll chase ya, but not if there's something good on TV. Well, this mod author changed all that by revamping the ghouls in Fallout 4 to look a lot more like the ghouls in Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. The ghouls now look a lot more intimidating and set a much more serious tone when you encounter one in a dusty crevice somewhere. I just find these new ghouls give me chills right down to my man parts. More often than not, I play Fallout now with goosebumps on my ball bag. It's not weird, I've seen a doctor about it. Now, the last time I can remember being this frightened was when a guy walked up to me out of nowhere and asked me to spot him while he worked out. Which would have been no big deal except we were 20 miles from the nearest gym. Also, he was sitting in a van when he asked me. So I guess he just thought I'd hop into his murder van to drive half a city away to spot him in my jeans. Okay, psycho. Nice try. Now that I think about it, actually, he might have been asking for directions. I was a little drunk at the time. Thinking back, throwing a live chicken at his van might have been a bit unnecessary. Live and learn, though. Live and learn. Anyways, this is a great mod that is both incredibly immersive and will completely change up your game. The ghouls look awesome with realistic meshes and textures. Now, these might be the ghouls from previous Fallout games, but the mod author did a great job upgrading them aesthetically for Fallout 4. I rate this mod one guy trying to prove to everyone he can suck his own salami.
I'm really close here, guys.
Cheating is generally frowned upon in the real world. If you cheat on a math test, they might kick you out of school. You cheat in the Olympics, they might take the medal back. And if you cheat on your wife, you might get stabbed in your ball bag. Generally, cheating is a shitty thing to do, and in video games, cheating again is pretty uncool. However, cheating in Fallout 4 is the exception, as it can actually make the game more enjoyable. So although a cheat terminal might not be the best way to start the game, it's a great tool that comes in handy during those later playthroughs. Now, how you play Fallout is going to change over time. At first, you might not need this, but later on, you might want it. You know, just like how people change over time. For instance, I used to wear a diaper and shit myself while I watched Blue's Clues. But that was yesterday. Today I'm watching Die Hard. Now let's say that you want to start a new playthrough, but not lose all the progress you had from your last playthrough that took you 900 hours of in-game grinding. Well, with cheats, you can start fresh and keep the progress. You can also mod the game to fit your particular playstyle, making Fallout 4 that much more enjoyable. So, although cheating is bad, it's not only acceptable behavior in Fallout, it's also recommended at times. Now this is a great mod that will definitely change the way you play the game. I rate this mod the face you make when you get your first erection.
What is this? Have you ever just been roaming around the streets of Good Neighbor looking for a fresh butthole to suck a fart out of just so you could get another hit of jet? When you realize, hey, maybe there's more to this place than sucking farts and getting high. Well, good news. Now there is. Now this quest mod adds 2 story quests, 3 assassination missions, 7 new establishments, 2 player homes with workshops, new enemies, clothing items, and more. This really adds a lot more to do in Good Neighbor and gives the player more of a reason to keep coming back even after you've completed the main quest. Now the missions are very linear and easy to understand, but also a lot of fun to complete. One mission will have you finding a missing person, like, hey, have you seen this bitch? Well, another mission will have you on a bank heist, like, hey, have you seen this bank? Now the assassination missions are also a lot of fun, and although the missions are simple, they add a good 2 to 3 hours worth of gameplay to Fallout 4. Also, the quest mods are really functional in the sense that they really don't contain any bugs that we were aware of, and they are very easy to follow, which is great because you didn't feel like you got lost or confused when you were on a quest. Now the new establishments are all very well done, which adds a lot more to Good Neighbor, which felt pretty plain before. Now players have a lot more areas to explore and entertain them. All of the characters are fully voice acted as well, which brings them to life and makes you actually care at least a little about what happens to them. Now the Wanderer is not voiced in this quest mod, but that's okay because it really doesn't seem to break the immersion of the story. However, I'm sure a voice Wanderer would have been preferable, but I think most can live without it for at least 2 hours. Now this is a great quest mod for anyone who just wants to squeeze a little more happy juice out of Good Neighbor, and also add a few more hours worth of gameplay to their playthrough. I rate this mod one debt collector who gets 0 respect.
You owe me $12. Stop laughing at me.
This mod adds a new apparel item, the Ghoul Mask, to the Commonwealth. This mod comes with a new mini quest on the creation of the mask. Now, to obtain this item, you must kill a ghoul and collect a skin fragment off its corpse. This will start a quest which will walk you through the requirements. Once the mask is obtained and equipped, all feral ghouls will no longer attack you unless you attack them first, or they're already aggravated. Like, you can't kick them in the dick and then leave the room and come back in with a ghoul mask on and everything's gonna be copacetic. They will still be really pissed about you kicking them in the dick. However, without the dick kick, you should be good to go. See, ghoul masks are like the opposite of makeup. You start off looking a certain way and then it makes you look worse, right? Or makeup, you start off looking a certain way and it's a mask that makes you look better, right? Sometimes it makes you look really good. Ever happened to you? You go home with a 10 from the club, and then the next morning you wake up next to Gollum from Lord of the Rings? My reaction's always the same. I just throw a ring into a volcano and they f*** right off after it. My precious! The ghoul mask allows you to pretend to be something you're not, at least for a little while. But there's a precarious message here with the ghoul mask. I find that pretending to be something you're not always ends badly. People always figure it out and they get really angry. Before you know it, a stewardess is screaming at you, "What do you mean you're not a pilot?" And it's just a matter of time before that happens with the ghoul mask as well. The ghoul mask is absolutely amazing in the game. It looks fantastic. The way that you acquire it is very lore friendly, and it makes an excellent addition to anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one bird that I'm pretty sure's been following me for days. That's right, I'm on to you. You f***. Do you like deserts? Do you also like ravens? Well then get ready to pre-com in your tidy whities, because this mod adds the NCR Desert Raven armor to the Commonwealth. It's a variation of the original NCR Veteran Combat armor from New Vegas, but with a whole new tickling spin. The armor itself comes in 3 parts: the armor, a helmet, and a set of gloves, all of which can be crafted at the chemistry station. Both the helmet and the armor provide energy resistance, physical resistance, and radiation resistance. So basically, if you're wearing this armor, you'll be prepared for all sorts of different types of resistance. Now, some evildoers, they might even throw all the resistance they can at you all at once, to which you'll be able to just take that resistance, snatch it right out of the air, and shove it right back up their asses. Okay? This armor absolutely looks incredible in the game, with all its own custom meshes and textures that really give it a unique look all its own. Now the Duster has cloth physics, so it feels realistic as you jump around to discombobulate your enemies. But the lower part also flares out for a dramatic effect, and I gotta say, it looks pretty f***ing dramatic. Now the helmet for this armor is truly special, with a look and design that makes everyone stop and take notice. Now will wearing this helmet make you more appealing to the opposite sex? Most definitely it will. I mean, come on, just f***ing look at it, okay? It's amazing. Now this helmet also has 5 different optional vision upgrades that are activated by sneaking, which is nice. It's got night vision, thermal vision, life detect, hostile detect, and recon. Now this armor mod is practical, immersive, sexy, and completely unique. This is definitely a must-have addition to anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one guy who's talking shit to a little white ball. You wanna go, man? You wanna go? Huh? You wanna throw down? You getting froggy? You ready to leap, bro? You wanna wrestle naked? Cause I'm ready, bro. Let's do it, bro. Let's do it.
Now the only thing cooler than power armor is power armor shaped like medieval armor. This power armor has so much going on that it just makes you want to rub your nipples openly on public transit while people watch confused and concerned.
The hell are you looking at, face? I just installed some sweet night power armor in my Fallout game and it turns me on. So you can stop looking at me with your little beady eyes, judging me and shit.
Now this mod adds a night-style power armor to the game, which looks really awesome. The textures and meshes look really good and have a worn design, which I think really adds to the armor, making it feel old and weathered like medieval armor would be.
Now I will admit that this armor is unusual, but it's definitely not as unusual as that one guy that studies fighting techniques that nobody's ever heard of. This move is called the inverted caterpillar. It is as deadly as it is beautiful. I'm ready. Come at me, bro.
This mod also adds a custom two-handed mace to the game, so you'll feel medieval when you strike down non-believers with no evidence to back up your theories of grandeur. Now there are also 3 different helmet variants for this armor, which all look really interesting. 2 look like something you would likely see in the Middle Ages, and 1 looks like a giant penis. Needless to say, I only wear the penis, and go around head-f***ing people for no reason at all. There are also 2 torso variants for the armor, one which includes a jetpack and one which does not. The jetpack variant actually has wings like that of an angel spread out for the world to gander at. The wings actually suit the armor really well, and although at first I wasn't on board, after seeing them in game, I couldn't help but really enjoy that addition to the armor. Not sure that this armor is immersive, but it sure is a lot of fun and a super unique addition to Fallout 4. I rate this mod one photo of Benjamin Button when he was 80 years old. Still plowing those younger women, though, like a champ.
Now this mod adds 6 different variations of the NCR Trooper outfits alongside the NCR Patrolman armor from Fallout New Vegas to the Commonwealth. And I must say, they all look finger-licking delicious. Along with the armors, there are also 8 additional accessories as well, including gloves, helmets, beret, a gas mask, and more. Now the accessories really add to the whole f***ing ensemble, and make it feel like the NCR just shit this outfit out just for you. Now all of the armors look incredible and fit in really well to the world space. They're incredibly immersive, while at the same time adding something completely unique to the game. As well, some of the outfits have a few customization options just in case you want to change up some of the colors. Now if you want to acquire these armors, all you'll have to do is walk your tight little butt cheeks down to the chemistry station and craft them. It's easy peasy, a lemon squeezy. I rate this mod 2 guys comparing lag size in the weirdest way possible.
Mine's bigger. No, mine's bigger. Yeah, you're right. Yours is bigger. I'm just gonna go home and kill myself.
This mod adds 4 new bladed weapons to the game, 3 of which are energy melee weapons, and the other is reusable energy throwing knives, each with their own unique effects in the game. Now first we got the plasma katana, which actually looks like it could cut through really thick bamboo trees. It's basically if a plasma rifle and a katana were to dry hump each other long enough that they actually became one thing. This is what you get, right here. Then we've got the BER-2, aka the laser sword, which looks badass and makes me want to fight Sith Lords on Naboo. Then we've also got the Crucible sword, which looks eviler than f***. Now this sword was likely found serving 12 consecutive life sentences for strangling Teletubbies. It's that f***ing evil. And finally there's the plasma throwing knives, which are a nice addition and make hitting enemies from a distance a real possibility. All of the swords have multiple tiers and customizations, meaning that they can be upgraded to be more and more powerful in the game, which is pretty awesome. The laser sword and the plasma sword can both be found throughout the world space, as they have been added to the respective level lists. However, the Crucible sword has to be crafted as it's not located anywhere in the world space, mainly because it terrifies the children. Now the throwing knives are also craftable at the chem lab, and once they've been used once, they'll have to be repaired to be used again. Now this is an excellent mod that adds some really unique and unbelievable new concept weapons to Fallout 4. I rate this mod 1 owl that gives off a really pervy vibe.
Me, you, 2 bottles of wine, and an inflatable pool. What do you say?
This mod adds a modular infantry energy rifle to the game. Now at first glance, this thing looks kinda harmless, but looks can be deceiving. If grade 3 English class has taught me anything, it's that you can't judge a book by its cover, which is why I never learned how to read. However, with that said, this weapon kinda looks like Sesame Street recently got into arms dealing.
Hello there, children. This weapon's brought to you by the letter W. As in who? As in who's got my fucking money, man?
This mod brings an energy weapon to the game with all new custom meshes and textures. The weapon mod itself looks fantastic and fits really well with Fallout 4's overall aesthetic, making it an immersive addition to the game. This weapon has a few customization options to switch up its gizmos and gadgets to make it look and function differently in the game. There are 2 magazines, 3 stocks, 2 grips, 2 handguards, 8 scopes, and 15 skins to choose from. This sneaky nut toucher is actually multiple weapons in one, ranging from a shotgun style that blows people's nipples apart, to a sniper, to even a high-powered slow-moving super weapon that locks onto its targets. Now if you want to acquire this weapon, it can be found on various enemies and merchants across the Commonwealth, as it has been added to the respective level lists. You can also craft it at the chemistry station if you have the supplies to do so. Now this weapon is extremely cool. It adds both new functionality and style to Fallout 4. It's immersive, fun to use, and super unique. This is definitely a mod I would recommend in anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod 1 bird that's lying during a police investigation.
Nope, can't help you, officers. I didn't see a thing.
This mod adds the Battle Rifle 77 to Fallout 4, with all new custom meshes and textures that have been built completely from scratch. It looks both amazing and super complicated. I mean, just look at all the buttons and switches on this thing. Looks like it's communicating directly with the Pentagon, or at the very least, satellites from Jupiter. You could firebomb a foreign country with this thing, no problem. Just push the wrong gizmo and there it goes wherever the fuck. Hope they weren't important. This thing looks dangerous and confusing, which is exactly what you want in a murder weapon. It pretty much sells itself. I can see the commercial already.
Come on down to Gary's Weapon Emporium and buy our newest, most advanced weapon yet, the BR-77. There's buttons on here, we don't even know what the fuck they do. Like, what's this thing for? I think I just killed Kevin. Yep, he's dead.
This weapon is completely unique and looks incredible in the game. It has so many customization options, I actually stopped reading halfway through and just passed out. I went unconscious, you know? It has 12 receivers, 6 barrels, 7 stocks, 6 magazines, 10 scopes, 4 grips, 6 rail types, 3 suppressors, name tags, a ton of different skins, countless laser sights, and other gadgets and shit. No 2 versions of this weapon need look the same at all. You can pretty much mold this weapon to fit whatever look or character build you're going for, which is pretty incredible. This weapon also has a total of 12 different abilities. What are abilities, you're probably wondering? Well, just cool your cheeks and I'll tell ya. Damn. Abilities are basically like perks, but they only activate while you're using the weapon, like healing you over time or increasing your carry weight. Abilities are unlocked and you will earn them gradually as you use the BR-77, which makes this one of the most unique weapon mods I've ever seen in Fallout 4. Now if you want to acquire this weapon, then one will spawn in the world space in a house in Sanctuary. You can also wait until you're level 5 or higher, as it will start to spawn on enemies and vendors, as it has been added to the respective level lists. Now this is an incredible mod that adds some nostalgia for Halo fans, but above all, adds an unbelievably fun weapon to the game. I would highly recommend this weapon to anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod 2 birds that'll do anything to fit in with the cool kids.
You think we're cool yet? Not sure. Better just keep sucking.
This mod adds the M60 light machine gun to Fallout 4. This weapon mod is what some people might call a big boy gun, because it packs a whole lot of violence. The mod itself looks fantastic with custom meshes and textures and animations. Every time I reload this weapon, it's like a little imaginary unicorn named Euphoria is trying to prance its little fictional hooves right through my medulla oblongata, and it feels kind of nice. This weapon does have a few customization options, including a few receivers, and you can also change the ammo bag to make it bigger and hold more ammo. The customization options are nothing to call home about, but that doesn't take away from the overall awesomeness of this weapon mod. It's still insanely fun to use in the game, and it functions flawlessly. If you want to get your man mittens on this big boy gun, then don't fret, as it will start to spawn in the world space once your character reaches level 25 or higher, as it has been added to the respective level lists. The M60 was a light machine gun in Fallout New Vegas, and this mod author did a wonderful job bringing that weapon back to life in Fallout 4. So if you want your game to feel more like Fallout New Vegas, then you're gonna want to download this mod. I rate this mod 1 dog that doesn't trust his human.
Where have you been? You been cheating on me? Get over here and let me smell your d***.
Now this mod adds some sinister as f*** looking blades to the Commonwealth from Alice Madness Returns. I'll be honest, I had no idea what Alice Madness Returns was, but the blades look so f***ing sick, I didn't ask any questions. However, I did some reading on the Nexus page, and apparently this knife is featured in the mod author's Shadowland game in Fallout New Vegas. And instead of reusing the old meshes, the mod author actually made this weapon from scratch, and it looks incredible. Now this knife looks like something right out of a horror movie, or at the very least something a crazy person would carry around to Dexter the f*** out of people. It looks very realistic, and it's crazy unique with a design that stands out and makes a statement. It says, hey,
come here and I'll stab the shit out of you! I'll stab your f***ing eyes!
So it's a completely original addition to Fallout 4. Now this weapon has a few different customization options. There are 6 blades, including a standard blade, a serrated blade, a cleaver blade, a serrated cleaver, a legendary blade, and a legendary cleaver. There are also 4 hilts, including a standard one, a Hatter manufactured one, and 2 legendary variations of the standard and Hattered hilts. Now if you want to acquire this weapon, you'll have to use the console commands, as the mod author was unable to create an immersive way to acquire it in-game because of conflict issues. However, that will hopefully be resolved in the future, as this is an excellent addition to the game, and it would be great to be able to find it throughout the Commonwealth. I rate this mod 1 bear that would do anything for honey.
I will smell your ass crack for some honey right now.
Now every time this mod author comes out with a new weapon mod, my goes from 6 to midnight. These weapon mods are always unbelievable in the sense that they look and function in such a realistic way. Now AXXAss puts so much effort into the design and function of his mods that every time I'm downloading a new one, I get so excited I actually call my mother just to tell her about it. Yeah, I'm downloading it right now.
No, a new one!
This mod adds the M1 Garand and the M1 Garand bayonet to the world of Fallout, which is a rifle that looks old as shit. And I'm no history scholar, but I'm pretty sure it was used in one of the world wars to f***ing kill things. Now this gun does look incredible and jumps out of the screen in a way that can only be described as pornographic. The textures and meshes for this mod are perfect and make this weapon feel like it belongs to the Commonwealth. It is immersive, realistic, and fun to use. Now this weapon comes with 5 receivers, 5 scopes, 3 muzzles, and 4 tapes, including the mod author's signature blue tape. So you can customize it and give it your own look and feel. It also comes with its own custom animations that look just perfect and make shooting this gun feel all the more real. Honestly, animations can add so much to a weapon, and this gun is a perfect example. Although the gun itself doesn't have a million modifications, it really stands out because every time you use it, it doesn't just look different than other weapons in the game, but it also functions differently, which has a huge impact on the immersion. Now, the M1 Garand rifle can be found on gunners or at vendors at or around level 17. The bayonet, however, spawns on gunners, raiders, and at vendors at or about level 13. Also, there are 2 legendary unique variants of the gun placed throughout the world, which are called the Machine and Blue Betty, which have their own custom shit. Holy f***, this mod is so amazing, it makes me want to shit a little. The fact that there are 2 special variants that you just have to hunt down is like the icing on the cake that makes this mod truly a delicious addition to Fallout 4. I rate this mod 2 orca whales that are getting a little sexy. Bad textures are the worst. I'd like to think that Bethesda included them as like some sort of mistake or something, and that's acceptable, because we all make mistakes, right? That's why they put diapers on old people. Now, if we don't learn from our mistakes, then we're no better than Sean Spicer, right? I remember the first time that I farted too hard and I shit my pants by mistake. It really made last Thursday at work hard for me, with all my coworkers snickering and shit at me. See, I learned from that experience, though, and now I can honestly say it's been a full week since I shit myself. To be honest, though, I'd like to think of my weapons like most people think of their significant others. And it's important to me that the lady I'm dating doesn't look blurry and out of focus, especially when I get up close, because that would scare the shit out of me. Low-resolution women are the worst. They always look great from a distance, but as soon as you get up close, they get all out of focus and just look like a blob of skin pressed up against glass. It's the weirdest goddamn thing I've ever seen. How a weapon looks is important, as this directly affects the realism and immersion in the game. If the gun looks real, but when you zoom in it gets all blurry and shit, then you know you're playing a video game. I mean, it would be kind of weird if you didn't know you were playing a video game and blurry textures were the only thing that kept you grounded in reality. I mean, that would be kind of f***ed up. However, if the weapons look real and are made of high quality textures, then even fictional weapons can feel real, eliminating the distance between the real world and the gaming world, improving our immersion, which is basically an escapist wet dream. This mod takes the vanilla weapons in the game and gives them the high quality meshes and textures we're so used to seeing from the modding community, really making these weapons more believable and detailed in the world of Fallout. This mod is a high definition texture replacement for every vanilla weapon in the game. 907 textures have been upscaled from coach to first class, so it's safe to say they all look good enough to touch them with your penis. Before this mod, no modder really wanted to use those scuzzy looking vanilla weapons when they had a stockpile of high quality modded weapons in their inventory. But with this mod installed, now the vanilla weapons will stand a fighting chance for your affection and will no longer be neglected like a redheaded stepchild. I rate this mod 1 movie about Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling dancing hard as f***. Oh, actually, wait, stop. I actually meant to rate this mod the movie Moonlight. My bad. I don't know about you guys, but I may be one of the only people playing Fallout 4 that's not totally in love with the Pip-Boy in the game, and oftentimes use mods to remove it from my character's arm during my playthroughs. Removing the Pip-Boy does cause issues though in terms of both immersion and practicality in the game, as even with the Pip-Boy removed, when I bring up my menu, boom, it's back on my wrist like I'm some sort of wizard or something. So in order for me to really get into my playthrough, every time I bring out my menu, I have to convince myself I'm like David Blaine, and this is like the mind freak of f***ing Fallout 4. This mod sorts all that and adds a wrist-free pit pad to the game. Now this mod removes the Pip-Boy from your wrist, but then offers up a viable lore-friendly alternative called the Pit Pad. The Pit Pad is an actual thing in the Fallout universe, and it stands for Personal Information Processor. This is a handheld Pip-Boy that is mobile and is no longer locked to your character's arm. This isn't just something the mod author made up, which is pretty cool. Also, the mod author did an excellent job on the animations, bringing the pit pad to life in the game. This mod is perfect for those people who use iPads in real life. You know, the type of person that just whips those gigantic f***ers out of their man purse to take a picture or send an email like a f***ing psychopath? Yeah, this is perfect for them. This really appeals to the modern day iPad enthusiasts. I once had a guy try to fight me because I laughed at his iPad. I didn't fight him because, he was an adult, and he would have likely kicked my ass. ass. I mean, I'm not a tough guy, but I'm not a wussy either. I just want you all to know that there's not a toddler on the planet that I wouldn't fight. You just name the time and the place. See, the great thing about fighting toddlers is you almost always win. They have almost no defense mechanisms whatsoever. They just sit there smiling at you and shit. Fucking TKO. Sometimes you do lose though, and that's embarrassing, and you usually have to change towns, or at least that's been my experience.
That was a joke. No toddlers were hurt during the making of this video.
The Pip-Boy is honestly the most practical in regards to the world of Fallout, because it's hands-free and you don't have to have any storage to carry it on your person. So there really is no replacing it by design. However, if you don't like bulky, wrist-raping watch-style computers hanging off your wrist, then this is a great alternative. All of the textures look great and the Pip-Pad fits seamlessly into the game, keeping with immersion and still making you feel part of the Vault-Tec dynamic. I rate this mod 1 monkey who just remembered a deadline.
Ah, titties, that's due today.
Have you ever been so late for a train you thought the world was gonna end? Well, in this case it did. But just because civilization went up in flames doesn't mean commuter traffic has to suffer. That's the way I see it, okay? This mod restores the subway system in Fallout 4 and connects them, so you'll be able to bounce around the world map underneath the city streets like you're a Ninja Turtle. This mod also adds new enemies and areas to the subways to make them much more interesting and engaging. Now this mod connects 90% of the standard subway stations in the game and creates a new network of subway tunnels filled with raiders, super mutants, synths, and ghouls. Now subway stations have been added throughout the entire network. Now, if your focus is on a survival playthrough, then you'll be happy to know that there's easy access to beds for save points or to hunker down for the night. Now, this system, once it's cleared out of the enemies, will actually allow the player to move quickly across the wasteland. However, do be warned that the battles to take back the network of subway stations and to make them safe again for travel is not going to be an easy one. You're going to have your hands full, but it'll be worth it if you do. Now, the maps are fully nav-meshed and companion-friendly. Now, this mod is large and modifies the world space to allow access to the new subway network, but it doesn't conflict with the settlement locations or areas that could conflict with other mods. This mod is immersive and fun, and I would highly recommend it in anyone's playthrough of the game. I rate this mod 1 photo of Patient Zero in the zombie apocalypse. Oh yeah, we're all gonna die, look at that thing. Weapons of Fate is a mod that makes bullets behave in a more interesting and realistic manner. In the vanilla game, bullets fire in a perfectly straight trajectory and instantly arrive at the point of impact. This mod attempts to deal with a lot of those breaking characteristics and add some realistic physics to the bullets themselves. With this mod installed, every bullet is going to have unique characteristics, from their weight to their diameter and also their speed. This means that when you shoot at something from a distance, the bullet's going to actually drop as if there was gravity in Fallout. Bullets no longer disappear after a certain distance, meaning that now they are actually real objects in the game that start at the gun and move right to your target. Now, if you slow down time, you can actually see this happening, similar to the cinematic you get when you're in VATS and you get a critical hit. The bullets also have different speeds you can pick from when you install the mod, starting at slow, which is 30% that of real speed, and you can really see the bullets start and finish even without the use of bullet time. There's medium, which is 50% that of real speed, which is the default setting and the one I use personally because I believe it adds a great cinematic to gunfights when you're using bullet time. There is also the realistic setting, where the bullets actually travel 100% of the speed as they would in real life, meaning that even with time slowed, they can be pretty difficult to spot. I rate this mod 1 monkey that's clearly never been raped. Let's face it, if sexual assault was on your mind at all, you wouldn't be standing like that. No. This beautiful weapon mod is so realistic it comes with its own lore background to reinforce its immersion in the game. It was designed by FN Hurstel and just came into use at the time of the war. According to the mod author, this gun showed up in Fallout 2 and Tactics as the HK P90C and the FN P90C respectively. However, the mod author wanted to go a little more realistic with its design, so it doesn't use 10mm ammunition and it doesn't have a 24-round clip. Its clip is bigger and thicker and makes all the girls go, "Wow!
That is one long, thick motherfucking clip!"
This beauty has been integrated into the game through the level lists and can be found on gunners and raider bosses. There are also some unique variants that can be found throughout the world, should you be so inclined to go look for them. This violent piece of hardware has a lot of customization options that really give it a custom look and feel. There are 3 barrels, 3 receivers, 7 sights, 6 suppressors, one of which is so big it actually makes me blush, 5 ammo types, 3 ammo conversions with custom sounds, 2 magazines, 1 shroud, 2 modes of fire, 3 tactical attachments, and 3 rail attachments. Needless to say, there is enough options here to make everyone as happy as a clam.
Which begs the question, how does anyone know how happy a clam really is anyways? Did someone find a diary poking out of the sand somewhere that said, June 1st, 2008, dear diary, I'm really f***ing happy. Signed, the clam.
I rate this mod one kid who just realized how weird it is that his parent was taking pictures of him in the bathtub.
Put the camera down, you pedo! What are you trying to scar me for life?
Who would have thought a Chinese lake could be so dangerous? This will definitely make me think twice now before I go swimming without my water wings. And for those mean teenagers at the public pool who said water wings are for toddlers, you guys. Not everybody was benefited with the God-given gift of buoyancy. You wouldn't pick on a fish in a wheelchair, would ya? It's basically the same thing. This mod adds the pump-action grenade launcher and the hollow rifle from Fallout New Vegas into Fallout 4. Both the China Lake and the hollow rifle have their own custom sounds and animations that look and sound fantastic. Reloading these weapons makes me happier than Bill Cosby finding an unconscious female. Now I know the only thing better than sex is sex with one of these weapons.
It just feels so good inside of me.
There are multiple customization options for both weapons. Furthermore, the China Lake has 12 new ammo types that can now be used in the game. There are also 5 unique attachments and 2 legendary variants of the weapons that can be found throughout the world. Furthermore, if you do want to get your hands on the plain Jane versions of these weapons, they have been integrated into the level list with a script so they won't conflict with other mods. Basically, it's a swingers party with ground rules, like no eye contact when 2 guys touch by mistake.
Don't look at me. Look away. Look away, Gary. Look away.
Now, if you want to get your hands on the legendary weapons, then they can be found either at Gibson's Point Pier inside of a chest in a shack, or in the Concord Speakeasy. Now, if you want to find the legendary unique attachments, then you'll have to check out the vendors Cleo and Arturo, the Fisherman's Friend in Chegara, and the Castle Armory. For more details, check out the mod authors page on the Nexus. I rate this mod one photo of what actually happens when you catch a tiger by the toe. Would highly recommend not letting him go. Could be dangerous. He looks pissed. This mod adds the RU-556 assault rifle to the world of Fallout. This rifle has all its own custom animations and sounds that both look very realistic and also look incredible. The animations really bring this weapon to life in the game, and the great sound files
are just icing on my titties.
Now, this rifle is highly malleable, coming in a large assortment of customizations, including a mishmash of different magazines, scopes, muzzle stocks, custom finishes, and much, much more. This does more than just feel like a real gun in the game. It actually gives you the ability to mold it to your particular playstyle. So if you're a sneaky little bitch, you can make it all dark and quiet, so you can sneak right up on your enemies. Or if you're loud and obnoxious and you want to wake the neighbors every time you have target practice, well then this rifle can play that part to perfection.
Oh, sorry about that. Did I wake you? My bad.
Now, if you want to acquire this weapon, you can find it on gunners, traders, merchants, and in random containers throughout the world, as it has been added to the respective level lists. It will start to spawn once your character reaches level 25 and is finally able to move out of his mother's basement. This is an excellent weapon mod, and with all its great features, makes this weapon an amazing addition to Fallout 4. I rate this mod 2 superheroes that didn't get picked up by Marvel, because they just gave out way too many rapey vibes.
Have you ever thought to yourself, wow, this rifle is so plain Jane, I wish I could add a Gatling gun to this thing and really spice up this party? Well, now you can, as this mod adds a new weapon to the game, the M54 Gatling rifle, which is in essence a rifle with a spinning barrel and a high rate of fire, aka a Gatling gun.
This rifle may eat bullets like they're brownies at a brownie eating convention, but it packs a punch as well. Whatever unlucky fucker finds itself on the other end of this rifle might as well kiss their bum cushions goodbye, as this rifle has a master's degree in blowing off bum cushions. This gun is actually so unusual and unique it reminds me of that super unusual time when I got super wasted and got in a fist fight with a guy dressed up like a panda bear for eyeballing my Doritos. Maybe it was a panda bear. Either way, I'm not allowed back to the zoo anymore. Now this rifle has a ton of customization options, so you can really change it up in the game. It has 10 receivers, 4 barrels, 7 sights, 3 barrel jackets, 2 magazines, 3 stocks, and 5 muzzles. Also, you can change up the ammo type of this weapon for added effects. The different ammos you can choose from include 50 caliber, 45, 44, 38.308, 10mm, 5.56, 5mm, railway spikes, laser plasma, and even a surprise ammo. I love surprises. This gun is in fact so powerful, it could blow the man sweat off of David Hasselhoff's chest pubes. Now if you want to get your Cheeto-covered fingers on this weapon, you can find it throughout the world as it has been added to the respective level lists. This weapon doesn't only look like it fits the world of Fallout 4 perfectly with an immersive design, but it really stands out as a unique weapon in and of itself, making it an excellent addition to Fallout 4. I rate this mod one little person that just realized he wants to take over the world. This mod adds the WH-77 to the world of Fallout. This LSW weapon is all you need to take over the Commonwealth. Better yet, it's all you need to take over anything. If Muse, the leader of the Somali Pirates, and Captain Phillips had this weapon rather than that AK, that would have been a much shorter film.
I'm the captain now.
Okay, alright, you heard him guys, he's the captain now. Alright, yeah, calm down, Captain. Where are we going? The end. This weapon is scarier than a spider dressed up like a clown singing Celine Dion on an elevator. Alright? It's terrifying. The meshes and textures look great for this weapon and would make a grown adult person blow a spoofy load all over his chest nipples. This realistic but powerful weapon is an excellent addition to the Commonwealth and makes for a fun but practical means of ending those who would wish you harm as you hop, skip, and skedaddle all over this vast environment. This weapon has a ton of customization options, so you can change up the function and the style based on your own particular playstyle. There are 5 barrels, 4 stocks, 6 mags, 5 materials, 13 sights, 3 muzzles, 4 types of ammo, 14 receivers, and 3 bipod attachments on 3 of the barrel types. This sweetness also has some different color skins to choose from to really spice things up. Now if you want to acquire this weapon, you can find it on raiders, gunners, super mutants, in loot chests, and on vendors, as it has been added to all the respective level lists. Now this weapon just screams power and should be a sought after addition to any sociopath's arsenal in Fallout 4. I rate this mod the face people make when they realize someone just whipped their out on the elevator. I really should have taken the stairs.
This outfit is based off of the main antagonist in the Friday the 13th movies. Now, I don't know as much as I would like to about the Friday the 13th movies, mainly because I found out they don't let you back in the movie theater after you pee in your underoos. I'm sorry, Mr. Movie Theater Man. I'm not perfect. And sometimes peeing in my underoos makes me feel less afraid. Now, there are multiple variations to this outfit once you download it. Some of the variations offer protection, and others are just for show and they're titled cosplay. All of the versions are available in your inventory as soon as you download it. Now, although not all the different variations of Jason Voorhees are in the mod, there is still quite a few different styles to choose from, so you can go from being a confident murdering lunatic to a crispy one. Whatever your playstyle, really. I always thought it'd be a really interesting twist if Jason Voorhees was actually afraid of the dark.
Oh, what was that? Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Keep it together. Keep it together, Jason. Keep it together. Hello? Is anybody there? It's just the wind. It's just the wind. It's nothing. It's nothing. Just keep it together.
Now, I did some actual research on the Friday the 13th movies to find out what the plot was all about. Now, it gets a little confusing. Apparently, it starts when Jason's mother started killing camp counselors because they failed to watch her son and he died by drowning. Then, in a twist, Jason wasn't actually killed in the lake, but he let his mom believe it anyways because he's a f***tard. He then goes around killing more camp counselors for killing his mom because she was killing them for letting him die, which he didn't. Now, if only they had water wings at his kids' camp, all this shit could have been avoided. This mod also comes with an axe and a machete because Jason really likes to stab and cut people with those objects in his movies. This mod even adds the iconic music from the movies so you'll feel ominous as f*** when you go around stabbing settlers in the Commonwealth. This is a great addition to the game. It's scary and unique, and it can be a lot of fun to just dress up like an iconic serial killer from the Friday the 13th movies. I rate this mod one surefire way to get zero respect as a police officer.
Have you ever seen one of your settlers acting really unusual? Like, I mean really strange. Like, one second they're just chatting things up with all your other settlers, and the next second they're sitting in the corner cracking a cryptographic code in a children's puzzle book like the autistic kid in Mercury Rising. And you're convinced that Bruce Willis is going to come out of nowhere, grab them out of the crawl space, and save them from Alec Baldwin. No? Just me then, huh? Quick side note, Mercury Rising is actually an amazing movie. It's a beautiful movie about overcoming hardships. Like, for instance, Bruce Willis's character, he has to learn to trust again, and he makes an unlikely friend in an 8-year-old boy who struggles to interact socially. That same little boy has to overcome hardships of his own when his parents are brutally murdered because he prank called the National Security Agency and called them a bunch of strangers. And if there's one thing you don't do, it's call Alec Baldwin a fucking stranger. So the little boy and Bruce, they become friends and they finger paint and shit. And it's not weird at all because Bruce isn't a registered sex offender. It's like a Disney fairy tale, really. Now, we all know how frustrating it can be when you think one of your settlers is a synth, but there's no real way to find out without actually killing them. And if you do end up killing them, there's always the off chance that you're wrong, and all of your settlers will freak out and call you a murderer. Even though it's clear that Marcy Long's a bitch. This mod adds a special weapon to the game that really isn't much in terms of looks. Instead, it adds a weapon with an unbelievably useful function, which makes blending in as a synth a whole lot more difficult. The weapon that is added is a steel bat that has a very specific function that's rooting out those sneaky synth bastards that are trying to pass as your settlers. Now, all you have to do is whip this bad boy out of one of your settlements, walk up to one of your settlers, and smash that fucker right in the face. If nothing happens but the settler lights up with blue electricity, then there's good news, and there's bad news. Now, the good news is that specific settler you hit with the bat is not a synth. And because he's not a synth, the bat doesn't actually hurt him. So you can go around questioning your settlers and playing a really fun game where you try to wean out the synth. Now, if you do actually find the synth and you hit them with the bat, their head will fucking explode. It's literally the perfect weapon for ridding your settlement of synths. I rate this mod 3 ladies who are really bad at applying makeup. No, seriously, it looks natural. I mean, you might have overdone it a bit on the eyeshadow, though. Just saying. Have you ever looked at one of your settlers and said to yourself, why the fuck isn't that shitbag sweeping the floors? Or hey, that guy kinda looks like he'd be good at selling newspapers on top of a wooden crate. Well, now you won't just have to think those thoughts, you'll be able to turn those thoughts into actions with this mod and bring all your twisted fantasies to fruition. This mod adds several new mats and furniture pieces to the Raider Miscellaneous tab in the workshop menu. You can place these items down and assign a settler to them to do your bidding. There is a little something for any occasion. You got a mat that makes your settlers look sick to their stomach, another one that makes them feel really depressed or something? I'm not sure. And even one that makes them paint an invisible wall like a fucking psychopath. What you doing there? You painting? You painting there? Yeah. You know there's no wall there, right? Yeah, you're freaking everyone out, you crazy bitch. This mod is great if you want your settlers to seem more like slaves, kinda like the ones you'll find in the Nuka World DLC. Or at least for me, was the perfect thing to add to my prison to make the prisoners act more like inmates rather than settlers just wearing orange jumpsuits. Now, not having this mod installed is almost as bad as taking a shit in a public bathroom and having the tip of your penis touch the toilet bowl. Now, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure that's how you fucking die. Shit like that will haunt your dreams. You'll wake up screaming, covered in sweat, thinking, why the fuck did I have to tuck and sit? Now I'm probably gonna fucking explode. Now, we all know that the AI in Fallout can be frustrating, and it can be especially annoying getting them to roleplay in your little fantasy world when they only understand 2 commands. This mod ameliorates that ambiguity with your settlers and allows you to reallocate their disposition, changing the setting of your settlements and adding to immersion. This really is an unbelievable mod in the sense that it forces your once one-minded settlers to diversify their daily activities. I rate this mod 1 owl who just looked inside a closet and saw Narnia.
Nobody's gonna believe me. Not one person. No.
Have you ever wanted to make your own synth? Well, guys and girls, you're not gonna f***ing believe this shit, but now you can make your very own synth with this trusty synth-making machine. So in order to build your very own living experiment with feelings and shit, you'll have to retrieve a schematic holotape from the Institute's robotics department, which looks just like this little f***er here. Don't worry if the Institute is no longer standing because you've made some very unethical decisions in your playthrough of Fallout. The holotape will then just be lying on the ground where the Institute used to be. The tape also contains a backstory to solidify its immersion. Oh yeah. Once you've got the holotape, you're gonna need a big space to put the f***er down on because it's big. I mean really big. And wide. It just won't fit into some of your tinier settlements, not without a shitload of lube, that is. Once you find a suitable location, you can craft the lab under the workshop menu, which is located in the power miscellaneous section. Now, once you're done doing all that, attach that big thick bastard to a power supply. Next, you'll need to craft some specialty supplies at the chemistry station, including synth tissue and synth components. Make sure that when you're done crafting them, though, that you store them at the workbench before you try to generate any synths, as they'll only show up in the terminal if they're stored and not on your person. You will then need to craft a terminal and connect that little computer up to the power grid that's attached to the synth lab. Now, before you use the terminal, you're gonna need to scan a subject to model your synths after. I chose Hancock because what settlement couldn't use a few more handy cocks running around, right? Am I right? Am I right? Now, this mod really does make you understand a lot more about your followers. Like, for instance, I had no idea Hancock was born with those dirty tidy whities on. I mean, who knew? Guess we'll never get to see what kind of meat and potatoes he's packing under those dirty fuckers, because apparently they're just part of his genetic makeup. Now, once you scan somebody, you can choose to make one synth or generate a bunch of synths based on the amount of supplies you have. Now, the synths are not exact copies, though, of your followers, especially of your companions, because for whatever reason, they don't copy their voices exactly. They just give all your synths generic settler voices. Now, this is an incredible mod, though, that I would recommend to anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod 1 turtle who doesn't know how to swim.
Oh, I'm so f***ed, it's not even funny.
This may be the most unbelievable mod on this week's list. This mod, aside from being just about the most fun you can have in a video game, is a crazy unique mod in and of itself. This mod actually allows you to push settlers, followers, animals, and just about anything else that pisses you off. The push animation is spot on, and the way that your target hits the ground is enough to make any sane person die from laughter. I installed this mod and I may or may not have spent hours just pushing things over without rhyme or reason. This mod allows your character to say 16 different lines like "get out of my way" or "move," depending on whether your target is a friend or an enemy. The lines are picked randomly during the animation, but honestly make the act of pushing someone over all the sweeter. Now, this mod adds a push feature to the interface when you're within talking range of any NPC. The button for the activation may be different depending on whether you're using a controller or a keyboard, but it should still be whatever button you use to reload your guns in the game. Now, this mod is just perfect for freeing dumb Brahmin from a prison when they're just too stupid to know they're not supposed to be there. Get out of here! Be free! Be free! You're free now! Go on, be free! You're free now! Get out of here, you fucking Brahmin! The fuck is the matter with you? Go now, you're free! Go frolic! Go frolic and be free! You're free, get the fuck out of here, this is no hotel! Go frolic, be free with your freeness. You're free now, you special guy. Go frolic and be free. Go frolic through the bushes. Now, this mod includes 4 different perk ranks. Rank 1 will allow you to push away companions or current followers. Rank 2 will let you push anyone on settlements, which are friendly NPCs including Brahmins. Rank 3 will let you push anyone anywhere. And Rank 4 is a combat push that will let you push any friend or foe. Now, this mod is fully customizable with its own holotape configuration. Honestly, I didn't think I could ever get this much satisfaction out of Fallout 4 until I installed this mod. It really is unbelievable in the way that it allows you to end any interaction in the best way possible, which is to push them down and run away.
Oh yeah, that's really fascinating. That's really interesting the way that you're talking about that. See you later!
I rate this mod one girl unconvincingly pretending to fall off a mountain.
Oh, could please someone help me? I'm terribly worried about falling.
This mod allows you to craft and attach any weapon mod to any weapon, so it's basically all in the name with this one. This mod makes no sense at all, and it might actually affect the non-unique weapons carried by enemies you encounter in the Commonwealth, or in store inventories. However, this mod allows players to be extremely creative when it comes to modifying their weapons, allowing players to use all of the vanilla gun mod assets in the game to conjure up their very own f***ed-up masterpiece. Finally, with this mod, I'll have a gun that I can show off to all my friends. Hey, you kids want to see something? Look at this! Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? Y'all want to touch it?
My dad says we gotta stop hanging out with you because you're 40 years old and you hang out with a bunch of kids. You're a f***ing loser.
God damn it, Timmy, you ruined it again! Timothy, I ain't afraid of you. You're 8 years old. I'll punch you right in the goddamn chest. Now, when you use this mod, you may very well create something that no other player playing Fallout 4 has ever used or ever will use. I mean, the possibilities are endless. And this mod is extremely fun to use. The custom weapons now will inherit the base stats and attributes from the base weapon. So if you want a shotgun that shoots mini nukes, you'll have to start with a Fat Man and go from there. There are still some restrictions. Now, for instance, you can't attach a muzzle to a barrel that doesn't support muzzles. But you can always change the barrel to one that actually supports muzzles and then use that. So really, this isn't a major issue. The way the projectiles look and behave is usually inherited from the muzzle. That means if you attach a laser weapon muzzle, the projectiles will behave as lasers even if the gun is using a different kind of ammunition. In no way is this mod immersive, and it can be kind of annoying actually when you're trying to add a vanilla mod to its own asset and having to search through dozens of mods with the same name. However, it is a crazy unique addition to the game that adds variety to Fallout 4 like no other. I would highly recommend anyone give this mod a try at least once, if nothing else, just because it's crazy fun to create f***ed up weapons.
I rate this mod the body posture I use when answering stressful questions.
I've never even heard of this word cat that you're referring to, okay? I have no idea what that is. Please look directly into my butthole when you're talking to me. Are you tired of having to throw a flare at your enemies and just sit there and wait for that group of underachievers to come to your rescue? Oh god, I hope they kill this thing. Well, this mod actually sorts you out. It gives you your very own portable artillery, so you don't have to wait for those pesky Minutemen anymore. You can just start blasting out artillery rounds on your own, on command. Boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka, boom. There are some clipping issues with this weapon in first person. You'll notice the left arm kind of clips through there, but other than that, it looks pretty insane. Preferably in third person when you're shooting it. It definitely packs a punch and it will kill the shit out of anything you aim it at. It's definitely a good idea to keep your distance from the blast zone. You don't want to get caught up in that shit. So in short, this mod adds a handheld artillery gun to the Commonwealth. It looks exactly like what you would expect it to look like. Big and scary. It fires artillery rounds, which makes Preston Garby come in his pants every time you fire one. It doesn't have a whole lot of customization options, but really, I don't think a scope would help round this gun out any. It can be crafted at the chemistry station under utility, but you'll have to clear old guns to be able to access it. Not sure if it's very lore friendly, but it's still an insane weapon to play with and a whole lot of fun. I rate this mod that one kid you're pretty sure is peeing in the pool. I'm on to you, kid, and that's really gross. If Pokemon Go gets you wet in your panties, then you'll f***ing love this mod. You can now craft NUKAMON balls in the grenade section of your chemistry station. They require some plastic and Nuka-Cola to be crafted. You can then throw the NUKAMON ball at a person or critter in the Commonwealth, and it will capture that f***er as long as it's close enough when you throw it. So if you throw like a little bitch, you're gonna need to get really close. Once you have a filled NUKAMON ball, you can throw the filled NUKAMON ball containing your new friend at an unsuspecting thing that you wanted to battle. And that f***er will come out blazing. Raidermon, I choose you! Unless he's already dead, then it's lackluster as f***. Okay, so here's what I don't get. It's okay to capture unsuspecting people in a little plastic ball for who knows how long, and nobody bats an eye. But I dress up once as a Bulbasaur and press my against a bus window, and I'm the weirdo. Anything you catch in your Nuka Ball shouldn't attack you, at least at first, so kidnapping them actually makes them friendly. Who knew? At least they won't attack you unless you attack them. So kidnapping makes them friendly as long as you're not an abusive kidnapper. If you're an abusive kidnapper, you'll have abusive kidnappees. So FYI. This is a very unique mod and a ton of fun to use. I like to capture settlers and throw them out into the middle of the ocean and just look at their face when they emerge from the Nuka Ball. You stupid bastards, you're all wet! I rate this mod 14 consecutive text messages that confirm that new girl you're seeing is batshit crazy. You didn't answer, so I'm hanging outside your window looking through your blinds.
What the fuck? I live on the 12th floor.
Let's just say if I had one of these bad boys in real life, I wouldn't have to sleep with the nightlight on anymore. You know what I'm saying? This weapon is very unique and is based off of the Necromonger's hero rifle seen in the movie The Chronicles of Riddick. It doesn't take any ammo, rather it operates like an overcharged leaf blower and sends your enemies flying into f***ing pieces. This gun doesn't really break immersion either, as alien weaponry is something we've already seen in the Fallout universe. The gun looks great, with awesome textures and a custom design. The gun is extremely fun to play with and adds a whole new category of gun into the game itself. If you want to use this beastly f***er, you can find it at the alien crash site in the cave where you find the alien blaster pistol. I once met Vin Diesel in real life, and I asked him about this gun. I wanted to know the physics behind it. So I pressed him pretty hard for it, and do you know what he said to me? I'll never forget it. He said, "What the f*** are you doing in my house?" I rate this mod that one weird half-naked guy on the bus who makes eye contact with you while he's rubbing his nipple. Why is this happening to me? Let's just say if I had a gun like this one, I would get a whole lot more respect at my neighbor's inflatable pool. Teach those sons of bitch kids to laugh at me, sons of bitch kids. This mod author actually adds a lot of really quality mods to Fallout 4, and this edition is no different. Likely the most lore-friendly on this week's list, and definitely an excellent addition to the game. It has tons of customization options, including 30 unique color palettes, 4 pattern styles, 2 traditional textures, 5 lamp colors, and a variation of custom sights and other unique modifications. This gun has so many customization options, it could literally be your Aunt Gable if you really wanted it to be. This truly is an insanely unique weapon, one which you really can't find anywhere else, so great job, Nero. If you want to acquire this weapon, you can craft it at the Chem Lab, or you can find it on Synth Leaders, Legendary Enemies, and there's actually 3 hand-placed throughout the world for that immersive feel. Oh yeah. It looks and sounds awesome, and I feel just good about it. I rate this mod one drunk guy who's unusually aggressive towards penguins. I hate those slippery sons of bitches. You just can't trust them. Horror films frequently glorify insane antagonists, with characteristics and behavior that is not only bizarre, but stands out in your mind and leaves a lasting impression. Like, oh goodness, how did they not know he was wearing that guy's face? Well, in order to create a truly horrific or scary environment, there must be a bombardment of unusual items littered throughout the environment to emphasize a severely disordered state of mind. That is both extremely unreasonable and impulsively unpredictable. These mannequins embody that delusion and state of mind in a way that would put anyone on edge. Oh my fucking god! With this mod installed, all the mannequins in the game will be replaced with these abnormal, emotionally abused manifestations you see here. These mannequins are insanely disturbing to look at, and would likely scare most people if they showed up unannounced. However, because of my calm demeanor, I'm immune to their frightening disposition. Let's keep it together, Baiters. Let's keep it together. Just remember your training. Breathe. Just keep it together. Relax. Just remember your training. Nothing to be afraid of here, man. Keep it together. Keep it together. Oh, God, please don't kill me. God, I got kids, man. They ain't my kids, but I got them. Oh, you're not real. Whew. Oh, you're just your fucking doll. Oh, you're just a stupid man-sized doll. I knew that. You're not scary, are you? Are you?
Yes, I am.
These mannequins look like a serial killer's instruction manual, and are sure to scare the tits off of anyone playing Fallout 4. What makes these mannequins truly disturbing is that they look a lot like a corpse that has been mutilated post-mortem to look a lot more happy and alive. Now, the only thing scarier than dead bodies are dead bodies that have been mutilated to look like they're still alive.
No, Gary's not dead. See? He's happy. Say hi, Gary. Say hi to the people. Say hi. I said say hello to the people, Gary. Sorry about that. Sometimes he gets a little shy, you know? New people and all. He's such a kidster. But he's fine. He's breathing and everything, you know.
I rate this mod one monkey who likes to get spanked on the ass. Boy, those butt cheeks look abused. This mod adds a number of encounters based on your given level as well as when you obtain certain items in the game. For example, taking a high-tech weapon or rare item may cause some stalkers to come after you. New enemies will now seek you out and try to kill you, and will be able to find you no matter where you are. They will even find ways into your settlements, which makes you actually feel like the AI have a mind of their own and are using their IQ and survival tactics to infiltrate undetected. For this mod to work, all you have to do is play as you normally would, and eventually, someone's gonna come looking for you. Be warned though, this mod wasn't designed to be easy, and the enemies you encounter will spawn at high levels, even from a new game, making starting a new game a truly horrific experience. Sometimes you'll just have to run away, like a bitch. But they're not gonna give up, no. They will chase you down, and they will f*** you, especially if they catch a glimpse of your tight, warm, delicious butt cheeks. Good. Yeah, they'll be after you because of those. See, this is why ghosts are so scary to people, okay? It's because they can get you anywhere at any time. They can just push their cloud-like bodies through walls and shit. Honestly, normal ghosts, they really don't scare me even that much. Now, what really scares me is a ghost that comes up behind you when you're doing pottery at 2 in the morning and f***s up your pottery on purpose. What the hell, Swayze? Do I stick my dirty fingers in your pots? No, I do not. How am I supposed to eat my Count Chocula now? You know that normal bowls create more work for me because of my constant refills and my bad knees. How about next time you're building a Lego pirate ship for 4 hours, I come over and drop kick it right out the f***ing window? What do you think of that? Not so funny now, is it? Huh? The aim here is to be a realistic mod, when your enemies can catch up to you and continue to pursue you, even if you escape for the moment. The enemies here, they do not forget, and they are extremely relentless. Some of the new types of enemies that have been added are bandits, cannibals, maniacs, addicts, trackers, stalkers, hunter-killers, titans, and even bosses. Each one of these characters matches up to their names, with characteristics that are definitive to say the least. For instance, the trackers aren't the best fighters, but they're almost impossible to hide from. They can track you almost anywhere, whereas addicts use chems to buff out and attack you relentlessly. Very difficult to fend off. This is a really awesome mod that makes enemy encounters a more realistic, immersive, and even a terrifying experience. I rate this mod one kitty cat who thinks having big feet makes up for having a small penis.
12.5 inches!
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, I thought you wanted to know the size of my confusingly large feet, so I just yelled it at you. Are you jealous of my giant feet? Are you jelly? I'm miserable. I'm so miserable.
Now this mod adds the ability to make lore-friendly homemade weapons in the game. A pistol, rifle, bolt-action rifle, revolver rifle, and machine gun have all been added. All the weapons can be modified at the weapons workbench. Now if you want to use these weapons in-game, you can manufacture them at the chemistry workstation in the category PA Weapons. To create one of these weapons, you will need a pack of cigarettes, a pencil, yardstick, battered clipboard, a bottle of vodka, a shot glass, duct tape, fertilizer, and some wood. Yeah, that's a lot of useless shit. But useless shit is important when you're trying to put together something completely brand new, apparently. You guys ever try that? You ever try to build something yourself in real life? You know, design some makeshift contraption that MacGyvers some convenience in your day-to-day? It's not that easy. Well, I tried to do it once, and it was nothing like the brochures. Long story short, there was duct tape and Fisher-Price glue everywhere. Also, I may have been too close to the glue because I ended up passing out, and when I woke up, I was in a communal shower covered in another man's tears. It was not a great Thursday night for me. In order to make attachments for these weapons, you will also need to find supplies around the world space. For instance, in order to make an optic, you're going to need a camera. Makes sense, right? Now, despite the fact that homemade weapons can be found, you have the opportunity to get legendary properties for them just by searching mailboxes and trash cans. In there, you'll be able to find magazines called Popular Mechanics. Each issue of this magazine includes a detail that gives a particular weapon a legendary property. These legendary modifications can be then added via the workbench, and you'll have your post-apocalyptic weapons. It's just that easy. Speaking of the post-apocalypse, you guys think when the world ends and mutated war boys are murdering and pillaging a desolate wasteland for simple commodities, that people will still be outraged about a joke they didn't like? You know, sitting there like,
Yeah, honey, I know the cannibals are about to boil us alive, but I still can't help but think Carl's a bad person because he joked about molesting people.
I rate this mod one photo that completely sums up 2020.
I'm the bird. Have you ever said to yourself, these power armors, they all look so generic and plain. I wish there was a mod out there that really made these armors look lived in. Like they've been to war for over a century and their owners used and cared for them like an extension of themselves, really adding their personality to the armor. If that's the type of super specific question you ask yourself while you're playing Fallout 4, then hold on to your d***ing balls because I'm about to blow your mind with this next mod. Now this mod adds 16 variations to each vanilla power armor in the game. These aren't just your ordinary paint jobs though. No. They are done with fastidious detail to the point where you can see every scratch. I mean, every mark has a history, and the history of this armor is that it's been to hell and back and survived. Now the wear and tear looks incredible and really brings the armor to life in a way I've never really seen in a Fallout game before. Now the paint jobs are all standalone additions so they don't replace the vanilla textures in the game. There are 2K and 4K versions to choose from depending on how intense you want that eye to be. There are also 3 standalone variations of the jetpack to choose from as well. Now this is one of those mods that you think you can live without until you actually install it. Then you realize your life just wasn't complete until this mod was installed on your game. I rate this mod that moment you realize a giant peanut butter shaped Spider-Man is trying to get into your cab. I don't get paid enough for this.
Now this mod adds a couple very ominous looking attires and accessories to the game, including but not limited to a new witch's outfit and a Hannibal Lecter mask. Let me ask you this, what's more evil than a witch, right? I mean, they're always up to no good, brewing up some evil concoction, some unsanitary stew or crusty apple designed to fuck Cinderella out of her glass slippers. Let's face it, they can't be trusted, which is why I stop accepting candy from old people. You can just never be too careful. This mod also adds the Hannibal Lecter mask as well, which was designed to stop an evil cannibal doctor from biting people in the face when they were transporting them between facilities. Needless to say, Dr. Lecter might have missed that day in med school when they promised to do no harm, sign that Hippocratic oath and whatnot. Chances are he missed that day because he was preoccupied with doing evil shit, like punching baby sea lions or something, because he's a super psycho freak. And this mask fully encompasses that evil and psycho freakness. Now the mod authors did an awesome job adding these items to the game, so if you want to roleplay as a creepy witch or a twisted doctor, then you'll be able to do so in the most immersive way, with custom clothing that fits in just great. Now this is a great mod that's sure to get you all worked up when October rolls around. However, the mod authors did such a wonderful job on the meshes and textures and design of these items that they'll improve any game that they're part of. The witch's outfit and the Lecter mask both look amazing and do a great job fitting into the world so that they can be worn even when you're not playing dress up. This mod also adds some craftable pumpkins to the workshop so you can Halloween the fuck out of your game. Now if you want to get your man mittens on either one of these armor mods, then they can both be crafted at the chemistry station under utility. This is an excellent mod with excellent assets and a great addition to anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one dog who's really self-conscious about his receding hairline.
No, this? No, that's all me. Yeah, that's natural.
Have you ever thought to yourself, damn, I wish there was a gun in this game so strong that it could shoot the nuts right off of King Kong's ballsack?
Well, now there is. Not only do you get a weapon that has the raw power to completely demolish a small family of 8 while they eat their macaroni and cheese, but this gun also kinda looks like a giant metal penis with the right attachments at it. So, when you're raining down hellfire on Matty the Super Mutant and his band of misshapen cannibalistic bum sniffers, it's like you're blowing a big old spoofy load of karma all over their goddamn green faces. This gun is so powerful, in fact, it could stop the Kool-Aid Man from breaking down your wall and saying, "Oh yeah," all the time.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Say "oh yeah" again, motherfucker! I dare you! I double dare you, motherfucker! And fix my fucking wall, man! I paid a lot of money for this building so that I didn't have giant Kool-Aid people come busting through my wall. What, do you think it's okay to come busting through people's walls as long as you give them Kool-Aid after? Huh? No one wants to eat out of your giant Kool-Aid. Now this mod adds the MK22 and the MK19 to the world of Fallout. Now both of these are strong enough to scare the tits off of a totalitarian dictator, but the MK22 is a bit stronger than the MK19. Both weapons have multiple attachments. For instance, the MK22 has 6 barrels, 4 muzzles, 4 receivers, 3 sights, 5 ammo types, 6 materials, 2 ballistic shield attachments, and 2 magazines. The MK19 has 6 barrels, 4 muzzles, 4 receivers, 3 sights, 5 ammo types, 6 materials, 2 ballistic shield attachments, 2 magazines, and 4 extra receivers chambered in .308 rounds. There are also 6 materials to choose from, so you can change up the style depending on how you feel. This weapon has been added to the same level list as the miniguns, so from level 20 onwards, you will have the chance of finding one of these babies in the same places you find the vanilla minigun, as well as they can be purchased off of vendors. So high-level super mutants and the Brotherhood of Steel could be a good place to start looking for these beauties. I rate this mod one photo of what the world might look like if abortion was legal at any age. This mod adds a high-quality model of Revy's custom Beretta 92FS from the anime series Black Lagoon to the world of Fallout. This pistol looks amazing and really stands out when wielding it in the game. The mod author did a great job taking a fictional two-dimensional weapon and bringing it to life in Fallout 4. Now this gun just explodes off of the screen with custom meshes and textures that have a story to tell. I mean, if this gun could talk, it would likely say something like,
"Go ahead, squeeze me. Yeah, just do it. Just do it. Oh, just squeeze me until I explode all over their judgmental faces. Oh, squeeze me until you do it 6 consecutive life sentences back to back. Squeeze me until Kim Jong-un calls you up in the middle of the night and says, 'I'm sorry.'"
Now this pistol is just intimidating to glare at. I mean, look at it. Put it this way, if you're in the middle of the woods and you whip this bad boy out, it would scare the pubic hair off of a grizzly bear's nutsack. So I don't need to tell you, this fucker is intimidating. Now this weapon is meant to be unique, so you can't just find it on dead nobodies in the game. Rather, you're gonna have to go out into the world to get it. Now if you do want to acquire it, you can find it near Vault 111 in a footlocker between 2 cars. Now this weapon does only have stat-based customizations, but that doesn't stop it from being gnarly as fuck. I rate this mod that one guy who gets super pissed off when he sees other people wearing his spandex underwear.
What the hell, man? What the hell?
I'm sorry. I just didn't think you'd mind. Now, there are a lot of AKs on the Nexus, and some of them have been done really well, in fact, and could easily find their way on this list. However, this baby stands out from the rest with its unique design and its custom options that really make this rifle one of a kind. This AK is so attractive, it could get its own reality television show. They would call it Keeping Up with the Kalishnikovs. This Kalishnikov has custom everything, from the sounds right through to the animations. Now the custom animations, they blow my eyebrows up in like a vertical fashion towards the top of my forehead. Like, hey, look at those sweet custom animations. And the custom sounds are so good, it's like a little fairy with magical fingers that's gently tickling my butthole when this gun goes off. Now there are multiple attachments for this weapon, including multiple sights and a custom silencer that looks like it was fashioned out of cardboard and shoelaces. If cardboard and shoelaces could make my boner happy. There are also multiple weapon skins for this weapon in case you wanted to blend into your environment with all sorts of camos and shit. So if you want to be like a chameleon, then boom, you're in luck. But there's also weapon skins that rather than blend in, they stand out. Kind of like a homeless guy doing jumping jacks on the subway. You just won't be able to look away. Now if you want to acquire this weapon, you can craft it at the chemistry station, or you can purchase it off vendors, as it has been added to the respective level lists. I rate this mod one photo of what happened to Wilson after Tom Hanks got saved in the movie Castaway.
Can't feel my face.
This mod adds the Dan Wesson Discretion, the Kimber Eclipse Custom 2, and the Kimber Super JUGER to the Commonwealth, along with modifications that will keep these weapons relevant and useful right up to level 100 of your playthrough. There is also a unique Monster Hunter version of this weapon that can be acquired throughout your playthrough of the game, as long as you're lucky enough to stumble across it. These guns are just incredible to look at. I mean, these guns look so attractive, they make Fabio look like a frog that just got kicked in the balls. This is a very unique mod in the sense that although these handguns have been added to the level list, they spawn very rarely in the game, so they are hard to come by. However, they do have the possibility of spawning at level 10 or higher on raiders, gunners, civilians, triggermen, or even the occasional vendors. Now these weapons cannot be crafted, and more powerful modifications for these weapons can be found throughout the world that will continue to add to these weapons as you continue to progress through the game. Now these new mods can be found throughout the world as they have been added to the leveled list, but more will become available as you continue to level up through the game, continually making your pistol stronger as you continue to level up. So the pistol itself can level with you. Now this is an immersive modification system that keeps these weapons interesting throughout the course of your entire playthrough of the game. Now this weapon mod has a really unique ability as well. It can actually help people lose weight. All you have to do is gently but firmly press the business end up against someone's temple and just say the magic words.
Don't eat again or I'll f***ing kill you!
The meshes and textures for these weapons really stand out and don't look anything like other 1911s that have been added to Fallout 4 in the past. These guns truly look and feel unique in the game. Now this weapon mod is not only fun to use and looks great, but it also makes traveling the Commonwealth new and exciting as you play through the game, as you will continue to look for new modifications for these handguns to make them stronger and stronger. I would highly recommend this mod to anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod one frog who just got kicked in the nuts.
Ah, my balls! Ah!
This bolt-action beauty is a Russian-made 5-shot internal magazine-fed military rifle. It was originally developed by the Imperial Russian Army from 1882 to 1891 and is one of the most mass-produced military bolt-action rifles in history. Boom! Facts! Laid them out for you.
Yeah, eat those facts up. They're so good. They're so good.
Now, if you're a bit of a movie buff, you might very well remember this rifle, as Jude Law rocked the shit out of this rifle and behind enemy lines, shooting the out of the Nazis. Now this well-rounded rifle is available in Fallout 4 due to this very talented and slightly delicious mod author. This weapon looks amazing in Fallout. I mean, it looks and feels so realistic to the point where reality and fiction kind of blend together in a way that I can only describe as poetic. The weapon itself features 2 custom first and third person animations depending on what kind of bolt you're using in the game. Now if you're using the straight bolt, then the MOSIN operates more like a standard rifle and loads using a 5-round clip, which is quick, easy, and super fun to watch. Now if you're using the curve bolt, then the MOSIN operates more like a sniper rifle and will load the bullets one at a time, which can feel like a goddamn eternity when people are trying to shoot at your face. This weapon has multiple attachments to change it up in the game. There are multiple sights and multiple muzzle attachments, including suppressors, a normal bayonet, and a psycho's bayonet. I mean, this is the type of bayonet you see on the gun of a guy who's got like a necklace made out of human ears or some shit. Like real psycho shit. I mean, let's look at this thing. Nobody needs this many knives. Now, if you want to acquire the MOSIN Nagant, you'll be able to find it on Dead People after you reach level 25 or higher, as it has been added to the respective level lists.
I rate this mod that one face that just says,
I teach 3rd grade science, but I'm also high as f*** right now.
This mod adds the Cowboy Repeater, aka the Winchester 1892, for those of you eager to John Wayne the f*** out of the Commonwealth. I like lever action weapons. There's just something about conking around into the chamber that makes me feel like a chipmunk with a boner, you know? This mod adds a new rifle to the game, the Cowboy Repeater from Fallout New Vegas, also known as the Winchester Model 92. It comes with custom animations for the reload and the bolt cycle. The Cowboy Repeater also has some lore to solidify it in the Commonwealth. This weapon has made its way to the Commonwealth thanks to an entrepreneur, Old Man El Mundo, and to his friend, a tough guy named Sue. And from my understanding, you do need to be tough if you're a dude and your name is Sue. El Mundo is a retired NCR Ranger who is importing ammunition and rude rifles from New Vegas to make ends meet. Now, this weapon can be crafted in the chem station, but you can't create the Winchester rifle from scratch. You will actually have to restore a ruined one. Now, to be able to restore it, you'll have to find an issue of the magazine Guns and Bullets. Don't worry though, there's a small quest that will start once your character reaches level 12, and it will guide you to the location of both items. Once completed, you'll have your very own beauty lever action rifle. Honestly guys, if I owned a gun like this, I would just be looking for excuses to use it. It would be absolutely diabolical. I would just leave my windows open at night for no reason, waiting to get burglared. Maybe even step it up a notch and leave a kid unattended at a park, covered in pedophile juice. Who knows? Also, just so you're aware, guys, there's also a slight chance of finding a Cowboy Repeater on Raiders or Gunner bosses after level 16, as it has been added to the respective level list. El Mundo will also start selling the ruined version of the rifle after level 21 at his store, which is pretty convenient. There's also a unique version of the gun, the LeLonge Carabine, which was once owned by Corporal Sterling, but it has somehow made its way to the Commonwealth. It can be found near Coastal Cottage following the road up north. I mean, this is the type of weapon that really exceeds your expectations, and that's a good thing. There's just certain things we have expectations about. Like, for instance, people always get upset when they see a baby crying on a plane, because the expectation is that the baby is going to somehow ruin their flight. But baby passengers don't upset me at all. See, I would be far more upset if I saw a baby flying the plane. Coming over the PA with that goo-goo gaga language, acting like he's totally qualified, but I'm pretty sure he isn't. Anyways, this is just one of those weapon mods that goes way above and beyond your expectations, and is an excellent addition to Fallout 4. I rate this mod one photo of when you're about to take a shit, and you feel a little tickle on your taint. You look down and see this. Oh boy, did I pick a day to quit drinking.
This mod adds the Iron Man suit of armor to Fallout 4, fully equipped with a jetpack and multiple variants, one of which actually has the face shield up, so you can see the guy's face inside. See, that's what really sold it for me in the movie, because the whole time I was just sitting there thinking, nope, no way, this is fake. Then boom, the face mask comes up, and wouldn't you know it, it's Robert Downey Jr.'s big beady eyes piercing my soul. And I knew in that moment, it was real. I mean, you can't fake that. No smoke and mirrors there. They actually built the Iron Man suit for that movie. I knew in that moment. And Robert Downey Jr., he probably kept it, and he fights crime when he's not acting. Actually, I know he does. I know in my heart of hearts. I know it's not practical, but I wish there was room for two in that suit, because I'd wait there for RD Jr. That's the nickname that I gave him, RD Jr. I'd wait there patiently. He'd be so surprised when he got in and I was just holding him, just embracing him with my warm, disfigured body. Now, this outfit also comes with some cool gadgets as well, because what is Iron Man without expensive toys? There are some really cool rockets here that should be on every superhero's Christmas wish list. I know they made mine. I doubt that Santa will ever give them to me, though, because ever since I started, quote, murdering people, I've been on his naughty list. And he's pretty firm on that one. Now, if you want to be just like RD Jr., then you can craft all the weapons, armor, and ammunition at the chemistry workstation. Oh, hold on 1 second. We have a caller on the line? Hi, caller. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, Mr. Poole. Long-time listener, first-time caller. My question would be, if Deadpool had billions and billions of dollars to invest in an indestructible suit, wouldn't he be better than Iron Man? And possibly the leader of the Avengers?
Well, good golly, that is an excellent question there, person I've never talked to before in my life, and definitely didn't pay to call in. I think he would. I think you are correct. I think he would indeed. I rate this mod that one face you make when that kid you had tied up in your basement escapes and runs off and tells the Avengers about your super secret lair. That big green guy is gonna break all my nice things.
Now this mod adds one of Modern Warfare's 2019's Legion's operators to Fallout 4. There are 3 sets of outfits and headgear along with some accessories that are included in this pack. The 3 outfits are called the Mad Chemist, Tega, and Allegiance, all of which are the operator KRUEGER. But who is KRUEGER, right? Well, KRUEGER is the chemical reaction you get when you mix homicidal maniac with government-funded shadow initiatives. He's that baby that was held too much or too little and now he hurts people to fill the void that was left by an unhealthy childhood addiction to pulling the wings off of flies. Basically, he's a Freudian wet dream that woke up and started killing people. Now, KRUEGER always covers his face, mainly because he's trying to conceal his identity from international crime agencies that are seeking him out. Either that or he's ugly. I mean, this is not the kind of guy that combs his nipple hair is all I'm saying, okay? I've met that guy, and he's a mess. He tried to give me a used speed stick for half a lick of my Jolly Rancher. It was at that point I just said, listen, Dad, this needs to stop. I mean, KRUEGER is an intimidating guy, and an excellent addition to Fallout 4. Now, speaking of intimidating, have you guys ever been so intimidated that you got down on your hands and knees, pointed your ass in the air, and pulled your butt cheeks apart so that other predators knew you weren't a threat? Yeah, me neither. Anyways, there are 3 outfits. The 3 outfits are craftable at the chemistry station under a Modern Warfare armor KRUEGER. Also, if you're playing on PC, you can use the console commands to acquire these new outfits. These new attires are for male characters only. So sorry, ladies, but you won't be able to get your KRUEGER on. I rate this mod 1 fish with really bad breath. Oh my god. Did somebody's asshole die in your mouth? Now, this mod adds several new armors and weapons to the game that are all very tasteful and 100% not CG. These are the types of outfits you get made for a movie and then get so attached to them that you end up stealing them and playing dress-up in real life, like all the time. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Ryan. Each outfit more delicious than the last, but this one here is my favorite. There's just something about it. The sleek design, the tight leather. I think it's safe to say I want this suit in or around my mouth. On the other hand, this outfit makes me look kind of evil, which if box office sales start to decline, it could be a great twist to revamp the franchise. But don't worry, kiddies, if I go evil, I'm gonna go full-fledged psychopath. Like Heath Ledger crazy, not Ben Affleck crazy, because we don't need another Batman versus Superman fiasco, do we? No, we do not. I just crossed universes there and it made me feel dangerous, but also a little bit naughty. I know because my nipples are wide awake now. You can go ahead and touch them if you don't believe me. Maximum effort! Now my outfit and weapons will be in your inventory as soon as you download this mod. Consider it my little gift to you that was made by Wapedale. But also, I just want you to know if you tell anyone about this, I'll kill you. I rate this mod 1 person who just found out that Deadpool isn't in the newest Avengers film. I know, right? It's very, very upsetting. This mod adds a dead guy with his head on fire to the Fallout 4 video game. Now that doesn't seem very super, does it? Yep, you're seeing that right. His face is on fire. Let that be a lesson to you, kiddies. Don't play with matches. I'd imagine Smokey the Bear would have a panic attack if he saw this guy walking around.
Hey kids, it's up to you to prevent forest fire. Oh, good God! That man's head's on fire. That man's head is fully engulfed in flames. Is nobody else seeing this? We need to spray this man in the face with a garden hose right now.
Okay, scratch that. This guy is actually a superhero. However, he's not as popular as some of the other heroes on this list. Maybe it's because he sold his soul to the devil, or maybe it's because he's one medium-sized group of 8-year-olds away from making s'mores. But who really knows, right? I just want to put a garbage bag over his head and poke him in the face with a stick I just found in the woods. Is that weird? Now, who better to play Johnny Blaze than this guy?
To take his face off.
Beautiful. Just beautiful. Give this man an Oscar. I honestly thought Nick Cage and John Travolta were the same person after that movie, because it made perfect sense. Not one plot hole, not at all. The outfit does look terrifying though, and comes fully equipped with a flaming head and everything. If you want to acquire this outfit, you're in luck, because you won't have to do anything. As soon as you download Nicolas Cage here, he'll be in your inventory as soon as you turn on your game. I rate this mod my old arch nemesis, the Banana Bandit. Yeah, he was a real scoundrel, that guy. A real scoundrel indeed. Ah, the shenanigans he'd get up to with that banana. Oh, man. This mod adds a break-action laser to the Commonwealth. The break-action laser was developed by General Atomics and was a publicly available alternative to the military AER-9 laser, originally marketed as a vermin rifle for rodents and other small game with the gimmick of instant and clean vaporization. The break-action laser 7 was popular amongst tinkerers who figured out ways to dramatically increase its power output. Those sons of bitches. Its simple design and durable parts made it ideal for both personal customization and a wide range of game hunting as long as power conservation wasn't an issue. The break-action laser is meant to fill a power gram that was frustratingly missing from the standard laser weapons. Laser scatter weapons are nearly useless outside of near melee range and totally unsatisfying to use, and semi-auto lasers lack the power output to be useful as late-game weapons. The break-action laser fills that early gap by providing an upgradable shotgun that has a moderate range. Later on, with a higher level of science and gun nut, the break-action laser can fill other roles in your arsenal and give you a worthwhile way to burn off fusion cells. The lobber muzzle turns the weapon into a grenade launcher, lobbing fast medium-range explosives. The discharger muzzle, on the other hand, offers the longest possible range with an accurate and powerful single-shot blast that can rival the most powerful penetration of the most powerful ballistic weapons. So don't let your enemy grab it out of your hands like an amateur and shoot you in the goddamn face. Always remember, villains don't care about your feelings, or VDCAYF for short. You never know what a villain's gonna do, okay? You never know what a villain's gonna do, okay? Speaking of villains, you know who I think would have made a great villain? I think Splinter from the Ninja Turtles would have been an amazing villain. Think about it. How many people are scared of rats? Now imagine a giant rat that knows karate and just scissor kicked your grandma through the pantry window. Kya! Yep, that is a terrifying villain right there. Anyways, there are a few customization options for this weapon as well. There are 3 grips, 3 muzzles, 5 sights, and 7 skins to choose from. Nero also added the ability to get additional skins through gumroad.com/Nero. The link will be in the description, where you can acquire additional skins for this weapon that are fully Nexus compatible. They are free of charge, but you can choose to donate if you'd like to support Nero as a mod author. These skins just look incredible, and I'd say that they are definitely worth more than any skin that I've seen on the Creation Club. But I will let you all be the judge. Now, if you want to acquire this weapon, it has been added to various level lists in the world via a script, meaning no vanilla records are edited. Most enemies that can have lasers by default have a chance of carrying one of these bad boys, with gunners being the most likely. You can also purchase them off of certain vendors, and there are also 2 legendary versions of this weapon that can be found throughout the world. One can be found at the Synth Retention Bureau Armory, and the other can be found at the General Atomics Galleria. I rate this mod 1 photo of what happens when you take the duck face just a little bit too far. Now this mod adds the BOZAR, a legendary sniper LMG from Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas to Fallout 4. It comes with an all-new bullpup design, including custom assets and animations. And I don't think I need to tell you guys this, but the custom meshes, textures, and animations, they made me jizz in my pants. Now the BOZAR was called the ultimate refinement of the sniper's art. It's a compact but heavy weapon. It is also an automatic sniper rifle, however you can modify it to be semi-auto if you can't handle all those bullets coming out of your sniper all at once. I mean, some girls just can't handle all that action all at once. I get it. I mean, there's no shame in going for the semi-auto. It's cool. We won't judge. But we will. We will definitely judge. Now, the original BOZAR from Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas could not be modified to semi-auto, though. Just saying. Because Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas peeps, they could handle all that fully auto action in their sniper rifles. Okay? Also, fun fact, the bullpup design allows it to install a much larger barrel for higher range and keeps the size of the weapon the same as the first BOZAR models. Now, because the BOZAR is somewhat finicky and prone to jamming if it's not kept scrupulously clean, which is a word I think I made up. Scrupulously? Scrupious? Scrupious. I'm almost positive I made that word up. It is actually rarely found or seen on the Wasteland battlefield, but most vendors will carry it if your character is level 30 or higher. There is also a small chance of this weapon being on gunner bosses at level 35 or higher. Now this sniper rifle also comes with a few customization options to change it up in the game, including 6 barrels, 6 stocks, 6 magazines, 3 muzzles, 8 sights, and 3 simple paint options to choose from. Plus 2 unique paint jobs as well. So go ahead and mix and match until your nipples get all swollen and weird looking. I rate this mod 2 dogs that just switch bodies, Freaky Friday style.
What have you done to us?
This mod adds the type of knife to the game that you could use to stab college kids to death with after you challenge them to a rigged trivia game over the phone. On a side note, I always thought that it would be interesting if those psychos from the Scream movies called up a gun enthusiast instead. I really wonder how that would have played out.
Hey there, do you want to play a game? Do you like scary movies? No. Here's a better question. Do you like getting murdered? Because I have a fully automatic gas-loaded assault rifle within our arm's reach right now, and I've been to prison twice. Guess what? I love the food. So I dare you, I double dare you to take my girlfriend to a chair by the pool, because I will literally f*** your corpse. Oh, wrong number. Sorry about that.
This knife is a great addition to the game, as there really wasn't enough in terms of knife variety before this mod, because the combat knife really looks like shit, and even a stealth character, I think, would probably try to learn karate just to avoid using it in the game. However, this knife looks amazing, and really makes a stealth character relevant in Fallout 4. Sneaking around, stabbing people with this knife is so much fun, it would give my psychotherapist chills if I told her about it. Now, if you want to locate this weapon, you can get it off dead gunners after they die or after you kill them, as it has been added to the respective level list. The textures and meshes for this knife look great and make this an excellent addition to Fallout 4. I rate this mod the face you make when you realize the contents of the drunk text that you were sending people the night before. Monday at the office is going to be really touch and go for me. This mod is the recreation of the Albion Viceroy in Fallout 4. There is both one-handed and two-handed variants of this weapon in case your arm gets tired from decapitating your enemies. You can wield this with 2 hands rather than just 1. This sword is big in an unnecessary kind of way. It's so long and goddamn girthy that it just looks too good. That it's the type of weapon a ghoulish-looking creature would obsess over it in a cave somewhere and likely try to it.
We needs must have the precious. Not listening. And away he goes, precious. Gone. Smeagol is free.
Holy shit. I thought I had issues, right? Anyways. This sword is definitely an upgrade from a prison ship, but possibly a downgrade from a lightsaber in terms of damage. The mod author did a great job on this weapon mod, as it looks very realistic, but also fits into the Fallout 4 aesthetic very nicely. I don't feel like this sword breaks immersion, rather I just feel like it adds to the overall dynamic of the game, expanding on the already gigantic arsenal of unique weapons in the game, and added yet another beautiful but deadly addition to the mix. This is a fun weapon to look at, and it's even more enjoyable to use it in the game. It has been implemented into Fallout in a very immersive way, in that it can be crafted at the chemistry station. So whip out your beakers and schematics, people, because this is worth burning off your eyebrows for. I rate this mod that one guy who had to pitch the concept of the Snuggie to investors. No, it's a blanket with sleeves in it.
That's a sweater.
No, you can't wear it. It's a blanket, but with sleeves in it.
So a shirt?
No! It's too long to be a shirt. It's a blanket with sleeves in it. Keeps you warm, man.
So a house coat?
No, you wear it the other way.
That's just a house coat.
No, it's a blanket with sleeves in it.
That's a house coat.
No, it's not! It's a blanket with sleeves in it.
Are you gonna stab me at any point in time?
Probably, yes. Now this mod adds the Russian-designed SVT-40 to the Commonwealth, which stands for Super Vagina Tits 40, or perhaps something else. I don't know, I just made that up. because I thought it sounded cool. Now this weapon was built from scratch with all its own custom meshes and textures, as well as its own custom animations. It literally looks like a real SVT-40 got up and force its way into my monitor, because this weapon just looks that realistic. The SVT-40 is also lore-friendly, as it is a World War II rifle and fits with the lore of Fallout really well. So that makes this weapon not only fun to use in Fallout 4, but also an immersive addition to the game. Also, it has a lot of customization options to really change it up. So you can go from an infantry-style rifle, or you can buff up its skin pillows and make it into a sniper rifle. Now the customization options include 12 receivers, 3 barrels, 4 types of sights, 2 magazines, 4 tape styles, 10 tape colors, 11 stickers, 2 muzzles, and 4 different finishes. Oh yeah, I said 4. 4 different finishes, baby! I don't know why I got so excited there. Just really like finishes. Now, if you want to acquire this weapon, it can be found on gunners or at vendors at or around level 16 or higher, as it has been added to the respective level lists. Now, there are also 2 legendary variants of this gun that have been placed throughout the world space, the Azuris and the Krasnazima, which all have their own custom shit, so just get out there and find them. I rate this mod 1 photo of the world's scariest pilot.
Attention all passengers. Does anyone know what button I pushed to turn the plane on? I'm asking for a friend.
After having this mod installed, it actually makes the vanilla weathers feel embarrassing to have. They actually feel like that one kid you kinda hope gets kidnapped. You like leave him alone in the park and shit with a sign around his neck that just reads, "We'll do anything for candy. ... Fucking anything. Winky face." True Storms is actually a complete overhaul of the storm system in Fallout 4, including new heavy and unique weathers, loads of new intense sound effects, interior sounds, particle effects, textures, fogs, dust storms, hazardous radiation rain, and more. It even adds to the realism of the game as well, with sneak buffs to the player and companions during storms, because let's face it, it would be a lot easier to sneak up behind someone during a storm than it would be to sneak up on them during a clear day. On a side note, chloroforming somebody is actually a lot tougher than it looks. I mean, they make it look really easy in the movies. You just grab somebody, but in real life, you just end up with a lifetime ban from Starbucks. Some of the new weathers include radiation rain, heavy dust storms, heavy fogs, heavy and light rain, and more. What really makes this mod great, though, are the sounds. The sounds are so vivid and real that it actually makes you feel like you're inside the game when the weather changes. A rad storm actually feels dangerous, and rain feels heavy and wet, making you actually feel bad for not putting roofs on your f***ing settlements. This mod brings the weather to life in the game, and it makes it a lot more fun to travel the Commonwealth and experience the Fallout world. This is definitely a must-have mod in anyone's playthrough of Fallout 4. I rate this mod 1 3-year-old that's scary as shit.
Okay, super crazy little girl, just put the knife down. Just put it away.
Low-res blood textures are just awkward and disappointing. They're a lot like that awkward moment when you're watching a couple make out and they didn't realize you were in the room, but then they realize you're in the room and you gotta take the condom off your balls and leave.
Hey, buddy, can we help you? Oh, shit, you caught me. Alright, I'll just right off.
Okay, fair enough. That probably didn't have anything to do with low-res blood textures, but it was a pretty embarrassing moment for me, and I just felt like I needed to share. This mod adds high-resolution blood textures to replace the vanilla ones in the game. There's 2 versions that can be downloaded. The basic version replaces the combat blood splatter, screen blood, and decapitation spurts. It increases the blood amount. All hits and decapitation effects now cause more blood stains. New wounds are also added for blunt, bladed claws, unarmed, and energy weapons. There's an increase in the screen blood size with a shorter duration. It also fixes the blood-stained creature glitch. It improves the blood textures. It also includes blood splatters, which are more realistic. There is also the standard version, which includes everything that's in the basic version, plus there is also blood pooling, additional blood stains from hits and torso explosions. Also, when a character is low on health, they will leave a trail of blood in their wake. Robots and synths will now bleed oil. And one final touch that adds the icing to the cake is dead characters can spasm around uncontrollably, just like the rest of us. I rate this mod one kid who is clearly traumatized for life.
Really, buddy? No time at all for clothes, but you had time for that hat and backpack combo, huh? Okay.
Did you ever just want to slow down time and take advantage of that moment? Like when you're in a firefight with some raiders, or you're running from a pack of ghouls, or when you're watching one of your settlers just really guarding the f*** out of those fresh melons.
Yeah, that's it, you dirty bitch. You dig up those big old f***ing melons. Oh, God, yeah.
This mod does exactly what you would expect it to do. It slows down the course of time, which is perfect for savoring those precious moments. It even comes with hotkey activation, so you can switch it on and off real easy. You just add that little bitch to your favorites for that seamless transition. Now, although bullet time is pretty awesome, it does come at a cost. It can drain down your action points while you're in it. And although that is immersive, it does limit the amount of time you can spend in slow motion. However, everything in this mod is fully configurable, so if you don't like that, you can change it. It comes with 4 different speed settings, ranging from 70% that of normal speed, and getting as slow as 4% that of normal speed, which is the same speed time travels while your character is using VATS. You can also configure the amount of action points it costs while you're using bullet time, which also has a few different settings, ranging from draining your action points really fast to not draining them at all. So you can choose your poison and the degree of immersion. There are also visual effects that can be toggled to different settings. There are 3 settings total. Bullet time is a great alternative to VATS. While VATS takes control away from the player and keeps them rooted in one spot, bullet time lets you retain full control over your mobility and aim. So really, there's no one to blame but yourself when you can't hit shit. This is not only a great addition to the game, it actually changes the way you play it.
I rate this mod 1 twig right up the f***ing nose. Honest to God, I don't know what the f*** that thing is.
This mod does several things in the game. The main thing it does, though, is it gives you the ability, the lore-friendly privilege to dress your character any way you f***ing please. With this mod installed, you can now wear any outfit under armor pieces, and all armor pieces show up when they're equipped. It also allows gas masks and other face masks to be worn with open face helmets and hats, which honestly makes so much sense, it's scary. With this mod installed, you'll have the ability to fully express yourself and wear what you want, just like in real life. And so what if people call you weirdo or crazy? I mean, sometimes people call me crazy or psycho in real life, and I just say to those people, get back in the f***ing cage! Or I'll spray you with the hose again! This mod author overhauled the armor modding system as well, with entirely new options and categories. The mod author didn't stop there though. No. There is now a new craftable workbench called the ARMORSMITH workbench, which has a bunch of uniquely designed armors which can be crafted, including helmets with hair and gloves and shit. So it adds all this and much more. This mod is essential to the game in my opinion, and it really brings up the immersive factor tenfold. It really allows you to be fully creative with how your character looks in the game, and for a lot of gamers that will have a huge impact on their playthrough. Now, just like in life, you can wear anything you want. If you want to wear a dress and some f***ing armor, go ahead. Be weird.
I rate this mod 2 monkeys that are high as fuck on peyote. Yo, that cloud right there, dude, it looks just like Shania Twain's first CD. It's f***ing mesmerizing.
This mod makes nights in the Commonwealth even darker. Interiors are also affected in the game as well, making them even darker if they're not well lit, but if they are well lit, it still makes them a little bit darker. This just adds to the realism of the game, giving every environment a more realistic lighting effect. There are several levels of darkness to choose from depending on how much of a bitch you are. If you're a chicken shit little boy, then you can just pick the dimmest setting, right? It's basically like running around the Commonwealth with a nightlight. Or, if you got them big old balls, or you got a girl over you're trying to impress, you can make it the darkest setting, which is basically pitch black, making it scary as shit. Now, there are also realism elements that come along with this mod that affect NPC's ability to detect you in low lighting situations. This mod also comes with an optional alternative night vision mode, which changes the night vision in the game if you're not a fan of the vanilla night vision.
There is also a 24/7 night mode that can be enabled, which makes it night 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you can't just sit in a chair and wait for the scary time to be done anymore. You'll actually have to run around in the dark, scared out of your f***ing mind.
It's in my hair! It's in my hair!
This is an excellent mod, and it really adds to the realism of the game, making Fallout 4 even more immersive. I would highly recommend this mod to anyone's playthrough of Fallout, regardless of whether you wanted to add to the scary factor or not. I rate this mod one hipster who thinks mountain bikes are just way too popular. Yeah, it's awkward as hell, but I'm the first one to do it. This gun has definitely got that intimidation factor down for sure. I mean, Kellogg's always running around showing people his measly little magnum saying, "This is gonna solve all my problems." Now, if you whip this big old gun out in front of Kellogg, he would have taken his fucking Frosted Flakes and f***ed off out of the Commonwealth a long time ago. Because he's scared of your giant gun. When you want something so powerful, you shit a little every time you pull the trigger. That's what you get when you use this gun. This gun is actually awesome, and it's pretty immersive. It even comes with its own backstory onto how it was developed in the Fallout universe. The story goes it was designed before the Great War, decommissioned in 2047 due to perceived inefficiency on foot soldiers, probably because it's gigantic as fuck, hard to carry. But it was recommissioned in 2067 with the addition of power armor, and it actually saw a lot of action, leading up to the nuclear end, which is Fallout's beginning. This gun feels powerful and it looks great. It has multiple receivers, 5 sights, 2 muzzles, and 2 stocks. If you want to acquire this gun, specialist stores like Cleo's and Good Neighbor have it, or it's located in 5 different locations throughout the Commonwealth. Immersive. Or you can be a little bitch like me and use the console commands. I just couldn't wait to show my settlers how fucking big it is. Look how big it is, Mama Murphy. I rate this mod one boomerang that I threw 3 years ago that never came back to me. I haven't left my house in 3 years. I'm fucking terrified.
I have this theory about this weapon. Now hear me out. I believe that this weapon is actually a magical sea turtle that can grant you wishes if you just tickle its balls. I mean, look at it. It definitely looks like something that could grant wishes, right? It could have been, maybe, I don't know. Anyways, it's one of those conspiracy theories, you know? But I love conspiracy theories. I think they're great. They turn boring things into super sketchy things. What's not to love? For instance, I'm also convinced that Joe Biden is 900 years old, and he just sucks the souls out of children like the witches from Hocus Pocus to stay alive. What's that all about? Anyways, enough about me and my conspiracy theories. Now this mod adds the VOLK from Infinite Warfare and its variants into Fallout 4, alongside 2 outfits from Infinite Warfare ported by BZW. Now this is a little bit of technical talk, but the animations were made with a ported IW rig on top of the Fallout 4 rig. So if you use the vanilla Fallout 4 hands, which most of us do, right? You might see some gaps. Also, it's important that you follow the instructions laid out in-game in the crafting menu. If you're told to use a specific attachment with another attachment, then follow it to avoid problems in the game. Apparently, Fallout 4's engine limitations made it difficult for the mod author to do the mod exactly the way they wanted it to. Either way, the animations, the meshes and textures, the sounds, all of it look absolutely incredible in the game. Now, some of the attachments for this weapon mod will require more than 2 perks, so just keep that in mind. Now, this mod will add 3 energy rifles into the game, the default VOLK, Corruption, and Goliath. Now, each gun will be unique in its own rights. Obviously, I didn't show all of them because I didn't want to give away spoilers, but these weapons all look incredible in the game. Now, each one of these guns will be useful for different types of engagements in the game, all of which look and function incredibly in Fallout 4. Now, even though this weapon is theoretical and it doesn't actually exist, the mod authors did an amazing job on this mod, and it looks just so lifelike in the game. It's like you could just reach out and smell it, you know? Just, oh yeah, oh, you know, that's how I smell things. It might be a medical condition, I don't know. Anyways, if you want to get your hands on these beautiful weapons, they can be crafted at the chemistry station after you download this mod. I rate this mod one basketball player realizing he's terrified of basketballs. Please don't tell people I scream like that.
Have you ever just wanted to have a gentleman's duel with somebody in Fallout 4 but didn't have the necessary equipment to do so? Well, don't worry, because this mod actually adds a unique melee weapon to the game. Now, this is the type of sword that was used in Europe during the 16th and 17th centuries. It's got speed and finesse written all over it. In fact, it might just be the very best weapon ever created for Fallout to have those gentlemen's duels with. And you know how that old saying goes, if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and talks like a duck, then chances are I'm probably gonna f it. Because I f ducks. Hard. This weapon is super elegant looking, which is great because you rarely see classy weapons in the post-apocalypse. The textures and design are excellent, making this weapon very easy on the eyes. Now, looking good might not be the most important thing there is, but it sure beats looking like shit.
Why does nobody love me?
Now, the sword itself has multiple versions, which just add to its immersive design. What I really enjoy about this mod author is that when you find the melee weapons in the Commonwealth, they're always rusty and rugged looking, and in order to get them back to their pristine condition, you have to take them to a weapons workbench and restore them by hand. Now, to me, this might be one of the most immersive ways that I've seen someone add a melee weapon to Fallout, being as how most weapons that go uncared for a long period of time would wear over time. So in order to have an untarnished version of that weapon, it would only make sense that the player would have to restore it themselves. Now, if you want to get your hands all over this sexy beast, you'll find it on the USS Constitution in the captain's quarters. I rate this mod 2 crusty old people who just discovered the internet.
This mod adds the type of gun that you brag about to all your friends. It's big, it's thick, it's powerful. I mean, this gun adopts orphan children just to neglect them. It's the type of gun that if you caught your wife looking at it on the internet, you'd hit her. This mod adds a super badass pistol to the game that has its own unique design. Now, this pistol is based off an anime series called Hellsing. Now, I don't know a lot about the series, but I do know that the anti-hero in this series uses the gun to strike down evil, and now so can you. This is definitely a very unique edition of Fallout, and it looks nothing like other pistols in the game. This gun really makes the vanilla weapons look like shit. I mean, they're a lot like a drunk bear who just let himself go and now he can't intimidate anyone anymore.
I'm a big old scary bear.
Now, if you want to find this gun, you can find it in Virgil's lab in the glowing sea on top of a workbench. The ammo for this gun is completely unique as well. It's 13mm ammo, and it can be crafted at the chemistry station under utility. The gun has a few modifications, including a lightweight frame and custom magazines. Now, you can also use explosive shells, and there's also bottomless mags that allow you to shoot forever without having to reload. Now, the bottomless mags aren't very immersive, but this gun does feel amazing. It's just awesome shooting explosive rounds at raiders with this hand cannon. This is an outstanding addition of Fallout 4, and when you use it, you'll have the confidence to with the door open. I rate this mod 2 sweaty men making the same overly dramatic wrestling face. This is a bit of a change for this mod author, as he is most notably known for making awesome melee weapon mods. However, this is a marvelous addition of Fallout 4. It adds a more tactical flamethrower to the Commonwealth. So now your pyro ass won't have to lug around that big, bulky flamethrower when you want to chase someone down and just light them on fire.
Wish I had one of these when I was a kid. Would have made the boogeyman think twice before grabbing my legs at night. I'm not an idiot. I know the boogeyman isn't real. Turns out it was just some creepy pervert hiding in my bed all those years. You want to know the worst part? Is I'm an adult now and he's still there. I got your leg. Oh my god, he's still there.
Now, if you don't want to burn things, that's okay too, because there's different ammo types for this weapon, including Ice Mode, which freezes your enemies to death, ooh, chilly, and Poison Mode, which shoots a deadly gas at them. The gun can be found on Raiders, as it has been added to the leveled list. It has also been added to the Legendary leveled list, so you can find it on Legendary enemies as well. This gun looks awesome and functions great. It is incredibly unique and gives the player a new way to play the game if you enjoy lighting shit on fire. It gives you full mobility when you chase down those enemies to finish the job. When it comes to immersion, I give it a pass because it looks so nice. I rate this mod 1 weird furry animal that locks eyes like a f***ing lunatic. This is a mod that some of you may have actually heard of before, but we still included it on this week's list because we thought it was one of those hidden gems on the Nexus that doesn't get a lot of attention. Now, in a place where you've got mutated people and radiated animals that want to kill your face, it's safe to say that the FDA isn't putting warning labels on shit. Before this mod, you could find cigarettes all over the Commonwealth, but your character had the common sense not to start up a bad habit like smoking when there's so many other things that could kill you. Last thing you want to do is get all strung out needing a cigarette that you'll start poking around Deathclaw caves because you heard there was an entire carton of rollies in there. Now, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I just sit there and stare at Trash Can Carla and think to myself, how can I be more like that? Well, now you can light up Trash Can Carla style with this mod installed. Now, you will need a lighter and cigarettes, but after that, you'll be able to smoke your health away no problem. When you are smoking, this mod will force you into third-person view in order for the animation to work. Don't worry, though, it will switch you back when you're done sucking on that sweet stick of death. Smoking does have some side effects, though. It grants you +1 charisma for 60 seconds, +5% to your aiming stability for 1 hour, and if your health is below 20%, it will slowly restore it. So basically, this mod is the opposite of the real-life side effects of smoking. Now, there is a 20% chance that you will get addicted to smoking, which is pretty realistic, and if you do get addicted, you'll have -1 to charisma, because you'll be offering HJs for your next fix, and -1 to endurance, because you'll be coughing up phlegm to escape even the slowest of enemies. I rate this mod one guy who's really upset because he can't whistle. You know what they say, 2 guns is better than 1. Now, I'm not sure who said that, probably some lunatic, but the point remains clear. Multiple guns make my pussy wet. Soaking wet. This mod adds the JUGER pistols to Fallout 4. You can use them as a singular pistol, or you can dual wield them. The pistols can also be modified and have several paint options to choose from. Now, in order to get these pistols, you're going to need to travel to the Relay Tower OBD-521 on the edge of the glowing sea and track down the source of the SOS signal. The pistols will start out as dual wield, but you can split them at the chemistry bench under JUGER pistols, but do note that any modifications or legendary effects on them will be lost in the conversion. There are also legendary versions of the weapon that can be found, as they have been added to the respective level lists. Now, dual wielding is weird in Fallout 4. It's strange and unusual, and oddly terrifying. It's like if Mickey Mouse and Goofy were debt collectors for the mob. Ho-ho! I don't want to have to do this! Ho-ho! But I will do this! Ho-ho! Because I'm a fucking nutcase! Ho-ho! So get out of the way! Get out of the way right now! Oh, gosh! I rate this mod one monkey getting caught trying to escape the zoo. This isn't what it looks like. Clowns are just inherently scary. Some clowns are even scarier than a lopsided nipple. Yeah. It's always been my policy just to not trust clowns whatsoever. Put it this way, I've never put my trust in a clown. And I've also never been murdered. Coincidence? I think not. Now, Sweet Tooth is a fictional character killer clown that operates one of the deadliest vehicles in his game space. His sadistic ice cream truck is enough to scare the metal balls off of Optimus Prime himself, as not only does it harbor deadly weapons, but it's the outer shell of a true lunatic in the Twisted Metal franchise. Maybe the most iconic character of the Twisted Metal series, Sweet Tooth will tap into anyone's chlorophobia. Sweet Tooth makes Pennywise the dancing clown look like a little bitch. Put it this way, if you saw Sweet Tooth in a sewer drain when you were 8 years old, you wouldn't be reaching into that sewer drain no matter how convincing he was.
Oh, Judgy, you want your boat back?
Nope, f that. You keep it.
But it's your boat. It's your boat, Judgy.
Something made of paper, you keep it, man.
But it's your boat, Judgy.
I'll just make another one. It's cool.
Put it this way, if Sweet Tooth showed up to your 11-year-old's birthday party, you wouldn't be celebrating a 12th. Now, Sweet Tooth may not have his macabre vehicle in this modern edition of Fallout 4, but he does foster his terrifying appearance and a big f***ing knife, in case his face wasn't scary enough. Now, if you want to acquire this outfit, you're in luck, because it will be in your inventory as soon as you download this mod. There are also multiple variations, so you can change up the color to suit your sociopathic tendencies at the time. Now you'll be able to go around terrorizing the shit out of people in Fallout 4. The only thing that would make this mod better would be to have a working version of his ice cream truck in the game. That way you could coax people in real close with the false promise of delicious treats, only to shoot a rocket right at their belly buttons. I rate this mod one malevolent slide that kills adults of questionable intelligence.
We're here to mourn Gary, who died like he lived, playing on recreational equipment built for toddlers. He will be missed.
So honestly though, what did you think of my weenus? It's short for wooden penis. Just I was in the locker room the other day, and let's just say I wasn't feeling so confident. So your feedback would really help me out.
This is actually a settlement workshop edition, and a pretty sweet one at that. Let's face it, sometimes you just want to beat your settlers like a redheaded stepchild, but you lack the proper equipment to do so. Well, you can whip her like a little bitch no more, because this mod actually sorts you out. This mod adds the prisoner shackles that the disciples use in the Nuka World DLC. They work like the pillory found in the Contraptions DLC, bounding your settlers in one position, unable to move. So you'll be able to lock them up to walls and other shit. If you want to craft these bad boys, you'll find them in the workshop menu under Resources Miscellaneous or Raider Miscellaneous. Now this mod also adds a prisoner mat, which causes the assigned settler to just sit there with their arms bound behind their back in a perfectly right position for skull fucking.
Oh yeah, take it to the face, stupid bitch. Oh yeah, you like that? Oh yeah, oh buddy, oh guy. Oh yeah, buddy, yeah. Oh.
You can also craft the shock collar in the chemistry station, which I think is a cute visual addition. This mod does require the Nuka World DLC to work properly, however, it is an excellent addition to the game, and having a selection when it comes to punishing your settlers is always a welcome addition. Especially when your settlers are dumb as f*** and need to be slapped around a little bit from time to time. You know what I'm saying?
I rate this mod one tree that just grew the wrong way, but just didn't realize till it was too late. Haha, you're a dumb tree. You don't even know which way to grow.
Now it's hard to have a good horror game without the necessary amount of gore to go along with that excessive violence. Now if you want to bash someone's head into little pieces in realistic detail, you can. This mod overhauls the gore in the game, making it more realistic and believable, which goes a long way not only when looking at scary mods, but also when looking at mods that add to realism and immersion in the game. This mod is a lot of fun if your idea of fun is seeing brains and eyeballs in great detail after you shoot someone in the face. I don't know about you guys, but if I can't see some brain matter after I shoot someone in the face, I just don't feel sexually excited enough to spank my penis. This mod, combined with enhanced blood textures and live dismemberment, completely changes the way the game looks and feels, and can really transform this game into something truly horrific. But like in a good way, you know? Fallout has always been a gory game, however the gore isn't always the most convincing compared to other games in its genre. This mod tries to ameliorate that discrepancy and make Fallout 4 even more realistic in terms of gore. I rate this mod one lady who will only fart to the side. Watch out, people! She's getting in position! Masks are super important in 2020 thanks to a little thing called COVID-19, or as I like to call it, the reason my wife left me. So we can only assume they might be important in the post-apocalypse as well. I mean, they just give you that little added protection against the super killer known as germs, by keeping other people's boogers out of your mouth. And I mean, protection is important. Think about it. They make seatbelts to protect you against car crashes, toothbrushes to protect you against gingivitis, and fascists to protect you against hurtful jokes. We all know words are the real killers though, aren't they? Functionally innocuous, but emotionally destructive. I once knew a guy that died from being too offended at a joke. As soon as the punchline hit, his f***ing head exploded. I was like, oh my god! And then I thought, wait, this isn't Narnia, where fantasies can reach out and f*** you? Turns out, he was just a really big pussy, and maybe words aren't actually harmful at all. So there's that. This mod adds a face mask to the game, with different craftable textures. There are several different texture options to choose from. Now, if you want your very own COVID blocker, you can craft it at the chemistry station. And don't worry, this mask is unisex, so any gender can wear them. That's right. Men, women, and non-specific gender pronouns. It does not matter what your gender is. I rate this mod one seal pretending to be a penguin.
Well, you sure don't look like a penguin.
No, I'm one of you guys. This is another very unique weapon mod based off of the unused Fallout 4 concept art. It has a rustic homemade look just like the crude blowback, which is another mod made by the same mod author.
If you can build your own gun from scratch, you're pretty set in the post-apocalypse. I mean, your chances of survival are really, really good. I mean, I know I couldn't build my own gun from scratch. I couldn't even do arts and crafts in school. I always ended up like embarrassed with colored paper glued to my face.
This gun looks incredible and it has a ton of customization options. There are 5 receivers, 9 barrels, 3 grips, 3 muzzles, 4 sights, 3 stocks, and 2 bayonets. This gun is not only excellent quality, but it completely fits into the lore of the game, making it immersive as balls. When you use this gun, you really feel like the poorest motherfucker in the Commonwealth. There are 2 very immersive ways to acquire this super sexy gun. You can find it in the world. It's located on top of a fireplace in a shed around Walden Pond. Or it can also be found on fallen enemies because this baby's been added to the leveled list. I rate this mod 1 pigeon who I know works for the CIA. Stop following me! This is another one of those simple but amazing mods that really has a huge impact on the game. One of the most lore-breaking features in Fallout is talking to an NPC with your gun just stuffed in their face. Having a gun pointed at someone versus away from them can completely change the momentum of a conversation. Yeah, hi there. Yeah, I'd just like to make a quick withdrawal if I could, please. Thanks.
Give me all your money! Give me all your money right now!
This mod simply gives you the ability to toggle between lowering your weapon while in first and third person and having that weapon pointed up in a battle-ready position. To toggle between the 2 settings, all you have to do is hold down the sheath button on your controls. And if you want to put your gun away, you just hold down the sheath button twice and it will put the gun away altogether. It works in first and third person. Lowered Weapons, which is another mod available on the Nexus, is also a great mod which lowers the character's gun at all times, and could have easily made this list. The reason we chose this mod over Lowered Weapons was because of its functionality in-game. It actually gives you the ability to choose when you want to have the gun lowered versus have it pointed in someone's face. And sometimes, it can be a good idea to shove a gun in someone's face. It can really have the desired effect you're looking for.
Give me all your money right now!
So this added functionality is what bumped it up on our list and made it one of those must-have mods.
I rate this mod 1 small group of donkeys arguing over who's the biggest jackass.
This mod adds 11 greatswords, 2 daggers, and 1 one-handed sword to the Commonwealth. All of these weapons are made from fans of the Monster Hunter series. These weapons are all extremely unique, and some of them are f***ing humongous. Whenever I think of swords for some reason, I always think about time travel, and whenever I think of time travel, I always think about what would I do if I had a time machine. Now, most people say they would go back and kill Hitler. Not me, though. I'm a pacifist. If I had a time machine, I would go back in time, but instead of killing Hitler, I would punch Hitler's father right in the tip of his penis while he was having sex with Hitler's mom. Would this stop Hitler from being born? Probably not. But it would create a really awkward conversation and a lot of confusion, which I like.
Who was that guy who came and punched me in the penis? Who was that? Who was that guy?
The swords that have been added are the Iron Greatsword, the Akato, the Barbario Blade, the Weathered Greatsword, the Eternal Glymph, the Epitaph Blade, the Buster Sword, the Iron Greatsword, the Ravager Blade, the Carbolite Sword, the Guardian Sword, the Assassin's Dagger, the Odyssey Blade, and the Frost Edge. Now, if I pronounce some of those words incorrectly, it's because I don't speak fantasy. And I just don't know the correct pronunciation of made-up words.
Who was that guy?
I do, however, speak llama, or at least I think I speak llama. It's not really relevant to this mod review, but I like to bust out that card when I can, as it doesn't see a lot of FaceTime at parties. When the f*** does speaking llama come into a conversation, right? Unless, of course, you're talking to a f***ing llama! These swords are absolutely amazing, and they almost make me believe in magic when I look at them. I actually think that Hogwarts could be a real place when I look at these swords. Sometimes when I think about Hogwarts, though, I always wonder if someone was, like, really good at sleight of hand, if they would have been accepted into Hogwarts, like, by mistake. You know, they get there and they see Voldemort skull f***ing Harry with a Wingardium Leviosa spell right to the nipples, and they're like, oh, shit, wrong school, you know? Is it just me who thinks like that? Anyways, if you want to acquire any one of these swords or daggers, you can find them on Super Mutants, as they have been added to the respective level lists.
Who was that guy?
I rate this mod that moment you realize that maybe you're an indoor human.
Send help, please. I'm in excruciating pain.
This mod adds 3 new miniguns to the Commonwealth. The personal minigun for those hard-to-reach places, the Avenger minigun for those people who are weirdly obsessed with superhero movies, and finally the Vindicator minigun for those people who need a weapon big enough to sexually molest a Deathclaw.
Hey, what the f***, buddy?
Shh, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Let this happen.
Oh!
Oh, God, no.
Shush, shush, shush. These weapons are really well done with meshes and textures that'll make you want to put the vanilla minigun up for adoption like a bad parent with no moral compass.
Is there a reason you'd like to put little Billy here up for adoption?
Yeah, to be honest with you, we just don't love him anymore, do we, honey? Yeah, we just thought this would be way more civilized than just throwing him out of a moving car like we did the other one. Man, that kid could roll. Shit. Yeah, about your birthday present. See it, Curtis!
Now each one of these weapons is a bit bigger and a bit stronger than the previous variation. The personal minigun being the smallest and the weakest, and the Vindicator being the largest and the in-chargest. Now these overcompensators here all have their own customization options as well, so you can really make them your own.
They all have 4 receivers, 4 barrels, 3 sights, 2 mags, 3 muzzles, 4 ammo types, and multiple skins to choose from. Now in order to obtain one of these big f***ers here, you can buy them off vendors, or you can find them on dead enemies throughout the world as they've been added to the respective level lists. These miniguns make a great addition to anyone's weapon collection, especially if you enjoy shooting thousands of bullets at things.
I rate this mod one photo of what an eccentric person looks like when they try to look inconspicuous.
Don't look at me.
Thanks again for watching, folks. Hope you enjoyed this video, and if you did, be sure to bitch slap that subscribe button like it's 3 weeks behind on your rent. Bitch! Where's the money, bitch? Where's the money? Where is it? Also, go ahead and hit that bell icon too, because apparently YouTube thought there should be extra steps. Why not, right?
I'd like to subscribe, but first I have to click this and do this. Oh, it needs an email. All right, and this. Okay. Just tell me when he's uploading.
Once you do all that, if you're lucky, at the stroke of midnight, a tiny little Averagebaters fairy might come and tickle your butthole.
I hope to see y'all again next time, and remember to keep on average baiting, baby.